rotated on platforms, pretty girls in tight-fitting skirt suits and prim shirts, and showing a little too much leg, the ultimate blend of sex and money, performed their sales pitches, lights and music coming from everywhere. Directly ahead, very attractive women with badges sat behind long tables, handed out glossy car brochures. "If we get separated for any reason, this is Hadley Family Central," Jake said, stooping to the height of his 6-year-olds. "Look around, get a fix on this place, because this is where I'll come to find you." "Okay, Dad," Stevie said. "Bye!" Then he broke free, running ahead toward the European cars in the main hall. "He wants to see the Ferraris," Michael explained to his dad. "And the Monsteratis, too." Jake laughed as he and Michael followed Stevie, the vast space filling up quickly as the crowd surged in like the tide. Jake lost sight of Stevie for a moment. Then he saw his boy on a carpeted platform as the salesman pulled the cover from the sleek silver 2007 Ferrari coupe. Jake called out over the noise of the crowd, "Steven, get down! You're not allowed to stand up there, son!" When Stevie turned, Jake saw a stricken look on his boy's face. A pang of fear seized Jake, even though his son was in plain sight. He gripped Michael's small hand. "Come on, now. Stevie, get down!" "The lady in the car, Dad. Something's wrong with the lady in the car." Jake Hadley started to tell his son that the model in the front seat wasn't real, but as he came closer, peered inside, his heartbeat quickened. Then it began to race. The girl's open eyes were dulled, her pretty face tipped at an unnatural angle. He saw what appeared to be a wide purple shadow around her neck. She was wearing some kind of evening gown. What the hell was this? "Steven," he yelled at his son, grasping the boy's arm. "I said, come down, now." By now, others had seen the girl too, her limbs frozen in a waxy parody of a mannequin, stone dead in the $200,000 car. The salesman in charge of the concession waved the crowd away. His face was pale, his eyes wild, and he was shouting, "Stand back, please, stand back! Get the hell away from here!" People swarmed toward the Ferrari, then away from it, a riptide eddying around Jake and his boys. Sharp screams pierced the peppy pop music, and Jake's sons broke into tears. They pressed their faces into their father's body, fiercely hugging his waist and legs. His heart galloping, Jake hoisted the twins onto his hips and walked quickly toward the exit. He spoke sternly to the wide-eyed ticket taker at the door. "Someone's dead in there, a woman. You better call the police right now." Part 5. One-Stop Shopping. Chapter 80. The car show visitors streamed out of the convention center, looking like shell-shocked commuters who'd driven too close to the scene of a nasty, very bloody accident. Jacoby was waiting for me just inside the big glass doors at the Howard Street entrance. "Welcome to Groundhog Day," Jacoby said. "Tell me about it." Jacoby brought me up to date as we cut through the crowd, working our way toward the rear of the hall. White female, 18 to 20, blonde, 100 pounds soaking wet, ligature mark around the neck, parked inside a Ferrari. My God, these freaks! What audacity, craziness, what nerve to do this in public! Look at all these kids at the auto show. "They're messing with us, Boxer," Jacoby said, "thumbing their noses and laughing their asses off. That's my read." He pointed out a couple of cops and CSU techs standing between the fast food concessions and the European sports cars. A measly cordon of yellow crime scene tape circled a hinged partition of fiberboard. As if 60 square feet could contain a murder scene. I stepped behind the partition and saw a vignette that shocked me to the bone. The victim had been dressed, coiffed, and displayed as a still life. Blonde woman in slick silver car. It was gallows humor, a sly inside joke. Another pretty young girl killed for someone's sick pleasure. "Get the manager down here," I said to Jacoby. "I'm shutting this place down." I got the chief on my cell, asked him to assign every available cop to the convention center and to give a heads-up to the mayor. Soon there'd be satellite vans on Howard Street and news choppers overhead, no doubt about it. Charlie Clapper stopped shooting the scene long enough to hand me a pair of latex gloves. "We're doing the best we can, Lindsay, but I'm going to take this car back to the lab, give it our special detailing. Any ID on the victim? No wallet, no handbag, no nothing." I reached through the driver's side window, touched the girl's cheek with the back of my wrist. She was still warm. The ambient temperature was about 68 degrees and dry. I had an idea. If we moved fast, it might work. "Charlie, let's superglue her right here." CSU was setting up a fuming tent when a portly man, red-faced and furious, pushed through the mob and got into my face. His name tag identified him as Patrick Leroy, show manager, and he was yelling, "You can't shut us down! Are you insane?" Spit flew as he shouted questions without answers. Did I know how much revenue was going to go down the crapper? How I was turning great publicity into dog crap? How much shit was going to rain down on me personally because of it? It was a long, scatological rant, and I didn't like any part of it. "Someone's been murdered, Mr. Leroy, understand? I have to preserve what's left of the crime scene and catch a killer. So while you act like a jackass, people are stampeding up and down the stairwells and spreading DNA around the bathrooms. The quicker your security staff helps us empty this place out and submits to interviews, the sooner we'll be out of your hair." "And when do you think that will be?" he asked, breathing hard. "We'll be done when we're done. Gimme a break. I have to tell people something." I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. "Figure at least 12 hours, I said. "An entire day? You're canceling our Saturday? Millions of dollars shit-canned? Millions," he said, stabbing the buttons on his cell phone. "You have no idea." "There's a dead woman in that Ferrari," I said. Then I turned my back on him as Jacoby appeared at my side, saying that he'd collected the security tapes, including those that had been trained on the loading docks. We paused to watch cops usher paying customers through the promotional glitz and out the door. Nobody was very happy, to put it mildly. "If we don't nail these psychos," Jacoby said, "I'm taking early retirement without a party. And you, Boxer, you're going to be busted down to meter maid." "You know what I'm wondering?" I said to my old partner. "How the hell did they get that girl in here?" Chapter 81. I kept rubbing my arms against the chill inside the morgue as I took in the sight of our latest Jane Doe lying nude on a steel table. She looked as innocent and as vulnerable as a sleeping child. Claire greeted me from her stepladder, where she was shooting the victim from above, while at ground level, non-essential personnel ogled the naked, pretty woman. "Hey," Claire barked. "Everyone, get out, out. Not you, Lindsay. Bunny, bag and tag the shoes. Give everything to Loomis, and don't forget the necklace. It's right there on the table." Claire stepped heavily down from the ladder, adjusted the light a few degrees, revealing 4 faint smudges fanned out on the girl's left cheek. Fingerprints. I could hardly believe it. Thank God, we finally had something. "Those are a child's prints," Claire said, crushing my half-second of elation. "Left by the 6-year-old boy who found her." "Nuts," I said. "Hey, what's that?" I moved in closer to better see the glint of something in the girl's mouth. Was it a clue? Maybe a message? "Too sad for words, that's what it is," Claire told me. "Showgirl here is wearing braces." The air went out of me. She was so young, too young to die, especially like this. "Why were you working, little girl?" I watched Claire scrape under the victim's nails, clip them into an envelope, seal it, sign it, walk around the table, and do the same to her other hand. "I got the tuck screen back, Lindsay," she said. "Same sorry story, girlfriend. Her blood alcohol was .110, and there was a ton of Rohypnol in her system, same as the others. So they liquored her up and drugged her, of course. Why take any chances she'd fight back? Cause of death? Like before, They probably burked, smothered, and strangled her sometime around midnight. Definitely a homicide. Those pricks are consistent, aren't they? I'm guessing they gave her a bath to get rid of trace evidence, like the other two? So you think she was killed in a hotel room? Yeah, and she's probably a working girl. 3 girls down. And I'm still looking for one decent lead. Claire said, I think I've got something for you, honey. She turned to her assistant. Bunny, help me roll Jane Doe. Can you do that? Claire placed Showgirl's right arm across her body and pulled her over to her side as Bunny balanced her. Look here, said Claire, pointing to the smudge behind the girl's left knee. I stooped down, saw the crisp ridges of a fingerprint that had been raised by fuming the girl's skin with superglue. The blue lace gown the victim had been wearing was floor length. Her legs had been covered to her ankles. That fingerprint hadn't been made by a bystander. I turned my head and beamed at my best friend, Claire. The perp who washed her, she said, beaming back at me. He missed a spot. Chapter 82. Jacoby opened the double door to the morgue and announced, I know how they got the Vic into the convention center. You've got our full attention, I said. He walked straight through the vault to Claire's office, returned a minute later with a bottle of water. I've been eating hot dogs all day, he explained. Help yourself, said Claire. Hell, Warren, take 2. Jacoby eased his butt onto a stool. His face was sagging from exhaustion, but sparks were going off behind his heavily lidded eyes. Get this, Boxer. A truck was coming from the marshalling yard to the convention center with a load of carpeting. The driver apparently stopped to take a leak against a building on Folsom. Trucks aren't supposed to stop there, but they always do. So it was a hijack? Yeah, but it wasn't a heist. More like a hitchhike. The bad guy comes up behind the driver, sticks a gun-like object into his back. Jacoby started to laugh. Oh, tell me the joke. Sorry, imagining the guy holding his joint when he feels the gun sticking in his back. It's a guy thing, Boxer. Anyway, the hold-up guy uses the driver to get the other guy out of the truck, knocks them both out with a stun gun. Then he and his buddy load them into the back of the truck, tape and gag them. So now they've got a truck with approved plates and the driver's ID, I said. You're thinking they transferred our victim into that truck. Maybe she was inside some kind of container. No flies on you, Lieutenant. I try to keep up with you, Jacoby. I'm listening. Keep talking. Jacoby nodded. So they drive to the convention center loading docks, unload this young lady's container onto a hand truck, wait for the right moment. Then they decant her inside and pose her in the Ferrari. Maybe the container was a suitcase, I said. A big one, leather, with wheels. Could very well have been something like that. Unbelievable, Claire said, that they have the nerve to move a body in full sight, let alone pose her inside a car at the auto show. She would have looked like a dummy if anyone had noticed her, and no one did, Jacoby said. I scanned all the videos. It was pure chaos last night. Forklifts doing wheelies, cars being unloaded, hundreds of look-alike guys in work clothes setting up the booths. Can the drivers ID their attackers? I asked. It was dark. They were completely surprised. The perps wore stocking masks. Jacoby came closer to the victim's body. Smell that? There it is again. That's swamp magnolia. Black pearl, I said. A thought broke through to my conscious mind like a bubble rising up from the bottom of a lake. It was so simple and obvious. Why had it taken me so long to make the connection? It's one-stop shopping, I said out loud. What do you mean, Boxer? The designer clothes and the shoes, I explained. The killers grabbed what they could off the rack, clothes for a girl they hadn't met yet, so sometimes they got the wrong size. The real jewelry, the good stuff, was under lock and key, but beads and rhinestones, no problem. And the perfume that they sprayed on those girls, said Jacoby, picking up the thread, it's exclusive, only sold at one place. Our killers had easy access, I said. They snatched it all at the same store. Chapter 83. I was behind the wheel of a new Lincoln sedan at 8 a.m. that Monday morning. The chief was scrunched in beside me, looking about as comfortable as a pickle in a jar. He was in uniform, his hair slicked down, and he was sweating. A dozen squad cars caravanned behind us as we took the roller coaster streets of San Francisco. What a ride this was going to be. "We're pissing off a lot of important people for a dead hooker," Tracheo said to me. "We owe her," I said. "I know, Boxer. We owe them all." Tracheo buzzed down his car window, letting in the chilly 54 degrees. I knew he was feeling the heat. He'd taken over the job of captain without having been a detective, and he'd inherited a police department with the most pathetic record of crime solution in the country. Right now, he was relying on me. I wanted to deliver for him. The Sunday Chronicle was on the seat between us. The front page headline read, "Car Show Murder," and the story continued on page 3 with a photo of our victim, now dubbed Showgirl, along with a public plea for information on the girl or anything else. The victim's devastated friends had come forward, and now Showgirl had a name. Lauren McKenna had no current boyfriend, liked pretty, trendy shoes, and while she may have been hooking, she was at Berkeley full-time. She'd only been 19. Her death was senseless and tragic, and her killers were still enjoying their freedom, and probably planning to kill again. Tracheo drummed his fingers on the door panel as I turned right into Union Square. I ran my theory through my mind once more. If I was wrong, the chief was going to bear the brunt of it. Despite a nauseating flicker of doubt, it still added up for me. The car girl killers worked at Nordstrom. Chapter 84. The upscale department store, and one of my own favorites, wasn't yet open to the public, but Nordstrom's employees were assembled and waiting in shifting clumps on the store's main floor. Nordstrom's president, Peter Fox, was looking very handsome in Ralph Lauren, houndstooth plaid, and $500 shoes from Italy. He had a calm demeanor, but I could see the sweat on his upper lip and worry in his eyes as he walked the chief and me through the store. "I carefully checked the merchandise on the list you faxed me," he said to me. "Checked it myself. You were right that those items had been stolen, but I can't believe any of our people had anything to do with murders." The dramatic, curving escalators that connected Nordstrom's main floor to the floors above and the mall below had been shut down. The scent of black pearl was in the air as I climbed a dozen steps so that I could be seen over the sparkling counters and display racks. I introduced myself, and when the room quieted down, I explained why we were there. "Our crime lab found prints on the victim's shoes," I said, "and we want to exclude anyone who may have touched those shoes in the course of doing their jobs. If anyone feels uncomfortable giving up fingerprints and a painless cheek swab, please give your name to Inspector Jacoby. He's the good-looking gentleman in the brown jacket standing at the information booth. Then you're free to go." 3 long lines formed along the marble aisles. Clapper's crew took samples and directed people to a table where their IDs were checked and their prints were taken. Molly Pearson, the Human Resources Director, stood beside me. She had spiky white hair and lime green glasses framing her dark eyes. She ran a pen down the list of employees, crossing off names of those present. "I saw him a minute ago, so I know he's here," she muttered, nervously sweeping the room with her eyes. Her anxiety lit a match to mine. "Who do you mean?" I asked. "Louis Bergen, our stockroom manager. I don't see Louis." Chapter 85. "Louis was in front of me online," volunteered a thin man with a goatee standing a few feet away. "He said he had to go to the can." The man pointed his finger toward the men's room 10 feet away from an elevator. I saw the arrow above the elevator door arc downward, the car stopping at the ground floor 3 levels below us. "What does Louis look like?" I asked urgently. "Big guy, over 6 feet, blonde." I turned to the chief. "I'll cover you here," he said. Then I shouted to McNeil and Samuels to check the bathroom, told Lemke and Chi to block the exits to all the streets. Nobody goes out. Conklin and Jacoby were behind me, running down the escalator, the three of us spilling out into the immense interior of the mall. I pulled up short in the thickening foot traffic drifting in and out of the trendy shops, Godiva, Club Monaco, Bailey, Banks and Biddle, Bandolino, and Kenneth Cole. I didn't know where to look first, which way to turn. I didn't see anyone matching Louis Bergen's description. My Nextel rang, and I grabbed it from its clip. It was McNeil saying, "He's not in the bathroom, boss. Nobody's in here." "You and Samuels, take 5th Street, I said. "There he is," said Jacoby. I saw him too. Across the mall, a coatless man in a white shirt was walking away from us, blending in with the crowd. He was about 6'2", 230, dirty blonde hair, smoking a cigarette. A bruiser. I drew my weapon, called out his name over the echoing rumble of the milling crowd. "Louis Bergen, this is the police. Stay right where you are. Put your hands in the air." Chapter 86. Louis Bergen swung his big head toward me. We locked eyes over the crowd for a fraction of a second, and I yelled again. "Bergen, stop right there. Don't make me shoot you." He snapped his head back around and began to run. Adrenaline poured into my bloodstream as Conklin, Jacoby, and I dodged shoppers, followed Bergen at a run out through the southeast exit of the mall into the morning rush on Market Street. Bergen had to be fleeing for a reason. Was there a warrant out for his arrest? Or was he running from us because he'd murdered 3 girls? I had another blinding moment as I tried to see through the cars whizzing by on the street, screen the pedestrians through my mind, pick a man in white shirt sleeves out of the bustling crowd. My heart hammered as I finally saw him 30 yards ahead, loping across Market against the light, taking a right onto Powell. "There!" I yelled out to Jacoby and Conklin. I fixed my eyes on Bergen, who was cutting a path through the shrieking crowd ahead of us. The sidewalks flanking Powell were an obstacle course of pedestrians, street vendors, passengers lined up for the trolley. I was already feeling the takedown as a reality, anticipating the rush of throwing Bergen to the ground, but Bergen knocked aside a man selling pottery on the sidewalk, mugs and bowls smashing as Bergen took to the street. That's where he picked up speed, his long strides eating up the asphalt, expanding the distance between us. The gangly man whose pottery stall had been overturned joined the chase, as did a group of brainless, cheering kids who'd been loitering around the newsstand. I held up my badge, turned my fury on them all. "Get out of the street. You could get shot." Jacoby was wheezing and hacking behind me. The uphill run was too much for him, and he dropped back, limping from the gunshot wounds he'd taken last May. I shouted, "Warren, send mobile units to Union Square." Up ahead, Conklin backpedaled in a circle. That's when I knew we'd lost Bergen. I swept the doorways of dozens of shops with my eyes. If Bergen had ducked into one of the small hotels or restaurants, or, God forbid, shot underground to the BART station, he was gone. A blur grabbed my attention. Bergen running alongside the trolley up ahead, using it as a barrier between us. "Conklin!" "I see him, Lou." Rich Conklin's stride was a good match for Bergen's, and he was really fit. As Conklin crossed Powell behind the trolley, I heard him yelling to pedestrians, "Out of my way! Get back!" He couldn't close the gap. I was close enough to see Conklin hook the trolley's grab rail with his left hand, step onto the rear step, and ride for 20 feet before executing a first-class flying tackle onto Bergen's back, pulling the big man down. Bergen fell to the sidewalk, grunting as the air went out of his lungs. I was heaving, my legs wobbling with fatigue. I didn't think my heart could beat any faster, but I was right there. I had my Glock in both hands, pointed at Bergen's head. "Stay down, you son of a bitch," I gasped. "Stay down and keep your hands in front of you. Don't move a finger." Chapter 87. Panting, I called in our location as Conklin cuffed Louis Bergen's hands behind his back. Bergen's palms and the right side of his face were scraped and bloody from the fall, but he didn't say a word, and he didn't fight. I was thinking ahead, and I was troubled. All we had on Bergen was interfering with a police officer, a charge that called for minimal bail, nothing more than that. If he could cough up $1,000, he'd be back on the street in half an hour. He'd be in Vancouver by dinner time, and we'd never see him again. Conklin read my mind. "Lou, you saw him. He was resisting arrest." My eyebrows shot up. Resisting? The man was lying on the street like a dead tuna. "He swung at me," Conklin insisted, rubbing his jaw. "Got in a good one before I wrestled him down. Have to admit, Lou, this gorilla struck a police officer." "I wish I had struck you, dickhead," Bergen muttered from the sidewalk. "I would have broken your jaw." "Shut up, please," Conklin said to Bergen good-naturedly. "I'll tell you when to speak." I understood what Conklin was doing, upping the charge so that the bail bond would rocket. It wasn't playing fair, but we were desperate. We needed time to find out if Bergen had killed our car girls. Conklin read Bergen his rights, stuffed him into the back seat of a cruiser just as Jacoby pulled up and offered me a ride to the hall. During the drive, I told Jacoby that I couldn't wait to interrogate Louis Bergen, to get answers, to get a confession, to put a name to his accomplice, to put the car girl killers away. "You okay, Boxer? You sound rattled." "Yeah," I admitted. "I'm thinking, what if Louis Bergen isn't our guy? What's next? Because I don't have another idea in the world." Chapter 88. Jacoby and I waited impatiently in my office as Bergen was processed, his mug shots and fingerprints going into the system for the first time. "You and Conklin should interrogate him," Jacoby said. "It's your case," I said. "It's your interview." "Let's see how Conklin handles it, Boxer. I'll be right behind the glass." The hulking Louis Bergen was sitting at the table inside Interview 2. Conklin and I took the seats across from him, and I reviewed the scant information we'd coaxed from the computer. "Says here you're a solid citizen," I said to Bergen. "A good employment history, and a nice clean sheet. This shouldn't take too long." "Good, because as soon as I'm out of here, I'm going to sue your ass for false arrest, and I'm suing you for tackling me." "Take it easy, Louis. I think you've been watching too much Law and Order." "Here," Conklin said, handing Bergen a paper napkin. "You're a mess." Bergen glowered at Conklin as he dabbed at his face, his palms, wadded up the napkin, and held it in his hand. Conklin said, "So, Louis, explain to me and the lieutenant. Why'd you run?" "I run every day. It's exercise, you little dick." "I'm trying to help you, man," Conklin said. "Give you the benefit of the doubt." Louis laughed. "Yeah, my new best friend." "Better believe it," said Conklin. "Maybe you boosted some clothes and sold them. We don't care much about theft, do we, Lieutenant? We're homicide. Maybe you should have asked me nice, asswipe, instead of taking me down for a bullshit resisting arrest." Conklin stood, telegraphing his move, and Bergen lifted his hands to fend off the blow. As Conklin smacked the back of Bergen's head, the balled-up, bloody napkin went flying, landing softly behind his chair. "Show some respect for your public servants," Conklin said, "especially when there's a lady present." Conklin casually reached down, slipped the napkin into his back pocket. "Hit me again," Bergen said, swiveling his huge head, "and I'm going after you for police brutality. You've got nothing on me, so either kiss my ass and let me out of here or get me a lawyer. I've got nothing to say." My cell phone rang. It was the worst possible time. I glanced down at the caller ID. It was Joe. "It's the mayor," I said, grabbing the phone out of its holster. "I have to take this, sorry." "Yes, sir, we're interrogating him now." I turned my back on Conklin and Bergen. My man's voice was sweet in my ear. "I'm on a plane to Hong Kong, Blondie," he said, not missing a beat. "I'll be heading back next weekend. I could stop over in San Francisco." "Yes, sir. He looks good for it," I said. "So, you think you'll be free?" "Absolutely. You won't forget." "You've got my word." I glimpsed my face in the mirror, scowling even as a smile played at the corners of my mouth. "I love you, Lindsay." "You bet, sir. I'll keep you posted." I clicked off the phone, shook off the effects of that divine 20-second interlude, and pulled myself back to the present. "How does it feel, Louis? You're Mayor Hefferin's #1 priority." "It feels great." He grinned. Louis was right. We had nothing on him. And once he had a lawyer, we were going to be back to chasing our tails. There was a knuckle rap on the glass. I stepped outside into the hallway, where Jacoby was waiting for me. "Did you hear?" Bergen lawyered up. "He needs a lawyer. A good one," said Jacoby. "His prints match the one behind Lauren McKenna's knee," Jacoby smirked. "That'll hold him for a while." It was like my whole body was smiling. That's how good I felt. I grinned at Jacoby, high-fived him, low-fived him, bumped hips, did everything but kiss him on the lips. I opened the door, called Conklin outside the box. "Louis's print is a match to the one we pulled from Showgirl's body. It's your collar, Richie. Why don't you do the honors?" I was standing with Inspector Conklin when he said, "Louis Bergen, we're dropping the resisting charge. You're under arrest for the murder of Lauren McKenna." Chapter 89. I touched the handle of my handgun for luck. Then Conklin, Jacoby, and I entered the Keystone Apartments at the Hyde Street entrance. The 7-story, all-brick building was near the cable line, a short, straight shot to Nordstrom Square. The ancient black man who opened the front door told us that Louis's roommate was at home. "She's a artist. She always home daytimes." We took the small, creaking elevator, found apartment 7F at the front of the building. I pressed the doorbell, rapped on the door. "Open up, SFPD." I heard scurrying inside, but no one came to the door. I knocked again, this time with the butt of my gun. The sound reverberated down the long, tiled hallway, but still no one answered. I tried the door, but it didn't budge. "Break it down," I said, standing aside. Conklin threw his weight against the thin panel door until the lock splintered the doorframe. Jacoby went in first, and I was behind him, taking in the small front room, the brown leather sofa, a row of framed pencil drawings above it, pin-up girls in classic cars. I saw an envelope pinned to the drawing board by the window. It was addressed to Louis. "Police," I called out. "Come out with your hands in the air." I pocketed our search warrant, crossed the small, dark living room, clasping my weapon in front of me. I smelled it a second before Jacoby muttered, "Swamp magnolia." Behind us, Conklin switched on the lights. The bedroom was at the end of a short hallway. I gripped the old-fashioned, pressed glass doorknob. It turned, rattling in my hand. I opened the door, gave it a gentle shove, letting it swing slowly inside. My eyes flicked across the clothes-strewn, rumpled bed to the open window. I did a double take. That's how hard it was to absorb what I saw. A beautiful Asian woman of indeterminate age was crouched inside the window frame. Her flimsy white peignoir was backlit by dim sunlight. Her sleeves and the fringed layers of her short black hair fluttered in the breeze. I was entranced by her open, childlike expression, especially given the dingy surroundings of the room. "I'm Lieutenant Boxer," I said softly, lowering my gun, feeling Jacoby and Conklin at my back, praying that they'd take my lead. "What's your name?" I said. "Come inside so we can talk." The woman's eyes glittered, some inner thought making her smile. I was looking at her bright, lipsticked mouth when she pursed her lips, almost as if she was blowing kisses. "Vroom, vroom," she said. It happened so fast. I sprung forward, but I was too late. She went out the window. For a long second afterward, I still saw that glowing figure inside the window frame. Then the figure seemed to fly. Her image was burned into the back of my brain. Jacoby and Conklin were standing beside me at the window when her body hit the street below. Chapter 90. Louis Bergen hadn't weathered his 24 hours in jail well. His clothes were rumpled, and his scabby, unshaven face made him look like he'd slept in an alley. But there was rage in his eyes, and now he had a lawyer. Oscar Montana was a sharp-faced young Turk from the public defender's office. I'd met Montana before, liked him, and thought Bergen could do far worse. "What have you got on my client?" Montana said, banging his bronze Halliburton briefcase on the table, then cracking open the locks. "We searched Mr. Bergen's apartment this morning," Conklin said. "There was a beautiful young woman there. Your girlfriend, right, Louis? Name of Cherry Chew." "She had nothing to do with anything," Louis muttered. Louis's voice was like the rumbling of a volcano, dangerous, barely containing his fury. Conklin only moved closer, pulling out a chair, sitting 2 feet from the suspect. "No, huh?" Conklin said. "Well, we're holding her anyway. I think she's going to flip on you. In fact, she already has." Louis clenched his fists and shook his head defiantly. "She'd never say anything against me." "She didn't have to say anything. We're holding her for defenestration," said Conklin. "You know what that is, Louis?" "For God's sake," Montana said. "What kind of sadist are you, Inspector?" Louis looked incredulous. "You're homicide, and you're charging her for a sex crime?" Conklin leaned back in his chair. "Defenestration is from the Latin meaning out the window. Yeah, Louis, we tried to save her, but she jumped. We're holding her at the morgue. Sorry for your loss." Louis bellowed, "No!" His body seemed to inflate, the cords of his neck standing out, his muscles swelling. Then, like Samson pushing against the temple columns, Louis pressed his hands against the table and started to stand. Conklin leaned on Bergen's shoulders with both hands, forcing him back into the chair. "Mr. Montana," I said, "tell your client to behave or I'll have him shackled." "Louis, don't let them bait you. Just listen." I was listening and watching, too. Conklin was thinking fast, moving fast. A natural interrogator. And a brave cop. I saw why Jacoby was proud of him. I was proud of him, too. "We found out something a little unusual at the morgue," said Conklin. "Tell you the truth, I was surprised when the ME told us. I mean, Cherry was such a knockout, Louis. Hard to believe." I was watching Louis's face closely as Conklin snapped first one driver's license, then another onto the table like playing cards. The photos made a startling side-by-side comparison. Looking from one to the other, you could see it clearly. The same eyes, the same cheekbones, the same mouth. Conklin kept going. "I had to see these 2 pictures together to believe it. Kenneth Guthrie, Cherry Chew. They're one and the same person. I guess he was being Ken when you and he did the killings, right, Louis? And when he was Cherry Chew, he was your girlfriend." "Your girlfriend," Conklin said, his voice colored with wonder. "Bro, your girlfriend was a man." Chapter 91. I watched Louis's face change from red to mottled to a bloodless, almost clammy white. He moaned, then started banging his head on the table until his attorney got up from his chair, grabbed Louis's shoulders, shook him until he stopped. Montana looked up at me, his expression explosive, and it wasn't an act. "Where the hell is your inspector going with this, Lieutenant? Do you have any evidence against Mr. Bergen? If not, pardon me for saying drop dead, and we'll see you at his arraignment." "We lifted Louis's print from one of our victims," I said, "and his DNA is at the lab, marked Rush and red-flagged." "He gave you his DNA?" "He abandoned it, we collected it," I said, sitting down beside Louis, talking just to him. "Louis, help me understand why you and Cherry killed those young women. Inspector Conklin and I, we really want to hear your side of the story. Maybe there's some kind of mitigating circumstance." "Suck my dick." "Huh. Well, you were right, Richie," I said to Conklin. "Louis really doesn't like women at all. But I do get the feeling he's drawn to women sexually. You think?" "And that's where Kenny comes in," Conklin said, rolling with me. "He kinda pimped for him. Isn't that right, Louis? You did the rapes, and then the two of you snuffed the girls. And after you and your lover killed together, what then? You guys got your jollies? I think the jury is gonna hate you for that. Don't you, Lieutenant?" "Don't answer, Louis. Don't say a word," Montana said urgently. "I think you're gonna tell us everything," I said to Bergen, "because you're going to do better with us than you'll ever do with a jury. And then there's this." I placed a white number 10 envelope on the table. It was addressed to Louis in smudged blue ink. He could see it, but it was beyond his reach. He blinked as he recognized the handwriting. I'd been counting on that. "The fall to the alley that Cherry took was easy compared to the one you're going to take," I said. "Have you thought about what it's going to be like? 20 years or so, isolated on death row, waiting your turn for the needle?" "That's enough, Lieutenant," said Montana, slamming down the top of his briefcase. "Mr. Bergen hasn't even been indicted for jaywalking. We're going to nail Mr. Bergen on 3 homicides, I snapped. But I can offer this much wiggle room. I held my fingers a 1/4 of an inch apart. "Really?" Montana said. "That much?" "A young female was found in L.A. 2 years ago, dumped alongside the freeway," I told him. "The DNA in her rape kit matches the DNA we found inside Louis' victims. If your client tells us about the Car Girl homicides and that victim in L.A., we'll work with the DA, see if we can take the death penalty off the table. You have my word." "We'll get back to you," said Montana. "Louis, we're out of here." "This is a limited-time offer," I said, putting my hand over the envelope. "Can I have that letter?" Louis asked. He was almost sheepish about it. In the last few moments, Louis's expression had melted like candle wax. His eyes were red, his face suffused with pain and loss. "This is evidence," I said, looking into Louis's big wet eyes. "But I'll read you a line or two." I opened the envelope that I'd taken from the drawing board in Louis's living room, took out 5 thin pages, inscribed from margin to margin in a neat, rounded hand. "I think she was still writing this when we entered your apartment," I said. "See, the signature is smudged. The ink was still wet." Louis's mouth was parted, his breathing shallow, his eyes were focused on me. "Cherry says here, 'Forgive me, my love, but I can't live without you. You were the one dream I ever had that came true.'" "Well, this is pretty private," I said, neatening the pages, folding them back into the envelope. "It almost breaks my heart." Louis said, "Tell me what I have to do. I'll do whatever." "Listen to me," said Montana, putting a hand on Louis's arm. "Don't say a word. Let me do my job. Their only witness against you is dead." Things got a little crazy suddenly. Louis backhanded his lawyer with a loud crack, sending Montana and his chair crashing to the floor. Blood spouted from Montana's nose. I leaped from my seat as Louis stood, clenched his fists, and screamed down at him. "Don't you understand, you little turd? I don't care if I live or die. My life is over. I'm never going to see her again." He turned his livid eyes on me. "What do I have to say to get that fucking letter?" "Just tell us what you did." "Okay. I said I'll do it." I thought my heart would explode from exhilaration. I forced my expression to remain neutral, even though I was doing jump splits and dancing under a shower of champagne inside my head. I stepped outside the room to make damn sure that the camera was still rolling. I returned as Conklin was getting Montana back on his feet. "I'll call the DA," I said to Louis. "You can have a copy of the letter right after we hear your confession." Chapter 92. Jacoby was on a high just thinking about Louis folding into a big, wet heap, feeling fantastic that he'd been on the team that had brought that psycho down. Both psychos. Now, at 8 p.m., he was still working, trying to nail another sicko to the wall. Maybe a worse one. Possibly the most dangerous killer ever in San Francisco. He steered the unmarked police car north along Leavenworth, keeping track of Dennis Garza's silver Lexus 2 cars ahead. The fog swirled up eerily from the pavement, even as rain pelted down. He braked for the red light at Clay, stared at the red haloed taillights, thinking how Garza seemed to have a pretty damned good life for himself. So why would he want to screw himself by playing God at the hospital? As the oncoming traffic lit the interior of the car in front of him, Jacoby was startled to recognize Yuki Castellano driving the Acura that was between him and the Lexus. What the hell? Traffic rolled forward, and Jacoby accelerated, keeping both cars in view, his surprise growing into certainty as the Acura followed the Lexus through every turn. Jacoby considered his two options. Then he flicked on the siren and the grille lights, turning the gray Crown Vic into something that looked and sounded like a demon from hell. Ahead of him, the young lawyer glanced into her rearview mirror, pulled her car over to the curb. Jacoby slid the Vic in behind her, called dispatch, asked for an unmarked car to pick up the surveillance. He read out the Lexus's plate number and signed off, pulled up the collar of his tweed jacket, and got out of his car. He walked up and stooped to the height of the Acura's passenger window, flashed his light into Yuki's eyes. "May I see your driver's license?" he said. Okay, officer. I have it here. What was I doing wrong?" "Your license, please." "Sure," Yuki said, shielding her eyes from the light. She turned away, rooting in her handbag, spilling credit cards and change out of her wallet. She seemed very nervous, not herself at all. She finally located her license and handed it over. Jacoby took the license to his car, ran it through the computer, giving her time to think. Then he walked back through the hard, slanting rain and asked Yuki to get out of her car. "You want me to get out of my car?" "That's right. Get out and put your hands on the hood. Mind if I take a look inside here? Anything you want to tell me about? A weapon? Any illegal substances?" "Warren? Is that you? It's me, Yuki. What's this about?" "That's what I want to know." Yuki was getting soaked, her hair falling over her eyes, making her look like a wet Yorkie. She was wearing sweatpants, a thin T-shirt, beaded bedroom slippers, no socks. Her teeth were chattering. Jacoby flashed his light briefly around the interior of the Acura, then told Yuki, "Okay, you can get back in." He watched her buckle up, handed her back her license, and said, "I've been behind you for quite a while, Yuki. What the hell were you doing?" "You were following me?" "Please answer my question." "I was just going for a drive, okay?" she said, getting pissed off now. "Don't lie to me. You were following that Lexus." "No, okay, but so what? I'm just... It's nothing." "Think about what you're saying," he said, raising his voice, wanting to shake her up, wanting to scare her a little. "If that guy is the whack job you think he is, don't you think he's going to get you out of his way? Come on, Yuki, think." He watched Yuki make fish lips, coming up with nothing. "I'm not being a prick here because it gives me a thrill. You're a nice person and way too smart for this. You're looking for trouble, and I hope to God you don't find it." Yuki wiped the water off her face with her hands, nodded her head. "Do you have to tell Lindsay?" "That depends on you." "I'll go home, Warren. I won't even stop for gas. How's that sound?" "That's fine. By the way, your inspection sticker has expired. Take care of that." "Thank you, Warren." "Okay. Drive safe. Be good." Jacoby walked back to his car, thinking about the job. He had a wistful thought about stopping for a hot meal at the diner near his apartment, then home for a nightcap and the 49ers game. He heard the radio sputtering his call numbers as he opened the car door. Chapter 93. Jacoby pulled up behind the blue Ford on the corner of Taylor and Washington. He climbed out into the freaking rain again, walked over and exchanged a few words with Chi and Lemke. As their Ford took off, Jacoby crossed Washington, ducked under the black awning with gold letters spelling Venticello Ristorante. He labored up the stairs of the cream-colored two-story building, warm air and the smell of garlic and oregano greeting him as he entered the foyer, making his stomach growl. To his right, the hat-check girl asked for his coat, an offer he declined. He stood for a moment, dripping wet, taking in the L-shaped bar in the entryway, the down staircase to his left, the only public stairway to the main floor of the restaurant. Jacoby took a bar stool, ordered a Buckler's, put his coat on the stool next to him. Then he told the bartender he wanted to use the washroom. He took the dozen carpeted steps down to the small rectangular dining room, 10 occupied tables overlooking the streets through tall corner windows, a blue-tiled fireplace dominating the space. The doctor's table was near the fire, his back to Jacoby, an attractive woman smiling into his face. Red wine glowed in the glasses in front of them. Jacoby walked past the table, bumping the doctor's chair, enjoying the way Garza whipped his head around, his face an outraged scowl. Jacoby apologized as if he meant it. "Hey, I'm sorry. Sorry, excuse me." Then he walked across the floor, used the washroom, and returned upstairs to the bar. He drank his non-alcoholic beer and nursed another, settling the bill after each round. He dropped another $5 on the bar as the dark-haired doctor and his date passed him on their way to the cloakroom. Jacoby slipped out the door just before them and went out into the inclement night. He started up his car, turned on the windshield wipers, and called in his location. The silver Lexus pulled out of the parking lot on Taylor, and Jacoby followed, this time keeping close, confident that the doctor wouldn't make him in this weather. Not with a pretty blonde woman sitting almost on his lap, wrapping her arm around his neck, kissing him behind the ear. The doctor turned onto Pacific for 2 blocks, taking a right onto Leavenworth, then 4 more blocks to Filbert. Jacoby saw Garza nose the Lexus into his driveway and open the automatic garage door, drive his SUV inside. Jacoby drove past the pale yellow house at the end of the block. He made a U-turn, coming back, parking on Garza's side of the street where he could watch the house. His hip was stiffening up, and his bladder was full again. He was thinking of getting out, taking a leak against his rear tire, when the downstairs lights in Garza's house went out. A long 15 minutes later, the upstairs lights winked out as well. Jacoby called Lindsay on his Nextel. Told her he'd been tailing Garza since he left the hospital. Yeah, overtime. Free overtime. He didn't even run a stoplight, Boxer. The man had dinner with a babe about 40, a willowy blonde, held her hand at the table, then she climbed all over him on the drive home. As far as I can tell, Jacoby said, the doctor is guilty of having a girlfriend. Chapter 94. I was fretting and stalking the corridors outside the ICU at Municipal when Jacoby called, saying that Garza was tucked in for the night. I dropped into a blue plastic chair in the hospital waiting room, thinking what an idiot I was for sending my buddy out into the foul night for nothing. Still, I couldn't shake my prickling sense of wrongness about Garza. Images flickered. Keiko's mom, her knees buckling, dropping to the sidewalk, that feisty, funny lady who should still be alive. I thought about brass buttons on her dead eyes and on the eyes of the 31 others who'd been marked that way. Those freaking buttons. Markers. Where was the killer's fun if no one understood what he was doing or why? I remembered the arrogance of the man who'd overseen the care of many of the deceased. The doctor who'd said, "Sometimes a bad wind blows." And I wondered for the 100th time if Dennis Garza was one of those deranged and profligate killers, like Charles Cullen and Swango, that surgeon from Ohio, medical practitioners addicted to the power of snuffing out life. I shifted in my chair, knocked over a half-full coffee container on the floor, watched the lazy brown pool seep around my Nikes. Geez, Lindsay, you expect to catch a killer? Can't even drink coffee, I thought. I sopped up the spill with a piece of newspaper, threw the cup into the trash, thinking, the day is done. Garza was in bed, and if I had any brains, I'd do the same. I was zipping up my jacket when my cell phone rang again. "Lieutenant," a woman's voice whispered. "It's Naughty Wilkins, the nurse from Municipal. You told me to call you," Naughty said. "Another patient has died. There were buttons." A sick feeling washed through me. When did this happen? Just now. What was the patient's name? Anthony Rufio. His body's still in the ICU. I started running toward the stairs, wondering how many patients had died in this hospital, how many had been found with caduceus buttons on their dead eyes. But there was one difference this time. I was in the hospital, and the killer was probably here, too. Chapter 95. I took the stairs to the ICU 2 fast steps at a time. A homicidal maniac might be roaming the hospital, and right now might be my best opportunity to tag him. I badged the senior nurse at her station outside the ICU and stayed in her face as she paged the ICU's attending physician. Dr. Daniel Wassel materialized moments later. He was a thin man in his 30s with a long, narrow nose and sleepy, red-rimmed eyes. I identified myself, told him that I was doing an investigation and needed a list of everyone on the staff who was on the floor when a patient named Anthony Rufio was checked into the ICU after surgery. And I told him I wanted to see Rufio's body right now. The doctor became alarmed, his sleepy eyes widening as he shook off his torpor. "I don't understand, Lieutenant. Why is this patient's death a police matter?" "For now, I'm calling it a suspicious death." "You are so off base. I can't believe it," he said. Dr. Wassel opened the sliding door to the darkened stall, flipped on the light switch. The fluorescent light flickered. My eyes went right to the body. I felt a shiver of apprehension as I peeled the sheet down from the dead man's face. Rufio looked shocked that he'd been wrenched from life. His mouth was open, his skin pale, almost translucent. There was dried blood around his nostrils and the sticky remains of tape in the corner of his mouth where the respirator had been clamped over his face. Pulling the sheet down farther, I saw the shocking, fresh surgical incision, a stitched line from his sternum to his navel. I covered Mr. Rufio with the sheet right up to his hairline. When I turned away, I saw a pair of caduceus buttons winking at me from the console beside the bed. I stood between the buttons and Dr. Wassel. "For now, this room is off-limits to hospital personnel," I said. "Someone from the crime lab will be here shortly, and as soon as they're done, the ME will transport Mr. Rufio to the city morgue. I have to tell someone in authority here. Go straight to the top, Doctor." I took latex gloves and a glassine envelope from my jacket pocket, scooped up the buttons before they could disappear. I phoned CSU, located a pair of night-duty criminalists who said they'd be right over, and I called Jacoby, got him out of bed. While I waited for support to arrive, I mounted my own investigation. It was like gunning a motorboat across the chop in a squall-tossed sea. I flashed my badge repeatedly, questioned harried, irritated doctors, nurses' aides, and orderlies, asking, "Where were you when Anthony Rufio was admitted to municipal? Where were you when he died?" During each interview, I looked for a gesture, a tone of voice, a tell that would light up the board and spell out killer. I detected nothing of the kind. Nothing at all. Chapter 96. Dr. Marie Calhoun was the attending physician in the ER that night. She was in her early 30s with springy brunette curls, ragged cuticles, and an energy level I'd call manic. We stood together behind a bank of nurses at the hub of the ER. Looking past me much of the time, speaking in a clipped, hurried-up manner, Dr. Calhoun tried to explain Anthony Rufio's death. "Mr. Rufio had been on a flight from Geneva by way of New York," she said tersely. "It was a long flight, and his left leg was in a cast. He developed acute shortness of breath on the plane. As soon as it landed, he was rushed to the ER. "You saw him when he came in?" "Yes, we did a lung scan. Turned out he had a big pulmonary embolus. We also did an ultrasound on the broken leg, found another big clot there. We gave him a blood thinner, an anticoagulant called heparin, to break up the clots. Then we put him on a respirator in the ICU. Next thing I hear, he's vomiting blood, excreting blood, and then he goes into shock." "What caused this to happen?" "I didn't know at the time. We rushed him into surgery, found he was bleeding massively from a stomach ulcer. Because of the heparin, his blood was super thin." The doctor shook her head, her curls swinging as she described what happened next, seemingly trying to get her own mind around the patient's death. "Bill Rosen," she said, "a great surgeon, tried like crazy to tie off the ulcer. We gave the patient a bunch of transfusions, but he was exsanguinating and we couldn't keep up with him. He was already in severe respiratory distress, and everything just went all to hell in surgery." "Meaning?" "We lost him on the table. Rosen brought him back, stabilized him. Rufio was in the ICU for about 20 minutes when he died." I was having a horrible sense of déjà vu. Keiko Castellano had received too much of a different blood thinner, streptokinase. It had caused her death. Forgive my ignorance, doctor, but how often does heparin cause super-thin blood? She looked at me, her dark eyes going as hard as onyx. What in God's name are you asking me? Is it possible that Rufio received too much heparin? Anything's possible, but there's a more obvious cause of death, and that's what's going into my report, Calhoun said emphatically. I could almost hear her teeth grinding. The man's blood alcohol level was .26 when he came in. In medical terms, that's blotto. He was definitely tippling on the plane. Maybe drinking is why he broke his leg on the slopes. Sorry, I'm not making the connection. Bleeding ulcers are common in alcoholics. He didn't tell anyone about his ulcer, Calhoun continued. Maybe he was embarrassed that he was a drunk. There's a reason for patient intake forms, and this is it. So you're saying it was death by omission? Exactly. Now, are we finished? Not quite, I said. A young man was brought into the ER on a gurney. I saw blood oozing from a gunshot wound to the leg, and the kid was screaming. I stepped in front of Calhoun before she could brush past me. Was Dr. Garza in the hospital when Rufio was admitted? I really don't remember. I have no idea. Why don't you ask him? I will. Do you know about the buttons an orderly found on Rufio's eyes post-mortem? Buttons? I don't know what you're talking about, Lieutenant. But Anthony Rufio didn't die from buttons. His bleeding ulcer got him. Chapter 97. The next morning, I sat inside my battered Explorer thinking about the long hours I just spent with CSU and Jacoby mulling over Rufio's dead body. Now I watched the light silver rain in my headlight beams as a pale sun rose over the skyline. I pulled out of the parking lot onto Pine, still wondering if Rufio's death had happened as Calhoun had described it, a medical accident, not the hospital's fault. I remembered the despair on Calhoun's face when she said, super thin blood, her expression as well as her words sticking with me. I knew this for sure. No less than 60 hospital employees had been near Rufio as he lay unconscious in the ICU, a respirator doing his breathing for him. Someone could have injected Rufio's IV bag with an overdose of heparin before or after his surgery. Garza could have done it before he left work for the evening. But one piece of the puzzle troubled me. How could Garza have put buttons on the dead man's eyes? Chapter 98. Cindy was at her desk in the city room at the Chronicle, fine-tuning her story, tweaking it again. She was on deadline, but still, she was glad when the phone rang and she saw the name on her caller ID. She picked up the line, thinking, great, maybe we'll grab a quick lunch. Cindy, what the hell? Lindsay barked, almost shouted over the phone. I asked you to please not do a story on Garza, and you agreed. Linz, I had to do it, Cindy said, keeping her voice low so that everyone in the world didn't tune in. My source at Municipal has told me that Garza is being questioned by the board. That's not proof of anything, Cindy. Did you read the story? I wrote, and I quote, suspicion has fallen on ER Chief Dr. Dennis Garza. Suspicion means speculation with foundation. Geez, Lindsay, last week the guy completely melted down in court. He warrants some ink of his own. What if he's guilty of more than malpractice? What if the spotlight you just threw on him drives him underground? What if he packs up and leaves San Francisco? What do you mean, more than malpractice? I don't know what I mean, Lindsay said, her voice stiff with pique. I'm working on it. So am I, Cindy said. Look, you haven't given me anything on this story. It's mine. It's been mine from the beginning, and it's not right for you to come down on me for doing my job. A static gray silence followed. Cindy feeling the seconds mount up, thinking a lot of things she didn't want to say. But it all came down to this. Lindsay was leaning on her because of their friendship, and she was out of line, way out of line. Dozens of reporters are on this story, Lindsay. Whether I break the story or someone else does, Garza's going to get press. Lindsay sighed in Cindy's ear, said, I hoped I'd have more time. Well, you were dreaming. Cool goodbyes followed. Cindy hung up the phone and looked down at her notepad. She read the words she just scribbled. Guilty of more than malpractice. Chapter 99. My all-nighter at Municipal Hospital had left me bone-weary and frustrated beyond belief. I tossed the morning paper into the trash can under my desk, pretty sure that Cindy's next story would be about how people were being murdered at Municipal and how the SFPD was doing nothing about it. The time had come to abandon my off-the-books investigation and make the brass button case official before a very large sinkhole opened under the Hall of Justice. I picked up the phone and called the chief, said, "Tony, I have to see you. It's urgent." The Flower Market Cafe on Brannan and 6th is near the on-ramp to 280 South and a few blocks from the hall. Any other day I would have appreciated the cozy ambience of the eatery, its pretty tiled floor, dark wainscoting, and view of the flower market stalls down the alley. But not today. Tracheo and I took one of the small, round tables and ordered sandwiches. "Start talking, Boxer," he said. I found that I was relieved to tell him every bit of it, about Yuki's mom, the buttoned-up eyes of 33 dead patients, the rumors, the statistics, and the malpractice trial against Municipal Hospital to date. I also told him about Garza's stinking track record at various hospitals around the country, concluding with a report of Jacoby's surveillance and our off-duty interrogations last night after a patient had died. Rufio's body was in the ICU waiting to be moved to the hospital morgue, I said, when someone put brass buttons on his eyes. "Humph," the chief grunted. "Garza left the hospital at 6 p.m. The patient died at just after 8, I told him, but I can't say for sure that Garza wasn't involved." "If Garza wasn't there, how do you figure he had anything to do with it?" "He has access to any place in the hospital. Maybe he overdosed the patient before he quit work for the day, and it took a few hours for the medication to work. Maybe he has an accomplice, or maybe he's not our guy at all," I admitted. "But Christ, Tony, Garza could be a world-class monster." "I think he probably is. At the very least, we've got to play beat the press. The Chronicle put him on page 3 this morning." The chief pushed his plate aside, ordered another round of coffee. "Yuki filed charges?" he asked. "Yes, but Claire's autopsy of Yuki's mom only shows that she was over-medicated. No evidence that she was murdered. I'm expecting pretty much the same report on Rufio." "So, bottom line, you've got a mixed bag of nuts and bolts that don't add up to anything." "It adds up to a real bad feeling, Tony. The worst. And it won't go away." "So what do you want to do?" Thanks to closing the Cargirl murders, my stock had never been higher than it was today. "I want to saturate the hospital with cops," I said. "Borrow some guys from narcotics to go undercover. I'd put a detail on Garza 24/7, and I'd like to plant someone inside the hospital pharmacy." Tracheo drained his coffee cup, no doubt thinking how he was going to stretch our already overextended manpower based on my real bad feeling. "For how long?" "Honestly, I don't know." Tracheo signaled to the waitress for the bill, said to me, "You can have 4 people for a week, then we'll reevaluate. Make sure you keep me up to speed, Lindsay. I want to know everything. No hiding the weenie." I reached over and shook Tracheo's pudgy hand. I wouldn't if I could. Chapter 100. Jacoby was in the passenger seat of the gray car, staring up at the tall yellow house on Filbert, thinking how Dr. Garza had been home for about a half hour, probably settling down with the nightly news, when the garage door suddenly opened and a black Mercedes Roadster backed out, the tires squealing. Rich Conklin sat up straight in the driver's seat. Jacoby called in a code 33 and stated their location. Beside him, Conklin waited a count of 5, then pointed the unmarked police car down the steep grade of Filbert, 10 car lengths behind the Mercedes. "Take it easy," Jacoby cautioned Conklin. "We've got plenty of backup." "What the fuck?" Conklin said. "How do we know Garza's even in that car?" "You want to go back and watch the house?" "Nope. I want to clone myself." Jacoby snorted. "Is the world ready for 2 of you, Conklin?" Then Jacoby grinned, remembering when he was as green as Conklin, when he looked forward to every stakeout, every collar, and as wiped out as he was, Jacoby was getting that feeling now. Conklin took the hard left onto Jones, tapping the brakes at the stop sign on Greenwich, then driving past the Yick-Wo Elementary School. Jacoby called dispatch. Black Mercedes Sports Coupe, Whiskey Delta Foxtrot 390, heading north on Jones, he said as they crossed Lombard and Francisco, blowing through stop signs, braking on Columbus, calling it in again. The radio crackled as another unmarked unit picked up the Mercedes on Columbus, calling out the cross streets, saying, "Looks like he's headed toward the Canneries south." Conklin turned on the grill lights. He hooked a sharp right, then took the car on a straight shot parallel to Columbus. It was a back route to Garza's probable destination, Ghirardelli Square. Jacoby told Conklin to park on Beach Street near the corner of Hyde. He should pass by here any minute. Traffic was sluggish at evening rush hour, and the sidewalks were still clogged with pedestrians browsing the street vendors between the street and the beach. "That's him," Conklin said. Jacoby saw the sharp little roadster pulling up to the curb up ahead, parking, the man getting out all smooth in a cashmere Armani topcoat, dark hair flowing over his collar. Jacoby watched with dismay as Garza walked back toward their car. Damn it. He knocked on the passenger side window. Jacoby buzzed down the window, gave the doctor a bored look. "Hang on, Inspector. I'll be right back," Garza told him. Then he crossed the street over the cable car tracks and entered the beige stucco building with the red neon sign overhead, the Buena Vista. Jacoby could see Garza through the plate glass windows, giving an order to the counterman. "What was that?" Conklin asked, incredulous. "He didn't just make us. He's calling us stupid. This is pretty bad." Jacoby felt a headache coming on. Garza getting over on them hadn't been in the plan. What to say to the kid? "Well, it's a kick in the teeth, Richie," he said, "but it's early in the game." Jacoby stared grimly out the car window as Garza left the cafe, waited for the light, then crossed the street, coming up to the squad car. He knocked on the window again, handed Jacoby 2 coffee containers in a cardboard holder. "It's black and strong," Garza said. "You're in for a long night." "Thank you, very considerate," Jacoby said. "I hope to return the favor sometime soon." Jacoby watched Garza get back into his Mercedes, signal as he pulled back out into traffic. Jacoby called dispatch, saying, "We need a car to pick up a surveillance. Suspects going south on Hyde, obeying all the traffic signals." Jacoby hung the mic back in its cradle. "He'll make a mistake," he said to Conklin with more conviction than he felt. "These smart-ass pricks almost always do." Jacoby opened one of the coffee containers, shook in a packet of sugar, and stirred. He took a cautious sip. Chapter 101. It was 9:15 in the seamless, bright night of the hospital corridors. Garza had left his office many hours before, waving to me as though we were old friends, smirking as he slithered out through the pneumatic doors to the street. He's having fun with this, isn't he? As I haunted the halls between the ER and the ICU, I'd expanded my view. Maybe Garza wasn't a killer. Maybe he just smelled like one. But if it wasn't Garza, who could it be? I'd been stalking this same path for so many days I'd blown my own cover. I sought fresh ground, took the stairs up to the 3rd floor oncology ward. I'd just stepped out of the stairwell when I saw something that made the fine hairs on the back of my neck bristle. A white male, about 30, 5'11", 165 pounds, sandy hair under a blue baseball cap, a gray hoodie, and black cargo pants, was talking to a weathered-looking white nurse in the hallway. The man's posture felt wrong, the furtiveness as he exchanged conspiratorial looks with the nurse, an exchange that jarred me, my instincts saying, "This is wrong." Cappy McNeil is a seasoned homicide pro. He'd worked for years with Jacoby and was now stationed on the floor below. I called him on my Nextel, and a minute later, we converged at the door to room 386, just as the sandy-haired man slipped inside the patient's room. I stiff-armed the swinging door open, calling out sharply, "Stop! Right there." I flashed my badge and, grabbing his arm, spun the suspect around, slammed him against the wall, feeling it shudder. Behind me, Cappy blocked the exit with his 250-pound bulk. "What's your name?" I asked the young man. "Alan Fierstein. What is this?" "Keep your hands on the wall, Mr. Fierstein. Do you have anything in your pockets I should know about? Drugs? A needle? A weapon?" "I've got a toothbrush," he hollered. "I've got car keys. I've got a box of good and plenty." I patted him down, all 10 pockets. "I'm removing your wallet," I said. "Honey?" Fierstein half turned his face, sending a pleading look toward the wan woman in the bed. "Are you awake?" Swags of tubes and electric leads ran from her arms up an IV pole over to a cardiac monitor. "He's my husband," the woman said in a drugged, barely audible voice. "Alan's my husband." I examined Fierstein's license, my stomach shrinking, my heart sinking. This guy wasn't armed, had no buttons on his person. Shit, he even had the sticker for organ donation on his license. "What are you doing here?" I asked weakly. "I'm spending the night," he said. "Carol has lymphoma, end stage." I swallowed hard. "I'm so very sorry," I said to Fierstein. "What just happened was an awful mistake, and I can't apologize enough." The guy nodded, letting me off the hook, for which I was grateful. I told his wife, "You take good care, okay?" Then Cappy and I walked out into the hallway. "Man," I said, "I feel terrible, Cappy. It sure looked like some kind of deal was going down. The guy was sneaking in to sleep on the floor. How could I have been so dumb?" "It happens, boss," he said, shrugging. "Back to square one." Cappy returned to his post, and I returned to the waiting room outside the ER. I was disappointed and embarrassed, but worse, I'd never had such a feeling of grabbing at smoke. Carl Whiteley, the hospital's silky CEO, had stated repeatedly that the mortality rate at Municipal was within range for similar hospitals, and that the caduceus buttons were a joke. I'd gotten Tracheo to go along with me based on little more than my instincts. Risky for him, risky for me. The vending machines in the corner of the ER waiting room hummed, ready to dispense cheerful, colored boxes of goodies in this bleak, soul-sucking place. I dropped $1 in quarters into the slot, stabbed a couple of buttons, and watched the orange packet of Reese's Pieces clunk down the chute. I was here for the night. I wanted to believe that we were going to unmask a depraved killer and save lives. But there was an awful possibility that all I was doing was making an ass of myself. Jesus, that poor guy and his wife. What a disaster. Part 6. The Verdict. Chapter 102. Of all the damn days to be late. Cindy grappled with her oversized handbag, shifted her computer bag to her left shoulder as she walked quickly up McAllister toward the Civic Center courthouse, thinking how she hadn't missed a day of court since the trial started 4 weeks ago. Now the grueling testimonies and scalding cross-examinations were over. Today, O'Mara and Kramer would make their closing arguments whether or not she was on the courthouse steps when the doors opened. God, if she lost her seat to another reporter, it was a possibility too grim to consider. Cindy sprinted across McAllister against the light, crossing to the courthouse, a pale stone block of a building cut on the diagonal facing the intersection of McAllister and Polk. Looking up, she was relieved to see the courthouse doors were still closed. And she saw Yuki standing at the edge of the crowd at the top of the steps, gripping the handle of her briefcase with both hands. Her eyes were fixed on the middle distance, seeming to see nothing. Cindy had an anxious thought about Yuki, her weight loss, her fragility, also the simple fact that she hadn't gone to work since her mother died. The trial was consuming her, and it showed big time. Cindy threaded her way through the mob standing on the courthouse steps. She called out to Yuki as she climbed. Yuki saw her at last, saying, "What happened? I was so worried about you." "Breakdown on BART," Cindy told her. "I was stuck between stations for half an hour. I almost went crazy." The security guards opened the heavy steel doors, and Cindy and Yuki were swept along with the buzzing crowd pouring into the courthouse. A packed elevator took them to the 4th floor, where they got separated on their way to courtroom 4A. Cindy went directly to the last bench in the room, the one against the back wall reserved for the press. She scanned the courtroom as it filled, then booted up her laptop. She began to type. "Maureen O'Mara wore a tomato-red Oscar de la Renta suit," Cindy wrote. "This is her game suit, her fighting color, how she wants the jury to remember her summation." Chapter 103. Judge Carter Bevins shook his wristwatch, then turned his bespectacled eyes on Maureen O'Mara. He asked her if she was ready to proceed. "Yes, Your Honor," O'Mara said, standing, taking her position behind the small oak lectern. She put her notes in front of her, but she wouldn't need them. She'd rehearsed with her partners again last night, memorized her key points, knew the tone and text of her summation inside out. She'd put everything she had into this case, and her entire future would spring from the results of this trial. She'd done great so far, and she knew it. Now she had to cinch it. She took a deep breath, smiled at the jury, and began. "Ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago, San Francisco Municipal Hospital was privatized. It was sold to a for-profit corporation. Since then," O'Mara said, "the number of fatalities due to pharmaceutical errors has tripled at the hospital. Why? I submit that it's because of errors caused by incompetence and overwork. In the last 3 years, nearly 3/4 of the staff have been replaced with less experienced people who work longer hours for less pay. The hospital makes a profit," O'Mara said, "but at an unacceptably high cost. You've heard testimony about the 20 people who died painful, senseless deaths because they came to Municipal Hospital. It's sickening and it's outrageous. And the management of Municipal Hospital is fully to blame because they really don't give a damn about their patients. They care about the bottom line." O'Mara paced in front of the jury box, put her hands on the railing, her eyes connecting with the jurors as she spoke only to them. "We heard from Dr. Garza last week," O'Mara went on. "Dr. Garza has been head of Municipal's emergency services for the past 3 years, and he doesn't deny that during that time, the fatality rate of patients admitted through the ER has gone through the roof. And Dr. Garza told us why that happened. He said, 'Sometimes a bad wind blows.' Ladies and gentlemen, there's no such thing as a bad wind in a hospital. But there is bad medicine. The legal term is operating below the standard of practice. That's what malpractice is. When I asked Dr. Garza if he had anything to do with those patients' deaths, he said, 'I take the fifth.' Imagine, he declined to answer because he didn't want to incriminate himself. Wasn't that an answer in itself? Of course it was." No one coughed or seemed even to breathe. O'Mara pushed on, looking at each of the jurors in turn. "This isn't a criminal case. No one's going after Dr. Garza for a crime, even though he made this bizarre self-incrimination. But we are asking you to hold Municipal Hospital responsible for this bad wind. We are asking you to punish Municipal for putting profit over the well-being of its patients. And we are asking you to award my clients $50 million, a sum that will hurt the hospital, even though it can't begin to make up for the loss of those 20 precious lives. Ladies and gentlemen, this hospital must be stopped from practicing Russian roulette medicine, and you can stop them. Ask yourselves, if someone you loved was ill or injured, would you want them to go to Municipal Hospital? Would you want to go there yourself? Would you even consider it after what you've heard? Please carry that thought with you into the jury room and find in favor of my clients and those who they have lost at Municipal. Award them the maximum amount of damages. On their behalf, I thank you. Chapter 104. Yuki waited in the long line outside the ladies' room, her arms folded, chin tucked down. She was thinking how powerfully she'd felt Omara's closing, and she was asking herself again why she hadn't dragged her mother out of Municipal before Garza, that bastard, killed her. The line moved so slowly that by the time Yuki entered the washroom, there were only moments left before court was due to resume. Quickly, she turned on the cold water faucet, splashed water on her face. Then she reached blindly for the paper towels. She patted her face dry and opened her eyes to see Maureen O'Mara in front of the mirror touching up her makeup. Yuki was happily surprised to see O'Mara. She congratulated her on her closing argument and introduced herself, saying, "I'm with Duffy and Rogers, but I'm here because my mom died recently at Municipal." "I'm sorry to hear that," O'Mara said, nodding. Then she cut her eyes back to the mirror. Yuki recoiled at the rebuff. A half-second later, she realized that O'Mara was probably absorbed, bracing for Kramer's closing, worrying about the jury. Yuki wadded up her paper towel and tossed it into the trash container, taking another look at O'Mara, both in the round and in her reflected image in the glass. Maureen O'Mara's suit was splendid. Her teeth were bleached, and her glorious hair had that seamless glow usually only seen in shampoo commercials. The woman takes care of herself, Yuki thought, and that observation irritated her for some reason. She had a thought about how she hadn't had her own haircut in months, and had been alternating every other day between one of two dark blue business suits. It was just easier to dress automatically. Since her mother died, how she looked just didn't seem to matter. Beside her, O'Mara blotted her lipstick, flicked a stray hair from her collar, and without another look at Yuki, left the bathroom. A broad woman in a pin-striped suit asked Yuki if she minded. She had to reach across her to use the soap. "Sure, no problem." Yuki stepped back from the sink, thinking, so what if Maureen O'Mara was a somewhat pampered bitch? She still wanted her to win. She wanted her to win big. Chapter 105. Lawrence Kramer straightened his papers as the judge took the bench and the bailiff called the court to order. He felt strong, and he was eager to begin, glad that he'd gone for his 5-mile run that morning, using that oasis of uninterrupted time to review his closing one more time. He was ready. If it hadn't been for that ass, Garza, he would have no doubt about how the verdict would go. That jerk-off was going to lose his job over this, but it would be small consolation if they lost. Kramer stood as the judge called his name. He buttoned his midnight blue suit jacket and greeted the jury warmly, as if he'd known them for years. "There's a big difference between human error and malpractice," Kramer said, setting the tone for his closing. "Think about what it's like inside an emergency room. People coming in off the street, the sick and wounded, victims of falls, car accidents, people who are traumatized and sometimes can't even speak. Think about the speed in which life-saving decisions must be made, even though the doctors don't know the patients, don't have their medical history in hand, and don't have time to do exhaustive tests. When a doctor has to move quickly to save a life, he often has to make a judgment call. This is what I mean. A 65-year-old woman, like your mother or mine, comes into the ER with a transient ischemic attack. It's a small stroke and an arrhythmic heartbeat at the same time, and if not treated, she could die. One doctor decides to treat the condition with a blood thinner to break up the blood clot. Another doctor might decide that what's best for that patient is to put in a pacemaker right away. That's a judgment call, and either way, the decision that doctor makes carries risk. The patient could die in surgery, or the patient could die from medication. Kramer, I'm talking to you, you son of a bitch, you scum, trivializing my son's death. A man a few rows back from the defense table was on his feet, yelling at the top of his voice. It was Stephen Friedlander, father of the boy who died from an insulin shot meant for his discharged roommate. Friedlander's face was gray and mottled, his muscles rigid as he stabbed his finger repeatedly at Kramer. "Fuck you," he said to Kramer. Then he spun toward the defense table, jabbed his finger at each of the 3 attorneys on Kramer's team, 2 young men and a woman, their faces blank with shock. "Fuck you, and fuck you!" The judge shouted to the bailiff. "Hold him! That man's in contempt," even as Kramer appealed to the judge. "Your Honor, she's using shock tactics. Plaintiff's counsel orchestrated this stunt." O'Mara shot back. "This is my doing? Are you crazy?" "Both of you, in my chambers," Bevins growled. Kramer heard a woman scream. He turned in time to see Friedlander's face contort, the blood leave his face. The man was obviously in trouble, gasping in short, hard breaths, reaching out his arms. He clutched at the screaming woman beside him before falling across her lap, then spilling out onto the hard stone floor. "Call the paramedics," Bevins yelled to a security guard. "Court is adjourned until 2 p.m. Bailiff, escort the jurors to the jury room." Pandemonium ensued. Kramer saw a man in glasses, a reporter for the Chicago Tribune, charge the fire exit, stiff-arming the lock release bar on the door. The high-decibel alarm on the door screamed as the EMS team clattered up the stairs and entered the courtroom. Chapter 106. Cindy felt jumpy and distracted as court resumed, the whole terrifying Friedlander scene repeating through her mind on a short loop. The cursing and screaming, the poor man collapsing, the shrill shriek of the alarm as her new friend, Whit Ewing of the Chicago Tribune, had crashed through the emergency exit. The judge banged his gavel, and the rustle of whispers across the public gallery quieted. "For the record," Bevins said, "I've questioned each member of the jury individually, and I'm satisfied that their judgment of this case won't be affected by the incident this morning." He looked over to the defense table. "Mr. Kramer, are you ready to continue?" "I am, Your Honor." Kramer walked to the lectern, his genial smile looking forced. Cindy leaned forward in her seat, put her hand on Yuki's thin shoulder. She whispered, "Here we go." "Ladies and gentlemen," Kramer said, "I have a note here that Mr. Friedlander has been treated and is expected to recover fully from his heart attack. My clients and I feel very badly for him. The man lost his son, and he's in a lot of pain right now. But as badly as we all feel, your charge as jurors is to decide this case based on the facts, not on emotions. I said earlier that it's important to distinguish between mistakes and medical malpractice. It's a mistake when a nurse mixes up medicine on a tray, or a doctor gets distracted by another emergency and forgets to mark up a chart so the patient gets medicated again. Those are mistakes. Malpractice is gross negligence. For instance, and for your information, these are all real cases that I'm mentioning. A doctor leaves a patient on the operating table while he runs out to make a bank deposit. Or a surgical towel is left inside a patient's body. A doctor treats a patient while drunk or on drugs, or withholds treatment because of a bias against a patient or a class of patients. Or knowingly recommends treatment the patient doesn't need. That's gross negligence. That's malpractice. Kramer pushed off from the lectern and approached the jury, pacing before the railing as he spoke to them. It's terrible what happened to the people cited in this action. I don't have to tell you that. You know it already. But in every one of the situations you've heard about in this courtroom, doctors and nurses, and even the patients themselves, made the kind of errors that happen in hospitals all across this country every day. Human errors. Honest mistakes. As much as we'd like to believe that doctors are infallible, that's an unreasonable expectation. Doctors and nurses are human beings who want to help other people and try their damnedest to do it. Last year, 150,000 patients came through municipal hospitals' doors with injuries and illnesses, and they received excellent medical care, as good as they would get at any hospital in this city. I'm asking you to strip away my opponent's inflammatory rhetoric and focus on the difference between mistakes and malpractice, and find in favor of municipal hospital. The city of San Francisco, our city, needs this hospital. Chapter 107. Yuki stood with Cindy in the corridor, outside of courtroom 4A, their backs against the cold marble wall as the courtroom emptied. Cindy was excited, the reporter in her pumped up, asking, "So, what do you think?" A group of lawyers for the defense and hospital execs passed by, talking about the trial. An old fox in gray tweed was saying, "Thank God for Kramer. Great recovery on his part. That guy's a superstar." Almost on their heels, O'Mara and her retinue proudly strode down the hallway. O'Mara's face was impassive as she reached the elevator, the door opening as if it had been expecting her. "Yuki," Cindy asked again, "your professional opinion. How do you think the jury's going to decide?" Yuki heard the anxiety in Cindy's voice, saw her tracking the lawyers with her eyes, and knew that Cindy wanted to get into the action on the courthouse steps. "Both sides did extremely well. Made a hell of a case," Yuki said. "You know, there's no reasonable doubt in a civil case. They're usually decided on a preponderance of evidence, so each juror will have their own definition of You can't even guess? It's a coin toss, Cindy. The jury could even hang." Cindy thanked her, said she'd catch up with her later, then made for the stairs, running. Yuki waited for the next elevator, got in, and watched the numbers light from 4 to 1. Then she exited into the lobby, past the circular security desk, and stepped out into the brisk October air. There were 2 thick scrums of reporters outside the courthouse, one pack around Larry Kramer, the other around Maureen O'Mara, shoving microphones in their faces, feeding picture and sound to satellite vans parked on McAllister. No matter what the outcome, both Kramer and O'Mara were getting a huge media boost that money couldn't buy. As she walked past them, Yuki thought back a couple of months to the last trial she'd litigated, how good she'd been, how she'd stood on those courthouse steps mobbed by the press. How much she'd liked that, but how much she'd changed in the last couple of weeks. Yuki's car was parked at a meter 3 blocks from the courthouse. She removed the parking ticket from her windshield, put it inside her handbag, located her keys, and got behind the wheel. She switched on the ignition, then just sat there for a while, looking out at the traffic, at the purposeful pedestrians on the sidewalk pacing past her, lost in their daily routines. It was a world that had nothing to do with her anymore. She had no place to go. A great torrent of sadness welled up inside her. It was so sudden she couldn't even name it. She crossed her arms over the steering wheel, put her head down, and began to sob. Chapter 108. Claire and I were at Susie's at dinner hour, the smell of barbecued pork and fried plantains making my mouth water and my stomach grumble. As we waited for the others, Claire was telling me about a recent case that had torn her up. She'd been working on it since the small, dark hours of the morning. A 19-year-old girl, apparent suicide, was hung by an extension cord wrapped around the bathroom door. Wrapped around the door? Yeah, one end was tied to the knob, then the cord was slid under the door, up over the top, then knotted around her neck. Jeez, she really did that? It's really a puzzle, Claire said, pouring us each a glass of beer from the frosted pitcher. Her 28-year-old dirtbag boyfriend with a history of domestic violence was the only witness, of course. He called it into 911 as a suicide after a dispute they had. Said he cut her down, gave her CPR. Oh, and that she's pregnant. Oh, no. Yeah. So the fire department responds first, and now it's about keeping her body alive to save the baby, so they try to resuscitate her. Then the EMTs take over, and they try to resuscitate her. And then the ER folks at the hospital pound away at her and do a stat C-section. So by the time she comes to me, she's been through the mill 4 times, cut up, bruised everywhere, back and neck injuries, and I don't know what the hell happened to the poor girl. So I'm asking myself, did the boyfriend tune her up, kill her, and then hang her to cover up the homicide? Or was it a suicide, and the trauma is all from the attempts at resuscitation? What about the baby? The fetus? Yeah, he was too little. only 26 weeks old. Lived for a couple of minutes at the hospital. Loretta dropped off the menus and the chips. She told Claire she looked fabulous in royal blue and that I looked as though I needed a vacation. I thanked her kindly, told her we were going to wait for Cindy and Yuki before ordering, and asked her to bring some bread. Then I turned back to Claire. Claire sighed, saying, "Double homicide or suicide? It's too soon to tell. I've got to backtrack, interview all the first responders, ask what they actually saw." Claire stopped, and I turned to see Cindy come through the front door. Her kitten-gray sweater set off her pink cheeks and her tousled blonde hair, but I could read the worry lines in her forehead. She was wondering if she and I were okay, or if we had a fight to settle. I got up and walked toward her and gave her a big, fat hug. "I'm sorry, Cindy," I said. "You were right to do that story on Garza. You were doing your job, and I was off the wall." Chapter 109. A little later at our table, Cindy's face looked electric, charged up, excited, and maybe a little scared. She was giving us a detailed update of the malpractice trial when Yuki arrived at Susie's, very late, and looking like hell, even worse than me. She slid into the booth beside Cindy, who squeezed her hand protectively. "You got here just in time," Cindy said. "In time for what?" "I'm about to drop a bomb." As radiant as Cindy looked, that's how totally drained Yuki looked in comparison. Her hair was dull, her eyes were shadowed, and there was a button missing from the front of her pale silk blouse. As Cindy set up her tape recorder on the table, I mouthed to Yuki, "Are you okay?" "Never better," she said with a thin smile. "So you've got your bomb in that little thing?" Claire asked Cindy. Cindy grinned. "I can't reveal her name," she said, queuing up the tape, "but she's a nurse who works at Municipal. Wait till you hear this." A bad feeling was coming over me. I hoped to God that I was wrong. The tape rolled, and a woman's staticky voice came from the small machine. Noddy Wilkins had dropped another dime, this time to the Chronicle. "I've seen them myself," Cindy's source said. "Like in the black of night, you go into the room and the patient is dead, and there are these buttons on their eyes." "Let me make sure I've got this right," I heard Cindy say, her tinny voice incredulous. "When patients die, buttons are put on their eyes?" No, not every patient, just a few of them. I've seen it 3 times, and other people have seen them too." "I have a million questions, but let's start with the basics. What do they look like?" "They're metallic buttons, like coins, embossed with a caduceus, and nobody's ever caught anyone in the act." "How many patients have been found with these buttons on their eyes?" "I don't know, but a bunch." "Do you see a pattern? Does anybody you've spoken to, like a certain age, or ethnic group, or illness?" "I've just seen the 3, and they were all different. Listen, I have to go now." "One more question, please. Have you told anyone about this?" "My supervisor, he says there's someone's sick idea of a joke. But you tell me, it's scary, right?" Noddy's voice became muffled, as if she were covering the receiver with her hand. She spoke to someone. Her voice was terse when she got back on the line. "I gotta go. I'm working and we're busy. Understaffed. Call me again if anything." Cindy shut off the tape recorder and looked into our shocked faces. Then she focused on me. "Lindsay, tell me, please, is the hospital covering up multiple homicides?" I closed my mouth and pushed back from the table. My mind was spinning. I'd just apologized to Cindy for asking her not to write a story that she had every right to report. How could I ask her again? "Lindsay, you knew," Yuki said, picking up something in my expression that I didn't know was there. "You already knew about those buttons, didn't you? You knew." I can't talk about it." "Lindsay," Cindy pressed, incredulous, "you knew about the buttons? Tell me what it means." "I'll tell you," Yuki said forcefully. "Someone is marking those patients, maybe even killing them. It's arrogant, it's psychopathic. And who does that sound like, Lindsay?" I threw a long sigh, looked around for Loretta, and ordered another pitcher. Suddenly, Yuki reached across the table and clasped my forearm. "Please," she said, "don't let Garza get away with murder." I looked into Yuki's dark, sad eyes. She'd saved my butt when I needed her last year, and besides, I loved her dearly. "We're on it," I told my friend. "If Garza is guilty of anything at all, I promise we'll get him." Chapter 110. The pink post-it note Brenda had stuck to my phone read, "Chief T wants to see you pronto." She'd filled in the O's in pronto with frowny faces. What now? I took the stairs up 2 flights, made my way through the maze of cubicles to Trachio's wood-paneled corner office, which overlooked all the sleazy bail bondsmen's storefronts down on Bryant Street. As soon as I stepped inside, Trachio hung up the phone. He wagged a piece of paper in my face. "This is a complaint, Lieutenant Boxer. Dr. Dennis Garza is accusing you of harassment. Says he's going to sue the SFPD for a shitload of money. Any reaction?" "Well, let him. He's full of it." "Don't give me that, Lindsay. What's he talking about?" As a point of law, harassment means words or actions directed at a specific person that annoy them or cause a lot of emotional distress for no legitimate purpose. I had legitimate purpose to the nth degree. Furthermore, I was running on 4 hours of sleep and a bowl of Special K. My self-control broke its leash. "We're squeezing him and he's squirming, Chief," I shouted. "The balls on him to threaten us. The guy's a psycho. You gotta back me up and let me follow my instincts." "How many millions have you got in the bank, Lieutenant? You want to take us down that road again?" I shut up, stared into Trachio's small brown eyes, trying to reel myself in. "Have you got anything on him?" Trachio asked. "Help me out here." "Not a hair. Not a crumb." "I'm calling the guy," he said. "I'll try to settle him down. What's he going to say to me?" "Jacoby and I staked out his house most of the night. We followed him to work this morning." Trachio just shook his head. I walked to the doorway and was almost out of there when I turned around to tell him, "By the way, the Chronicle has a lead on those buttons I told you about." "Oh, Christ." "The reporter is vetting the story now, but you can bet that this bomb is about to blow up. Pronto." Trachio picked up the phone. "You're calling Garza?" "I'm calling the mayor of La Jolla. See if that job he offered me is still open." Trachio snarled. "Get out of here." "Fine," I thought. "Yes, sir. I'm gone." As I walked away, I heard Trachio asking his secretary to get Dr. Garza on the line. Chapter 111. Yuki was under her bed covers when the phone rang next to her ear. It was Cindy calling, shouting into the receiver. "The jury's coming back with their decision. Are you sleeping, Yuki? It's almost 11:15. "I'm awake. I'm awake." "Well, get your skinny butt down to the courthouse. Hurry up." 20 minutes later, Yuki entered courtroom 4A, aware of the eyes on her as she inched past bony knees and briefcases to the one empty spot. Yuki crossed her arms and her legs, making herself into a tight little package. She stared straight ahead as Judge Bevins said, "I want to caution everyone. I don't want any ruckus in the courtroom when the verdict is read, or I'll have the offenders arrested. Anyone who might not be able to restrain their emotions, here's your chance to leave now." "All right, then. Will the jury foreman please hand the verdict form to the bailiff?" The bailiff was a stocky man in his 50s, with big black-rimmed glasses and a sun-lined face, wearing a golfer's jacket and a pressed white shirt, the cuffs of his tan dockers touching the tops of his buff suede shoes. Yuki thought that he looked to be a man of conservative values, the kind of person who might despise disorder and mistakes. At least, she hoped that was the case. Judge Bevins looked at the sheets of paper for a long moment, then turned to the foreman, asking, "Is the jury's decision unanimous?" "It is, Your Honor." "In the case of Jessica Falk against San Francisco Municipal, do you find that the hospital acted negligently?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Have you found that the plaintiff has been damaged?" "Yes, we have." "In what amount has the plaintiff been damaged?" the judge asked. $250,000, Your Honor." "Were the defendant's actions in this case so egregious that an award of punitive damages is warranted?" "Yes, Your Honor." "And what is the amount of punitive damages?" $5 million, Your Honor." A collective gasp was heard throughout the courtroom. The judge banged his gavel and glared until the room was silent again. Then he continued reading the next 19 plaintiffs' names individually, asking the jury foreman the same 5 questions and receiving the same 5 answers each time. Every one of the plaintiffs was awarded $250,000 in damages and another $5 million in punitive damages. Yuki felt lightheaded, almost nauseous. The hospital was grossly negligent. Negligent on all counts. Despite the judge's warning, the room erupted in shrieks and cheers from the plaintiff's side across the aisle. Sharp cracks of Bevan's gavel rang out repeatedly, and still O'Mara's clients swarmed out of their seats, formed a raucous ring around her, shaking her hand, hugging and kissing her, many of them simply breaking down and weeping. Yuki felt the same explosive jubilation. As the judge thanked and dismissed the jury, Yuki heard Cindy calling her name. Cindy was grinning, beckoning to her from just inside the courtroom door. "I'm supposed to be neutral," Cindy said to Yuki as they walked together right into the milling throng in the hallway. "But this is a great verdict. O'Mara is over the moon. What's her share of the award? 18 million? Oh, Yuki!" Yuki tried to cover her swelling emotions by coughing, but her eyes swam with tears. Then her small chest was heaving, and she was having a full-scale public meltdown. "I'm not like this," she said as she wept. "This isn't me." Chapter 112. Jamie Sweet was crying his little eyes out, and his undulating sobs were wrenching the hearts of his parents, Melissa and Martin Sweet. They hovered over their small child's bed, doting on Jamie for the few remaining minutes before visiting hours were over for the night. "I don't want to stay here, please, please, no," 5-year-old Jamie wailed. His chin was scraped, his front tooth was chipped, and his lower lip was split and swollen. And then there was the fractured arm. "Why can't I go home? I want to go home. I have to." Baby boy," Melissa said, sweeping him up from his pillow, hugging him to her chest. "Jamie," his father said, "the doctors want to keep you here overnight so they can give you medicine for the pain. Tomorrow morning we'll be here first thing to pick you up. First thing, we promise. Look what Mommy and I got for you." Melissa swept the tears from her face with the sides of her hands and held up a colorful shopping bag. She jounced it up and down. Something heavy was inside. "Want to see?" Jamie's sobs receded as his mom unwrapped the gift from the creases of tissue paper, revealing a stuffed toy monkey wearing polka-dotted pants and a striped shirt. "His name is Hooter," said Melissa. "Hooter?" "He's a Hooter monkey. Just press on his tummy," Melissa told Jamie. The boy's curiosity immediately took over. He stretched out his left hand, the gleaming plastic cast on his right arm looking even bigger and more monstrous by comparison. He took the toy monkey, pressed on its belly. "Hoo-hoo-hoo," Hooter said in a goofy voice. "Have you hugged your monkey today?" The little boy smiled, his eyes and mouth starting to droop as the painkiller took hold. A nurse appeared in the doorway. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice honeyed with a West Indian lilt. "All the visitors must be leaving now." "No!" Jamie cried. "They can't leave." "Jamie, please, everything's going to be okay. Just get a good night's sleep. There's the big boy I know," his father said. "You're the best boy in the whole world." Martin thought his chest was going to blow apart. That's how excruciating it was to leave his son alone, his precious, precious Jamie. He could shoot himself now for taking the training wheels off the bike. The kid hadn't been ready, but he'd wanted to see Jamie get the thrill of that first ride as a big boy. He could still see Jamie's face now, looking over his shoulder to see if Dad was there, hitting the mailbox hard, going down, breaking his arm. It had been selfish on his part, and stupid. "It's just for tonight, baby," his mom told him again, leaning over and kissing her baby's damp cheek. "I know 20 kinds of monkey business," Hooter called out. Jamie laughed through his tears, hugging his new toy tightly against his face. His father leaned over and kissed his son. "You're a real good boy," he said. "Hoo-hoo! Monkey see, monkey do," said Hooter. But Jamie's smile died on his face as his parents stepped softly away, calling out, "Good night, Jamie. See you soon," lingering in the doorway, waggling their fingers goodbye. Chapter 113. Passed, the only sounds being the whizzing of traffic in the street below and Jamie Sweet's soft breathing. The nightwalker used 2 fingers to press open the child's eyelids. His pupils were already reduced to pinpoints, the boy's breath shallow and erratic, night sweats flushing his cheeks, making his damp curls into tight ringlets against his scalp. As if he'd heard the intruder's thoughts, the boy thrashed, arching his back, crying out wordlessly. Then his head tipped back and he exhaled, a little sputter coming from his throat. He didn't inhale again. The killer touched Jamie's carotid artery, felt for a pulse, then reached into a pocket for the metal buttons. Placed one on each of the child's eyes, whispering, "Good night, sweet prince. Good night." Chapter 114. Brenda paged me on the intercom. "Lieutenant, pick up line 3. The caller says it's urgent and you know her, but she won't identify herself." I stabbed the button on the phone and said my name. I recognized Noddy's voice, even though it was cracking and she was snuffling through her tears. "Lieutenant, he was such a young boy," Noddy Wilkins said. "He only had a broken bone and he died. He really shouldn't have died. I heard about it in the coffee room. There were caduceus buttons on his eyes." I called Tracheo, got him on the line, told him what I needed and what I was going to do. Then I swallowed the load of obligatory cover-your-ass crap he dished out. Was I sure I knew what I was doing? Did I understand the dire consequences if I got this wrong? I said, yes, sir, I understand." And I did. A blind sweep could churn up nothing more than panic. No evidence of wrongdoing, no suspects, no leads of any kind. The outraged calls would come in after that, complaints about my lack of judgment, my bad leadership instincts, and most of all, the SFPD's inability to protect the people we serve. But there wasn't time enough to come up with a better plan. Another person had died. This time, it was a 5-year-old kid. Tracheo finally gave me a green light, and I called the squad together. They gathered like a flock of large birds around the squad room. Jacoby and Conklin, Chi and Rodriguez, Lemke, Samuels, McNeil, all the other good cops I'd worked with for years and depended on now. I willed the anxiety out of my voice, but I felt it deep in my gut. I told them that a child had died at Municipal Hospital under suspicious circumstances, that we had to preserve the evidence while there was still time and find the cruelest kind of killer without much to go on. I could see the concern in their faces, and still they had faith in me. I asked, "Any questions?" "No, ma'am. We're on it, Lieutenant." The squad gave me the courage of my desperate convictions. Chapter 115. Within 45 minutes of my call to Tracheo, I had warrants in hand and a caravan of inspectors and cops, some on loan from robbery, anti-crime, and narcotics, behind me with lights flashing and sirens screaming. We were all heading north in a broken line to Municipal Hospital. We left the cars on Pine, and once inside the hospital we dispersed according to plan. Jacoby and I took an elevator to the executive floor. I badged Carl Whiteley's secretary, then we pushed past her, Jacoby in the lead, throwing open the doors to a wood-paneled conference room where a board meeting was in progress. Whiteley was at the head of the table, looking as though he were trapped inside a very bad dream. His skin was sallow and gray. He was roughly shaven and glassy-eyed. The other suits at the table had the same stark look of post-traumatic shock on their faces. "There's been a report of a suspicious death on the orthopedic floor. These warrants authorize us to search the hospital," I said, slapping the paperwork down on the large blonde table. "For God's sake," said Whiteley, half standing, knocking over his china coffee cup. He sponged up the spill with his pocket square. "Whatever you want, all right, Lieutenant? It's not my problem anymore." "If that's the case, who's in charge here?" I asked. Whiteley looked up. "Apparently, it's you." Chapter 116. Jacoby and I took a noisy, very rickety service elevator down to the basement, which turned out to be a labyrinth of unadorned concrete walls filling the city block under the hospital. We followed the signs to the morgue, drifting behind an orderly who was wheeling a gurney in that direction, the wheels rattling and grinding ahead of us. We stood back as the orderly and gurney preceded us into the chilly room. A stringy, middle-aged man, with a basketball-sized pot-belly under his scrubs, looked up when we entered the room. He put his clipboard down on a nearby corpse and walked toward us. We exchanged introductions. Dr. Raymond Paul was the chief pathologist, and he'd been expecting us. James Sweet's room had already been cleaned out, and we had him down here by the time we got your call, he told me. My sigh bloomed out in front of me, a frosty plume of disappointment. I had hoped against hope that the crime scene, if that's what it was, hadn't been destroyed. We trailed Dr. Paul to the cooler, where he checked a list, then opened a stainless steel drawer. The slab slid out with a smooth, rolling whir. I drew back the sheet and saw for myself what Noddy Wilkins had described on the phone. The boy's naked body was so small and vulnerable, the cast on his arm made him seem even more pitiful in death. What had killed the boy? How could a broken arm turn into this? Jacoby asked the pathologist, "What the hell happened here?" According to his chart, he had a simple fracture of his right humerus and a hairline fracture of the ulna, same arm, said Dr. Paul. Apparently, he fell from his bike. "And what else, doctor?" said Jacoby. "Last I heard, a broken arm isn't fatal. Or maybe it is at this hospital." "I was told to keep my hands off this kid," the doctor told us. "So, I can't even guess." "That's fine, Dr. Paul," I said. "The ME is on the way. This little boy is going to the medical examiner's office." Chapter 117. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, roughly 9 hours after Jamie Sweet had died with the side rails up on his hospital bed, presumably surrounded by people who were supposed to take excellent care of him and make him well. I left a thoroughly exasperated Jacoby on the second floor with Charlie Clapper and his team. They were processing what was left of the scene, recovering the bed linens and the child's gown from the laundry, dusting for prints, bagging the trash and the pair of caduceus buttons that had been left inside an empty water glass when the boy's body was removed from the room. I passed my detectives as I walked the corridors, saw that they were interviewing the doctors and nurses in the orthopedic wing, getting a timeline. Who saw the boy alive and when? What medication had he received? Who had been on duty that night? Who had found him dead? I met with Jamie Sweet's parents in the cramped second-floor waiting room. They were a young couple in their early 30s, huddled together in the corner of the room, caught between anger and shock, wanting to believe anything but what I was telling them. "This is fucked up," Martin Sweet shouted at me, his face bloated with grief. "Jamie had a broken arm. A broken arm. I want to kill someone, Lieutenant." "I understand," I said. "Do you? I'm holding you responsible for finding out who did this to my son." Beside him, the child's mother rocked and moaned. Bright red streaks ran from her cheeks to her throat, where she seemed to have raked her skin with her fingernails. "I want to die," she cried into her husband's chest. "Please, God, let me die." "The chief medical examiner is going to examine Jamie," I said gently, tears suddenly filling my own eyes. "I'll call you as soon as I know what happened to him. I'm so very sorry for your loss." Chapter 118. Sometimes a bad wind blows. A security guard accompanied me to Dr. Dennis Garza's office on the ground floor, just around the corner from the ER. An aggressively thin woman with penciled-on eyebrows and long fuchsia talons stood outside Garza's office, calmly using the fax machine at her desk. Trying like hell to control my breathing and my nerves, I showed her my badge and asked to see the doctor. "Dr. Garza was here earlier, but he's gone out for a while," she said, dropping her eyes to the gun inside my shoulder holster. "He's probably at home. Should I call him?" I handed her papers. "I have a warrant to search his office. I need his keys." The woman gave me a sidelong look as she unlocked Garza's office and snapped on the flickering overhead light. She walked to a credenza against the back wall, opened an antique-looking silver cigarette box on its surface. The box was empty. "He always keeps the file keys here," she said. "They're gone. That's very strange." I told the security guard to break the locks with his crowbar, and I began to methodically trash the place. The file cabinets held patient files and medical journals still in their glassine wrappers. I flipped through hundreds of files, graphs, and memos, looking for anything that would trigger a thought or an action, anything that would give me a clue. Nothing did. I jerked out the top drawer of Garza's desk, sending pens and paperclips spilling onto the carpet. I pawed through the tangle of office supplies, hoping for brass buttons, a piece of jewelry, or a hospital ID bracelet, any souvenirs or trophies a serial killer might keep of his victims. It was all strictly Office Depot. An overnighter hung behind the door. I yanked the zipper down, tossed the contents, a blue sports jacket, size 42 long, gray pants, black coach belt, 2 button-down shirts, 1 pink, 1 blue, a leather tie holder. I found and unzipped a small black case, a diabetes test kit complete with syringes and bottles of insulin. Garza was a diabetic. His toiletry kit was filled with the normal stuff: toothpaste, razor, mouthwash, some sample packets of a soporific, an acid reducer, pills for erectile dysfunction. Why the overnighter? Fresh clothing for his court appearance? Stuff to wear after spending the night with his girlfriend? Either way, this was not evidence of murder. I was digging into the corners of the bag and inside the zipper pockets, panting with frustration when my Nextel rang. "I'm down in the nurse's locker room," Jacoby said, pausing to cough, then saying words that made me want to name my firstborn Warren. "Get down here, Boxer. I've got a suspect under arrest on suspicion of murder." Chapter 119. A suspect under arrest. I felt as if maybe all my hard work and risk-taking had finally paid off. Now, who was this monster? A shifting crowd of nurses and aides were bunched against the far wall of the basement locker room. Some were squawking about their civil rights. Others jeered at the cops as they used bolt cutters on the locks of unclaimed lockers. Jacoby, bulky and scowling, looked more like muscle than he did a cop. He stood beside a dark-skinned woman in blue scrubs, sitting on a bench between the banks of lockers. Her arms were cuffed behind her back. I didn't think I'd ever seen her before. She was in her 40s, with a plain, unlined, oval face and short, straightened hair. A gold charm of a praying angel dangled from a chain around her neck. She lowered her head and whimpered softly as I approached. Did she know who I was? Was this our killer? I asked this lady if she'd come down to the hall to answer a few questions. She made a break for the door, Jacoby said. Then he showed me a small plastic box, half filled with caduceus buttons. I took the box and stared into the glinting brass pool. How could anything so harmless-looking have such murderous implications? I allowed myself a small but triumphant smile as I looked at Jacoby. "These were on the top shelf of this lady's locker, Lieutenant," he said. "I sent Conklin and Samuels back to the hall for a warrant to search her apartment." "What's your name?" I asked the woman. "Marie Saint-Germain." She had a hint of an accent. West Indian, I thought. The tag hanging from the chain around her neck identified her as a CNA, a certified nurse's assistant. That meant that her job took her from floor to floor, giving her the opportunity to get into patients' rooms. And she'd have the means to medicate them. Had this woman killed nearly 36 patients? Maybe even more than that? "Did Inspector Jacoby read you your rights?" "Yeah, I did. But now that you're here, I'll do it again," Jacoby said, his time-roughened face a few inches from hers. "You have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right, anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You understand your rights?" "You leave that girl alone," someone shouted from the back of the room. "She did nothing. Let her go." A group of nurses' aides picked up the chant. "Let her go! Let her go!" "That's enough," I yelled, slamming a locker door with the side of my fist. The chanting cooled to a low rumble. "Do you understand your rights?" said Jacoby again. "Yes, I do." "Why'd you run, Marie?" "I was afraid." "Afraid of what?" "The police," she said. I was already thinking how the DA's office was so overwhelmed with their ever-expanding caseload. They'd tell us to kick this suspect unless we had enough on her to convict. "Find anything besides those buttons?" I asked Jacoby. "This is all hers," he said, pointing to a pile of humble clothes and toiletries on the bench. The most lethal object in the pile was a Danielle Steele paperback. I emptied Saint-Germain's handbag, finding a worn wallet, a plastic pouch of cosmetics, a purple comb, an overdue phone bill, and a soft wool doll the size of my thumb. The doll was crudely made of black yarn and colored plastic beads. "What is this?" I asked. "It's for good luck only." I sighed, dropped the doll back into Saint-Germain's handbag. "Ready to go, Ms. Saint-Germain?" I said. "I'm going home." As Jacoby and I drove to the hall with Saint-Germain in the back seat of the car, I started thinking ahead to the next 48 hours, wondering what Claire's autopsy of young Jamie Sweet would show, hoping the killer had made a mistake, wondering if Saint-Germain had a connection to Dennis Garza. Most of all, I was hoping for a confession. Hot damn, we'd finally gotten a break. We had a suspect in custody. Chapter 120. Cindy's sensational front-page story about the mysterious markers of death had already hit the newsstands by the time we escorted Marie Saint-Germain through the front doors of the Hall of Justice. The chief had something to feed to the press, but as the day wore on, I started to feel the kind of nausea that comes from going around in circles. Jacoby and I had been in the box with Marie Saint-Germain for 4 hours. The room behind the mirrored glass was packed to the walls with homicide inspectors as well as the chief and the DA. For at least an hour, the mayor of San Francisco was back there too. Saint-Germain told us she'd been born in Haiti, that she wasn't a U.S. citizen, but that she'd lived in the United States for nearly 20 years. Beyond that, she had little to say. Hunched over in her chair, she cried repeatedly. "I didn't kill anyone. I did nothing wrong. I am a good person." "Stop that damned crying," Jacoby said, pounding the table with his fist. "Explain these frickin' death buttons so that I understand you. Or I swear to God, IMS will have you in shackles on a flight to Port-au-Prince by the end of the day." That certainly wasn't the case, but I let Warren do the interview his way. Saint-Germain's shoulders started to shake. She covered her face with her hands and blubbered. "I don't want to talk anymore. You won't believe whatever I say." If her next words were, "I want a lawyer," we were screwed. Okay, Marie," I said. "Inspector Jacoby didn't mean to scare you. We just need to get at the truth. You understand that? Just tell us what you know." The woman nodded. She reached for the box of puffs on the table and blew her nose. "Why did you have those buttons in your locker, Marie? Let's start there." She seemed to reach out to me at last, turning her back on Jacoby, fastening her attention on my face, my eyes. She didn't look or act like a killer, but I knew not to be fooled by her appearance. "We did this in nursing school," she told me. "We put coins or shells on the dead people's eyes back home to help the dead pass over to the other side. You can check this with my school. Will you call them?" Her voice gained strength as she told me, "I found the little boy dead this morning. It wasn't his time, so I marked him for God, for his special attention." I dragged my chair even closer to Saint-Germain. With some difficulty, I put my hand over hers. "But did you help him pass, Marie? Did you think the little boy was suffering? Is that why you gave him something to send him to sleep?" She ripped her hand away and pushed back from me, making me afraid that I'd lost her. "I would kill myself before I would harm that child," she said. I cast my eyes toward the mirror, seeing my own haggard reflection, knowing that half the people watching this interview were thinking that if they were in this room instead of me, they'd crack this woman in half to get at the truth. I took the list Carl Whiteley had given me out of my jacket pocket, flattened it on the table. I turned it at an angle so that she could read the 32 names, the terrifying death list. "Look at this list, Marie. Did you put buttons on these people's eyes?" There was a long silence as the woman ran her finger down the page, silently mouthing the names. "I put buttons on their eyes, yes," she said finally, sitting up straight in her chair and pinning me with an unblinking stare. "But I swear to God himself I didn't hurt any of them. I think someone did, and I wanted to make sure that God knows, and that somebody knows in this life, too." Behind me, Jacoby kicked a chair across the room. It bounced off a wall and came to rest on its side. "Inspector!" I admonished him, not meaning it for a second. My eyes swept back to Saint-Germain. "It's okay, Marie. Pay attention to me. Why didn't you call the police?" "I need my job, lady," she said indignantly. "Anyway, what's the use? No one listens to a person like me. You don't believe me. I can see it in your eyes." "Make me believe you," I said. "I really want to." Marie Saint-Germain leaned toward me, spoke in a confiding tone of voice. "Then you should listen to me now. Talk to the doctor in charge of the hospital pharmacy, Dr. Engstrom. You should be talking to her, not to me. I am a good person. She is not." Chapter 121. Somehow, Sonia Engstrom made an ordinary white lab coat look like haute couture. Her short platinum blonde hair was combed back. A single diamond drop hung from a platinum chain at her throat, and she was immaculately made up with an iridescent powder and a hint of rose-colored lipstick. Engstrom stood and shook our hands as I introduced Jacoby and myself. As we took seats across from her desk, I noticed that her papers were in neatly squared stacks on her desk, pens and pencils all pointing in the same direction in an enamel tray, her diplomas evenly spaced on the wall. Only the anxious darting of her light gray eyes from me to Jacoby and back again gave me a hint that her life wasn't all hospital corners. I was looking at Jacoby when a strange expression crossed his face. His mouth twitched and his eyes squinted. I'd worked with Jacoby enough years to know what that look meant. He recognized her. Dr. Engstrom hadn't noticed. She clasped her slender hands under her chin and began to speak unprompted. She told us that the hospital staff was in turmoil since the jury verdict yesterday, that she herself felt very shaken. We don't know who will have jobs, she said, or if the hospital will close. Anything's possible now. You think you'll be fired? I asked her. I've been worried about that for years. Those inexplicable deaths have made me a wreck, she said, sweeping her hands through her shining hair. I reported my concerns to Carl Whiteley. I spoke to him more than once, she told us. In fact, I prepared a report of what I thought were pharmaceutical-based errors. But Carl and the legal department assured me that my department wasn't at fault. He said that somebody at the hospital was playing a joke, a prank, and eventually they'd be caught. So on one level, I was relieved. Of course, I know that our computer system is fail-safe, so there was no way. She turned her face to the window as her voice trailed off. Dr. Engstrom, Jacoby said. I'm an old-fashioned guy, as you can probably tell from looking at me. I'm not familiar with computers and such. It's very simple, Inspector. Our computer is programmed to dispense medication when a diagnosis is inputted into the system. It's impossible to prescribe the wrong medication because the machine simply won't dispense the order if it doesn't match the diagnosis. Can't someone fool with the program? Jacoby asked. I mean, don't some people have passwords? Everyone on my staff can enter the diagnoses as written into the computer, but they can't change any data. I'm the only one who can do that, and I have a biometric password. Beg pardon? Said Jacoby. My password is my fingerprint. But can't a doctor enter the wrong diagnosis? I asked. That's possible, isn't it? Theoretically, that would be possible, but in actuality, it can't happen. The doctors themselves are the first checkpoint. My staff is the second. The computer is armed and alarmed against tampering, and you have no idea how methodical I am. I check and recheck prescriptions against the charts all day long. Not just my own work, but the work of all the people in my department. People joke that I'm half a computer myself. I said, but let me get this straight. It all hangs on the diagnosis. That's correct. So you personally could change any doctor's diagnosis. That's what you're saying. Engstrom stared numbly at me as I spoke, and then she snapped. That's outrageous! No, it's beyond outrageous. It's completely nuts. I'll take a polygraph test any time. Just say the word. We may take you up on that later, I said, but right now we're just talking. Do you know Marie Saint-Germain? No. Who is she? How well do you know Dr. Garza? Jacoby asked. He's our ER director, Engstrom said. We're both senior staff? Jacoby stood, pounded the flat of his hand on her desk. Pens and paper clips jumped. Cut the crap, Ms. Engstrom, he said. You and Garza are what we call close, aren't you? Intimate, in fact. Engstrom's face blanched. I was so startled I thought I might swallow my tongue. What was he talking about? I remembered Jacoby's call to me that rainy night when he tailed Garza to the Venticello Ristorante and back to Garza's house. He'd described a willowy blonde, a babe about 40. As far as I can tell, he'd said, the doctor is guilty of having a girlfriend. Across the desk, Engstrom's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Oh, God, she said. Oh, God. Chapter 122. Engstrom was melting down in front of us, and loud gongs were going off inside my head. Garza and Engstrom, a perfect partnership for killing. Everything probably as neat and efficient as her office. I needed her to talk more. I didn't want her to shut down on us now. Dr. Engstrom, take it easy. This is your chance to get ahead of this horror show. We'll work with you if you tell us the truth right now. Maybe Garza was using you. Does he have access to the computer software? I saw fear in her eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, Engstrom nodded yes. My skin prickled. All the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood up as Engstrom said, I let him into the computer system a couple of times. A couple of times? Every now and then. But it's not what you're thinking. Dennis Garza is an excellent doctor. He's very conscientious, as am I. The unexpected deaths of those patients were driving us crazy. Dennis was checking for inconsistencies between the diagnoses and the prescriptions, just as I was doing. Did you ever find a correlation? I asked. No, never. We put the errors down to mistakes made on the floor, nurses mixing things up on their trays, dispensing medications to the wrong patients after the medication left the pharmacy. That's the truth. Were you with Dr. Garza every time he, accessed the computer? Jacoby asked. Of course. My fingerprint was needed, but I didn't stand over him, if that's what you mean. I saw the alarm come over Engstrom's face as she realized what Jacoby was getting at. The cords in her neck stood out. She reached out to the desktop and steadied herself. Dennis would never, ever harm a patient. He's a great doctor. Jacoby growled. Yeah, well, sounds like you're in love with him to me. Are you in love with Dr. Garza? I was in love with him, she said, a pathetic note sounding in her voice. But it's over, believe me. I found out that he was sleeping with somebody else. Dennis was fucking Maureen O'Mara. You know who she is? I nodded my head, but I was shocked. Maureen O'Mara had just put the screws to Municipal Hospital. How could it be that she and Garza were lovers? I wanted to look at Jacoby, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Sonia Engstrom. You look surprised, Lieutenant. You didn't know, did you? Engstrom said. It took me a while to figure it out, too. Strange bedfellows, don't you think? Dennis Garza and Maureen O'Mara. She snorted, a little self-deprecating laugh. Just imagine the possibilities. Chapter 123. As I left the hospital with Jacoby, my mind flashed back and leaped forward. Garza and Engstrom, Garza and O'Mara. Imagine the possibilities. We got into the car, Jacoby taking the wheel, starting the engine. I was feeling the charge that comes when you're this close to landing a big one. It's like listening to a live concert and wanting to take the stage and sing. Only this was better. Cindy was at the trial when Garza was on the stand, I told Jacoby. O'Mara asked Garza if he had anything to do with the plaintiff's deaths. And get this, Jacoby, Garza took the Fifth Amendment. That makes no sense, Jacoby said, turning the car onto Leavenworth. Garza wasn't on trial. Right. And Cindy's reaction was, wow, the guy was protecting himself from something. She told me that when he blurted that out, it was the turning point of the trial. He devastated the hospital's defense. So, did O'Mara trip him up? Let him twist in the wind? Or did he do that all by himself? Interesting question, Jacoby. I wonder who is letting who twist in the wind. Both of Garza's girlfriends were involved in the case against Municipal. I grabbed the dash as Jacoby took a hard right onto Filbert Street. It's all here, but I can't quite see the whole picture. If Garza killed all of those people, where's the connection? Jacoby parked in front of Garza's creamy yellow stucco house and turned off the ignition. Let's go ask the doctor, said Jacoby. Chapter 124. Jacoby grunted as he hauled himself out of the squad car. I joined him on the sidewalk, both of us shielding our eyes against the sun as we stared up toward Garza's spiffy 3-story stucco house with a large front porch and cropped lawn on both sides of a flagstone walk. I was thinking of Garza, wondering if he had some kind of relationship with a Haitian nurse by the name of Marie Saint-Germain, when Jacoby stooped along the walkway saying, "Look at here, boxer." He pointed out drops of blood on the path, the beginning of a trail speckling the walkway and beading up to the painted floor on the porch. A bloody smear sullied the shining brass doorknob. "This is fresh," Jacoby muttered. Thoughts of interviewing Garza blew out of my mind. What the hell had happened here? I pressed the doorbell. At the same time, I took out my gun. So did Jacoby. Chimes rang out, and the seconds dragged by as we waited for the answering sound of footsteps. No one came to the door. I banged on the door with my fist. "Open up! This is the police!" "I'm calling this exigent circumstances," I said to Jacoby. It was a borderline call. We can only enter a home without a warrant if someone's life is in danger. There wasn't a lot of blood. Maybe someone had cut a finger, but I had an overpowering sense that something was wrong, that we had to get into the house right now. I unhitched the Nextel from my waistband and called for backup. Jacoby nodded, looked around the porch. then decided on a concrete planter the size of a pillow. He tipped the geraniums over the railing and, using the planter as a battering ram, smashed in a panel of the oaken front door. I reached in through the splintered wood, flapped my hand around until I located the lock, and opened the door to Garza's house. Chapter 125. I yelled out from the doorway, "This is the police! We're coming in!" Again, there was no answer, and the place just felt empty. Jacoby and I advanced through the foyer into a living room that no longer looked like a photo feature in Town & Country magazine. I ran my eyes over the upended furniture and the vast amount of blood that was absolutely everywhere in the room. "Let me be the first to say," Jacoby said, scanning the devastation with hooded eyes, "whatever happened here wasn't the work of a pro." My mouth went dry as I took it all in. Arterial spray was splashed across the pale plaster walls and had dripped down to the baseboards. Constellations of blood spattered the ceiling. A large red-brown stain soaked into the carpet in front of the sofa. Bloody footprints crisscrossed the floor, and handprints smeared the fireplace mantel. Bile climbed into my throat as I imagined the fury and the terror that had filled this room only a short time ago. Who was involved? I was locked in a vacant stare until Jacoby broke the spell for me. "Boxer, let's do it," he said. We swept the downstairs rooms, covering each other. Blood smears on the dining room walls led us to the kitchen sink, where an 8-inch Chicago cutlery meat knife rested in the watery blood rimming the drain. We climbed the stairs to the second and third floors, clearing the rooms, throwing open the closets and shower stall doors, checking under the beds. "Nobody. Nothing," Jacoby grunted. The master bedroom was furnished in heavy mahogany furniture, navy blue carpet and curtains, pale blue sheets. But the blankets had been stripped off the bed and removed from the room. We holstered our guns and headed back downstairs to the living room. That's when I saw the heavy crystal vase lying on its side in the niche of the fireplace. "Jacoby, come here and look at this." He stepped heavily across the room, put his hands on his knees, then bent down and examined the vase. "It wouldn't take much to clobber someone with that thing. Take a nice chunk out of their skull," Jacoby said. "Look here," I said, feeling a chill as I pointed to the hairs sticking to the bloody, saw-toothed lip of the vase. The strands were black, about 5 inches in length. It would take days of lab work to confirm what I already knew. "Jacoby, this is Dennis Garza's hair." Chapter 126. Sirens screamed up Leavenworth, the swooping wail getting louder as the line of patrol cars turned onto Filbert. "I'll be outside," Jacoby told me. We'd only been in the house for a few minutes, but I felt time whizzing past. I took up a position in the foyer that gave me a full view of the living room. I ran the scene through my mind again, trying to make sense of evidence that didn't want to make any sense. It didn't look like a robbery gone bad. The doors were all locked, and the only sign of forced entry was what Jacoby had done to the front door. I imagined someone ringing the doorbell, as we had done, Garza letting in a person he knew. But who was it? The overturned club chair, the broken lamp, the whatnots scattered on the floor made me think that an argument had turned physical, had spun completely out of control. I imagined this unknown assailant conking Garza on the head with that vase, Garza's skull splitting, the wound spewing blood as only a head wound can do. I could see Garza falling by the fireplace, pulling himself up using the ornate wood carvings as a handhold. The attacker must have panicked that Garza was badly injured but still alive, going from a terrified, "Oh shit, I didn't mean to go this far," to a determined, "This prick's gotta die." There were bloody handprints on the door frame leading to the kitchen where the killer had gotten the knife. The cast-off blood on the ceiling could only mean that Garza had been stabbed repeatedly while he was alive. Then the attacker had taken Garza from behind and slashed his throat. That would explain the arterial spray across the walls. The trail of blood seeping into the carpet made me think that Garza hadn't stayed down. He had tried to reach the front door, his will to survive propelling him forward, his mortal wounds slowing him down. He'd finally collapsed in front of the sofa where he'd bled out and died. Someone hated Garza enough to attack with such incredible violence. Someone he'd trusted enough to let inside the house. The same person who'd then removed Garza's body and locked the door. Who? Sirens cut out as the squad cars pulled up on the lawn. I walked out to the front steps and was calling the DA's office for a Lindsay warrant to secure the scene when Charlie Clapper came up the walkway. He greeted me with a, "Hey, Lindsay," and a flip of his hand. A second later, I heard him say, "Bloody hell," as Jacoby came out of the garage and crossed the lawn toward me. "Garza has 2 cars," Jacoby said. "His SUV is in the garage, but his Mercedes is missing. There's another car parked next to the SUV. It's a black BMW sedan with vanity plates. Spells out, Redhead." Chapter 127. A dozen mobile units and the crime scene van had walled off Garza's house from the main road. Yellow tape flapped in the breeze and was tangled on the railing going up the front stairs. I stood under glaring sunlight, blinking at Jacoby as my hypothetical reconstruction of the homicide totally blew apart. Why was O'Mara's car at Garza's house? Had she killed Garza? Could she have maneuvered his body into that Mercedes Roadster? Or was it the other way around? Had O'Mara clipped Garza with that crystal vase, and he'd retaliated with killing force? Either way, we had no body, a missing car, O'Mara's car in the garage, and one of the bloodiest crime scenes I'd ever seen. "Okay," I said to Jacoby, "so where is O'Mara? Where is Redhead?" While inspectors in uniforms canvassed Garza's neighbors, Jacoby and I used our squad car as an office. He got out a bolo on Garza's Mercedes while I called O'Mara's office and got her assistant, Kathy, on the line. I imagined her sharp blade of a face, her big hair, as O'Mara's assistant talked and ate her lunch in my ear. "Maureen's taking a week off. She needed a vacation," Kathy said. "She's earned it." "I'm sure. Where'd she go?" I asked, hearing the edge in my voice, repressed panic. "What's the problem, Lieutenant?" "It's police business, Kathy." "Maureen didn't say where she was going, but I can give you all her numbers." "That would be a big help." I dialed O'Mara's cell phone, got her mailbox. I left my number on her pager, called her house, and got a busy signal again and again. Jacoby punched out O'Mara's name on the console computer and got data from the DMV. He read it out loud. Maureen Siobhan O'Mara, Caucasian, single, date of birth 8/15/73, height 5'9", weight 152. "She's a big girl," Jacoby mused. He turned the screen so I could see O'Mara's photo and her address. "We can be there in 15 minutes, he said. "Let's try for 10, I said. Jacoby backed the car away from the curb and, with tires scraping the concrete, cut around the scene mobile and into the traffic lane. I flipped on the grill lights and the siren as we shot up Leavenworth toward O'Mara's house in the Tony enclave of Seacliff. Chapter 128. Number 68 Seaview Terrace was a mango-colored Mediterranean-style villa with an unobstructed view of the bay, the bridge, Sausalito, and maybe Honolulu for all I knew. Birds chirped in the shrubbery. Jacoby and I mounted the porch, my mind seething with vivid images of the carnage at Garza's house and the cyclone of questions whirling in my mind. "Come on, Maureen. Please be home." I pressed the doorbell, and a no-nonsense buzzer blatted loudly at my touch. I heard no answering voice, though, no footfalls coming toward the door. I shouted, "Police!" pressed the buzzer again, stood back as Jacoby stepped in and banged the door with his fist. No answer, nothing at all. "Come on, Redhead." That creepy feeling came over me again. The horrors of death playing my vertebrae like a xylophone. O'Mara was missing, and her secretary didn't know where she was. We'd already played fast and loose with exigent circumstances once today. I was going to chance it again. "I smell gas," I lied. "Take it easy, Boxer. I'm too old to walk a beat." "Garza's place looks like a slaughterhouse, Warren, and O'Mara's car is there. It's my ass if we screw up." I wrenched the doorknob, and it turned in my hand. I let the door swing open slowly, as if a breeze had given it a tap. We took out our guns. Again. "This is the police. We're coming in." The entranceway opened into a bright, many-windowed living room with tropical printed furnishings and large, brilliant oil paintings. I was looking for trouble inside O'Mara's house, but as far as I could see, nothing had been disturbed. We swept the ground floor, calling out to each other. "Clear! Clear! Clear!" We found one bright room after another, empty and spotlessly clean. As we climbed the stairs, a scent I'd thought was potpourri got stronger, leading us to the master bedroom. The bedroom was painted peach, a life-size oil-on-canvas painting of an entwined couple doing the deed faced the king-size bed. I don't get this kind of art in bedrooms, but obviously some people must like it. Apparently, Maureen O'Mara was one of them. To the left of the bed was a wall of windows with a view to die for. The opposite wall was made up entirely of closets. The mirrored bifold doors were open, all 8 of them, and O'Mara's clothes were strewn everywhere. What happened here? How long ago? Shoes were scattered against the baseboards, under black scuff marks where they'd been hurled at the walls. Cosmetics had been swept off the dresser, and a perfume bottle was lying broken on the hardwood floor. Inside the bathroom, a cordless phone had been hammered against the green marble counter, splintered into plastic shards and colored wire. That explained the busy signal. Had Maureen gotten a phone call she didn't like? My radio sputtered at my hip, dispatch with a report from a squad car. The patrol unit had been going north on the 101 when it spotted Garza's Mercedes heading in the opposite direction. The cruiser had crossed the nearest break in the divider, tried to follow, but had lost him. This much we knew. Only minutes ago, Garza's Mercedes was pointed toward the airport. Chapter 129. Dennis Garza gripped the steering wheel, stared at the center line as the dull highway scenery blew past his windshield. His mouth was hanging half open, and his reflexes were dull. He knew he was in some kind of shock, but the outrage was tangible, just below the feelings of vertigo and disbelief. What had happened today still made no sense to him. He'd woken up feeling fantastic. Then the day had taken a 180-degree header straight to hell. Fucking Maureen. She'd known from the start that after the trial he was going to take his share and leave the country. She was supposed to stay in San Francisco, bank her millions, become the hottest litigator in town. That was her dream, wasn't it? When had she gone off track? Why had she changed her mind? It had been a memorable affair and an elegant heist. No doubt about that. They'd both come out huge winners. Wasn't that enough? Why couldn't she leave Perfect alone? "I didn't do it for the money," she told him this morning, her voice swimming in tears. "The money is nothing. I did it for you, Dennis. I did it because I loved doing this with you." He would have shaken his head in disgust, but he was feeling queasy again. He clenched the steering wheel. Then he touched the loose teeth in his lower jaw with his tongue, felt his whole head throbbing. A wave of images flooded back. Unbelievable. Unthinkable. First, the shouting match with Maureen. Then the sickening events that followed. He could still hear the terrible screams, see the torrents of blood all over fucking everything, until finally the screaming had stopped. Garza wrenched himself back into the present. He had to keep a grip on himself, forget what had just happened, and get the hell away from San Francisco. Staying within the speed limit, Garza took the exit at South Airport Road. He followed the green overhead signs to the Park and Fly long-term lot. His hand was shaking as he collected his ticket from the machine and parked the car along the cyclone fence on the west side of the ugly, dust-blown lot between 2 dirty American cars. Goodbye to all this. Goodbye, USA. He could already see the approach to Rio from the air. The magnificent South American city planted in the green-sheathed mountains rising up from the sea, the stunning statue of Christ presiding over everything. He could sort out everything once he got to Brazil. Garza turned off the car engine. Then he shook her awake, not wasting any charm on her now. "Hey, let's go," he said. "Come on, you're going to have to handle your own bags." Garza got out of the car, opened the door of the roadster, pulled his luggage out of the back seat, called out to her again. "Did you hear me, Maureen? The bus to the terminal is loading now. If we miss this flight, we're fucked." Chapter 130. I insisted on driving us to the airport, and Jacoby reluctantly let me take the wheel. "What's the matter, Boxer? What's your problem?" "I want to drive, okay? Rank has its privileges." "Suit yourself, Lieutenant." I sped throughout that 20-minute drive, cars parting left and right in front of our wailing siren. I turned up the volume on the crackling two-way radio, hoping for another update, worried because after that single reported sighting of Garza's car, it hadn't been seen again. As I drove, two questions chased around inside my head. Who had been driving Garza's Mercedes? Who had been stabbed to death on Garza's floor? I veered right into the departure lanes, Jacoby calling out the side window as he saw Sergeant Wayne Murray from the Airport Bureau waving us down outside Terminal A. Sergeant Murray climbed into the back seat. He directed us through a service entrance to the core of the terminal. From there, we followed on foot through unmarked doors and up back stairways to the squad room and the office of Lieutenant Frank Mendez. Mendez was wiry, 5'9", about my age, polite but busy. He stood to shake our hands, offered us chairs across from his desk. Then he briefed us on the American Airlines 777 jet that had been grounded 100 yards south of Gate 12 for the past hour. Doors sealed, takeoff denied. "Dr. Garza's name is on the passenger manifest," he told us. "So is Ms. O'Mara's. They're on a flight to Miami connecting to Rio. I don't know how much longer we can keep that bird on the ground, though." Mendez pointed out the Mr. Coffee machine on top of his file cabinet. Then he disappeared out of the office. The phones on the lieutenant's desk rang without pause. Just outside the office, banks of flickering video monitors showed grainy black-and-white images of passengers going through ticket checkpoints, scenes of luggage loading docks and carousels. Uniforms and military units bustled around the room, while Jacoby and I babysat the lieutenant's fax machine, waiting for it to cough up the paperwork we needed. I wondered if Garza and O'Mara believed that a maintenance crew was working on a small mechanical problem. Were they sipping mimosas and reading the Financial Times? I slugged down the dregs of my coffee, sunk the empty container into the trash can. Jacoby coughed, buried his face in his hands, said, "Damn," and coughed again. At 6:05 p.m., the fax machine burped, and the DA's letterhead chugged out of its works, followed by the warrant we'd been waiting for. As the last sheet ended its halting journey, Mendez returned. He took the pages out of the tray, read them. "Okay," he said with a smile. "Let's rock and roll. We're legal." Chapter 131. My pulse raced as 16 of us put on oversized black windbreakers with police stenciled front and back. We all checked our weapons, then jogged down 4 steep flights of stairs to the garage. I joined Mendez in the lead cruiser, thinking ahead as we sped across the tarmac. Mendez contacted the control tower, barked into his radio, "Shut down this runway, forthwith." I was anxious, but more than that, I was exhilarated to be leading this command, and I was anticipating bringing Garza down. I wanted him so badly, it hurt just to think about it. Strip lights blazed on the airfield, and a United jumbo jet roared overhead, its impossible weight lifting into the wind-whipped gloaming. I peered up at the grounded American 777, then watched as the rolling staircase was locked to the side of the aircraft. Patrol car doors opened and closed all around the plane. Cloaked in twilight, we trotted toward the aircraft. My adrenaline flowed as Mendez, Jacoby, and a sharp team of young cops followed me up the stairs, the soles of our shoes ringing on metal as we climbed skyward. I tapped on the aft door with my gun butt, and it slid open. I signaled to the flight attendant to be quiet and step aside. We entered the first-class cabin from the rear. I saw the back of Dennis Garza's head right away. He was in the third row, right side, aisle seat, an ugly red gash blazing through his hair. A red-headed woman sat beside him at the window, Maureen O'Mara. And I saw a problem, a big one. 200 pounds of beverage cart filled the aisle from one side to the other. That cart and 2 flight attendants stood between us and Garza. Garza heard us approach, turned his head, and squinted at me. "You," he said. O'Mara patted his hand, said, "Be cool, Dennis. Everything's okay." "Dennis Garza, Maureen O'Mara," I called out, "I have warrants to take you both into custody as material witnesses." "Like hell," Garza shouted. He fumbled in his jacket pocket. Then he rose out of his seat, stepped into the aisle. O'Mara yelled out, "Dennis, no!" Moving with the sudden strike swiftness of a snake, Garza grabbed the flight attendant closest to him, wrapping her streaked hair around his hand, pulling her head back hard so it was only inches from his face. I saw something glint in his hand. It was a syringe. He had his thumb on the plunger, the needle already piercing the taut skin of the flight attendant's neck. The young woman screamed, the sound of her terror filling the cabin, reverberating off the walls. "I want safe passage out of here, or I'll shoot her full of insulin. She'll be dead before she hits the floor," Garza threatened. Garza's once handsome face was almost unrecognizable. His features were bruised and twisted, his lips curled back, eyes huge, pupils darting. He looked every bit the maniac I believed him to be. "It's up to you," he said. "I don't care if she lives or dies." I finally spoke back to Garza. That much I already knew. Chapter 132. I went cold inside, staring into Garza's dark, thoroughly crazy eyes. Maureen O'Mara was kneeling on her seat, staring at Garza in horror, as if she didn't know who he was either. Sweat beaded on my upper lip as panic drove shrieking passengers to push past the cops and clear the rear half of the cabin. In front of me, the remaining first-class passengers hunched forward, covering their heads as sharpshooters formed a wall behind me, using the seat backs as gun rests. Garza's back was to the cockpit. He couldn't move forward or back, but he could endanger everyone on the aircraft. And he could kill the flight attendant on his way down. Garza tightened his painful grip on the attendant's hair. A drop of blood at the girl's neck fell, spotting the collar of her starched white blouse. She whimpered, stretched up onto her toes. I read her name stamped into the gold wings pinned to her vest. "It's going to be okay, Krista," I said, making eye contact, watching the tears slide out of her eyes. "Let her go, Dennis. No one is putting away their guns," I said in a steady voice. "And you're not going to kill anyone. We're all getting out of here alive." Just then, the cockpit door opened behind Garza with a sound like a vacuum seal breaking. A young flight officer stepped into the cabin, a baton cocked like a baseball bat over his shoulder. Garza turned his head, only slightly loosening his hold on the flight attendant. She wriggled and tried to wrench herself free. The split second I needed was there, in the grip of my hand. I aimed and squeezed the taser gun trigger, sending 50,000 volts into Garza's shoulder. It was enough juice to stun a rhino. Garza choked out a scream and dropped to the cabin floor, curling into a fetal position. I stood over him, taser pointed at his head as Jacoby cuffed him. "You're under arrest for reckless endangerment," I said as Garza groaned and writhed at my feet. "You have the right to remain silent, you son of a bitch. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law." And it most certainly will be, I thought. Chapter 133. It was after 9 p.m. when Jacoby and I brought Dennis Garza and Maureen O'Mara into the squad room, both of them in handcuffs. "How the mighty have fallen," cracked Jacoby. I was bone-tired, scraping the bottom of my energy reserves, but elation kept me going. Dennis Garza was in custody, charged with reckless endangerment, possession of a deadly weapon, obstruction, and suspicion of murder. He wasn't killing people at Municipal Hospital, and he wasn't sunning himself on a beach in Rio. O'Mara had been charged as an accessory after the fact, but we were bluffing, and she knew it. We had no evidence whatsoever that O'Mara had witnessed a crime, or had even seen the blood in Garza's house. 20 minutes after we brought them in, O'Mara was calmly reading a book in her cell, keeping her mouth shut, waiting for one of her law partners to bail her out of jail. But we weren't finished with her yet. I still felt a little shaky and weak in the knees. I went to the bathroom, washed my hands and face in the old porcelain sink, ran my damp hands through my hair. I remembered the last time I'd eaten, the granola bar I'd bolted down after Noddy Wilkins called to tell me that Jamie Sweet had died. All of that seemed like a week ago. I rejoined Jacoby in my office and had just ordered a meatball pizza, extra large, when Sonia Engstrom returned my call. She, too, was pulling a late night at her office in the hospital. "We're going through the dispensary computer's history, bite by bite," she said in her crisp, self-assured tone. "The hospital is completely invested in getting to the truth." "Glad to hear it." "If Dennis was screwing with the computer system, he's a killer and he was acting alone. The police can have him," she said. "We're happy to help." We still had no proof that Garza had killed anyone at Municipal. I wished we could subpoena the hospital's computer records ourselves, but I knew what the DA would tell me. "You want us to scrutinize 3 years of Municipal's computer records? With what staff, Lieutenant? We don't have the time, the money, or the manpower to go fishing." But with the hospital backing her up, maybe Engstrom could pin a tail on our killer. I said, "Sonia, for God's sake, don't burn, shred, alter, or delete anything. Call me if you detect a pattern or find anything I can take to the DA, please." I just wished her good luck when the next call came in. It was Conklin. His voice was triumphant, almost giddy. "Lieutenant," he said, "I'm looking at Garza's car." Chapter 134. I leaned forward in my seat, slapped the desk to get Jacoby's attention. I put Conklin on the speakerphone. "Garza's Mercedes is in the park-and-fly lot," Conklin told me. "We haven't touched it." "Excellent. What do you see?" "Car's clean and empty, Lieutenant, except for a newspaper on the floor of the passenger side. The doors and trunk are locked." "Stay where you are. Don't touch anything," I said to Conklin. "We're doing this 100% by the book." I still had friends in the DA's office, and I found one who was young, persuasive, and not afraid to call a judge after the dinner hour. 45 minutes later, I had a search warrant in my hand. I called Conklin. "Open up the trunk," I told him. "I'll hold while you do it." I heard Conklin talking to McNeil in the background, the metallic crack of a crowbar snapping the trunk lock, McNeil barking, "Oh, shit! God damn it!" "Conklin! Conklin!" I was gripping the edge of my desk, white-knuckled by the time Rich got back on the line. He was breathing hard. "There's a frickin' body in the trunk, Lou, wrapped up in a quilt." I stared at Jacoby, not having to say what I was thinking, because I knew he was thinking it too. The missing body had turned up. But whose body was it? "You checked for a pulse?" "Yes, Lieutenant. He's dead. White male, brown hair. Looks to be in his 30s. He's covered with blood, Lieutenant. Soaked with it." "Lock down the scene. Stay with that car until the ME and CSU arrive," I said. "I want that car brought back to the lab. And Richie, make sure it's handled like a newborn baby." Chapter 135. It was after 11 p.m. on what was turning out to be one of the longest days of my life. Jacoby and I were in the box with Garza, the three of us stinking of sweat. The flat overhead light was making shadows dance dizzyingly against the gray tile walls. I figured that I felt like Garza looked. And he looked like a gargoyle, a monstrous, murdering gargoyle. And like a gargoyle, he wasn't talking. I was this close to squeezing his purple jaw between my fingers to make him scream. I hated the sight of him so much. Instead, I gave him a Tylenol, a cup of water, and a bunch of ice cubes in a paper towel for his swollen jaw. And he'd given me nothing back. His arrogance was remarkable, stonewalling us even though we'd found a dead man inside his car. You should help yourself, you know, Dennis. I was on a first-name basis with him because I knew he resented it. I should have an X-ray. Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure my jaw is fractured. I might have a concussion, too. How'd that happen? Jacoby asked, tapping the point of a pencil on the table. It was a faint, brittle sound, irritating and menacing. I thought if I left Jacoby alone with Garza, he'd bounce him off the walls, might even kill him. I pulled out a chair and sat down. I'm guessing this fellow came over to have a few words with you, Jacoby went on. What'd he say? You killed my son? My little boy is dead because of you? Maybe he clucked you with that vase. Is that what set you off? I want a doctor, Garza said thickly. I'm in a lot of pain, and I demand to see a doctor right now. Sure, I said. No problem. But you ought to know that we found blood on the soles of Maureen's shoes, I said, lying my face off. As soon as the DA gets here, Maureen is going to talk about what went down at your house this morning. She's going to say how she walked in on you doing a murder. She'll plead to accessory after the fact and testify for the prosecution, Dennis. She'll get a year or two in minimum security, and you'll get the needle. Is that what you want? Or do you want to tell us now how you acted in self-defense? Because if you talk to us now, you're cooperating, and that's your best chance to save your sorry life. Is that right? Garza croaked. Yeah, that's right, asshole. I thought about Martin Sweet, that bereaved father crying out to me in agony. This is fucked up. I want to kill someone, Lieutenant. Dennis Garza had beaten him to it. Excuse me, Garza gurgled. He stood up and looked around. I was about to grab him by his collar and drag him back to his chair when he went down on his knees and barfed into the trash can. Long, retching moments later, he lifted his gigantic head. I want my lawyer, Garza said. Jacoby and I exchanged disgusted looks. The interrogation was over. I stood up, shoving my chair away from the table. It snagged on the table leg, so I pulled at the chair, wrestling with it noisily, banging it until all four legs were on the ground. I knew my anger was running away with me because I didn't care who was watching from behind the glass. I leaned forward, hands on my knees, stuck my face right up to Garza's stinking snout, and gave him everything I had left. I knew that man you stabbed and slashed to death, you murdering piece of shit. We talked right after his little boy died of a broken arm. Did you see that child when he checked into the ER? A cute little guy, weighed about 50 pounds. He was found dead with a pair of buttons on his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, Garza said. He doesn't know anything, I said to Jacoby as Garza stood up, walked weakly to the chair, hands cuffed in front of him. He doesn't know anything about the Button murders. He doesn't know anything about Martin Sweet's body in his trunk. He certainly doesn't know how tenacious we are. He doesn't know us at all. I'll call an ambulance, Jacoby said wearily. I slapped my cell phone down on the table under Garza's nose. Here, phone your lawyer. Tell him that you're under arrest for the murder of Martin Sweet. Tell him he can find you at Municipal Hospital's emergency room, cuffed to a gurney under police guard. Tell him that we've got enough evidence to convict you 100 times over. Tell him we're taking you down. I was putting on my jacket as Garza fiddled with the tiny buttons on my nextel, getting it wrong, trying again. I left him in the box with Jacoby. But before the door swung shut, I heard Garza crying. Chapter 136. Garza's beat-up face was still large in my mind as I drove home from the hall, thinking it was too bad Yuki hadn't been behind the mirror, watching Garza barf his guts out and cry like a baby. Was he afraid? Feeling sorry for himself? I didn't care. I hoped he was in excruciating pain. The bastard was a proven flight risk, charged with a homicide. Bail would be set in the millions, but chances were he'd still be out by Monday morning. He was going to have a long, humiliating weekend, cuffed to a hospital bed, his former colleagues getting a close-up look at Dr. Garza's dark side. His weekend would drag by very slowly. Mine would fly way too fast. I cruised up 16th Street, turned onto Missouri. I passed the pretty moon-washed Victorian homes on Potrero Hill, thinking about the long shower I would take to rinse the stink off me, and the 6 blessed hours of sleep, resting up for my weekend with Joe. I smiled, thinking about the pure pleasure of being with Joe, lying next to him with my head in the crook between his neck and shoulder, our hands clasped, the small, frequent kisses, and the deep ones that would leave us dying for more. I thought about the hours and hours of talking with Joe. I could hardly wait to tell him about this day, for instance, the 18 hours of non-stop adrenaline rush that had ended with taking the bad guy out of the game. I parked the Explorer 4 doors down from my front door, climbed heavily up the hill, and made my way upstairs to my home sweet home with its sliver view of the bay. I talked to Martha through the shower doors, telling her how sorry I was that I didn't have a life. She talked back, a yappy dialogue between the two of us. If pressed, I'd have to guess she was complaining that her dog-sitter loved her more than I did. I told her it wasn't so. Maybe 20 minutes later, I was naked under the sheets, about to switch off the bedside lamp, when I noticed the flashing light on my answering machine. I wanted to let it go, but instead I pressed the play button, knowing that if I didn't, my sleep would be colored by that damned thing blinking next to my head all night. "Lindsay, it's me," said Joe's recorded voice. I sighed, calling his face to mind, hearing his disappointment, sensing that mine was only nanoseconds away. "Honey, I'm sorry. It's bad news. I caught an earlier flight. I was going to get in early and surprise you, but there was a major flap at the airport and the runways were closed down for a couple of hours. We got detoured, Linz, and now I've been reassigned. I'm on a plane to Hong Kong." I heard the voice of the pilot in the background, telling the passengers to turn off their electronic equipment. Joe's voice came back. "I'll call you as soon as the wheels touch down. We'll make a new plan, a bigger one, a better one. Hang with me, Lindsay. I love you." There was a click, and then the dial tone cut in. I pressed rewind, listened to the message once more, listened to Joe's voice. The flap at the airport. It would be funny if it wasn't so damned sad. Was me arresting Garza. Chapter 137. Claire, Cindy, and I were at Bick's that Saturday night, an outrageously wonderful restaurant hidden away on Gold Street, known for its fantastic food and also Art Deco trappings, calling to mind the glory days of speakeasies and the glamorous steamships of the 30s and 40s. We were draped around the booth we love best on the mezzanine, with its view of the action at the mahogany bar on the floor below. I'd shut off my cell phone and was drinking a perfect martini. 20 hours after the arrests of Garza and O'Mara, I was still tired to the bone. And I was worried about Yuki, who should have been here a half hour ago. I was leaning against Claire's shoulder, and she was kidding me. "How long since you had some vitamin L, girlfriend?" "I don't remember, so that must mean it's been way too long. When's that man of yours coming to throw you onto the bed?" I laughed. "We've made an unbreakable date for this coming weekend. Nothing short of a terrorist attack can stop us. Are you clairvoyant, Butterfly?" "Yeah, pretty much," said Claire, "but I can't read your mind on what happened with Dr. Garza. We both want to know. Please don't make us wait for Yuki." I saw that I wasn't going to get out of this. Cindy and Claire had fixed their eyes on mine, so I took a sip of my martini, put down my glass, and then told the girls about the scary takedown at SFO, and that we'd booked Garza, charged him with everything we had. "O'Mara went for a deal," I told them. "Get this, she and Garza were working together on that lawsuit against Municipal. It was all planned out, a scheme. When he took the fifth—" "That was planned?" Cindy asked. "Sure was. Garza did a super-fine job of turning the jury against Municipal. O'Mara raked in her cut of the millions and shared it with Garza. Also, she was in love with the guy." "Defies logic and reason," Claire said. "Doesn't it, though? But in her deluded mind, they were going to run away together and live happily ever after." "But he dumped her?" Cindy guessed. "Tried to," I said. He was packed and ready to fly when Martin Sweet showed up at his house, mad as hell. We think he took a swing at Garza with a lead crystal vase to the back of the head." "Ouch," said Cindy. "Yeah. So then Garza went nuts and wound up killing poor Martin Sweet. How many stab wounds, Butterfly?" I asked Claire. 42. Sliced his neck through to the spinal column. I nodded, kept talking. Maureen says when Garza told her to have a good life, she drove over to his house, wanted to change his mind. Instead, she caught him stuffing Martin Sweet into the trunk of his car. And that earned her a ticket to Brazil with Garza. "He would have killed her down there, I'll bet," said Cindy. "I think so, too. We probably saved her life by getting those two off that plane." "What about the Button murders?" Cindy asked. "Are you still working on that case?" "Not officially," I said. "I have a couple of ideas about the Button murders. Maybe even a solid lead." I explained that Sonia Engstrom was pulling out the stops. She's hired a staff of data security experts, and they're turning the computer system inside out. It's only going to get worse for Garza. As for O'Mara, she'll be disbarred for fraud, conspiracy, witness tampering, you name it. "You nailed him, honey. You did a spectacular job," said Claire. "Unbelievable," said Cindy, shaking her head, blonde curls bobbing around her face. "We're so proud of you, Lindsay." "Come on, guys. I had an awful lot of help. I sure didn't do this alone." "Shut up. You're a superstar," said Claire, she and Cindy lifting their glasses to toast me. I was still squirming under their lavish praise when Yuki suddenly appeared and slipped into the booth beside me. I almost didn't recognize her. Chapter 138. Yuki looked gorgeous. Her hair was glossy, her skin was radiant, and she was wearing an off-the-shoulder black dress, giving her a girlish sexiness I hadn't seen before. She apologized for being late, said something had come up, and she hadn't been able to call. By the time our dinner plates were cleared away and coffee and dessert were served, my fatigue had been burnished with pleasure. I was feeling warm and safe in the company of my closest friends. I just sunk my fork to the hilt in chocolate brioche bread pudding when Yuki said, almost shyly, "I have big news." "Do tell," Cindy said. "Inquiring minds and all that." Yuki's smile blazed. She paused, holding on to her news for a last few moments before she finally told all. "I've quit my job at Duffy and Rogers, and I have a new job." A barrage of overlapping questions came at her, and Yuki laughed her rolling chortle, a lovely sound I hadn't heard in a very long time. "I'm switching sides. I want to prosecute criminals," she said. "Put the bad guys away. I'm going to work on Monday in the district attorney's office. It's official. I'm an ADA. Want to see my card?" We clapped and whistled, took turns hugging Yuki and congratulating her. I was so happy for my friend. This was a great life change for Yuki, and I knew she wouldn't regret working for less money and more satisfaction. She'd be a terrific addition to the office of the DA, an instant star, I'd bet. "To Yuki," I said, raising my coffee cup, the others doing the same, "and to putting bad guys away." Music floated up from the piano, and a lovely young chanteuse began singing Sentimental Journey. As I sat back in the banquette, basking in so many good feelings, my thoughts skipped a couple of grooves, and I found myself thinking again about Dennis Garza. I wondered at the complex nature of the man. Could his personality be so divided that he could kill as savagely as he'd done Martin Sweet, and on the other hand, kill so stealthily we weren't even sure that those patients at Municipal had been murdered? I wondered if I'd ever know, but I did have one good lead. Maybe it would work out. "Where are you, Lindsay?" Claire asked me. "Right here, Butterfly." She pressed my hand. "No, really," she said. "I was thinking about Garza and his dark, crazy eyes," I said. "He's 50 years old. He'll die in prison. He'll never hurt anyone ever again." Yuki put her arms around me and hugged me really hard. "I can't thank you two enough," Yuki said. "Thank you for taking my mom's death to heart, Lindsay. Thank you for chasing Garza down." Yuki took a breath, then slowly let it out. "When my dad came home from the war, He was changed in many ways. He told my mom about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Famine, death, you know. But he said the 5th horseman was man, and that man was the most dangerous of all. You got Garza, Lindsay. You got the 5th horseman. Epilogue. Unfinished business. Chapter 139. It was the start of the midnight to 8 o'clock shift at Peachtree General, the largest hospital in the metropolitan Atlanta area. The nurse stepped into a single room in the crowded cardiac wing and approached a patient who was lying restless and awake in the dark. She turned on the lamp at her bedside. "How are you doing tonight, sweetheart?" "Just like I told you yesterday, I'm depressed as hell," said Mrs. Melinda Kane. She was a middle-aged white woman with gold hair extensions, looking at Botox or a facelift pretty soon. "With Frankie dead and gone and my kids living God knows where, I might as well be dead myself." She twisted her heavy gold wedding band as if that might bring her husband back. "Look around," she continued. "See any flowers in the room? Any happy helium balloons? No one cares about me." "Now, I don't want you to be so worried," said the nurse. "I've brought you something to help you sleep through the night." "Luce, keep me company while I drift off," said Mrs. Kane. "Tell you what," Luce said. "Take your meds, I'll see to my other patients and come back." Melinda Kane smiled, took the cup of pills, the glass of water, and being a good girl for Luce, swallowed all her medicine. The night walker tucked the blankets up to the woman's chin, thinking how much she liked her new identity, wondering at how easy it had been to get all that new ID for only 100. Out into the hallway and saw the police waiting there for her, a half-dozen officers at least. She even recognized one of them, the lieutenant from California. The tap on her shoulder from behind surprised her even more than the police waiting in the hallway. She turned to see Melinda Kane. Melinda was very much alive, and she was holding a gun. "Put your hands in the air, Luce, or whatever your name is. You're under arrest for attempted murder. I'm Detective Kane." Then the Atlanta homicide detective smiled. "You probably remember Lieutenant Lindsay Boxa from San Francisco. She's the one who nailed you to the wall." Hachette Audio presents The Sixth Target, written by James Patterson and Maxine Petro, and read by Carolyn McCormick. Prologue. Day Tripper. Chapter 1. A Killer in Waiting. Fred Brinkley slumps in the blue-upholstered banquette on the top deck of the ferry. The November sun glares down like a big white eye as the catamaran plows the San Francisco Bay, and Fred Brinkley glares right back at the sun. A shadow falls across him, a kid's voice asking, "Mister, could you take our picture?" Fred shakes his head. No, no, no. Anger winding him up like a watch spring, like a wire tightening around his head. He wants to smash the kid like a bug. Fred averts his eyes, sings inside his head, "Ay, ay, 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 Sausalito lindo," trying to shut down the voices. He puts his hand on Bucky to comfort himself, feeling him through his blue nylon windbreaker, but still the voices pound in his brain like a jackhammer. Loser. Dog shit. Gulls call out, screaming like children. Overhead, the sun burns through the overcast sky and turns him as transparent as glass. They know what he's done. Passengers in shorts and visors line the rails, taking pictures of Angel Island, of Alcatraz, of the Golden Gate Bridge. A sailboat flies by, mainsail double-reefed, foam flecking the rails, and Fred doubles over as the bad thing whips into his mind. He sees the boom swing, hears the loud crack. Oh God, the sailboat! Someone has to pay for this. Startling him, the ferry's engines grind into reverse and the deck vibrates as the ferry comes into dock. Fred stands, works his way through the crowd, passing 8 white tables, lines of scuffed blue chairs, his fellow ferry riders giving him the eye. He enters the open compartment at the bow, sees a mother berating her son, a boy of 9 or 10 with light brown hair. "You're driving me crazy!" the woman shouts. Fred feels the wires snap. Someone has to pay. His right hand slips into his jacket pocket, finds Bucky. He slips his fingers into the trigger loop. The ferry lurches as it bumps the mooring. People grab onto one another laughing. Lines snake out from the boat, bow and aft. Fred's eyes shoot to the woman who is still belittling her son. She's small, wearing tan clam diggers, her breasts outlined in the soft skin of her white blouse, nipples pointing straight out. "What's wrong with you anyway?" she yells over the engine's roar. "You really piss me off, Buster!" Bucky is in Fred's hand, the small Smith & Wesson Model 10, pulsing with a life of its own. The voice booms, "Kill her! Kill her! She's out of control!" Bucky points between the woman's breasts. Fred feels the jolt of the gun's recoil. sees the woman jump back with a little hurt yelp, a red stain blooming on her white blouse. Good. The little boy follows his mother's fall to the deck with his big round eyes, strawberry ice cream plopping out of his cone, pee spreading across the front of his pants. The boy did a bad thing, too. Chapter 2. Blinding white sails fill Fred's mind as blood spills onto the deck. Trusty Bucky is hot in his hand. Fred's eyes pan across the deck. The voice in his head roars, "Run! Get away! You didn't mean to do it!" Out of the corner of his eye, Fred sees a big man charge him, rage on his face, hell in his eyes. Fred straightens his arm. Another man, Asian, hard black eyes, a white line for a mouth, makes a grab for Bucky. A black woman stands nearby, locked in place by the crowd. She turns toward him, round-cheeked, wide-eyed, stares into his face and reads his mind. "Okay, son," she says, reaching out a trembling hand. "That's enough now. Give me the gun." She knows what he did. How does she know? Fred feels relief flood through him as the mind-reading woman goes down. People in the small forward compartment move in waves, cowering, shifting left, then right, as Fred swings his head. They are afraid of him. Afraid of him. At his feet, the black woman holds a cell phone in her bloody hands. Breath rasping, she presses numbers with her thumb. "No, you don't." Fred steps on the woman's wrist. Then he bends low to look into her eyes. "You should have stopped me," he says through clenched teeth. "That was your job." Bucky screws his muzzle into her temple. "Don't," she begs. "Please." Someone yells, "Mom!" A skinny black kid, maybe 17, 18, comes toward him with a length of pipe over his shoulder. He's holding it like a bat. Fred pulls the trigger as the ship lurches. The shot goes wide. The metal pipe falls, skitters across the deck, and the kid runs to the woman, throws himself down. Protecting her? People dive under the benches, and their screams rise up around him like licks of fire. The noise of the engines is joined by the metallic clanking of the gangway locking into place. Bucky stays trained on the crowd as Fred looks over the railing. He judges the distance. It's a drop of 4 feet to the gangway substructure, then a pretty long leap to the dock. Fred pockets Bucky and puts both hands on the rail. He vaults over and lands on the flats of his Nikes. A cloud crosses the sun, cloaking him, making him invisible. "Move quickly, sailor. Go!" And he does it, makes the leap to the dock and runs toward the farmer's market, where he dissolves into the throng filling the parking lot. He walks, almost casually, a half block to Embarcadero. He's humming when he jogs down the steps to the BART station, still humming as he catches the train home. "You did it, sailor." Part 1. Do you know this man? Chapter 3. I was off duty that Saturday morning in early November, called to the scene of a homicide because my business card had been found in the victim's pocket. I stood inside the darkened living room of a 2-family house on 17th Street, looking down at a wretched little scuzzball named Jose Alonso. He was shirtless, paunchy, slumped on a sagging couch of indeterminate color, his wrists cuffed behind him, his head hung to his chest, and tears ran down his chin. I had no pity for him. Was he Mirandized? I asked Inspector Warren Jacoby, my former partner, who now reported to me. Jacoby had just turned 51 and had seen more homicide victims in his 25 years on the job than any 10 cops should see in a lifetime. "Yeah, I did it, Lieutenant, before he confessed." Jacoby's fists twitched at his sides. Disgust crossed his time-worn face. "Do you understand your rights?" I asked Alonso. He nodded and began sobbing again. "I shouldn't have done it, but she made me so mad." A toddler with a dirty white bow in her hair, wet diapers sagging to her dimpled knees, clung to her father's leg. Her wailing just about broke my heart. "What did Rosa do to make you mad?" I asked Alonso. "I really want to know." Rosa Alonso was on the floor, her pretty face turned toward the flaking caramel-colored wall, her head split open by the iron her husband had used to knock her down, then take her life. The ironing board had collapsed around her like a dead horse, and the smell of burned spray starch was in the air. The last time I'd seen Rosa, she told me how she couldn't leave her husband because he'd said he'd hunt her down and kill her. I wished with all my heart she'd taken the baby and run. Inspector Richard Conklin, Jacoby's partner, the newest and youngest member of my squad, walked into the kitchen. Rich poured cat food into a bowl for an old orange tabby cat that was mewing on the red Formica table. "Interesting. He could be here for a long time," Conklin said over his shoulder. "Call animal control." "Said they were busy, Lieutenant." Conklin turned on the taps, filled a water bowl. Alonso spoke up. "You know what she said, officer? She said, 'Get a job.' I just snapped, you understand?" I stared at him until he turned away from me, cried out to his dead wife. "I didn't mean to do it, Rosa. Please, give me another chance." Jacoby reached for the man's arm, brought him to his feet, saying, "Yeah, she forgives you, pal. Let's take a ride." The baby launched a new round of howls as Patty Welk from Child Welfare came through the open door. "Hey, Lindsay," she said, stepping around the victim. "Who's little Miss Precious?" I picked up the child, took the dirty ribbon out of her curls, and handed her over to Patty. "Anita Alonso?" I said sadly. "Meet the system." Patty and I exchanged helpless looks as she jostled the little girl into a comfortable position on her hip. I left Patty rummaging in the bedroom for a clean diaper. While Conklin stayed behind to wait for the ME, I followed Jacoby and Alonso out to the street. I said see ya to Jacoby and climbed into my 3-year-old Explorer, parked next to 6 yards of garbage out by the street. I just turned the key when my Nextel bleeped on my belt. "It's Saturday. Leave me the hell alone." I caught the call on the second ring. It was my boss, Chief Anthony Trachio. An unusual tightness strained his voice as he raised it over the keening sound of sirens. "Boxer," he said, "there's been a shooting on one of the ferries, the Del Norte. 3 people are dead, a couple more wounded. I need you here. Pronto." Chapter 4. I had a really bad feeling, thinking ahead to whatever hell had brought the chief out of his comfy home in Oakland on a Saturday. The bad feeling mushroomed when I saw 6 black and whites parked at the entrance to the pier and 2 more patrol cars up on the sidewalk at either end of the ferry building. A patrolman called out, "This way, Lou," and waved me down the south driveway leading to the dock. I drove past the police prowlers, ambulances, and fire rigs and parked outside the terminal. I opened my door and stepped out into the 60-degree haze. About a 20-knot breeze had whipped up a stiff chop on the bay, making the Del Norte rock at her mooring. The police activity had excited the crowd, and 1,000 people shifted between the ferry building and the farmer's market, taking pictures, asking cops what had happened. It was as if they could smell gunpowder and blood in the air. I ducked under the barrier tape cordoning off the dock, nodded to the cops I knew, looked up when I heard Trachio call my name. The chief was standing at the mouth of the Del Norte. He was wearing a leather blazer and dockers, and sporting his signature Vitalis comb-over. He signaled to me to come aboard, said the spider to the fly. I headed toward him, but before I got 5 feet up the gangway, I had to back up and let two paramedics pass with a rolling stretcher bouncing between them. I dropped my eyes to the victim, a large African-American woman, her face mostly covered with an oxygen mask, an IV line running into her arm. Blood soaked the sheet tucked tightly over her body. I felt a pain in my chest, my heart catching on a full second before my brain put it together. The victim was Claire Washburn. My best friend had been shot on the ferry. I grabbed the gurney, stopping its forward motion and causing the brassy blonde paramedic bringing up the rear to bark at me. "Lady, out of the way!" "I'm a cop," I said to the paramedic, pulling open my jacket to show her my badge. "I don't care if you're God," said the blonde. "We're getting her to the ER." My mouth was hanging open and my heart was pounding in my ears. "Claire!" I called out, walking quickly now alongside the stretcher as the gurney rumbled over the gangway and onto the asphalt. "Claire, it's Lindsay. Can you hear me?" No answer. "What's her condition?" I asked the paramedic. "Do you understand that we have to get her to the hospital? Answer me, goddammit! I don't freaking know!" I stood helplessly by as the paramedics opened the ambulance doors. More than 10 minutes had passed since I'd gotten Tracheo's call. Claire had been lying on the deck of the ferry all that time, losing blood, trying to breathe with a bullet hole ripped into her chest. I gripped her hand, and tears immediately filled my eyes. My friend turned her face to me, her eyelids fluttering as she forced them open. "Linz," she mouthed. I moved her mask aside. "Where's Willie?" she asked me. I remembered then Claire's youngest son, Willie, was working for the ferry lines on the weekends. That's probably why Claire had been on the Del Norte. "We got separated," Claire gasped. "I think he went after the shooter." Chapter 5. Claire's eyes rolled up, and she slipped away from me. The knees of the gurney buckled, and the paramedics slid the stretcher out of my grasp and into the ambulance. The doors slammed, the siren started up its blaring whoop, and the ambulance carrying my dearest friend headed into traffic toward St. Francis Hospital. Time was working against us. The shooter was gone, and Willie had gone after him. Tracheo put his hand on my shoulder. "We're getting descriptions of the doer, Boxer." "I have to find Claire's son," I said. I broke away from Tracheo and ran toward the farmer's market, scanning faces as I pushed past the slow-moving crowd. It was like walking through a herd of cattle. I looked into every fricking produce stall and in between them, raked the aisles with my eyes, searching desperately for Willie. But it was Willie who found me. He shoved his way toward me, calling my name. "Lindsay! Lindsay!" The front of his t-shirt was soaked with blood. He was panting, and his face was rigid with fear. I grabbed his shoulders with both hands, tears welling up again. "Willie, where are you hurt?" He shook his head. "This isn't my blood. My mom's been shot." I pulled him to me, hugged him to my chest, felt some of my terrible fear leaving me. At least Willie was okay. "She's on her way to the hospital," I said, wishing I could add, "She'll be fine." "You saw the shooter? What does he look like?" "He's a skinny white man," Willie said as we bumped through the mob. "Has a beard, long brown hair. He kept his eyes down, Lindsay. I never saw his eyes." "How old is he?" "Like maybe a few years younger than you. Early 30s? Yeah, and he's taller than me, maybe 6'1", wearing cargo pants and a blue windbreaker. Lindsay, I heard him say to my mom that she was supposed to stop the shooting, that it was her job. What's that supposed to mean?" Claire is chief medical examiner of San Francisco. She's a forensic pathologist, not a cop. "You think it was personal? That he targeted your mom? Knew her?" Willie shook his head. "I was helping to tie up the boat when the screaming started," he told me. "He shot some other people first. My mom was the last one. He had a gun right up to her head. I grabbed an iron pipe," he said, I was going to brain him with it, but he shot at me. Then he jumped overboard. I went after him, but I lost him." It really hit me then, what Willie had done. My voice was loud, and I grabbed his shoulders. "What if you'd caught up with him? Willie, did you think about that? That skinny white man was armed. He would have killed you." Tears jumped out of Willie's eyes, rolled down his sweet young face. I relaxed my grip on his shoulders, took him into my arms. "But you were very brave, Willie," I said. "You were very brave to stand up to a killer to protect your mom. I think you saved her life." Chapter 6. I kissed Willie's cheek through the open patrol car window. Then Officer Pat Noonan drove Willie to the hospital, and I boarded the ferry, joining Tracheo in the open front compartment of the Del Norte's top deck. It was a scene of unforgettable horror. Bodies lying where they'd fallen on the 30 or 40 square yards of bloody fiberglass deck, footprints leaving tracks in all directions. Articles of clothing had been dropped here and there. A red baseball cap was squashed underfoot, mixed with paper cups and hot dog wrappers and newspapers soaked in blood. I felt a sickening wave of despair. The killer could be anywhere, and evidence that might lead us to him had been lost every time a cop or a passenger or a paramedic walked across the deck. Plus, I couldn't stop thinking about Claire. "You okay?" Tracheo asked me. I nodded, afraid that if I started to cry, I wouldn't be able to stop. "This is Andrea Canello," Tracheo said, pointing to the body of a woman in tan pants and a white blouse, lying up against the hull. "According to that fellow over there," he said, pointing to a teenager with spiky hair and a sunburned nose. "The doer shot her first, then he shot her son, a little kid, about 9. "The boy going to make it?" I asked. Tracheo shrugged. "He lost a lot of blood." He pointed to another body, a male Caucasian, white-haired, looked to be in his 50s, lying halfway under a bench. "Per Conrad, engineer. Worked on the ferry, probably heard the shots and tried to help." "And this fellow," he said, indicating an Asian man lying flat on his back in the center of the deck, "is Lester Ng, insurance salesman. Another guy who could have been a hero. Witnesses say it all went down in 2 or 3 minutes." I started picturing the scene in my head, using what Willie had told me, what Tracheo was telling me now, looking at the evidence, trying to fit the pieces into something that made sense. I wondered if the shooting spree had been planned, or if something had set the shooter off, and if so, what that trigger had been. "One of the passengers thinks he saw the shooter sitting alone before the incident, over there," Tracheo told me. "Thinks he was smoking a cigarette. A package of Turkish specials was found under a table." I followed Tracheo to the stern, where several horrified passengers sat on an upholstered bench that wrapped around the inner curve of the railing. Some of them were blood-spattered, some held hands. Shock had frozen their faces. Uniforms were still taking down the witnesses' names and phone numbers, getting statements. Sergeant Lexi Rose turned toward us, saying, "Chief, Lieutenant, Mr. Jack Rooney here has some good news for us." An elderly man in a bright red nylon jacket stepped forward. He wore big frame eyeglasses and a digital minicam about the size of a bar of soap hanging from a black cord around his neck. He had an expression of grim satisfaction. "I've got him right here," Rooney said, holding up his camera. "I got that psycho right in the act." Chapter 7. The head of the crime scene unit, Charlie Clapper, crossed the gangway with his team and came on board moments after the witnesses were released. Charlie stopped in front of us, greeted the chief, said, "Hey, Lindsay," and took a look around. Then he dug into the pockets of his herringbone tweed jacket, pulled out latex gloves, and snapped them on. "This is a fine kettle of fish," he said. "Let's try to stay positive," I said, unable to conceal the edge in my voice. "Cockeyed optimist," he said. "That's me." I stood with Tracheo as the CSU team fanned out, putting out markers, photographing the bodies and the blood that was spattered everywhere. They began digging out projectiles from the hull, and they bagged an item that might lead us to a killer, the half-empty packet of Turkish cigarettes that had been found under a table in the stern. "I'm going to take off now, Lieutenant," Tracheo told me, looking down at his Rolex. "I have a meeting with the mayor." "I want to work this case personally," I said. He gave me a hard, unblinking stare. I'd just pushed a hot button on his console, but it couldn't be helped. Tracheo was a decent guy, and mostly I liked him, but the chief had come up through the ranks by way of administration. He'd never worked a case in his life, and that made him see things one way. He wanted me to do my job from my desk, and I did my best work on the street. The last time I told Tracheo that I wanted to work cases hands-on, he told me that I was ungrateful, that I had a lot to learn about leading a command, that I should do my goddamn job and feel lucky about my promotion to lieutenant. He reminded me now, sharply, that one of my partners had been killed on the street and that only months ago Jacoby and I had both been shot in a desolate alley in the Tenderloin. It was true. We'd both nearly died. Today, I knew he couldn't turn me down. My best friend had a slug through her chest, and the shooter was free. "I'll work with Jacoby and Conklin, a 3-man team. I'll have McNeil and Chi back us up, pull in the rest of the squad as needed." Tracheo nodded reluctantly, but it was a green light. I thanked him and called Jacoby on my cell. Then I phoned the hospital, got a kind-hearted nurse on the line who told me that Claire was still in surgery. I left the scene with Jack Rooney's camera in hand, planning to look at the video back at the hall, see the shooting for myself. I walked down the gangway and muttered, "Nuts." Before I reached the pavement, reporters from 3 local TV stations and the Chronicle were waiting for me. I knew them all. Cameras clicked and zoomed. Microphones were pushed up to my face. "Was this a terrorist attack, Lieutenant? Who did the shooting? How many people were killed?" "Give me a break, guys. The crime just happened this morning," I said, wishing these reporters had grabbed Tracheo or any one of the other 4 cops milling around the perimeter who'd love to see themselves on the 6 o'clock news. "We'll release the names of the victims after we've contacted their families, and we will find whoever did this terrible thing," I said with both hope and conviction. "He will not get away." Chapter 8. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I introduced myself to Claire's doctor, Al Sassoon, who was standing with Claire's chart in hand at the hub of the ICU. Sassoon was in his mid-40s, dark-haired, with laugh lines fanning out from the corners of his mouth. He looked credible and confident, and I trusted him immediately. "Are you investigating the shooting?" he asked me. I nodded. "Yes, and also, Claire's my friend." "She's a friend of mine, too." He smiled, said, "So here's what I can tell you. The bullet broke a rib and collapsed her left lung, but it missed her heart and major arteries. She's going to have some pain from the rib, and she's going to have a chest tube inside her until that lung fully expands. But she's healthy, and she's lucky, and she's got good people here watching out for her." The tears that had been dammed up all day threatened to overflow. I lowered my eyes and croaked, "I'd like to talk to her. Claire's assailant killed 3 people. "She'll wake up soon," Sassoon told me. He patted my shoulder and held open the door to Claire's room, and I walked inside. The back of Claire's bed was raised to make it easier for her to breathe. There was a cannula in her nose and an IV bag hanging from a pole, dripping saline into a vein. Under her thin hospital gown, her chest was swaddled in bandages, and her eyes were puffy and closed. And all sweating, knowing I'd been dreaming again about that bad night on Larkin Street. I could still feel the impact of those slugs in my mind, remembering the helplessness and the knowledge that I might die. "And what about Willie?" Edmund was saying. "His whole world turned inside out this morning. Here, let me help you with that." Edmund held the sides of the shopping bag apart so that I could extract from it a big silver get-well balloon. I tied the balloon to the frame of Claire's bed, then reached over and touched her hand. "Has she said anything?" I asked. "She opened her eyes for a couple of seconds, said, 'Where's Willie?' I told her he's home, safe. She said, 'I gotta get back to work.' Then she conked out. That was a half-hour ago." I searched my mind for the last time I'd seen Claire before the shooting. Yesterday. We'd waved goodbye in the parking lot across from the hall as we'd left work for the day, just a casual flap of our hands. "See you, girlfriend. Have a good one, Butterfly." It had been such an ordinary exchange, taking life for granted. What if Claire had died today? What if she had died on us? Chapter 9. I was gripping Claire's hand as Edmund returned to the armchair, switched on the overhead TV with the remote. Keeping the sound on low, he asked, "You've seen this, Lindsay?" I looked up, saw the disclaimer. "What you are about to see is very graphic. Parental discretion is advised." "I saw it right after the shooting," I told Edmund, "but I want to see it again." Edmund nodded, said, "Me too." And then Jack Rooney's amateur film of the ferry shooting came on the screen. Together we watched again what Claire had lived through only hours before. Rooney's film was grainy and jumpy, first focusing on 3 tourists smiling and waving at the camera, a sailboat behind them, and then a beauty shot of the Golden Gate Bridge. The camera panned across the ferry's open top deck, past a gaggle of kids feeding hot dog buns to the seagulls. A little boy wearing a backward red baseball cap was drawing on a table with a Sharpie. That was Tony Canello. A lanky, bearded man, sitting near the railing, plucked at his arm distractedly. The shot froze, and a spotlight encircled the bearded man. "That's him," Edmund said. "Is he crazy, Lindsay? Or is he a premeditated killer biding his time?" "Maybe he's both," I said, my eyes pinned to the screen as a second clip followed the first. An ebullient crowd clung to the railing as the ferry pulled into dock. Suddenly, the camera swung to the left, focusing on a woman, her face screwed up in horror as she grabbed her chest and then collapsed. The little boy, Tony Canello, turned toward the camera. His face had been digitally pixelated by the news producers so that his features were a blur. I winced as he jerked and spun away from the gunman. The camera's eye jumped around crazily after that. It looked as though Rooney had been bumped, and then the picture stabilized. I covered my mouth, and Edmund gripped the arms of the chair as we watched Claire stretch out her hand toward the shooter. Even though we couldn't hear her over the screams of the crowd, it was clear that she was asking for the gun. "What bravery," I said. "My God." "Too damned brave," Edmund muttered, running his hand over the top of his silvering head. "Claire and Willie, both of them, too damned brave." The shooter's back was to the camera as he pulled the trigger. I saw the gun buck in his hand. Claire grabbed at her chest and went down. Again, the point of view shifted to horrified faces in a roiling crowd. Then the gunman was on the screen in a crouch. His face turned away from the camera. He stepped on Claire's wrist, shouting into her face. Edmund cried out, "You sick son of a bitch!" Behind me, Claire moaned in her bed. I turned to look at her, but she was still asleep. My eyes flashed back to the television as the shooter turned and his face came into view. His eyes were down, his beard swallowing the lower half of his face. He was coming toward the cameraman, who finally lost his nerve and stopped filming. "He shot at Willie after that," Edmund said. And then, there I was on the TV screen, my hair tangled from my race through the farmer's market, Claire's blood transferred from Willie's T-shirt to my jacket, a wide-eyed look of shocked intensity on my face. My voice was saying, "Please call us with any information that could lead to this man." My face was replaced with a freeze-frame shot of the killer, The SFPD phone number and web address crawled under a title in big letters at the bottom of the screen. "Do you know this man?" Edmund turned to me, his face stricken. "Have you got anything yet, Lindsay?" "We have Jack Rooney's video," I said, stabbing my finger at the TV. "We have non-stop media coverage and about 200 eyewitnesses. We'll find him, Eddie. I swear we will." I didn't say what I was thinking. If this guy gets away, I shouldn't be a cop. I stood, gathered up my shopping bag. Eddie said, "Can't you wait a few minutes? Claire will want to see you." "I'll be back later," I told him. "There's someone I have to see right now." Chapter 10. I left Claire's room on the 5th floor and took the stairs to the pediatric ICU on 2. I was bracing myself for what was sure to be an awful, heart-wrenching interview. I thought about young Tony Canello, watching his mother taking a bullet an instant before being shot himself. I had to ask this child if he'd ever seen the shooter before, if the man had said anything before or after firing the gun, if he could think of any reason why he and his mom had been targeted. I shifted my shopping bag from my right hand to my left as I took the last flight of stairs, knowing that how I handled this interview was going to stay with this little boy forever. The police department keeps a stash of teddy bears to give to children who've been traumatized, but those small toys seemed too cheap to give to a kid who'd just seen his mother violently killed. I'd stopped off at the Build-A-Bear workshop before coming to the hospital and had a bear custom-made for Tony. Before it was dressed in a soccer outfit, a fabric heart had been stitched inside the bear's chest, along with my wish that Tony would get well soon. I opened the door to the 2nd floor and stepped into the pastel-painted corridor of the pediatric unit. Cheery murals of rainbows and picnics lined the walls. I found my way to the pediatric ICU and flashed my badge for the nurse at the desk, a woman in her 40s with graying hair and large brown eyes. I told her that I had to talk to my witness and that I wouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. "You're talking about Tony Canello? The little boy who was shot on the ferry?" "I have about 3 questions," I and asked her to give it to the next kid who came into the ICU. Somehow, I found my car in the lot and headed back to the Hall of Justice. Chapter 11. The hall is a gray granite cube of a building that takes up a full block on Bryant Street. Its grungy and dismal 10 floors house the Superior Court, the DA's offices, the Southern Division of the SFPD, and a jail taking up the top floor. The medical examiner's office is in an adjacent building, but you can get there by way of a back door in the hall's ground floor. I pushed open the steel and glass doors at the rear of the lobby, exited out the back of the building, and headed down the breezeway that led to the morgue. I opened the door to the autopsy suite and was immediately enveloped by the frosty air. I walked through the place as if I owned it, a habit encouraged by my best friend, Claire, the chief medical examiner. But of course Claire wasn't on the ladder, taking overhead shots of the deceased woman on the table. The deputy chief, a 40-something white man, 5'8" or so, with salt and pepper hair and black horn-rimmed glasses, had taken her place. "Dr. G," I said, barreling into the autopsy room. "Watch where you're stepping, Lieutenant." Dr. Humphrey Germanic had been in charge of the ME's office for about 6 hours, and already stacks of his papers lined the walls in neat rows. I used the toe of my shoe to straighten the pile that I'd accidentally dislodged, lined it up just right. I knew Germanic to be a perfectionist, fast with a joke, and great on the witness stand. In fact, he was as qualified to be CME as Claire was, and some said that if Claire ever stepped down, Dr. G would be a shoo-in for her job. "How's it going with Andrea Canello?" I asked, nearing the body on the autopsy table. Dr. G's patient was nude, lying face up, the gunshot wound centered between her breasts. I leaned in for a closer look, and Dr. Germanic stepped between me and the dead woman's body. "No trespassing, Lieutenant. This is a cop-free zone," he cracked. But I could see he wasn't kidding. "I've already had a suspected child abuse, a traffic fatality, and a woman whose head was opened up with a steam iron. The ferry victims are going to be an all-day sucker, and I'm just getting started. If you have any questions, ask me now. Otherwise, just leave your cell number on my desk. I'll call you when I'm done." Then he turned his back on me and began to measure Andrea Canello's gunshot wound. I stepped away, my head throbbing from the angry outburst I was keeping in check. I couldn't afford to alienate Dr. G, besides which he was within his rights. Without Claire, the already understaffed ME's office was in a state of emergency. Germanic barely knew me, and he had to protect his department, his job, the rights of his patients, and the overall integrity of the investigation. And he had to autopsy every one of the ferry victims himself. If a second pathologist got in on this multiple homicide, a good defense attorney would pit the two pathologists against each other, look for inconsistencies that would undermine their testimonies. Assuming we would find the psycho who killed these people, and also assuming we would bring him to trial. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. If Andrea Canello was Germanic's first ferry victim, his all-day sucker was going to be an all-night sucker, too. Still, I had my own problems. 4 people were dead. The more time that passed, the more likely the ferry shooter would get away. Dr. G. He turned from his diagram and scowled. "Sorry if I came on too strong, but the shooter killed 4 people, and we don't know who he is or where to find him." "Don't you mean 3? Germanic said. "I have only 3 victims. This woman's little boy, Tony Canello, died a half-hour ago at San Francisco General," I told him. "He was 9. That's 4 dead, and Claire Washburn is sucking air through a chest tube." A wave of sympathy swept the indignation from Dr. Germanic's face. The edge was gone from his voice when he said, "Tell me how I can help you." Chapter 12. Dr. Germanic used a soft probe to gently explore the wound that had torn through Andrea Canello's chest. "It looks like a K5 right through the heart. I wouldn't swear to it until the firearms examiner says so, but it looks to me like she was shot with a .38. It's what I'd thought from the video, but I wanted to be certain. Jack Rooney's camera lens had swung away from Andrea Canello as soon as she was shot. If she'd lived for a moment, if she knew her killer, she might have called out his name. Could she have lived after she was shot? "Not a chance," Germanic told me. "Slug to the heart like that, she was dead before she hit the deck." "That's some shooting," I said. 6 slugs, 5 direct hits, with a revolver. "Crowded ferry boat, lots of people, bound to hit some of them," said Dr. G matter-of-factly. We both looked up when the stainless steel doors to the rear of the autopsy suite banged open and a tech wheeled a gurney inside, calling out, "Dr. G, where do you want this?" The body on the stretcher was sheeted, about 50 inches long. This was a child. "Leave him," Germanic said to the tech. "We'll take it from here." The doctor and I stepped over to the gurney. He pulled the sheet down. Just looking at the dead child was enough to tear out my heart. Tony's skin was a mottled blue color, and he had a freshly stitched 12-inch incision across his skinny little chest. I fought an impulse to put my hand on his face, touch his hair, do something to comfort a child who'd had the bad luck to be standing in a madman's line of fire. "I'm so sorry, Tony." "Here's my card," Germanic said, digging it out of his lab coat pocket, putting it in my hand. "Call my cell phone if you need me. And when you see Claire, tell her I'll come to the hospital when I can. Tell her we're all pulling for her and that we're not going to let her down." Chapter 13. My squad had moved their chairs and herded up around me. They were throwing out questions and trying out theories about the Del Norte shooter when my cell phone rang. I recognized the number as Edmund's and took the call. Edmund's voice was hoarse and breaking when he said, "Claire just came out of X-ray. She's got internal bleeding." "Eddie, I don't get it. What happened?" "The bullet bruised her liver. They have to operate on her again." I'd been lulled by Dr. Sassoon's smile when he'd said that Claire was as good as home free. Now I felt nauseated with fear. When I arrived at the ICU waiting room, it was half full of Claire's family and friends, plus Edmund and Willie and Reggie Washburn, Claire and Edmund's 21-year-old, who'd just flown in from the University of Miami. I hugged everyone, sat down beside Cindy Thomas and Yuki Castellano, Claire's best friends and mine, the four of us making up the entire membership of what we half-jokingly call the Woman's Murder Club. We huddled together, waiting for news in that cheerless room. Throughout the long, tense hours, we camouflaged our fear by topping one another's kick-butt Claire stories. We downed bad coffee and Snickers bars from the vending machines, and during the early morning hours, Edmund asked us to pray. We all joined hands as Eddie asked God to please spare Claire. I knew we were all hoping that if we stayed close to her and had enough faith, she wouldn't die. During those grueling hours, I flashed back to the time I'd been shot, how Claire and Cindy had been there for me, and I remembered other times when I'd waited in rooms much like this one, when my mom had cancer, when a man I'd loved had been shot in the line of duty, when Yuki's mom had been felled by a stroke. All of them had died. Cindy said, "Where is that son of a bitch shooter right now? Is he having a smoke after his dinner, sleeping in a nice soft bed, planning another shooting spree?" "He's not sleeping in a bed," Yuki said. $10 says that dude is sleeping in a Maytag box." At around 5 in the morning, a weary Dr. Sassoon came out to give us the news. "Claire's doing fine," he said. "We've repaired the damage to her liver, and her blood pressure is picking up. Her vital signs are good." A cheer went up, and spontaneously we all started to clap. Edmund hugged his sons, tears in all their eyes. The doctor smiled, and I had to admit he was a warrior. I made a quick trip home to take a sunrise run around Potrero Hill with Martha, my border collie. Then I called Jacoby as the sun rose over the roof of my car. I met him and Conklin at the elevator bank inside the hall at 8. It was Sunday. They'd brought coffee and donuts. I loved these guys. "Let's get to work," I said. Chapter 14. Conklin, Jacoby, and I had just settled into my glass cubicle office in the corner of the squad room when Inspectors Paul Chee and Cappy McNeil entered the dingy 20-by-30-foot workspace that's home base to the 12 members of the homicide crew. Cappy easily weighs 250 pounds, and the side chair creaked when he sat in it. Chee is lithe. He parked his small butt on my credenza next to Jacoby, who was having one of his not infrequent bouts of coughing. With all the seats taken, Conklin chose to stand behind me, his back against the window and its view of the on-ramp to the freeway, one foot casually crossing the ankle of the other. My office felt overcrowded, like a shot glass stuffed with a fistful of crayons. I could feel heat coming off Conklin's body, making me too aware of his 6'1", perfectly proportioned frame, his light brown hair falling over his brown eyes, his 29-year-old looks reminding me of a Kennedy cousin crossed with maybe a U.S. Marine. Chee had brought the Sunday Chronicle and placed it on the desk in front of me. The shooter's photo, a fuzzy still shot taken from Jack Rooney's low-resolution movie footage, was on the front page, and under it was the caption, "Do you know this man?" We all leaned in to study that furred face again. The shooter's dark hair hung around to his jaw, and his beard hid everything from his top lip down to his Adam's apple. Jesus Christ, said Cappy. We all looked at him. What? I'm saying, he looks like Jesus Christ. I said, we won't be getting anything back from the lab on a Sunday morning, but we have this. I took the photocopy of the brown-wrapped package of Turkish specials out of my inbox. And we have all this. I put my hand on the 2-inch pile of witness statements, phone messages, and email printouts that our PA, Brenda, had taken off the SFPD website yesterday. We can divvy it up, said Jacoby. Loud discussion followed until Chi said emphatically, Hey, cigarettes are big business. Any place that's going to sell a brand like Turkish Specials is going to be one of your mom-and-pop stores. And one of those moms or pops might remember this shooter. I said, Okay, you guys run with it. Jacoby and Conklin took 2/3 of the witness statements out of their desks in the squad room and got on the phones while Chi and McNeil made a few calls before hitting the streets. Alone in my office, I looked over what Brenda had gathered on the victims, all solid citizens, every one. Was there a connection between the killer and any of the people he'd shot? I started dialing the numbers on the witness statements, but nothing in the first few calls lifted me out of my seat. Then I reached a fireman who'd been standing only 10 feet from Andrea Canello when the shooter opened fire. She was yelling at her kid when the shooter popped her, the witness said. I was about to tell her to take it easy. The next minute, she was dead. What was she saying? Do you remember? You're driving me crazy, buddy. Something like that. Terrible to think. Did the boy make it? I'm sorry to say, no, he didn't. I made more notes, trying to fit fragments together into pieces into a whole. I slugged down the last of my coffee and dialed the next person on my list. His name was Ike Quintana, and he had called late yesterday afternoon, saying maybe he'd been friends with the shooter some 15 years before. Now Quintana said to me, It looks like the same guy for sure. If that's him, we were both at Napa State Hospital in the late 80s. I gripped the phone, pressing my ear hard against the receiver. Didn't want to miss a syllable. You know what I mean? Quintana asked me. We were both locked up in the cuckoo's nest. Chapter 15. I scribbled a star next to Ike Quintana's phone number. What's your friend's name? I asked him, pressing the receiver against my ear, but suddenly Quintana was evasive. I don't want to say, in case it turns out not to be him, he said. I have a picture. You can come over and look, if you come now. Otherwise, I have a lot of things to do today. Don't you dare leave home. We're on our way. I went out to the squad room, said, We've got a lead. I have an address on San Carlos Street. Conklin said, I want to keep working the phones. New videos of the shooting have been emailed to our website. Jacoby stood, put on his jacket, said, I'm driving, Boxer. I've known Jacoby for 10 years, worked as his partner for 3 before I was promoted to lieutenant. During the time Jacoby and I were a team, we'd developed a deep friendship and an almost telepathic connection, but I don't think either of us acknowledged how close we were until the night we were shot down by coked-up teenagers. Being near death had bonded us. Now he drove us to a crappy block on the fringes of the Tenderloin. We looked up the address Ike Quintana had given me, a 2-story building with a storefront church on the ground floor and a couple of apartments on top. I rang the doorbell, and a buzzer sounded. I pulled at the dull metal door handle, and Jacoby and I entered a dark foyer. We climbed creaking stairs into a carpeted hallway smelling of mildew. There was a single door on each side of the hallway. I rapped on the one marked 2R, and a long half-minute later, it squeaked open. Ike Quintana was a white male, mid-30s. He had black hair sticking up at angles, and he was oddly dressed in layers. An undershirt showed in the V of his flannel shirt. A knitted vest was buttoned over that, and an open rust-colored cardigan hung down to his hips. He wore blue striped pajama bottoms and brown felt slippers, and he had a kind of sweet, gappy smile. He stuck out his hand, shook each of ours, and asked us to come in. Jacoby stepped forward, and I followed both men into a teetering tunnel of newspapers and clear plastic garbage bags filled with soda bottles that lined the hallway from floor to ceiling. In the parlor, cardboard boxes spilled over with coins and empty detergent boxes and ballpoint pens. "I guess you're prepared for anything," Jacoby muttered. "That's the idea," said Quintana. When we reached the kitchen, I saw pots and pans on every surface, and the table was a layered archive of newspaper clippings covered by a tablecloth, then more newspaper layers and a tablecloth over that, again and again, making an archaeological mound a foot high. "I've been following the giants for most of my life," Quintana said shyly. He offered us coffee, which Jacoby and I declined. Still, Quintana lit a flame on the gas stove and put a pot of water on to boil. "You have a picture to show us?" I asked. Quintana lifted an old wooden soapbox from the floor and put it on the pillowy table. He pawed through piles of photographs and menus and assorted memorabilia that I couldn't make out, his hands flying over the papers. "Here," he said, lifting out a faded 5x7 photo. "I think this was taken around '88. 5 teenagers, 2 girls, and 3 boys were watching television in an institutional-looking common room. "That's me," said Quintana, pointing to a younger version of himself slouched in an orange armchair. Even then he had layered his clothing. "And see this guy sitting on the window seat?" I peered at the picture. The boy was thin, had long hair, and an attempt at a beard. His face was in profile. It could be the shooter. It could be anyone. "See how he's pulling at the hairs on his arm?" Quintana said. I nodded. "That's why I think it could be him. He used to do that for hours. I loved that guy. Called him Fredolito Lindo, after a song he used to sing." "What's his real name?" I asked. "He was very depressed," Quintana said. "That's why he checked into Napa. Committed, you know. There was an accident. His little sister died. Something with a sailboat, I think." Quintana turned off the stove, walked away. I had a fleeting thought. What miracle has prevented this building from burning to the ground? "Mr. Quintana, don't make us ask you again, okay?" Jacoby growled. "What's the man's name?" Quintana returned to the table with his chipped coffee cup in hand, wearing his hoarder's garb and the confidence of a rich man to the manor born. "His name is Fred. Alfred Brinkley. But I really don't see how he could have killed those people," Quintana said. "Fred is the sweetest guy in the world." Chapter 16. I called Rich Conklin from the car, gave him Brinkley's name to run through NCIC as Jacoby drove back to Bryant Street. She and McNeil were waiting for us inside McBain's Beers of the World pub, a dark saloon sandwiched between 2 bail bond shacks across from the hall. Jacoby and I joined them and ordered Foster's on tap, and I asked Chi and McNeil for an update. "We interviewed a guy at the smoke shop on Polk at Vallejo," said Chi, getting right into it. "Old geezer who owns the place says, 'Yeah, I sell Turkish specials, about 2 packs a month to a regular customer.' He takes the carton off the shelf to show us. It's down, 2 packs. Conklin came in, took a seat, and ordered a Dos Equis and an Angus burger rare. Looked like he had something on his mind. "My partner gets excited," said Cappy, "by a carton of cigarettes." "So who's the fool?" She asked McNeil. "Get to it, okay?" Jacoby grumbled. The beer came, and Jacoby, Conklin, and I lifted our glasses to Don McBain, the bar's owner, a maverick former SFPD captain whose portrait hung in a frame over the bar. She continued, "So, the geezer says this customer is a Greek guy about 80 years old. But hold on a minute, he says. Let me see that picture again." Cappy picked up where Chi left off. So I pushed the photo of the shooter up to his snoot, and he says, "This guy, I used to see this guy every morning when he bought his paper. He's the guy who did the shootings?" Jacoby called the waitress over again, said, "Sid, I'll have a burger too, medium rare with fries." Chi talked over him. "So the smoke shop geezer says he doesn't know our suspect's name, but thinks he used to live across the street, 1513 Vallejo. "So we go over there," Cappy said. "Please put me out of my misery," Jacoby said. His elbows were on the table and he was pressing his palms into his eye sockets, waiting for this story to pay out or be over. "And we got a name," Cappy finished. "The apartment manager at 1513 Vallejo positively ID'd the photo, told us that the suspect was evicted about 2 months ago, right after he lost his job." "Drum roll, please," said she. "The shooter's name is Alfred Brinkley." It was sad to see the disappointment on the faces of McNeil and Chi, but I had to break it to them. "Thanks, Paul. We know his name. Did you find out where he used to work?" "Right, Lou. That bookstore, Sam's Book Emporium on Mason Street." I turned to Conklin. "Risha, you look like the Cheshire Cat. What you got?" Conklin had been leaning back in his chair, balancing it on its rear legs, clearly enjoying the banter. Now the front legs of his chair came down, and he leaned over the table. "Brinkley doesn't have a sheet, but he served at the Presidio for 2 years, medical discharge in '94. "He got into the Army after being in a nut house?" Jacoby asked. "He was a kid when he was at Napa State," said Conklin. "His medical records are sealed. Anyway, the Army recruiters wouldn't have been too picky." The fuzzy image of the shooter was starting to come clear. Scary as it was, I knew the answer to what had been messing with my mind since the shooting. Brinkley was a sure-shot marksman because he'd been trained by the Army. Chapter 17. At 9 the next morning, Jacoby, Conklin, and I parked our unmarked cars on Mason near North Point. We were 2 blocks from Fisherman's Wharf, a tourist area crammed with huge hotels, restaurants, bike rentals, and souvenir shops, where sidewalk vendors were setting up their curbside tag sales. I was feeling keyed up when we entered the cool expanse of the huge bookstore. Jacoby badged the closest desk clerk, asking if she knew Alfred Brinkley. The clerk paged the floor manager, who walked us to the elevator and down to the basement, where he introduced us to the stockroom manager, a dark-skinned man in his 30s, wearing a threadbare Duran Duran t-shirt and a nose stud, name of Edison Jones. We arrayed ourselves around the stockroom, concrete walls lined with adjustable shelves, corrugated metal doors opening to the loading dock, guys rolling carts of books all around us. "Fred and I were buddies," Jones said. "Not like we hung out after work or anything, but he was a bright bulb and I liked him. Then he started getting weird." Jones dialed down the volume on a TV resting atop a metal table crowded with invoices and office supplies. "Weird? Like how?" Conklin asked. "He'd say to me sometimes, 'Did you hear what Wolf Blitzer just said to me?' Like the TV was talking to him, you know? And he was getting twitchy, like humming and singing to himself. Made management uneasy," Jones said, lightly running a hand across his t-shirt. "When he started missing work, it gave them a reason to axe him. I saved his books," Jones told us. He reached up to a shelf, pulled down a box, set it on the table. I opened the flaps, saw heavy stuff in there by Jung, Nietzsche, and Wilhelm Reich. And there was a dog-eared paperback of The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind by Julian Jaynes. I picked the paperback out of the box. "That was his pet book," said Edison. "Surprised he didn't come back for it." "What's it about?" "According to Fred, Jaynes had a theory that until about 3,000 years ago, the hemispheres of the human brain weren't connected," Jones said. "So the 2 halves of the brain didn't communicate directly." "And the point is?" Jacoby asked. "Jaynes says that back then, humans believed that their own thoughts came from outside themselves, that their thoughts were actually commands from the gods." "So Brinkley was... what?" Jacoby asked. "Hearing voices from the television gods?" "I think he was hearing voices all the time, and they were telling him what to do." Jones' words sent chills out to my fingertips. More than 48 hours had passed since the ferry shooting. While dead ends piled up, Brinkley was still out there somewhere, taking orders from voices, carrying a gun. "You have any idea where Brinkley is now?" I asked. "I saw him hanging out in front of a bar about a month ago. Jones said. He was looking pretty ragged, beard all grown out. I made a joke that he was returning to the wild. He got a wacky expression on his face. Wouldn't look me in the eye. Where was this? Outside the double-shut bar on Geary. Fred doesn't drink, so maybe he was living in the hotel over the bar. I knew the place. The Hotel Barbary was one of the several dozen tourist hotels in the Tenderloin, rent-by-the-hour rooms used by prostitutes, junkies, and the nearly destitute. It was one step above the gutter, and not much of a step. If Fred Brinkley had been living at the Hotel Barbary a month ago, he might still be there now. Chapter 18. The weatherman said it would rain, but the sun was high and milky overhead. When Fred Brinkley held out his hand, he could see right through it. He headed for the dark of the underground, jogging down the steps into the Civic Center BART, where he used to go when he still had his job. Brinkley lowered his eyes, marking off his paces on the familiar white marble tiled floor with black granite borders, walking steadily across the mezzanine, not looking up at the corporate slaves buying their tickets and flowers and bottled water for their commute. He didn't want to pick up any thoughts from their squirrel wheel brains, didn't want to see the prying looks coming from their hooded eyes. He took the escalator down to the tunnels, but instead of feeling calmer, he realized that the deeper he went, the more agitated, angrier he became. The voices were on him again, calling him names. Ducking his head, Brinkley kept his eyes on the floor, and he sang inside his mind, "Ay, ay, 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 Bartolito Lindo," trying to quash the voices, trying to shut them down. As soon as he got off the escalator on the third level down, he realized his mistake. The platform was packed with deadheads going home from work. They were like thunderclouds with their dark coats, their eyes boring into him, closing in and trapping him where he stood. Pictures he'd seen on the wall of TVs in the electronics shop window streamed into Fred's mind, the images of himself shooting the people on the ferry. He did that. Brinkley sidled through the crowd, mumbling and singing under his breath until he stood at the edge of the platform, standing on one square only, his toes curled over the void. Still, he felt the hate and condemnation all around him, and his own fury rose. The white tile walls seemed to pulse and billow. Fred could see out of the corners of his eyes people turning toward him, reading his mind. He wanted to yell, "I had to do it! Watch out! You could be next!" He stared down onto the rails, not moving or looking at anyone, keeping his hands in his pockets, the right one curled around Bucky. The voices roared in unison. "They know! They see right through you, Fred!" A sharp voice called out from behind him. "Hey!" Brinkley turned to see a woman with a sharp jaw and tiny black eyes shaking a finger at him. "He's the one! He was on the ferry! He was there! That's the ferry shooter! Someone call the police!" Things were breaking up now. Everyone knew the bad thing he'd done. Dog shit! Loser! Ay, 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 ay. Fred pulled Bucky out of his pocket, waved it above the crowd. People all around him screamed and shrank away. The tunnel roared. Silver and blue bullet cars streaked into the station, the noise obliterating all other sound and thought. The train stopped, and clots of people boiled out of the cars like rats, others washing back in, buffeting Fred like a tide, slamming him into a pylon, knocking the breath right out of him. Freeing himself, wading against the throng, Fred made his way to the escalator. In long, bounding strides, he bolted up past the rodent people on the moving stairway, finding his way up to the air on the street. The voice inside his head yelled, "Go! Get your ass out of here!" Chapter 19. The digital clock on the microwave read 7:08. I was physically wrung out and mentally fried after combing the tenderloin all day, coming up with nothing more than a list of all the places where Alfred Brinkley didn't live. I wasn't just frustrated either. I felt dread. Fred Brinkley was still out there. I put a healthy choice macaroni and cheese into the microwave, pressed the minute button 5 times. As my dinner revolved, I ran the day through my mind again, searching for anything we might have overlooked in our tour of 6 dozen sleazy hotels, the interviews with useless desk clerks and scores of low-rent tenants. Martha brushed up against me, and I stroked her ears, poured dog chow into a bowl. She lowered her head, wagged her plumy tail. "You're a good girl," I said. "Light of my life." I had just cracked open a beer when my doorbell rang. Oh, what now? I limped to the window to see who had the audacity to ring my bell, but I didn't know the man staring up at me from the sidewalk. He was clean-shaven, half in shadow, holding up an envelope. "What do you want?" "I have something for you, Lieutenant. It's urgent. I have to deliver this to you personally." What was he, a process server? A tipster? Behind me, the microwave beeped, alerting me that dinner was ready. "Leave it in the mailbox," I shouted down. "I could do that," said my visitor, "but you said on TV, 'Do you know this man? Remember?'" "Do you know him?" I called. "I am him. I'm the one who did it." Chapter 20. I had an instant of stunned confusion. The fairy shooter was at my door? Then I snapped to. "I'll be right there," I shouted down. I grabbed my gun and holster from the back of a chair, clipped my cuffs to my belt. As I rounded the second-floor landing, I called Jacoby on my cell phone, knowing full well that I couldn't wait for him to arrive. I could be walking into a shooting gallery, but if the man downstairs was Alfred Brinkley, I couldn't chance letting him get away. My Glock was in my hand as I cracked the front door a couple of inches, using it as a blind. "Keep your hands where I can see them," I called out. The man looked volatile. He seemed to hesitate, move back into the street, then forward toward my doorway. His eyes darted everywhere, and I could make out that he was singing under his breath. God, he was crazy, and he was dangerous. Where was his gun? "Hands up! Stay where you are!" I yelled again. The man stopped walking around. He raised his hands, flapping his envelope side to side like a white flag. I scanned his face, trying to match what I saw against my mental picture of the shooter. This guy had shaved, and he'd done a poor job of it. Wisps of beard showed dark against his pale skin. In every other way, I saw a match. He was tall, skinny, wearing clothes similar or identical to those worn by the shooter about 60 hours ago. Was this Alfred Brinkley? Had a violent killer simply rung my doorbell to turn himself in? Or was this a different kind of lunatic looking for a spotlight? I stepped out onto the moon-shadowed sidewalk, gripping my Glock in both hands, pointing at the man's chest. The unwashed smell of him wafted toward me. "It's me," he said, staring down at his shoes. "You said you were looking for me. I saw you on TV, in the video store." "Get on the ground," I barked at him. "Face down and keep your hands where I can see them." He swayed on his feet. I shouted, "Get down!" And he dropped to the sidewalk. "What's your name?" I asked, dragging back each stick-thin arm until the cuffs snapped around his wrists. "Fred Brinkley," he said, his voice filling with agitation. "You know me. You said to come in, remember? We will find whoever did this terrible thing. I wrote it all down." I holstered my Glock and ran my hands over the suspect's body, checking for weapons, images from Rooney's video flickering through my mind the whole time. I pulled a gun from his jacket pocket, stuck it into the back of my waistband. Then I picked the envelope up from the sidewalk and stuffed it into my front pocket. The pictures from the Rooney video looped in my head. I saw this man shoot 5 people. I saw him shoot Claire. I took his wallet from his hip pocket with a shaking hand, flipped it open, saw his driver's license by the dim light of the street lamp across the road. It was Alfred Brinkley. I had him. I read Brinkley his rights, and he waved them, saying again, "I did it! I'm the fairy shooter." "How did you find me?" I asked. "Your address is on the internet at the library," Brinkley told me. "Lock me up, okay? I think I could do it again." Jacoby's car pulled up just then, brakes squealing. He bolted out of the driver's seat with his gun in hand. "You couldn't wait for me, Boxer?" "Mr. Brinkley is cooperating, Jacoby. Everything is under control." But seeing Jacoby, knowing that the danger was over, sent waves of relief through me, making me want to laugh and cry and shout "woohoo" all at the same time. "Nice work," I heard Jacoby say. I felt his hand on my shoulder. I gulped air, trying to calm myself as Jacoby and I got Brinkley to his feet. As we folded him into the back seat of Jacoby's car, Brinkley turned toward me. "Thank you, Lieutenant," he said, his crazy eyes still darting, his face crumpling as he broke into tears. "I knew you would help me." Chapter 21. Jacoby followed me into my office, our nerves strung so tight we could have played them like guitars. As we waited for Brinkley to be processed, we hunched over my desk, drinking coffee, talking over what we needed to do next. Brinkley had confessed to being the fairy shooter, and he'd refused counsel, but the written statement he'd given me was a rambling screed of nonsense about white light and rat people and a gun named Bucky. We had to get Brinkley's confession on the record, show that while Alfred Brinkley might be mentally disturbed, he was rational now. After I called Tracheo, I phoned Cindy, who was not only my good friend, but top dog on the Chronicle's crime desk, to give her a heads up on Brinkley's capture. Then I paced around the squad room, watching the hands of the clock crawl around the dial as we waited for Tracheo to arrive. By 9:15, Alfred Brinkley had been printed and photographed, his clothes swapped out for a prison jumpsuit so that his garments could be tested for blood spatter and gunshot residue. I asked Brinkley to let a medical tech take his blood, and I told him why. "I want to make sure you're not under the influence of alcohol or drugs when we take your confession." "I'm clean," Brinkley told me, rolling up his sleeve. Now Brinkley waited for us in interview room number 2, the box with the overhead video camera that worked most of the time. Jacoby and I joined Brinkley in the gray-tiled room, pulling out the chairs around the scratched metal table, taking our seats across from the killer. My skin crawled when I looked at his pale and scruffy face. Remembered what he'd said. "I'm the one who did it." Chapter 22. Brinkley was jumpy. His knees were thumping under the underside of the table, and he had crossed his cuffed wrists so that he could pluck at the hairs on his forearm. "Mr. Brinkley, you understand that you have the right to remain silent?" I asked him. He nodded as I took him through Miranda once more, and he said yes when I asked, "Do you understand your rights?" I put a waiver in front of him, and he signed it. I heard a chair scraping in the observation room behind the glass, and the faint whir of the camera overhead. This interview was on. "Do you know what day of the week this is?" "It's Monday," he told me. "Where do you live?" "BART stations, computer stores, the library sometimes." "You know where you are right now?" "The Hall of Justice, 850 Bryant Street." "Very good, Mr. Brinkley. Now, can you tell me this? Did you travel on the Del Norte ferry on Saturday, the day before yesterday?" "Yep, I did. It was a really nice day. I found the ticket when I was at the farmer's market," he said. "I don't think it was a crime to use that ticket, was it?" he asked. "Did you take it from someone?" "No, I found it on the ground." "We'll just let it slide then," Jacoby told Brinkley. Brinkley looked calmer now and much younger than his years. It was starting to irk me that he seemed childish, even harmless, like some kind of victim himself. I had a thought about how he would come across to a jury. Would they find him sympathetic? Not guilty by reason of the likability factor as well as being freaking insane? On the return trip, Mr. Brinkley, I said, you can call me Fred. Okay, Fred. As the Del Norte was docking in San Francisco, did you pull a gun and fire on some of the passengers? I had to do it, he said, his voice breaking, suddenly strained. The mother was... Listen, I did a bad thing. I know that, and I want to be punished. Did you shoot those people? I insisted. Yes, I did it. I shot that mother and her son, and those two men, and that other woman who was looking at me like she knew everything inside my head. I'm really sorry. I was having a very nice time until it all went wrong. But you planned this shooting, didn't you? I asked, keeping my voice level, even giving Brinkley an encouraging smile. Isn't it true that you were carrying a loaded gun? I always carry, Bucky, Brinkley said, but I didn't want to hurt those people. I didn't know them. I didn't even think they were real until I saw the video on TV. Is that right? So why'd you shoot them? Jacoby asked. Brinkley stared over my head into the glass of the two-way mirror. The voices told me to do it. Was that the truth, or was Brinkley staging his insanity defense right now? Jacoby asked him what kind of voices he was talking about, but Brinkley had stopped answering. He dropped his chin toward his chest, mumbling, I want you to lock me up. Will you do that? I really need some sleep. I'm pretty sure we can find you an empty cell on the 10th floor, I said. I knocked on the door, and Sergeant Steve Hall came into the interrogation room. He stood behind the prisoner. Mr. Brinkley, I said as we all came to our feet, you've been charged with the murders of 4 people, attempted murder of another, and about 14 lesser crimes. Make sure you get a good lawyer. Thank you, Brinkley said, looking me in the eyes for the first time. You're an honorable person. I really appreciate all you've done. Chapter 23. The newspaper was waiting outside my front door the next morning, the headline huge over Cindy's byline, Ferry Shooter in Dry Dock. When I arrived at the Hall of Justice, a knot of reporters was waiting for me. How do you feel, Lieutenant? Fantastic, I said, grinning. Doesn't get any better than this. I answered questions, praised my team, and smiled for a few pictures before going into the building, taking the elevator to the 3rd floor. When I walked through the gate to the squad room, Brenda struck a little gong she kept at her station and then stood up and hugged me. I could see the flowers on my desk from across the room. I gathered everyone together and thanked them for all they'd done. And when Inspector Lemke asked if I could give lessons in how to conjure up murderers, we all cracked up. I've got the nose-twitching part down pat, he said, but nothing happens. You gotta twitch your nose, cross your arms, and blink at the same time, Rodriguez shouted. I was pouring coffee for myself in the lunchroom before diving into the thick pile of paperwork taking up half my desktop when Brenda peeked around the doorway saying, The chief is on line 1. I went to my office, moved a huge basket of flowers from my desk, glanced at the small cards sticking up between the roses. There were a whole lot of X's and O's on the note from Joe, my wonderful guy. I was still smiling when I pressed the blinking button on my phone, the chief's voice all mellow, asking me to come upstairs to his office. Let me get the team, I said, but he told me, no, just come by yourself. I let Brenda know I'd be back in a few minutes and took the stairs to Trachio's walnut-paneled office on the 5th floor. The chief stood up when I entered, reached his meaty hand across his desk, grasping mine, saying, Boxer, bringing down that whack job makes this a good day for the SFPD. I want to thank you again for your excellent work. I said, Thanks, Chief, and thanks for backing me up. I was readying to leave, but an embarrassed look came over the chief's face, a look I hadn't seen him wear before. He gestured for me to sit down, and he did the same, rolling his chair back and forth on the acrylic rug protector a couple of times before locking his hands across his midsection. Lindsay, I've come to a conclusion that I've been fighting tooth and nail. He was going to give me more manpower? A bigger overtime budget? I've watched firsthand how you worked this case, and I'm impressed at how much tenacity and determination you showed in the investigation. Thanks. And so I have to admit that you were right and I was wrong. Right about what? My mind raced ahead of his words, trying to gain a half-second on him, and failing. As you've told me, Tracheo continued, you belong on the street, not chained to a desk. And I get it now. I finally understand. Simply put, administrative work is a waste of your talent. I stared at the chief as he put a badge down on the desktop in front of me. Congratulations, Boxer, on your well-earned demotion to sergeant. Chapter 24. Suddenly, I was dizzy with disbelief. I heard Tracheo speaking, but it was as if his desk had shot back through the wall and he was talking to me from somewhere over the freeway. You'll have a dotted line reporting relationship to me. Keep your current pay grade, of course. Inside my head, I was screaming, Demotion? You're demoting me? Today? I made a grab for the edge of his desk, needing to hold on. I saw Tracheo fall back into his chair, the expression on his face telling me that he was as stunned by my reaction as I was by his announcement. What is it, Boxer? Isn't that what you wanted? You've been nagging me for months. No, yes, I have, but I wasn't expecting... Come on, Boxer, what are you telling me? I spent all night clearing this up and down the line because you said it's what you wanted. I opened my mouth, closed it again. Give me some time to get my head around this, okay, Tony? I sputtered. I give up, Tracheo said, picking up his stapler and banging it down on his desk. I don't understand you. I never will. I give up, Boxer. I don't remember leaving the chief's office, but I do remember a long walk to the stairway, a strained smile on my face as people called out their congratulations when I passed their desks. My mind was cycling on a short loop. What the hell had I been thinking? And what did I want? I found the stairwell and was leaning heavily on the banister, making my way down to the squad room, when I saw Jacoby coming up the other way. Warren, you're not going to believe this. Let's get out of here, he said. We took the stairs to the ground floor and out onto Bryant, heading toward the flower mart. Tracheo called me last night, Jacoby said as we walked. I looked up at him. Jacoby and I have never had any secrets from each other, but I read pain on his face, and that jolted me. He offered me the job, Lindsay. Your job, but I told him I wouldn't take it unless it was okay with you. The rumble under my feet was surely the Caltrain coming into the station, but it felt like an earthquake. I knew what I was supposed to say. Congratulations, brilliant choice, you'll be great, Jacoby. But I couldn't get out the words. I need some time to think, Jacoby. I'm taking the day off, I sputtered. Sure, Lindsay, nobody's going to do anything unless... Maybe 2 days. Lindsay, stop, talk to me. But I was gone. I jaywalked across the street, got my car out of the lot, and drove down Bryant to 6th, and from there got onto the 280 South, heading toward Potrero Hill. I jerked my phone off my belt and auto-dialed Joe's cell phone as I drove, listened to the ringtone as I floored my Explorer and took it into the fast lane. It was 1 p.m. in Washington. Pick up, Joe. The ring went into his voicemail, so I left a message. Call me, please. Then I phoned San Francisco General. I asked the operator to put me through to Claire. Chapter 25. I was hoping to hear Claire's voice, but Edmund answered the phone. He sounded as if he'd spent another night sleeping in a chair. How is she? I asked through the crimp in my throat. Having another MRI, he said. Tell Claire we got the shooter, I said. He confessed, and we've got him locked up. I told Edmund that I'd check in with Claire later. Then I dialed Joe again. This time I got the voicemail at his office, so I tried him at home. Got his voicemail there, too. I braked at the light on 18th Street, tapped my fingers impatiently against the steering wheel, stepped on the gas as the light turned green. An old memory came into my mind. The day I'd been promoted to lieutenant, on the heels of bringing down the bride and groom killer, a psycho who'd surely earned a top 10 ranking in the most depraved criminal Hall of Fame. At the time, I viewed my promotion as pretty much a political appointment. No woman had held the job before. I'd stepped up, let them pin a gold shield on me without ever knowing if the power and responsibility of the job were what I wanted. I guess I still didn't know. I had asked to be put back on the line, so of course Tracheo didn't understand my reaction. Shit, I didn't understand it myself. But sometimes you couldn't know a thing until you were there. A dotted line reporting to Tracheo was bullshit. I'd be going backward in rank. Could I handle taking orders from Jacoby? I told him I wouldn't take it unless it was okay with you, he'd said. I needed to talk to Joe. I pulled the phone back from the passenger seat and hit redial, the sound of Joe's voice on his outgoing message, calling up so many memories, the storybook trips we'd taken together, our love-making, little things about Joe that I adored, every moment savored because I didn't know when I'd see him again. What I wouldn't give to be in his arms tonight, to have him wrap me up in his love, and to feel his ability to see the real me. His touch could make the bad feelings go away. I clicked off my phone without leaving a message, called Joe's other 2 numbers. Same thing. I pulled my car into a parking spot, set the handbrake, and sat there stupidly, looking at nothing, wishing that I could see Joe. And then a bright idea broke through. Hey, I can. Chapter 26. I didn't look like anyone else in the flight lounge, all men in gray suits and red or blue ties, and me. I'd dressed in a new butter-colored cashmere V-neck, tight jeans, and a waist-skimming tweed jacket. Men stole glances, gave my ego a boost. As I waited for the plane to board, I checked things off in my mind. That Martha's dog sitter was on duty, that I'd locked up my gun and badge in my dresser drawer, that I'd left my cell phone in my car. Actually, leaving my cell phone was an oversight, but I didn't need a shrink to tell me that by shedding my hardware, I was telling the job to go straight to hell. I was traveling light, but I had brought the essential stuff. Lipstick and my round-trip business-class ticket to Reagan National that Joe had given me with his keys and a note saying, "This is your come-to-Joe pass, and it's good any time. XOXO Joe." I felt a little reckless as I boarded the plane. Not only was I leaving town with a major conflict unresolved, but something else was giving me the jitters. Joe had made surprise visits to me, but I'd never dropped in unannounced on him. The glass of pre-flight champagne helped settle me down, and as soon as the plane lifted off, I lowered my seat into the reclining position and slept, waking up only when the pilot's voice announced our imminent descent into D.C. Once on the ground, I gave the cab driver Joe's address in Northwest D.C. A half hour later, the cab swooped around the plantings and fountains in front of the deluxe L-shaped Kennedy Warren apartment complex, and only minutes after that, I stood in the densely carpeted top-floor hallway of the historic wing, ringing Joe's doorbell. Well, I'm here. When he didn't answer, I rang the bell again. Then I slipped the first key into the lower lock, used the second key on the deadbolt, and opened the door. I called out, "Joe?" as I stepped into his unlit foyer. I called again as I approached the kitchen. Now I was asking myself, where was Joe? Why hadn't he answered any of his phones? The kitchen opened into a large, attractive area that was both a dining and a living room. Hardwood floors glowed under the stream of light pouring through the windows at the far end, and I saw a terrace beyond. I noted that the richly upholstered and dark wood furnishings were in neat apple pie order. My second look made my heart slam to a stop. A woman was curled up on a sofa, turned toward the windows, reading a magazine, the white cords of an iPod dangling from her ears. I was too shocked to move or speak a word. Chapter 27. My heart rate zoomed as my focus narrowed to the woman on the couch, a sandwich and a cup of tea beside her on the coffee table. I took in her black tank top and workout pants, the thick, blonde, streaked hair knotted behind her head, her bare feet. My body felt bloodless except for the tingling in my fingertips. Had Joe been leading a double life while I was in San Francisco, waiting for his calls and visits? My face flushed with anger, but also shame. I didn't know whether to shout or run. How could Joe have been cheating on me? The woman must have caught my reflection in the glass. She dropped her magazine, put her hands to her face, and screamed. I screamed too. "Who the hell are you? Who are you?" she shouted back, her hair tumbling out of its knot as she ripped the iPod out of her ears. "I'm Joe's girlfriend," I said. I felt naked and raw, wishing I had a badge to flash at her, any badge. "Oh, Joe, what have you done?" "I'm Milda," she said, jumping up from the couch, leading me into the kitchen. "I work here. I clean house for Mr. Molinari." I laughed, not out of humor, but out of shock. She yanked a check out of her pants pocket and stuck it out for me to see. But I was barely focusing on her. Images from the last few days were flying around inside my head. And now this young woman's presence was undoing whatever hold I had over my emotions. "I finished early, and I just thought I'd sit for a few minutes," she said as she washed the dishes she'd used. "Please don't tell him, okay?" I nodded numbly. "No, of course not." "I'm leaving now," she said, turning off the taps. "I don't want to be late to pick up my son, so I'm going now, okay?" I nodded. I went down a hall, pushed open the door to the bathroom. I opened the medicine chest and scanned the boxes and bottles, looking for nail polish, tampons, makeup. Coming up empty, I went to the bedroom, a large carpeted space with a view of the courtyard. I threw open Joe's closet door, checked the floor for women's shoes, ran my hands through the rack. No skirts, no blouses. What was I doing? I knew Joe, didn't I? I turned back to the bed and was about to undo the bedding and inspect the linens when I saw a photo on the night table. It was of me and Joe 6 months ago in Sausalito, his arm around me as the breeze whipped my hair across my face. We both looked in love. I pressed my hands to my eyes. I was so ashamed. The sobs simply poured out of me. I just stood there in Joe's bedroom and cried. And then I left and went back to California. Part 2. Brown-Eyed Girl. Chapter 28. Madison Tyler hopscotched over the lines in the sidewalk, then raced back to her nanny's side, grabbing her hand as they walked toward Alta Plaza Park, Madison saying, "Were you listening, Paola?" Paola Ricci squeezed Madison's small hand. Sometimes the little girl's enchanting 5-year-old precocity was almost more than Paola could understand. "Of course I was listening, darling." "As I was saying," the girl said in the funny grown-up way she had, "when I play Beethoven's Bagatelle, the first notes are an ascending scale, and they look like a blue ladder." She trilled the notes. "Then, the next part, when I play C, D, C, the notes are pink, green, pink," she exclaimed. "So you imagine that those notes have colors?" "No, Paola," the little girl said comically, patiently. "The notes are those colors. Don't you see colors when you sing?" "Nope, I guess I'm a ninny," Paola said. "A ninny-nanny." "I don't know what a ninny-nanny is," Madison said, her dazzling smile setting off sparks in her big brown eyes. "But it sounds very funny." The two laughed hard, Madison grabbing Paola around the waist, burying her face in the young woman's coat as they passed the exclusive Waldorf school, only a block and a half from where Madison lived with her parents. "It's Saturday," Madison whispered to Paola. "I don't have to even look at school on Saturday." Now the park was only a block away, and seeing the stone walls surrounding it, Madison got more excited and changed subjects. "Mommy says I can have a red Lakeland Terrier when I get a little older," Madison confided as they crossed the Visadero. "I'm going to name him Wolfgang." "What a serious name for a little dog," Paola said, intent on crossing the street safely. She barely glanced at the black minivan idling outside the park's fence. Expensive black minivans were as common as crows in Pacific Heights. Paola swung Madison's arm, and the child jumped up onto the curb, then stopped suddenly as someone got out of the vehicle and came quickly toward them. Madison said to her nanny, "Paola, who is that?" "What's wrong?" Paola called to the man stepping out of the van. "Trouble at home. You've both got to come with us right now. Madison, your mom took a fall down the stairs." Madison stepped out from behind her nanny's back, shouting, "My daddy told me never to ride with strangers, and believe me, you're strange." The man picked up the child like a bag of birdseed, and as she shouted, "Help! Put me down!" he tossed her into the back seat of the van. "Get in," the man said to Paola. He was pointing a handgun at her chest. "Either get in or kiss this kid goodbye." Chapter 29. Rich Conklin and I had just returned to the squad room after a grim morning of investigating a brutal drive-by shooting when Jacoby waved us into his office. We crossed the gray linoleum floor to the glass box and took our seats. Conklin perched on the edge of the credenza where Jacoby used to sit, me in the side chair next to Jacoby's desk, watching him get comfortable in the chair that was once mine. I was still trying to get used to this turn of events. I looked around at the mess Jacoby had made of the place in just under 2 weeks. Newspapers piled on the floor and windowsill, food odors coming out of the trash can. "You're a pig, Jacoby," I said, "and I mean that in the barnyard sense." Jacoby laughed, a thing he'd done more in the last few days than he'd done in the last 2 years, and despite the chop to my ego, I was glad that he wasn't huffing up hills anymore. He was a great cop, good at managing the unmanageable, and I was working myself around to loving him again. Jacoby coughed a few times, said, "We've got a kidnapping." "And we're catching it?" Conklin asked. "Major Crimes has been on it for a few hours, but a witness came forward, and now it looks like there could be a murder," said Jacoby. "We'll be coordinating with Lieutenant Macklin." A humming sound came from the computer as Jacoby booted up, a thing he'd never done before getting his new badge. He pulled a CD off the pile of crap on his desk and clumsily slid it into the CD-DVD tray of his computer. He said, "Little girl, age 5, was going to the park with her nanny at 9 this morning when they were snatched. The nanny is Paola Ricci, here on a work visa from Cremona, Italy. The child is Madison Tyler." "Of the Chronicle Tylers?" I asked. "Yep. Henry Tyler is the little girl's father." "Did you say there's a witness to the kidnapping?" "That's right, Boxer. A woman walking her schnauzer before going to work saw a figure in a gray coat exit a black minivan outside Alta Plaza Park on Scott Street." "What do you mean, figure?" Conklin asked. All she could say was a person in a gray coat. Didn't know if it was a man or a woman because said person was turned away from her and she only looked up for a second. Likewise, she couldn't identify the make of the vehicle. Said it happened too fast." "And what makes this a possible homicide?" I asked. The witness said that as soon as the car rounded Divisadero, she heard a pop. Then she saw blood explode against the back window of the van. Chapter 30. Jacoby clicked his mouse a few times, then swung the laptop around so Conklin and I could see the video that was playing on the screen. "This is Madison Tyler," he said. The camera was focused on a small, blonde-haired child who came out from behind curtains onto a stage. She was wearing a simple navy blue velvet dress with a lace collar, socks, and shiny red Mary Janes. She was absolutely the prettiest little girl I'd ever seen, with a look of intelligence in her eyes that canceled any notion that she was a baby pageant queen. Applause filled Jacoby's office as the little girl climbed onto a piano seat in front of a Steinway grand. The clapping died away, and she began to play a piece of classical music I didn't recognize, but it was complicated, and the child didn't seem to make any mistakes. She finished the piece with a flourish, stretching her arms as far as they could go down the keyboard, releasing the last notes to loud bravos and rousing applause. Madison turned and said to the audience, "I'll be able to do much better when my arms grow." Fond laughter bubbled over the speakers, and a boy of about 9 came out of the wings and gave her a bouquet. "Have her parents gotten a call?" I asked, tearing my eyes from the video of Madison Tyler. "It's still early, but no, they haven't heard anything from anyone," said Jacoby. "Not a single word. Nothing about a ransom so far." Chapter 31. Cindy Thomas was working from the home office she'd set up in the small second bedroom of her new apartment. CNN was providing ambient sound as she typed, immersed in the story she was writing about Alfred Brinkley's upcoming trial. She thought of not answering the phone when it rang next to her elbow. Then she glanced at the caller ID and grabbed the phone off the hook. "Mr. Tyler?" she said. Henry Tyler's voice was eerily hollow, nearly unrecognizable. She almost thought he was playing a joke, but that wasn't his style. Listening hard, gasping, and saying, "No, oh no," she tried hard to understand the man who was crying, losing his thoughts, and having to ask Cindy what he'd been saying. "She was wearing a blue coat," Cindy prompted. "That's right, a dark blue coat, red sweater, blue pants, red shoes." "You'll have copy in an hour," Cindy said, "and by then you'll have heard from those bastards saying how much you have to pay to get Maddie back. You will get her back." Cindy said goodbye to the Chronicle's associate publisher, put down the receiver, and sat still for a moment, gripping the armrests, reeling from a sickening feeling of fear. She'd covered enough kidnappings to know that if the child wasn't found today, the chances of finding her alive dropped by about half. It would drop by half again if she wasn't found tomorrow. She thought back to the last time she'd seen Madison, at the beginning of the summer when the little girl had come to the office with her father. For about 20 minutes, Madison had twirled around in the chair across from Cindy's desk, scribbling on a steno pad, pretending that she was a reporter who was interviewing Cindy about her job. "Why is it called a deadline? Do you ever get afraid when you're writing about bad guys? What's the dumbest story you ever wrote?" Maddie was a delightful kid, funny and unspoiled, and Cindy had felt aggrieved when Tyler's secretary had returned saying, "Come on, Madison, Miss Thomas has work to do." Cindy had impetuously kissed the child on the cheek, saying, "You're as cute as 10 buttons, you know that?" And Madison had flung her arms around her neck and returned the kiss. "See you in the funny papers," Cindy had called after her, and Madison Tyler had spun around, grinning. "That's where I'll be." Now Cindy turned her eyes to her blank computer screen, paralyzed with thoughts of Madison being held captive by people who didn't love her, wondering if the girl was tied up inside a car trunk, if she'd been sexually molested, if she was already dead. Cindy opened a new file on her computer, and after a few false starts, felt the story unspool under her fingers. The 5-year-old daughter of Chronicle associate publisher Henry Tyler was abducted this morning, only blocks from her house. She heard Henry Tyler in her head, his voice choked with misery. "Write the story, Cindy, and pray to God we'll have Madison back before we run it." Chapter 32. Yuki Castellano sat 3 rows back in the gallery of Superior Court 22, waiting for the clerk to call the case number. She'd been with the DA's office only about a month, and although she'd worked as a defense attorney in a top law firm for several years, switching to the prosecution side was turning out to be dirtier, more urgent, and more real than defending white-collar clients in civil lawsuits. It was exactly what she wanted. Her former colleagues would never believe how much she was enjoying her new life on the dark side. The purpose of today's hearing was to set a trial date for Alfred Brinkley. There was an ADA in the office whose job it was to attend no-brainer proceedings like this one and keep the master calendar. But Yuki didn't want to delegate a moment of this case. She'd been picked by senior ADA Leonard Parisi to be his second chair in a trial that mattered very much to Yuki. Alfred Brinkley had murdered 4 people. It was sheer luck that he hadn't also killed Claire Washburn, one of her dearest friends. She glanced down the row of seats, past the junkies and child abusers, their mothers and girlfriends, the public defenders in ad hoc conferences with their clients. Finally, she homed in on public defender Barbara Blanco, who was whispering to the ferry shooter. Blanco was a smart woman who, like herself, had drawn a hell of a card in Alfred Brinkley. Blanco had pleaded Brinkley not guilty at his arraignment and was certainly going to try to get his confession tossed out before the trial. She would contend that Brinkley was bug nuts during the crime and had been medicated ever since, and she'd worked to get him kicked out of the penal system and into the mental health system. Let her try. The clerk called the case number, and Yuki's pulse quickened as she closed her laptop and walked to the bench. Alfred Brinkley followed meekly behind his attorney, looking clean-cut and less agitated than he had at his arraignment, which was all to the good. Yuki opened the wooden gate between the gallery and the court proper, and stood at the bench with Blanco and Brinkley, looking up into the slate-blue eyes of Judge Norman Moore. Moore looked back at them fleetingly, then dropped his eyes to the docket. "All right. What do you say we set this matter soon, say Monday, November 17th? Yuki said, "That's good for the people, Your Honor." But Blanco had a different idea. "Your Honor, Mr. Brinkley has a long history of mental illness. He should be evaluated pursuant to 1368 to determine his competence to stand trial." Moore dropped his hands to his desktop, sighed, and said, "Okay, Miss Blanco, Dr. Charlene Everett is back from vacation. She told me this morning that she's got some free time. She'll do the psych on Mr. Brinkley." His eyes went to Yuki. "Miss Castellano, is it?" "Yes, Your Honor. This is a delaying tactic," she said, her words coming out clipped and fast, her usual rat-a-tat style. "Defense counsel wants to get her client out of the public eye so that the media flap will die down. Miss Blanco knows perfectly well that Mr. Brinkley is quite competent to stand trial. He shot and killed 4 people. He turned himself in. He confessed of his own volition. The people want and deserve a speedy trial." "I understand what the people want, Miss Castellano," said the judge, countering her verbal machine gun with a patient drawl. "But we'll get a quick turnaround from Dr. Everett. Shouldn't take more than a few days. I think the people can wait that long, don't you?" Yuki said, "Yes, sir." And as the judge said, "Next case," to his clerk, Yuki left the courtroom through the vestibule and out the double courtroom doors. She turned right, down the dingy marble hall toward her office, hoping that the court-appointed shrink would see what she and Lindsay knew to be true. Alfred Brinkley might be crazy, but he wasn't legally insane. He was a premeditated killer 4 times over. Soon enough, if all went well, the prosecution would get their chance to prove it. Chapter 33. I tossed the keys to Conklin and got into the passenger side door of the squad car. Conklin whistled nervously through his teeth as we pulled onto Bryant, headed north on 6th Street for a few blocks, then went across Market Street and north toward Pacific Heights. "If there was ever a thing that would make you not want to have kids, this is it," he said. "Otherwise?" "I'd want a whole tribe." We theorized about the kidnapping, whether or not there really had been a murder, and if the nanny could have played a part in the abduction. "She was inside," I said. "She would have known everything that went on in the household, how much money they had, their patterns and movements. If Madison trusted her, the abduction would have been a piece of cake." "So why pop the nanny?" said Conklin. "Well, maybe she outlived her usefulness. One less person to cut in on the ransom. Still, to shoot her in front of the little girl." "Was it the nanny?" I asked. "Or did they shoot the child?" We lapsed into silence as we turned onto Washington, one of the prettiest streets in Pacific Heights. The Tyler house stood in the middle of the tree-lined block, a stately Victorian, pale yellow with gingerbread under the eaves and plants cascading over the sides of the flower boxes. It was a dream house, the kind of place you never imagined being visited by terror. Conklin parked at the curb, and we took the Napa stone path 6 steps up to the front door landing. I lifted the brass knocker and let it fall against the striker plate on the old oak door, knowing that inside this beautiful house were 2 people absolutely steeped in fear and grief. Chapter 34. Henry Tyler opened the front door, paling as he seemed to recognize my face. I held up my badge. "I'm Sergeant Boxer, and this is Inspector Conklin." "I know who you are," he said to me. "You're Cindy Thomas's friend. From Homicide." "That's right, Mr. Tyler, but please, we don't have any news about your daughter." "Some other inspectors were here earlier," he said, showing us down a carpeted hallway to a sumptuous living room furnished authentically in 1800s style, antiques and Persian rugs and paintings of people and their dogs from an earlier time. A piano was angled toward the windows and a $1 zillion panoramic view of the bay. Tyler invited us to sit, taking a seat across from us on a velvet camelback sofa. "We're here because a witness to the kidnapping heard a gunshot," I said. "A gunshot?" "We have no reason to think Madison has been harmed, Mr. Tyler, but we need to know more about your daughter and Paola Ricci." Elizabeth Tyler entered the room, dressed in beige silk and fine wool, her eyes puffy and red from crying. She sat down beside her husband and clasped his hand. "The sergeant just told me that the woman who saw Madison kidnapped heard a gunshot." "Oh, my God," said Elizabeth Tyler, collapsing against her husband. I explained the situation again, doing my best to calm Madison's parents, saying we knew only that a gun had been fired. I left out any mention of blood against glass. After Mrs. Tyler had composed herself, Conklin asked if they'd noticed anyone who seemed out of place hanging around the neighborhood. "I never saw a thing out of the ordinary," Tyler said. "We watch out for one another in this neighborhood," said Elizabeth. "We're unabashed snoops. If any of us had seen anything suspicious, we would have called the police." We asked the Tylers about their movements over the past days and about their habits, when they left the house, when they went to bed at night. "Tell me about your daughter," I said. "Don't leave anything out." Mrs. Tyler brightened for a moment. "She's a very happy little girl, loves dogs, and she's a musical genius, you know." "I saw a video. She was playing the piano," I said. "Do you know she has synesthesia?" Elizabeth Tyler asked me. I shook my head. "What is synesthesia?" "When she hears or plays music, the notes appear to her in color. It's a fantastic gift." "It's a neurological condition," Henry Tyler said impatiently. "It has nothing to do with her abduction. This has got to be about money. What else could it be?" "What can you tell us about Paola?" I asked. "She spoke excellent English," Tyler said. "She'd been with us only a couple of months. When was it, sweetie?" "September, right after Mala went home to Sri Lanka. Paola was highly recommended," Mrs. Tyler said, "and Maddie took to her instantly." "Do you know any of Paola's friends?" "No," Mrs. Tyler told us. "She wasn't allowed to bring anyone to the house. She had Thursdays and Sunday afternoons off, and what she did on those days, I'm sorry, we really don't know." "She was always on her cell phone," Tyler said. "Madison told me that. So she had to have friends. What are you suggesting, Inspector? You think she was behind this?" "Does that seem possible to you?" "Sure," said Tyler. "She saw how we live. Maybe she wanted some of this for herself, or maybe some guy she was seeing put her up to it." "Right now, we can't rule anything out," I said. "Whatever it takes. Whoever did it," Henry Tyler said, his wife starting to break down beside him. "Just please find our little girl." Chapter 35. Paola Ricci's room in the Tyler's house was compact and feminine. A poster of an Italian soccer team was on the wall opposite her bed, and over the headboard was a hand-carved crucifix. There were 3 doors in the small room, one leading out to the hallway, one opening into a bathroom, and another connected to Madison's room. Paola's bed was made up with a blue chenille spread, and her clothes hung neatly in her closet, tasteful jumpers and plain skirts, and blouses, and a shelf of sweaters in neutral colors. A few pairs of flat-soled shoes were lined up on the floor, and a black leather bag hung from the knob of the closet door. I opened Paola's handbag, went through her wallet. According to her driver's license, Paola was 19 years old. She's 5'9", brown-haired, blue-eyed, and she likes her weed. I waggled the baggie with 3 joints I'd found in a zipper pocket. But there's no cell phone here, Richie. She must have taken it with her. I opened one of the drawers in Paola's dresser while Conklin tossed the vanity. Paola had white cotton work-a-day underwear, and she also had her days-off satin lingerie in tropical colors. A little bit naughty, I said. A little bit nice. I went into the bathroom, opened the medicine cabinet, saw her various lotions and potions for clear skin and split ends, and an opened box of orthotricycline, the patch for birth control. Who was she sleeping with? A boyfriend? Henry Tyler? It wouldn't be the first time a nanny had gotten involved with the man of the house. Was something twisted going on? An affair gone wrong? "Here's something, Lou," Conklin called out. Sarge. I stepped back into the bedroom. "If you can't call me Boxer," I said, "try Lindsay." "Okay," he said, his handsome face lighting up with a grin. "Lindsay, Paola keeps a diary." Chapter 36. As Conklin went to search Madison's room, I skimmed the nanny's diary. Paola wrote in beautiful script, using symbols and emoticons to punctuate her exclamatory writing style. Even a cursory look through the pages told me that Paola Ricci loved America. She raved about the cafes and shops on Fillmore Street, saying she couldn't wait for nicer weather so that she and her friends could sit outside like she did at home. She went on for pages about outfits she'd seen in shop windows, and she quoted her San Francisco friends on men, clothes, and media stars. When mentioning her friends, Paola used only their initials, leading me to guess that she was smoking pot with M.E. and L.K. on her nanny's nights out. I looked for references to Henry Tyler, and Paola referred to him infrequently, but when she did, she called him Mr. B. However, she embellished the initial of someone she called G. Paola reported charged looks and sightings of G, but I got the clear impression that whoever he was, she was more anticipating having sex with G than actually having it. The person mentioned most often in Paola's diary was Maddie. That's where I really saw Paola's love for the child. She'd even pasted some of Madison's drawings and poems onto the pages. I read nothing about plans, assignations, or vengeance. I closed Paola's little red book, thinking it was the journal of an innocent abroad. Or maybe she'd planted this diary to make us think so. Henry Tyler followed Conklin and me out to the front step. He grabbed my arm. "I appreciate your downplaying this for my wife, but I understand why you're here. Something may have already happened to my daughter. Please keep me up to date on everything, and I insist that you tell me the truth." I gave the distraught Henry Tyler my cell phone number and promised to check in often during the day. Techs were wiring up the Tylers' phone lines, and inspectors from the Major Crimes Squad were canvassing the houses on Washington Street when Conklin and I left. We drove to Alta Plaza Park, a historic, terraced gem of a place with breathtaking views. Along with the nannies and toddlers and dog owners recreating within the park's tranquil greens were cops doing interviews. Conklin and I joined the canvass, and between us all, we talked to every nanny and child who knew Madison, including one nanny with the initials M.E., the friend Paola had mentioned in her diary. Madeline Ellis broke into tears, telling us about her fear for Paola and Maddie. "It's like everything I know has been turned upside down," she said. "This place is supposed to be safe." Madeline rocked the carriage with a baby inside, her voice choking as she said, "She's a nice girl, and she's very young for her age." She told us that the G in Paola's diary was George, last name unknown, a waiter at the Rhapsody Cafe. He had flirted with Paola, and she with him, but Madeline was positive that Paola and George had never had a date. We found George Henley working the tables outside the Rhapsody Cafe on Fillmore, and we questioned him. We drilled him, tried to scare him, but my instincts told me he wasn't involved in a kidnapping or a murder. He was a kid, just a regular kid, working his way through night school, trying to get his degree in fine arts. George wiped his hands on his apron, took Paola's driver's license from my hand, looked at her picture. "Oh, sure. I've seen her around here with her girlfriends," he said, "but until this minute, I never knew her name." Chapter 37. The sun was going down on Pacific Heights as we left the apartment of a handyman named Willie Evans, who lived over the garage of one of the Tylers' neighbors. Evans was a creep with unbelievably dirty fingernails and 2 terrariums inhabited by snakes and lizards. But as slithery as Willie Evans was, he had a solid alibi for the time Madison and Paola were abducted. Conklin and I buttoned our coats and joined the canvas of the neighborhood, showing pictures of Paola and Madison to homeowners just returning from work. We scared the hell out of a lot of innocent people and didn't get a single lead in return. Back at the hall, we converted our notes and thoughts into a report, noting the interviews we'd done and that the Devines, a family living next door to the Tylers, were on vacation before, during, and after the abduction and weren't interviewed, and that Paola Ricci's friends thought she was a saint. A deep sadness was weighing on me. The only witness to the abduction had told Jacoby that she'd heard a pop and saw blood explode on the inside of the rear window of the van at 9 this morning. Did the blood belong to Paola, or had the child put up a struggle and gotten a bullet to shut her up? I said goodnight to Conklin and drove to the hospital. Claire was sleeping when I came into her room. She opened her eyes, said, "Hi, sugar," and fell back asleep. I sat with her for a while, leaned back in the leatherette armchair, and even dozed fitfully for a moment or two before kissing my friend's cheek and telling her goodbye. I parked my Explorer on the uphill slope, a few doors from my apartment, and got out my keys, thoughts of Madison Tyler still cycling through my mind as I walked up the hill. I had to blink a couple of times to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Joe was waiting outside my apartment, sitting on the steps, a leash looped around his wrist, an arm around Martha. He stood, and I walked into his big hug, swayed with him in the moon shadows. It felt so good to be in his arms. Chapter 38. As far as I knew, Joe had never found out about my misadventure in Washington, and now didn't seem like the time to tell him. "You fed Martha?" I asked, hugging him closer, reaching my arms up around his neck for his kiss. "Walked her too," he murmured, "and I bought a roasted chicken and some vegetables for the human folk. Wine's in the fridge. Someday, I'm going to walk into my apartment and shoot you by accident." "You wouldn't do that, would you, Blondie?" I pulled back, smiled up at his face, saying, "No, I wouldn't do it, Joe. You're my girl." Then he kissed me again, a true toe curler, and my body melted against his. We walked up the stairs to my apartment, Martha barking and herding us together, making us laugh so hard we were weak by the time we got to the top floor. As was our habit, the food had to wait. Joe took off my clothes and his, turned on the shower until the temperature was just right, and once we were both inside the stall, put my hands on the wall and washed me gently and slowly, working me up until I wanted to scream. He wrapped me in a bath sheet and walked me to my bed, lowered me down, turned on the small lamp by the night table, the one with the soft pink light. He unwrapped me as if this were our first time together, as if he were just now discovering my body. And that gave me the time to admire his broad chest, the way the patterned curls led my eyes downward, and when I reached out to touch him, he was ready. "Just lie back," he said into my ear. The brilliant thing about going so long without Joe was that when I was with him, there was the element of the unknown along with the safety of familiarity. I lay back on the pillows, my palms turned up, and Joe drove me crazy as he kissed me everywhere, ran teasing fingers over hot spots, and pressed his hard body against mine. I was dissolving in the heat, but as much as I was dying for him, something else was going on in my head. I was fighting my feelings for Joe, and I didn't know why. Then the answer came. I don't want to do this. Chapter 39. I felt crazy, wanting Joe and not wanting him at the same time. I rationalized at first that I was still swimming in worry for Madison and Paola, but what came to mind was my shame at showing up at Joe's place nearly 2 weeks ago, needing him so much, feeling as though I'd gone where I didn't belong. He was lying beside me now, his hand on the plane of my belly. "What is it, Lindsay?" I shook my head. "No, nothing's wrong." But Joe turned me toward him, made me look into his deep blue eyes. "I had a horrible day," I told him. "Sure," he said. "That's not new. But your mood is." I felt tears spring from my eyes, and that embarrassed me. I didn't want to be vulnerable with Joe. Not now, anyway. Done. Chapter 40. It was Saturday night, almost midnight. Cindy was sleeping in the bedroom of her new apartment at the Blakely Arms, alone, when she was awoken by a woman shouting her lungs out in Spanish on a floor somewhere over her head. A door slammed, there were running footsteps, then a hinge creaked, and another door slammed, this one closer to Cindy's apartment. Maybe it was the door to the stairwell. She heard more shouting, this time down on the street. Men's voices rose up to her third-floor windows. Then there was the sound of scuffling. Cindy was having thoughts she'd never had in her old apartment building. Was she safe here? Was the great buy she got on this place a poor bargain after all? She threw back the covers, left her bedroom, and went out to her new airy living room and foyer. She peeked through the peephole, saw no one. She twisted the knob of the deadbolt, left, right, before going to her desk. She ran her hands through her hair, pulled it up into a band. Geez, her hands were shaking. Maybe it wasn't just the nightlife in the building. Maybe she was giving herself the creeps because of the stories she was writing about child abduction. Since Henry Tyler's phone call, she'd been surfing the web, reading more than she'd ever known about the thousands of children who were abducted in the United States every year. Most of those kids were taken by family members, found, and returned, but a few hundred children every year were strangled, stabbed, or buried alive by their abductors, and the majority of those kids were murdered within the first hours of their abduction. Statistically, it was far more likely that Madison had been grabbed by an extortionist than a child-molesting, murdering freak. The only problem with that scenario was that it left a huge, chilling question in her mind. Why hadn't the Tylers been contacted about paying a ransom? Cindy was halfway back to her bedroom when the doorbell rang. She froze, heart jumping inside her chest. She didn't know a soul in this building. So who could be ringing her doorbell? The bell rung again, insistently. Clutching her robe, Cindy went to the door and peered through the peephole. She couldn't believe who was peering back. It was Lindsay, and she looked like hell. Chapter 41. I was about to turn around and go when Cindy opened the door in her pink PJs, her curls rubber-banded into a pom-pom on the top of her head. She was looking at me as if she'd just seen the dead. "You okay?" I asked. "Me? I'm fine, Lindsay. I live here, remember? What's wrong with you?" "I would have called," I said, hugging my friend, using the moment to try to get a grip on myself, but clearly Cindy had scanned and memorized the shock on my face, and frankly, she didn't look so good herself. "But I didn't know I was coming until I was here." "Come in, and for God's sake, sit down," she said, staring at me anxiously as I made for the couch. Cardboard cartons were stacked against the walls, and layers of bubble wrap wafted around my feet. "What happened, Lindsay? As Yuki would say, you look like you've been dragged through a duck's ass." I managed a weak laugh. "That's about how I feel." "What can I get you? Tea? Maybe something stronger?" "Tea would be great." I fell back onto the sofa cushions, and a few minutes later, Cindy returned from the kitchen, pulled up a footstool to sit on, and handed me a mug. "Talk to me," she said. No joke, Cindy was a perfect paradox. All pink ruffles and curls on the outside, never leaving home without lipstick and the perfect shoes, but inside that girly girl was a bulldog who would get a grip on your leg and hang on until you had no choice but to tell her what she wanted to know. I felt idiotic. Just seeing Cindy changed my mood for the better, and I no longer wanted to open myself up and talk about Joe. "I wanted to see your apartment. Give me a break." "You're relentless." "Blame it on my choice of career." "And proud of it." "Absolutely." Bitch. I found myself laughing. "Go ahead, get it off your chest," she said. "Give me your best shot." "Calling you a bitch was my best shot." "Okay then. What gives, Linz?" I covered my face with a throw pillow, shutting out the light, feeling myself tumbling down. I sighed. "I broke up with Joe." Cindy grabbed the pillow away from my face. "You're kidding, right?" "Be nice, okay, Cindy, or I'll throw up on your rug." Okay. So why did you do that? Joe's smart. He's gorgeous. He loves you. You love him. What's wrong with you?" I pulled my knees up and hugged them tight with my arms. Cindy sat down next to me on the couch. She put an arm around me. I felt as if I were holding on to a skinny tree while being lashed by a tidal wave. I'd been crying so much lately, I thought I might be losing my mind. "Take your time, honey. I'm here. The night is young. Sort of." So I gave in, blurted out the story about my totally embarrassing trip to D.C. and how I felt about the whole mood-swinging affair with Joe. "It really, really hurt, Cindy, but I did the right thing. It's not just because you got your feelings hurt when he wasn't home and you saw that girl. No, hell no." "Oh, God, Linz, I didn't mean to make you cry. Lie down here. Close your eyes. Cindy pushed me gently onto my side, put a pillow under my head. A moment later, a blanket floated over me. The light went off, and I felt Cindy tuck me in. It's not over, Linz. Trust me, it's not over. You're wrong once in a while, you know, I muttered. Want to bet? Cindy kissed my cheek, and then I was swept along by whatever dream featured me in a starring role. I sunk into a deep hole of agonized sleep, waking only as sunlight streamed through Cindy's bare windows. I forced myself to sit up, swung my legs off the couch, saw the note from Cindy on the coffee table saying she'd gone out for rolls and coffee. Then the day hit me for real. Jacoby and Macklin were having a staff meeting this morning at 8. Every cop on the Tyler Ricci case would be there, except me. I scribbled a note to Cindy, stuck my feet in my shoes, and raced out the door. Chapter 42. Jacoby rolled his eyes when I edged past him, slipped into a seat in the back of the squad room. Lieutenant Macklin gave me a short, glancing stare as he summarized the meeting so far. In the absence of any information regarding the whereabouts of Madison Tyler and Paola Ricci, we were assigned to interview registered sex offenders. Patrick Calvin, I read from our list as Conklin and I got into the squad car. Convicted sex offender, recently released on probation after serving time for the sexual abuse of his own daughter. She was 6 when it happened. Conklin started the car. There's no understanding that kind of garbage. You know what? I don't want to understand it. Calvin lived in a 20-unit U-shaped stucco apartment building at Palm and Euclid on the fringe of Jordan Park, about a mile and a half from where Madison Tyler lived and played. A blue Toyota Corolla registered to Calvin was parked on the street. I smelled bacon cooking as we crossed the open patio area at the front entrance, climbed the outside stairs, knocked on Calvin's aggressively red-painted door. The door opened, and a tousle-haired white male, no more than 5'3", stood in the doorway, wearing plaid pajamas and white socks. He looked about 15 years old, making me want to ask, "Is your father home?" But the faint gray shadow on his jowls and the prison tats on his knuckles gave Pat Calvin away as a former inmate of our prison system. "Patrick Calvin?" I said, showing him my badge. "What do you want?" "I'm Sergeant Boxer. This is Inspector Conklin," I said. "We have a few questions. Mind if we come in?" "Yes, I mind. What do you want?" Conklin has an easy way about him, a trait I frankly envy. I'd seen him interrogate murdering psychos with a kind of sweetness, good cop to the max. He'd also taken care of that poor cat at the Alonso murder scene. "Sorry, Mr. Calvin," Conklin said now. "I know it's early on a Sunday morning, but a child is missing, and we don't have a lot of time." "What's that got to do with me?" "Get used to this, Mr. Calvin," I said. "You're on parole." "You want to search my house, is that it?" Calvin shouted. "This is a goddamn free country, isn't it? You don't have a warrant," Calvin spat. "You have shit." "You're getting awful steamed up for an innocent man," Conklin said. "Makes me wonder, you know." I stood by as Conklin explained that we could call Calvin's parole officer, who would have no problem letting us in. "Or we could get a warrant," Conklin said. "Have a couple of cruisers come screaming up to the curb. Show your neighbors what kind of guy you are." "So, mind if we come in?" I asked. Calvin countered my scowl with a dark look of his own. "I've got nothing to hide," he said, and he stepped aside. Chapter 43. Calvin's place was sparsely decorated in early IKEA, lightweight blonde wood. There was a shelf of dolls over the TV, big ones, little ones, baby dolls, and dolls in fancy dresses. "I bought them for my daughter," Calvin snarled, dropping into a chair, "in case she can ever visit me." "What is she now, 16? Conklin asked. "Shut up," Calvin said. "Okay, just shut up." "Watch your mouth," Conklin said, before he disappeared into Calvin's bedroom. I took a seat on the sofa and whipped out my notebook. I shook off the image of a young girl, now a teen, who'd had the terrible misfortune to have this shit as a father, and asked Calvin if he'd ever seen Madison Tyler. I saw her on the news last night. She's very cute. You could even say edible. But I don't know her. Okay, then, I said, gritting my teeth, feeling a sharp pang of fear for Madison. Where were you yesterday morning at 9 a.m.? I was watching TV. I like to stay on top of the current cartoon shows so I can talk to little girls on their level, you know what I mean? At 5'10", I'm a head taller than Calvin and in better shape, too. Violent fantasies were roiling in my mind, just as they had when I'd arrested Alfred Brinkley. I was stressing too much. Too much. Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts? Sure. Ask Mr. Happy, Calvin said, patting the fly of his pajama bottoms, grabbing himself there. He'll tell you anything you want to know. I snapped. I grabbed Calvin's collar, bunching up the flannel tight around his neck. His hands flew out as I lifted him off his chair, thumped him against the wall. Dolls scattered. Conklin came out of the bedroom as I was about to thump Calvin again. My partner pretended that he didn't see anything crazy in my face and leaned casually against the doorframe. I was alarmed at how close I was to the edge. What I didn't need now was a complaint for police brutality. I released Calvin's pajamas. Nice photo collection you have, Mr. Calvin, Conklin said conversationally. Pictures of little kids playing in Alta Plaza Park. I shot a look at Conklin. Madison and Paola were snatched from the street just outside that park. Did you see my camera? Calvin said defiantly. 7 megapixels and a 12 times zoom. I shot those pictures from a block away. I know the rules, and I didn't break any of them. Sergeant, Conklin said to me, there's a little girl in one of those pictures. Could be Madison Tyler. I got Jacoby on the phone, told him that Patrick Calvin had photos we should look at more closely. We need 2 patrolmen to sit on Calvin while Conklin and I come in to write up a warrant, I said. No problem, Boxer. I'll send a car. But I'll have Chi take care of the warrant and bring Calvin in. We can handle it, Jacoby, I said. You could, Jacoby said, but a child matching Madison Tyler's description was just called in from Trans-Bay Security. She's been seen? She's there right now. Chapter 44. The Trans-Bay Terminal on 1st and Mission is an open-air, rusty-roofed concrete block shed. Inside the cinder block shell, half-dead fluorescent lights sputter overhead, throwing faint shadows on the homeless souls who camp out in this oppressive place so that they can use the scant facilities. Even in daytime, this terminal is creepy. I felt an urgent need to find Madison Tyler and get her the hell out of here. Conklin and I jogged down the stairs to the terminal's lower level, a dark, dingy space dominated by a short wall of ticket booths and a security area. 2 black women wearing navy blue pants and shirts with private security services patches sewn to their pockets sat behind the desk. We flashed our badges and were buzzed in. The security office was glassed in on 2 sides, painted grimy beige on the other 2, and furnished with 2 desks, unmatched file cabinets, 3 exit doors with keypad access, and 2 vending machines. And there, sitting beside the station master's desk, was a little girl with silky yellow hair falling over her collar. Her blue coat was unbuttoned, she had on a red sweater over blue pants, and she wore shiny red shoes. My heart did a little dance. We'd found her. Oh my God, Madison was safe. The station master, a big man, 40-something with gray hair and matching mustache, stood up to introduce himself. I'm Fred Zimmer, he said, shaking our hands, and we found this little lady wandering all by herself about 15 minutes ago, weren't you, honey? I couldn't get her to talk to me. I put my hands on my knees and looked into the little girl's face. She'd been crying, and I couldn't get her to look me in the eyes. Her cheeks were dirt-streaked, and her nose was running. Her lower lip was swollen, and she had a scrape along the side of her left cheek. I threw Richie a look. My relief at seeing Madison alive was swamped by a new concern for what had been done to her. She looked so traumatized that I was having a hard time matching up her face to the image of the little dazzler I'd seen playing the piano on videotape. Conklin stooped to the little girl's level. "My name is Richie," he smiled. "Is your name Maddie?" The child looked at Conklin, opened her mouth, and said, "Maddie." I thought, this little girl has been scared to death. I took her small hands in mine. They were cold to the touch, and she stared right through me. "Call EMS," I said softly, trying not to frighten her further. "Something's wrong with this child." Chapter 45. Conklin and I paced restlessly outside the hospital's emergency room when the Tylers rushed in and embraced us like family. I was feeling high. One part of this frightening, god-awful story was over, and I was hoping that right after she saw her parents, Madison would come back to herself, because I had some questions for her, starting with, "Did you get a good look at the guys who kidnapped you?" "She was sleeping when we last looked in on her," I told the Tylers. "Dr. Collins just stopped by and said he'll be back in, about 10 minutes. "I have to ask," Elizabeth Tyler said softly, "was Maddie harmed in any way?" "She looks like she's been through an ordeal," I said to Madison's mom. "She wasn't given any kind of invasive exam because the doctors were waiting for your consent." Elizabeth Tyler covered her mouth with both hands, stifled her tears. "You should know, she's barely said anything to anyone." "That's not like Maddie." "Maybe she was warned not to talk, or she would be hurt." "Oh, God, those animals." "Why would they kidnap Maddie, then abandon her without trying to get a ransom?" Tyler was asking as we entered the ER. I let the question hang because I didn't want to say what I was thinking. Pedophiles don't ask for ransom. I stood aside so that the Tylers could enter Maddie's curtained stall in the ER ahead of me, thinking how overjoyed Madison would be when she saw her parents again. Henry Tyler squeezed my arm and whispered, "Thank you," as he went through the curtains. I heard Elizabeth Tyler calling her daughter's name, then cry out with an agonized moan. I jumped aside as she ran past me. Henry Tyler emerged next and put his face right up to mine. "Do you know what you've done?" he said, his face scarlet with rage. "That girl isn't Madison. Do you understand? That's not Madison. That's not our baby." Chapter 46. I apologized to the Tylers sincerely and profusely as they exploded all over me in the hospital parking lot, then stood flat-footed as their car tore past me, leaving rubber on the asphalt. My cell phone rang on my hip, and eventually I answered it. It was Jacoby. "A woman just called saying her daughter is missing. The child is 5, has long blonde hair." The caller's name was Sylvia Brodsky, and she was hysterical. She'd lost track of her daughter, Alicia, while shopping for groceries. Alicia must have wandered away, Mrs. Brodsky told the 911 operator, adding that her daughter was autistic. Alicia Brodsky could barely speak a word. Not long after Jacoby's call, Sylvia Brodsky came to the hospital and claimed her daughter, but Conklin and I weren't there to see it. We were back in our Crown Vic, talking it over, me taking responsibility for jumping the gun, saying I should have been more forceful when I told the Tylers that maybe we'd found their daughter, but we couldn't be sure. But I did say that we needed them to make a positive ID, didn't I, Rich? You heard me. They stopped listening after you said, "We may have found your daughter." Hey, it all clicked, Lindsay. She said her name was Maddie. Well, something like that. "The red shoes," he insisted. "How many 5-year-old blonde-haired kids have blue coats and red patent leather shoes?" 2, anyway. I sighed. Back at the hall, we interrogated Calvin for 2 hours, squeezed him until he wasn't smirking anymore. We looked at the digital photos still inside his camera, and we examined the photos Conklin had found in his bedroom. There were no pictures of Madison Tyler, but we kept our hopes up until the last frame that Calvin might have accidentally photographed the kidnapping in progress, that maybe he'd caught the black van in his lens. But the memory stick in his camera showed that he hadn't been taking pictures at Alta Plaza Park yesterday. Patrick Calvin made me sick, but the law doesn't recognize causing revulsion as a criminal offense. So we kicked him, turned him loose. Conklin and I interviewed 3 more registered sex offenders that day, 3 average-looking white males you'd never pick out of a crowd as sexual predators. 3 men whose alibis checked out. I finally called it quits at around 7 p.m. Emotionally speaking, my tank was dry. I entered my apartment, threw my arms around Martha, and promised her a run after my shower to rinse the skeezy images out of my brain. There was a note from Martha's sitter on the kitchen counter. I went to the fridge, cracked open a Corona, and took a long pull from the bottle before reading it. Lindsay, hi. When I didn't see your car, I took Martha for a walk. Kay. Remember I told you my parents are letting me have the house in Hermosa Beach through Christmas? I should take Martha with me. It'd be good for her, Lindsay. Let me know. Kay. I felt sick knowing that I'd abandoned my dog without calling her sitter, and I knew Karen was right. I wasn't doing Martha any good right now. My new hours included double shifts and all-work weekends. I hadn't taken a real break since the ferry shooting. I stooped down for a kiss, lifted Martha's silky ears, looked into her big brown eyes. You want to run on the beach, boo? I picked up the phone and dialed Karen's number. Excellent, she said. I'll pick her up in the morning. Chapter 47. It was Monday morning, dawn. Conklin and I were at the construction site below Fort Point, the huge brick fort that had been built on the edge of the San Francisco Peninsula during the Civil War and now stood in the shadow of the Golden Gate Bridge. A damp breeze kicked up white caps on the bay, making the 50-degree temperature feel more like 35. I was shaking, either because of the wind chill factor or from my sickening sense of what we were about to find. I zipped up my fleece-lined jacket, put my hands inside my pockets as the whipping wind brought moisture to my eyes. A welder who was working on the bridge retrofit came toward us with containers of coffee from the garbage truck, a food wagon outside the chain-link fence that separated the construction site from the public area. The welder's name was Wayne Murray, and he told me and Conklin how when he'd come to work that morning, he'd seen something weird hung up on the rocks below the fort. I thought at first it was a seal, he said mournfully. When I got closer, I saw an arm in the water. I never saw a dead body before. Car doors slammed, men coming through the chain-link gate, talking and laughing, construction workers, EMS, and a couple of Park Service cops. I asked them to rope off the area. I turned my eyes back to the dark lump down on the rocks below the seawall, a white hand and foot trailing in the foam-flecked water that streamed toward the ocean. She wasn't dumped here, Conklin said. Too much chance of being seen. I squinted up at the silhouette of the bridge security officer patrolling the structure with his AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. Yeah, depending on the time and the tides, she could have been dropped off one of the piers. The perps must have thought she'd float out to sea. Here comes Dr. G, Conklin said. The ME was chipper this morning, his damp white hair still showing comb marks, his waders pulled up to mid-chest, his nose pink under the bridge of his glasses. He and one of his assistants took the lead, and we joined them, walking awkwardly across the jagged rocks that sloped at a 45-degree angle, 15 feet down to the lip of the bay. Hang on there. Be careful, Dr. Germanic said as we approached the body. Don't want anyone to fall and touch something. We stood our ground as Dr. G scrambled down the boulders, approached the body, put his scene kit down. Using his flashlight, he began his preliminary in situ assessment. I could see the body pretty well in his beam. The victim's face was darkened and swollen. "Got some skin slippage here," Dr. G called up to me. "She's been in the water a couple of days, long enough to become a floater." "Does she have a gunshot wound to the head?" "Can't tell. Looks like she's been banged up on the rocks. I'll give her a head-to-toe x-ray when we get her back to home base." Dr. G photographed the body twice from each angle, his flash popping every second or two. I took note of the girl's clothing, the dark coat, the turtleneck sweater, her short hair, similar to the distinctive bowl cut I'd seen in her driver's license picture when I'd gone through her wallet 2 days before. "We both know that's Paolo Ricci," Conklin said, staring down at the body. I nodded, except that yesterday we'd blown it, broken the Tylers' hearts by jumping to conclusions. "Right," I said, "but I'll believe it when we get a positive ID." Chapter 48. Claire was sitting up in bed when I walked through the door of her hospital room. She stretched out her arms, and I hugged her until she said, "Take it easy, sugar. I've got a hole in my chest, remember?" I pulled back, kissed her on both cheeks, and sat down beside her. "What's the latest from your doctor?" "He said I'm a big, strong girl." And then Claire started coughing. She held up the hand that wasn't covering her mouth, managing to finally say, "It hurts only when I cough." "You're a big, strong girl, and what?" I pressed her. "And I'm going to be fine. Getting out of this joint Wednesday, then some time at home in bed. After that, I should be good to go." "Thank God." "I've been thanking God since that asshole shot me. Whenever that was. You lose track of time when you don't have an office job." "It happened 2 weeks ago, Butterfly. 2 weeks and 2 days. Claire pushed a box of chocolates toward me, and I took the first one my hand fell on. "You been sleeping in the trunk of your car?" she asked me. "Or did you trade Joe in for an 18-year-old boyfriend?" I poured water for both of us, put a straw in Claire's glass, handed it to her, said, "I didn't trade him in. I just kinda let him go." Claire's eyebrows shot up. "No, you didn't." I explained what happened, aching as I talked. Claire watched me warily but kindly. She asked a few questions, but mostly let me spill. I sipped some water, then I cleared my throat and told Claire about my new rank with the SFPD. Shock registered in her eyes, again. "You got yourself bumped down to the street, and you told Joe to hit the bricks? At the same time? I'm worried about you, Lindsay. Are you sleeping? Taking vitamins? Eating right?" No. I threw myself back into the armchair as a nurse came in, bearing a tray with Claire's medication and dinner. "Here you go, Dr. Washburn. Down the hatch." Claire slugged down the pills, pushed her tray away once the nurse had gone. "Slop du jour," she said. Had I eaten today? I didn't think so. I appropriated Claire's meal, mashing the overcooked peas and meatloaf together on the fork, getting to the ice cream course before telling her that we had identified Paolo Ricci's body. The kidnappers shot the nanny within a minute of taking her and the child. Couldn't get rid of her fast enough. But that's all I've got, Butterfly. We don't know who did it, why, or where they've taken Madison. Why haven't those shits called the parents? That's the million-dollar question. Way too long without a ransom request. I don't think they want the Tylers' money. Damn. Yeah. I dropped the plastic spoon onto the tray and leaned back in the chair again, staring out at nothing. "Lindsay, I've been thinking that they shot Paola because she'd witnessed Madison's kidnapping. Makes sense. But if Madison witnessed Paola's murder, they're not going to let the child live after that." Part 3. The Accounting. Chapter 49. Cindy Thomas left her Blakely Arms apartment, crossed the street at the corner, and began her 5-block walk to her office at the Chronicle. 2 floors above Cindy's apartment, facing the back of the building, a man named Gary Tenning was having a bad morning. Tenning gripped the edges of the desk of his workroom and tried to stifle his anger. Down in the courtyard, 5 floors below, a dog was barking incessantly, each shrill note stabbing Tenning's eardrums like a skewer. He knew the dog. It was Barnaby, a rat terrier who belonged to Marjorie Glynn, a lumpen, dishwater blonde single mother of god-awful baby Oliver, all of them living on the ground floor, usurping the back courtyard as if it were theirs. Again, Tenning pressed on his special Max earplugs, soft wax that conformed exactly to the shape of his ear holes, and still he could hear Barnaby yappa-yappa-yipping through his Max. Tenning rubbed the flat of his hand across the front of his T-shirt as the dog's brainless yapping ripped the fabric of his repose. The tingling was starting now in his lips and fingers, and his heart was palpitating. God damn it! Was a little quiet too much to ask? On the computer screen in front of him, neat rows of type marched down the screen. Chapter 6 of his book, The Accounting, a statistical compendium of the 20th century. The book was more than a conceit or a pet project. The accounting was his raison d'etre and his legacy. He even cherished the rejection letters from publishers turning down his book proposal. He lovingly logged these rejections into a ledger, putting the originals in a folder inside his lockbox. He'd get his laugh when the accounting was published, when it became a critical reference work for scholars all over the world and for generations to come. Nobody would be able to take that away from him. As Tenning willed Barnaby to shut the hell up, he ran his eyes down the line of numbers, the fatal lightning strikes since 1900, the inches of snowfall in Vermont, the verified sightings of cows sucked into the air by tornadoes, when a garbage truck began its halting clamor up the block. He thought his fricking skull would crack open. He wasn't crazy either. He was having a perfectly reasoned response to a horrific assault on the senses. He clapped his hands over his ears, but the squeals, screeches, galvanized shimmies came through, and they set off Oliver. That goddamn baby. How many times had he been interrupted by that baby? How many times had his thoughts been derailed by that shitty-ass rat dog? The pressure in Tenning's chest and head was building. If he didn't do something, he would explode. Gary Tenning had had it. Chapter 50. Even with quivering fingers, Tenning quickly tied the laces of his bald-treaded Adidas, stepping out into the hallway, and locked the apartment door behind him, pocketing his big wad of keys. He used the fire stairs to get down to the basement level. He never took the elevator. He passed the laundry room and entered the boiler room, where the senior furnace mumbled in its pipes, and the hateful new furnace roared with freshly minted enthusiasm. An 18-inch length of pipe, with a rusted ball joint affixed to one end, leaned against the concrete block wall. Tenning hefted it, socked the ball into the cupped palm of his hand. He turned right, walking down the incline toward the blinking light of the exit sign, murderous ideas igniting in his mind like a chain of firecrackers. The lock bar on the exit door opened against his forearm. He stood for a minute in the sunshine, getting his bearings. Then he turned the brick corner of the building, heading toward the patio of keystones and the planters that were added since the building's conversion. Seeing Tenning coming toward him, Barnaby started yapping. He lunged at the leash connecting his collar to the chain-length fence. Beside him was the baby carriage, where Oliver Glynn fretted in the dappled shade. He was howling too. Tenning felt a flame of hope rush through him. 2 birds with 1 stone. Clutching the valve-capped pipe, he edged along the side of the building toward the shrieks and howls of the nasty little animals. Just then, Marjorie Glynn, her bland blonde hair knotted up and stabbed into place with a pencil, stepped out of her apartment. She bent low, displaying several square feet of milky white thigh, and lifted Oliver out of his carriage. Tenning watched, unseen. The baby quieted instantly, but Barnaby only changed his tune, his excited yips, stabbing, stabbing, stabbing. Mistress Marjorie shushed him, put one hand under the baby's ass, and pressed his wet face to her deflated bosom, carried him inside her apartment. Tenning advanced on Barnaby, who paused mid-yowl and licked his chops, hoping for a pat, perhaps, or a run in the park. Then he sent up his yapping alarm again. Tenning lifted his club and swung it down hard. Barnaby squealed, made a feeble grab for Tenning's arm as the club rose high against the cloudless sky, and then slammed down a second time. The rat dog was completely still. As Tenning stuffed its body into a garbage bag, he thought, R.I.B.P. Rest in bloody peace. Chapter 51. 3 days had passed since Madison Tyler had been taken from Scott Street and her nanny murdered only a few yards from Alta Plaza Park. We were all in the squad room that morning, Conklin, 4 homicide inspectors from the night tour doing overtime, Macklin, a half-dozen cops from major crimes, and me. Macklin looked around the small room and said, "I'll make this quick so we can get to work. We've got nothing but the talent in this room. So let's keep doing what we're doing, good, solid police work. And for those of you who pray, put in a word for a miracle." He handed out assignments, asked for questions, got none. Chairs scraped as everyone scrambled. I looked over the new list of pervs Conklin and I were assigned to interview. I got up from my desk and crossed the scuffed linoleum floor to Jacoby's office door. "Come in, Boxer." "Jacoby, there were 2 people involved in the abduction. There was the guy who did the coercing, and then there was a driver. Pretty odd, don't you think, for a pedophile to partner up?" "Got any other ideas, Boxer? I'm wide open." "I want to go back to square one. The witness. I want to talk to her." "After all these years, I can't believe you want to double-check an interview of mine," Jacoby groused. "Hang on. I have her statement right here." I sighed as Jacoby moved his coffee, his egg McMuffin, his newspaper, lifted a pile of manila folders. He sorted through those, found the one he was looking for, flapped it open. "Gilda Gray. Here's her number." "Thanks, Lou," I said, reaching for the folder. I felt a pang, as if I'd made a slip of the tongue. I'd never called Jacoby Lou before. I hoped he'd missed it, but no. Jacoby beamed at me. I smiled at him over my shoulder, walked back to the face-to-face desk arrangement I have with Conklin, dialed Gilda Gray's number, and got her on the phone. "I can't come in now. I've got a presentation with a client at 9:30, she protested. "A child is missing, Ms. Gray. Look, I can tell you everything in about 10 seconds over the phone. I was walking our dog on Divisadero. I was following her, getting the newspaper into position, when the little girl and her nanny crossed the street. Then what happened? My attention was on Shotzi. I was looking down, lining up that newspaper, you know. I thought I heard a child call out, but when I looked up, all I saw was someone in a gray coat sliding open a door to a black minivan, and I saw the back of the nanny's coat as she got inside. Someone in a gray coat. Gotcha. Did you see the person at the wheel?" "Nope. I put the newspaper in the trash, and I heard the van turn the corner. Then, like I said, I heard a loud pop and saw what looked like blood splattering against the back window. It was horrible." "Anything you can tell me about the man in the gray coat?" "I'm pretty sure he was white. Tall, short, distinguishing features." "I didn't pay any attention. I'm sorry." I asked Ms. Gray when she could come in and look at mug shots, and she said, "You've got mug shots of the backs of people's heads?" I said thanks anyway, and hung up. I looked into Conklin's light brown eyes, got lost there for half a second. "So, we're still on perv patrol?" he asked. "Yeah, we are, Rich. Bring your coffee." Chapter 52. Kenneth Clausen was washing his silver Jaguar when we parked on the uphill slope outside his home on Vallejo. He was a white male, 48, 5'10", your average to good-looking porno auteur with artificially enhanced features, a good hair weave, quality nose job, aquamarine contact lenses, dental veneers, the works. According to his sheet, Clausen had been caught in an online chat room sting, setting up a date with someone he thought was a 12-year-old girl. Turned out to be a 40-year-old cop. Clausen had cut a deal with the DA. In exchange for ratting out a child pornographer, he got a lengthy probation and a hefty fine. He was still making adult porn, which was completely legal, even in the upscale neighborhood of Pacific Heights. A look of delight brightened Clausen's face as Conklin and I left our Crown Vic on the curb and came toward him. "Well, well, well," he said, shutting off the hose, looking from me to Conklin and back to me, sizing us up. Then his smile hardened as he made us as cops. "Kenneth Clausen," I said, flashing my badge. "I'm Sergeant Boxer, and this is Inspector Conklin. We have some questions for you. Mind if we come inside?" "Come wherever you like, Sergeant." Clausen smirked, holding the hose gun in front of himself as if it were cocked and ready to go. "Shut up, asshole," Conklin said mildly. "Joke, officer," Clausen said, grinning. "I was just kidding around. Come on in." We followed Clausen up the front steps, through an oaken door, a spiffy foyer, and a contemporary parlor, and out to a glass conservatory extending off the kitchen. Ferns, gardenias, and large pots of cacti abounded. Clausen offered us wicker basket chairs suspended by chains from overhead beams, and a Chinese man of indeterminate age appeared at the edge of the room, crossed his left hand over his right wrist, and waited. "Can Mr. Wu get you anything, inspectors?" he asked. "No, thanks," I said. "So, what brings you into my life on this otherwise magnificent morning?" I balanced uncomfortably on the edge of the basket chair and got my notebook out as Conklin walked around the conservatory, picking up the odd piece of erotic statuary, moving potted plants a couple of inches here and there. "Make yourself at home," Clausen called out to Conklin. "Where were you on Saturday morning?" I asked. "Saturday," he said, leaning back, patting his hair, a look coming over his face, as though he were remembering a particularly sweet dream. "I was making Moonlight Mambo," he said. "Shot it right here. I'm directing a series of 20-minute films, what I call bedroom shorts." He grinned. "That's just great. I'd like the names and phone numbers of everyone who can vouch for your whereabouts." "Am I suspected of something, Sergeant?" "Let's just say we think of you as a person of interest." Clausen leered at me as though I'd paid him a compliment. "You have lovely skin. You don't spend a penny on makeup, do you?" "Mr. Clausen, don't screw around with me. Names and phone numbers, please." "No problem. I'll print out a list." "Good. Have you seen this child?" I asked, showing him the class photo of Madison Tyler that I'd kept in my jacket pocket for the last 3 days. I hated to let Clausen pass his slimeball eyes over Madison's lovely face. "That's the newspaper guy's kid, right? I've seen her on the news." "Look," Clausen said, smiling, nearly blinding me with his sparkling choppers. "I can make this very easy for all of us, all right? Come with me." Chapter 53. The elevator in Clausen's pantry was a knotty pine box about the size of a double-wide coffin. Conklin, Clausen, and I stepped inside, and I lifted my eyes to where the number board should have been, seeing only the numbers 1 and 4. No stops in between. The car opened on the top floor, a bright 40 by 50-foot space with furniture, lights, rolled-up carpets, and backdrops stacked against the walls. A high-tech computer station took up a back corner. It was a wide, open space, but I scanned it anyway for signs of a child. "It's all done digitally these days," Clausen was saying. He straddled a stool in front of a flat-screen monitor. "You shoot it, download it, and edit it all in one room." He threw a switch, rolled his mouse, and clicked an icon labeled Moonlight Mambo. "This is the rough cut I shot on Saturday," Clausen told us. "It's my time-dated alibi. Not that I need one. I started shooting at 7 and we worked the whole day." Latin music came through the computer's speakers. Then images jumped onto the screen. A young, dark-haired woman, wearing something black and scanty, lit candles in one of the now disassembled bedroom sets. The camera panned the room, stopping at the bed, where Clausen fondled himself and uttered cornball come-ons as the woman did a seductive striptease. "Oh, jeez," I muttered. Conklin stepped between me and the computer monitor. "I'll take a copy of that," he said. "My pleasure." Clausen slipped a CD out of the drawer, put it in a red plastic case, and handed it to Conklin. "You have any pictures or films of children on this computer?" "Hell no, I'm not into kiddie porn," Clausen huffed. "Besides being in violation of my deal, it's not my thing." "Yeah, that's terrific," Conklin said smoothly. "So now I'd like to take a quick search through your computer files while the sergeant walks through your house." "Looks like a neat place, Mr. Clausen," I said. "I love what you've done with it." "What if I say it's not okay?" "We'll take you in for questioning while we get a warrant," Conklin told him. "Then we'll impound your computer and search your house with dogs." "The stairs are that way." I left Conklin and Clausen at the computer console and strolled downstairs, poking my head into every room, opening doors, checking closets, looking and listening, hoping with all my heart to find a little girl. Mr. Wu was changing the sheets in a second-floor bedroom when I showed him my badge and the picture of Madison Tyler. "Have you seen this little girl?" I asked him. He shook his head vigorously. "No." "No children here. Mr. Clausen, not like children. No children here." 10 minutes later, I was taking deep breaths of cold, clean air on the front steps when Conklin joined me, closing the heavy oaken door behind him. "Well, that was fun," I said. "His alibi is going to check out," said Conklin, folding a list of names and numbers into his notebook. "Yeah, I know it will. Rich, you think that guy is straight?" "I think he'll twitch for anything that moves." Clausen was in his driveway when Conklin and I got into our squad car. He lifted a hand, gave us another cheese-eating smile, and said, "Bye-bye." He was whistling to himself, buffing the silver haunch of his Jaguar, when our humble Ford shot away from the curb. Chapter 54. Conklin and I sat across from each other in the squad room. Beside my phone was a pile of unreturned phone messages from various tipsters who'd reported seeing Madison Tyler everywhere, from Ghirardelli Square to Osaka, Japan. Dr. Germanic's autopsy report of Paolo Ricci was open in front of me. Bottom line, cause of death, gunshot to the head. Manner of death, homicide. Dr. G had stuck a post-it note in his report. I read it out loud to my partner. "Sergeant Boxer, clothing went to crime lab. I did a sexual assault kit just to say I've been there, but don't count on it coming back with anything positive due to total submersion, etc. Bullet was through and through. No projectile recovered. Regards, H.G." "Dead girl, dead end," Conklin said, running his hands through his hair. "The kidnappers have no problem with murder, and that's all we know." "So, what are we missing? We have a half-baked sighting from a witness who gave us non-descriptions of the perps and the car. We have no plate number, no physical evidence from the scene, no cigarette butts, no chewing gum, no shell casings, no tread marks, and no freaking ransom note." Conklin leaned back in his chair, said to the ceiling, "The perps acted like muscle, not like sexual predators. Shooting Paolo within a minute of capturing her? What's that? It's like the shooter was itchy, high on crack, like the job was subbed out to gangbangers. Or Paolo was excess baggage, so they offed her. Or she put up a fight and someone panicked," I said. "But you know, Richie, you're right. Totally right." His chair creaked as he returned it to an upright position. "We have to turn this investigation on its head. Work on solving Paolo Ricci," I said. planting my hand, palm down, on the autopsy report. Even dead, she could lead us to Madison. Conklin was putting in a call to the Italian consulate when Brenda swiveled her chair toward me. She covered the mouthpiece of her phone with her hand. "Lindsay, I've got a caller on line 4. Won't identify himself. Sounds scary. I asked for a trace." I nodded, my heartbeat ticking up a notch. I stabbed the button on the phone console. "This is Sergeant Boxer,"
"I'm only going to say this once,"
said the digitally altered voice that sounded like a frog talking through bubble wrap. I signaled to Conklin to pick up on my line. "Who is this?" I asked.
"Never mind. Madison Tyler is fine."
"How do you know?"
"Say something, Maddie."
Another voice came over the line, breathy, young, broken. "Mommy? Mommy?" "Madison," I said into the phone. The frog voice was back. "Tell her parents they made a big mistake calling the police. Call off the dogs, or we'll hurt Madison permanently. If you back off, she'll stay alive and well, but either way, the Tylers will never see their daughter again." And then the phone went dead. "Hello? Hello?" I jiggled the hook until I got a dial tone. Then I slammed the phone down. "Brenda, get the call center." "What was that? They made a big mistake calling the police?" Conklin shouted. "Lindsay, did that little girl sound like Madison? Jesus Christ, I couldn't tell. I don't know." "What the hell?" Conklin said, hurling a phone book against the wall. I felt dizzy, physically sick. Was Madison really fine? What did it mean that her parents shouldn't have called the police? Had there been a ransom demand or a phone call that we didn't know about? Everyone in the squad room was looking at me, and Jacoby was standing behind me, literally breathing down my neck, when the radio room called back with the result of the phone trace. The caller had used a no-name cell phone, and the location couldn't be traced. "The voice was altered," I told Jacoby. "I'll send the tape to the lab." "Before you do that, get the parents to listen to it. Maybe we can get a positive ID on the child's voice." "Could still be a sicko getting his rocks off," Conklin said as Jacoby walked away. "I hope that's what it is, because we're not calling off the dogs. Not even close." I couldn't say what I was thinking, that we'd just heard Madison Tyler's last words. Chapter 55. Brenda Fagosi had been the homicide squad assistant for some years, and at only 25 years old, was a natural mother hen. She was clucking sympathetically as I spoke to Henry Tyler on the phone, and when I hung up, she handed me a message slip. I read her spiky handwriting. "Claire wants you to come to the hospital at 6 this evening." It was almost 6 now. "How did she sound?" I asked. "Fine, I think." "Is that all she said?" "This is what she said exactly. Brenda, please tell Lindsay to come to the hospital at 6. Thanks a lot." I'd just seen Claire yesterday. What was wrong? I drove toward San Francisco General, my mind swirling with terrible, sinking thoughts. Claire once told me this thing about brain chemistry, the nub of it being that when you're feeling good, you can't ever imagine feeling bad again. And when you're feeling bad, it's impossible to imagine a time when you won't be circling the drain. As I sucked on an Altoids, a little girl's voice was crying "Mommy" in my head, and it was mixed up with the bad, knee-jerk reaction I had to hospitals ever since my mother died in one, almost 15 years ago. I parked in the hospital lot on Pine, thinking about how good it had been having Joe to talk to when I felt this low, frustrated from 3 days of staggering blindly into dead ends. My thoughts turned back to Claire as I stepped into the hospital elevator. I stared at my fried reflection in the stainless steel doors. I fluffed my bangs uselessly as the car climbed upward. Then, when the doors slid open, I stepped out into the antiseptic stink and cold white light of the post-op unit. I wasn't the first to arrive at Claire's room. Yuki and Cindy had already moved chairs up to her bed, and Claire was sitting up, wearing a flowered nightgown and a Mona Lisa smile on her face. The Woman's Murder Club was assembled. But why? "Hey, everyone," I said, walking around the bed, kissing cheeks. "You look gorgeous," I said to Claire, my relief that this wasn't a life support emergency bringing me almost to the point of giddiness. "What's the occasion?" "She wouldn't tell until you got here," Yuki said. Okay, Claire said. "I do have an announcement to make." "You're pregnant," said Cindy. Claire burst out laughing, and we all looked at Cindy. "You crazy girl reporter," I said. A baby was the last thing Claire needed at age 43 with 2 near grown-up sons. "Give us a clue," Yuki blurted out. "Give us a category." "You guys, stomping on my surprise with your cleats on," said Claire, still laughing. Cindy, Yuki, and I swiveled our heads toward her. "I had some blood work done," said Claire, "and Miss Cindy, as usual, is right." "Ha!" Cindy cried out. Claire said, "If I hadn't been in this hospital, I probably wouldn't have even known I was pregnant until I started having contractions." We were all yelling now. "What did you say? You're not putting us on? How far along are you?" "The sonogram shows that my little one is fine," said Claire, serene as a Buddha. "My wonder child." Chapter 56. I had to pull myself away from the celebration, overdue as I was for Tracheo's meeting back at the hall. As I entered his office, the chief was offering leather-upholstered armchairs to the Tylers, while Jacoby, Conklin, and Macklin dragged up side chairs, circling the wagons around the chief's large desk. The Tylers looked as if they'd been sleeping standing up for the last 84 hours. Their faces were gray, their shoulders slumped. I knew they were painfully suspended between hope and despair as they waited to hear the audio tape. The tape recorder was set up on Tracheo's desk. I leaned over and pressed the play button, and a terrifying, evil voice, alternating with mine, filled the room. A little girl's voice cried out, "Mommy? Mommy?" I pressed the recorder's stop key. Elizabeth Tyler reached out toward the tape recorder, then turned, grabbed her husband's arm, buried her face into his coat, and sobbed. "Is that Madison's voice?" Tracheo asked. Both parents nodded. Yes. Jacoby said, "The rest of this tape is going to be even more difficult for you to hear, but we're feeling optimistic. When this call came in, your daughter was alive." I pressed the play button again, watched the Tylers' faces as they heard the kidnappers say that Madison was fine, but that she would never be seen again. "Mr. and Mrs. Tyler, do you have any idea why the kidnapper said you made a big mistake calling the police?" I asked. "No idea at all," Henry Tyler snapped. "Why would they feel threatened? You've turned up nothing. You don't even have a suspect. Where is the FBI? Why aren't they trying to find Madison?" Macklin said, "We are working with the FBI. We're using their sources and their databases, but the FBI won't actively work this case unless we have some reason to believe that Madison was taken out of state." "So tell them that she was." Jacoby said, "Mr. Tyler, what we're asking is, did you receive a communication from the kidnapper telling you not to call the police? Anything like that happen?" "Nothing," said Elizabeth Tyler. "Henry, did you hear from them at the office?" "Not a word, I swear." I was thinking about Paola Ricci as I looked at the Tylers. I said, "You told us that Paola Ricci was highly recommended. Who recommended her?" Elizabeth Tyler leaned forward. "Paola came to us directly through her service." "What kind of service is that?" Macklin asked, stress showing in the grinding of his jaw. "It's an employment agency," said Elizabeth Tyler. "They screen, sponsor, and train well-bred girls from overseas. They get their work papers and find them jobs. Paola had tremendous references from the agency and from back home in Italy. She was a very proper young woman. We loved her." "The service gets their fees from the employers?" Jacoby asked. "Yes, I think we paid them $18,000. The mentioning of money sent a prickling sensation along the tops of my arms and a swooping feeling in my stomach. "What's the name of this service?" I said. Westbury. No, the Westwood Registry, said Henry Tyler. You'll speak to them? Yes, and please don't say anything about this call to anyone, Jacoby cautioned the Tylers. Just go home, stay near your phone, and leave the Westwood Registry to us. You'll be in touch with them? Asked Henry Tyler again. We'll be all over them. Chapter 57. Cindy was on the phone with Yuki, loading the dishwasher as she talked. He's just too funny, Cindy said about Whit Ewing, the good-looking reporter from the Chicago Tribune she'd met about a month ago at the municipal hospital trial. The guy with the glasses, right? The one who tore out of the courtroom by way of the emergency exit? Set off the alarm? Yuki chuckled, remembering. Yeah, see? And he can goof on himself. Whit says he's Clark Kent's nerdy younger brother. Cindy laughed. He's been threatening to fly into town and take me out to dinner. He's even angling to be assigned to the Brinkley trial. Oh, so wait a minute, Yuki said. You're not thinking of doing what Lindsay did. I mean, Whit lives in Chicago. Why start up an LDR when they're so freaking doomed? I'm thinking. It's been a while since I've had any, fun. Been a while for me, too, Yuki sighed. I not only don't remember when, I don't remember with whom. Cindy cackled. Then Yuki put her on hold so she could take an incoming call. When Yuki came back on the line, she said, Hey, girl reporter, Red Dog wants me. Gotta scoot. Go, Cindy said. See you in court. Cindy hung up and turned on the dishwasher, then emptied the trash can. She tied a knot in the bag, went out into the hallway, and hit the elevator call button, and when the car clanked to a stop, she checked to make sure it was empty before she got in. She thought again about Whit Ewing, and about Lindsay and Joe, and about how long-distance relationships were, by definition, roller coaster rides. Fun for a while, until they made you sick. And now, here was another reason to have a boyfriend who stayed in town. The sheer creepiness of living in this building alone. She hit B for basement, and the newly paneled old elevator rocked as it descended. A minute later, Cindy stepped out into the dank bowels of the building. As she walked through the trash area, she heard the sound of a woman crying, a sobbing that echoed and was joined by the screaming of a baby. What now? Cindy rounded a bend in the underground vault of the building and saw a blonde-haired woman about her own age holding a baby over her shoulder. There was a black trash bag lying open at the woman's feet. What's wrong? Cindy asked. My dog, the stricken woman cried. Look! She bent, spread open the mouth of the trash bag so that Cindy could see the small black-and-white dog that was covered with blood. I left him outside for only a few minutes, she said, just to take the baby into my apartment. Oh, my God! I called the police to report that someone had stolen him. But look, someone who lives here did this. Someone who lives here beat Barnaby to death. Chapter 58. It was Wednesday morning, 8:30 a.m., 4 days after Madison Tyler's abduction. Conklin and I were parked in a construction zone near the corner of Waverly and Clay, steam from our coffee condensing on the car windows as we watched the traffic weave around double-parked delivery vans, pedestrians spilling into the narrow, gloomy streets of Chinatown. I was eyeballing one building in particular, a 3-story red brick house halfway down Waverly. Wong's Chinese Apothecary was on the ground floor. The top 2 floors were leased to the Westwood Registry. My gut was telling me that we'd find at least partial answers in that house. A link between Paolo Ricci and the abduction. Something. At 8:35, the front door to the brick house opened, and a woman stepped out, took the trash down to the curb. Time to rock and roll, said Conklin. We crossed the street and intercepted the woman before she disappeared back inside. We flashed our badges. She was white, thin, mid-30s, dark hair falling straight to her shoulders, her prettiness marred by the worry lining her brow. I've been wondering when we'd hear from the police, she said, one hand on the doorknob. The owners are out of town. Can you come back on Friday?" "Sure," Conklin said, "but we have a couple of questions for you now, if you don't mind." Brenda, our squad assistant, swoons over Conklin, says he's a girl magnet, and it's true. He doesn't work it. He's just got this natural, hunky appeal. I watched as the dark-haired woman hesitated, looked at Conklin, then opened the door wide. "I'm Mary Jordan," she said, "office manager, bookkeeper, den mother, and everything else you can think of. Come on in." I shot a grin at Conklin as we followed Miss Jordan across the threshold and down a hallway to her office. It was a small room, her desk at an angle facing the door. 2 ladder-back chairs faced the desk, and a framed picture of Jordan surrounded by a dozen young women, presumably nannies, hung on the wall behind her. I found Jordan's apparent anxiety noteworthy. She chewed on her lower lip, stood up, moved a stack of 3-ring binders to the top of a file cabinet, sat down, picked at her watch strap, twiddled a pencil. I was getting seasick just watching her. "What are your thoughts on the abduction of Paola and Madison Tyler?" I asked. "I'm at a complete loss," Jordan said, shaking her head, and then she continued, barely pausing to take a breath. Jordan said that she was the registry's only full-time employee. There were 2 tutors, both women, who worked when needed. Apart from the co-owner, a 50-year-old white man, there were no men associated with the registry and no minivans, black or otherwise. The owners of the Westwood Registry were Paul and Laura Renfrew, husband and wife, Ms. Jordan told us. At the moment, Paul was calling on potential clients north of San Francisco, and Laura was off recruiting in Europe. They'd left town before the kidnappings. "The Renfrews are nice people," Jordan assured us. "And how long have you known them?" "I started working for the Renfrews just before they relocated from Boston, about 8 months ago. The business isn't breaking even yet," Jordan went on. "Now, with Paola dead and Madison Tyler gone, that's not very good publicity, is it?" Tears filled Mary Jordan's eyes. She pulled a pink tissue from a box on her desk, blotted her face. "Ms. Jordan," I said, leaning across her desk, "something's eating at you. What is it?" "No, really, I'm fine." "The hell you are." "It's just that I loved Paola, and I'm the one who matched her up with the Tylers. It was me. If I hadn't done that, Paola would still be alive." Chapter 59. "The Renfrews have an apartment down here," Miss Jordan said as she walked us around the administrative floor. She pointed to the green-painted, padlocked door at the end of a hallway. "Why the padlock?" I asked. "They lock up only when they're both away," Jordan said. "It's a good thing. This way I don't have to worry about the girls poking around where they don't belong." The bumping sound of footsteps came through the floor above. "The common room is over there," Jordan said, continuing the tour. "The conference room is on your right, and the dorm is upstairs," she said, looking up at the wooden stairway. "The girls live at the registry until we place them with families. I live up there, too." "How many girls are here?" I asked. 4. After Laura gets back from her trip, we'll probably bring over 4 more. Conklin and I spent the remainder of the morning interviewing the young women as they came downstairs, one by one, to the conference room. They ranged in age from 18 to 22, all European, with good to excellent English. None had a clue or a suspicion or a bad thought about the Renfrews or about Paola Ricci. "When Paola was here, she said her prayers on her knees every night," a girl named Louisa insisted. "She was a virgin." Back at Ms. Jordan's desk, the Renfrews' office manager threw up her hands when we asked her if she had any idea who might have kidnapped Paola and Madison. When she answered a ringing phone, Conklin asked me, "Want me to bust that padlock?" "Want your next career to be with the sanitation department?" "It could be worth it." "You're dreaming," I said. "Even if we had probable cause, Madison Tyler isn't in there. The den mother would spill." We were leaving the house, walking down the front steps, when Mary Jordan called out, caught up with us, clutched Conklin's arm. "I've been debating with myself. This could be gossip or just plain wrong, and I don't want to make trouble for anyone," she said. "You can't worry about that, Mary," Conklin said. "Whatever you think you know, you've got to tell us." "I just started with the Renfrews," Jordan said, darting her eyes to the door of the house, then back to Conklin. "One of the girls told me something and made me swear not to tell. She said that a graduate of the registry left her employers without notice. I'm not talking about bad manners. The Renfrews had her passport. That girl couldn't get another job without it." "Was the missing girl reported to the police?" "I think so. All I know is what I was told. And I was told that Helga Schmidt went missing and was never heard from again." Chapter 60. The tenants' meeting had heated up to a full boil by the time Cindy got there. A couple hundred people, more or less, were crammed into the lobby. President of the board, Fern Galperin, was a small, pretty woman with wire-frame glasses, her head barely visible over the crowd as she tried to quell the clamor. "One at a time," Ms. Galperin shouted. "Marjorie, please go on with what you were saying." Cindy saw Marjorie Glynn, the woman she'd met in the garbage room yesterday, sitting on a love seat jammed between 3 other people. Glynn cried out, "The police sent me a form to fill out. They're not going to do anything about Barnaby, and Barnaby was family. Now I feel even more at risk because he's gone. Should I get another dog, or should I get a gun?" "I feel as scared and sick as you do," Galperin said, clutching her own small dog to her bosom. "But you can't be serious about getting a gun. Anyone else?" Cindy put down her computer bag, whispered to a striking brunette woman standing next to the refreshment table. "What's going on?" "You know about Barnaby?" "Afraid so. I was in the garbage room when Marjorie found him." "Nasty, huh? Barnaby was kind of a pest, but for somebody to kill him? Certifiably crazy. What is this? New York?" "Catch me up, will you? I'm new here." "Sure, okay. So Barnaby wasn't the first. Mrs. Neely's poodle was found dead in a stairwell, and that poor woman blamed herself because she'd forgotten to lock her door." "I take it someone in the building doesn't care for dogs." "I mean, yeah," the brunette woman continued. "But there's more. A month ago, Mr. Franks, a real nice guy who lived on the 2nd floor, had a moving van come, like in the middle of the night. He left Fern a packet of threatening letters that had been slipped under his door over a number of months." "What kind of threats?" "Death threats, can you believe it?" "Why didn't he call the police?" "I guess he did, but the letters were anonymous. The cops asked a few questions, then let the whole thing drop. Typical crap." "And I assume Mr. Franks had a dog?" "No, he had a stereo. I'm Debbie Green, by the way." The woman smiled broadly. 2F. She shook Cindy's hand. "I'm Cindy Thomas, 3B. "Nice to meet you, Cindy. Welcome to a nightmare at the Blakely Arms." Cindy smiled uncertainly. "So, aren't you scared?" "Kinda," Debbie sighed. "But my apartment is fantastic. I'm dating someone now. I think I've talked him into moving in." "Lucky you." Cindy turned her attention back to the meeting as a stooped elderly gentleman was recognized by the board president. "Mr. Horn." "Thank you. What bothers me the most is the stealth," he said. "The notes under the doors, the murdered pets. I think Marjorie is onto something. If the police can't help us, we must form a tenants' patrol." Voices erupted, and Ms. Galperin cried out, "People, raise your hands, please. Tom, you have something to say?" A man in his 30s stood up. He was slight and balding, standing far across the room from Cindy. "A tenants' patrol scares the hell out of me," he said. "Whoever is terrorizing the Blakely Arms could sign up to be on a patrol, and then he wouldn't have to sneak around. He could walk the halls with impunity. How scary would that be? About 385 people live in this building, and more than half of us are here tonight. The odds are nearly 50-50 that our own private terrorist is in this room right now." Chapter 61. Yuki had never seen Leonard Parisi mad before. Red Dog, as he was called, was red-haired, tall, more than 200 pounds, usually affable and avuncular, but right now his dark eyes were pumping bullets as he pounded the conference table with his fist. Platters of leftover Chinese food jumped. The 5 new ADAs around the table looked shocked, with the exception of David Hale, who had the bad judgment to remark that the Brinkley case was a slam dunk. "There is no such thing as a slam dunk," Parisi roared. "OJ was a slam dunk." "Robert Durst," said Yuki. "Bingo," Parisi said, staring around at all of them. "Durst admitted that he killed his neighbor, chopped him into a dozen parts, and dumped him into the ocean, and a jury of his peers found him not guilty. And that's our challenge with Brinkley, David. We have a taped confession and more witnesses than we can count. The crime was caught on tape, and still it's not a slam dunk." "But Leonard," Hale said, "that tape of the crime makes the killer in the act. It's admissible and indisputable." Parisi grinned. "You're quite the bulldog, David. Good for you. You all know about Rodney King?" Parisi asked, loosening his tie. Rodney King, a black parolee, refused to exit his car after he was stopped for speeding. He was pulled out of his vehicle and struck 56 times by 4 white cops, a massive bloody beating, all caught on videotape. The case went to trial, the cops were acquitted, and so began the race riots in L.A. So the tape didn't make the case a slam dunk. And maybe this is why. First time you see the Rodney King tape, you're horrified. Second time, you're outraged. But once you see it, for the 20th time, your brain has been around every corner of that scene, and you remember it, sure, but the shock power's gone. Everyone in this country with a television set has seen Jack Rooney's tape of Alfred Brinkley shooting those people over and over and over again. By now, it's lost its shock power. Understand? That said, the tape is in. We should win this case, and we're going to do everything we can to put Brinkley on death row. But we're going against a smart and tenacious attorney in Barbara Blanco, Parisi said, leaning back in his chair, and she isn't working this crap public defender job for the money. She believes in her client, and the jury is going to feel that. We've got to be prepared for anything. And that's the end of today's lecture. A respectful silence fell over the conference room. Len Parisi was definitely the man around here. "Yuki, anything we forget to go over?" "I think we're covered." "Feeling good?" "Feeling great, Len. I'm ready to go. Can't wait." "Sure, you're 28, but I need my beauty sleep. I'll see you here at 7:30 a.m. Everyone else, stay tuned. We'll have a post-mortem at close of day tomorrow." Yuki said goodnight to her colleagues and left the room, feeling charged up and lucky that tomorrow morning she'd be Leonard Parisi's second chair. And despite Parisi's cautionary rant, Yuki did feel confident. Brinkley wasn't OJ or even Robert Durst. He had no star wattage, no media appeal. Only weeks ago, he was sleeping on the street with a loaded gun in his pocket. He'd killed 4 total strangers. No way a jury would chance letting that maniac back on the streets of San Francisco again. Would they? Part 4. The People versus Alfred Brinkley. Chapter 62. Yuki put her briefcase next to Leonard's on the table outside Department 21. They passed through the metal detectors, walked through the first set of double doors into the small anteroom, then through the second set of doors and directly into the courtroom. There was a definite buzz from the gallery as Red Dog, at 6'2", in navy blue pinstripes, walked next to Yuki, at 5'3" in heels, 100 pounds, in her pearl gray suit, down the center aisle of the courtroom. Leonard yanked open the gate that separated the gallery from the bar, let her go ahead of him. Then he followed and immediately began setting up at the prosecution table. Yuki's thrill of anticipation was cut sharply with first-day jitters. There was nothing more she could do to prepare, and she couldn't bear to wait. She straightened her lapels and her stack of papers, glanced at her watch. Court was due to begin in 5 minutes sharp, and the defense table was empty. The room stirred again, and what she saw almost stopped her heart. She nudged Leonard, and he turned. Alfred Brinkley was coming up the aisle. His beard had been shaved, his long hair had been buzzed short, and he was wearing a blue polyester suit and tie, looking about as dangerous as rice pudding. But it wasn't Brinkley who made her stomach clench and her mouth drop open. Barbara Blanco wasn't at Brinkley's side. Instead, there was a man in his early 40s, prematurely gray, dressed in a charcoal gray Brioni suit and yellow print Armani tie. She knew Brinkley's new attorney. Everyone did. "Oh, fuck," Parisi said, smiling stiffly. "Mickey Sherman. You know him, don't you, Yuki?" "Sure do. We were co-counsel when we defended a friend of mine only months ago." "Yeah, I remember. Homicide lieutenant charged with wrongful death." Parisi took off his glasses, polished them with his handkerchief, said to Yuki, "What'd I say last night?" "Be prepared for anything." "Sometimes I hate it when I'm right. What can you tell me, apart from the fact that Sherman's never seen a camera he doesn't like?" "He's a big picture guy," Yuki said. "Leave the details to others. Stuff might fall through the cracks." Yuki was thinking how she'd read that Mickey Sherman had resigned his job as deputy corporation counsel for the city of San Francisco and opened a small private practice. He'd do the Brinkley case pro bono, but the media attention would be a hell of a launching pad for Sherman and Associates. If he won. "Well, he hasn't got a big staff anymore," Parisi said. "We'll just have to find those cracks and pry them open with a crowbar. Meanwhile, I already see his first big problem." "Yeah," Yuki nodded. "Alfred Brinkley doesn't look insane. But Len, Mickey Sherman knows that too." Chapter 63. Yuki stood at attention as Judge Norman Moore took the bench. Old Glory on one side, flag of the state of California on the other, thermos of coffee and a laptop in front of him. The 200 people in the courtroom sat down as court was called into session. Judge Moore was known to be fair, with a tendency to let lawyers run out ahead a jot too far before bringing down his gavel. Now Moore spent a good 15 minutes instructing the jury before turning his bespectacled blue eyes on Leonard Parisi. "Are the people ready to begin?" "We are, Your Honor." Leonard Parisi stood, fastened the middle button of his suit jacket, walked toward the jury box, and greeted the jurors. Red Dog was truly large, his hips broad and his shoulders sloping and wide. His red hair was fuzzy and his skin was pocked and rough. Leonard Parisi was no heartthrob, but when he spoke, he had the stage presence of a character actor, one of the greats like Rod Steiger or Gene Hackman. You just couldn't keep your eyes off him. "Ladies and gentlemen, when you were selected for this jury, you all said that you'd seen the Rooney tape of the Del Norte ferry tragedy. You said that you could keep an open mind about the defendant's guilt or innocence, and you promised that you'd judge Mr. Brinkley by what's proven to you in this courtroom. That's why I want to tell you what it was like November 1st on the Del Norte, so that you will see it fresh in your mind's eye. It was a real nice day for a ferry ride," Parisi began, "about 60 degrees with intermittent sun. A lot of the tourists were wearing shorts because, hey, San Francisco is in California, right?" Laughter rippled across the courtroom as Parisi warmed to his opening statement. "It was a beautiful day that turned into a day in hell, because the defendant, Alfred Brinkley, was on that ferry. Mr. Brinkley was penniless, but he'd found a round-trip ticket at the farmer's market and decided to take a ride. He had a loaded gun in his pocket, a small revolver that held 6 rounds. On this particular day, Mr. Brinkley rode the ferry to Larkspur without incident, but on the return trip, as the boat was docking in San Francisco, the defendant saw Andrea Canello having a discussion with her little boy, a cute 9-year-old lad by the name of Tony. For a reason known only to Mr. Brinkley, he pulled out his gun and shot that 30-year-old mother in her chest. She died almost instantly, right in front of her small son, Parisi said. Then Mrs. Canello's boy turned his huge, terrified eyes to face the man who had just shot his mother. And what did Alfred Brinkley do? He shot Tony Canello, a little boy who was armed with a strawberry ice cream cone. Tony was in 4th grade, looking forward to Thanksgiving and to getting a mountain bike for Christmas and to growing up to become a man. Mr. Brinkley took all that away from Tony Canello. He died in the hospital later that day. The pained faces of the jury showed that Parisi had already moved them. One of the jurors, a young woman with shocking magenta hair, bit her lips as tears coursed down her cheeks. Leonard paused in his speech respectfully and let the juror cry. Chapter 64. At this point, Judge Moore spoke to the 6 men and 6 women of the jury. "Do you need to take a break?" "Okay then, please continue, Mr. Parisi." "Thank you, Your Honor," Parisi said. He flicked his eyes over to the defense table, saw that Mickey Sherman was whispering to his client, his back turned away from the proceedings, a dismissive gesture meant to show that Parisi's opening hadn't disturbed the defense in the least. Smart move. Parisi knew he would have done the same thing. "I've told you that the Del Norte was coming into dock when Mr. Brinkley shot Andrea and Tony Canello. The docking operation was noisy, much louder than 2 pops from a small gun. But a couple of people understood what had happened. Mr. Per Conrad was working on the Del Norte as an engineer that day. He was a family man with a wife and 4 beautiful kids, and he was about 2 years away from retirement. He saw Alfred Brinkley with his gun in hand, and he saw the fallen bodies of Andrea and Tony Canello bleeding out on the deck. Mr. Conrad moved to disarm Mr. Brinkley, who took aim and shot Mr. Conrad between the eyes. Mr. Lester Ing was an insurance broker in Larkspur, coming into San Francisco to make a business call. He, too, was a family man, a former U.S. Air Force pilot, and he, too, tried to wrest Mr. Brinkley's gun away from him. He was shot in the head. Mr. Brinkley's gun was the last thing Mr. Ing saw in his life. Both men were selfless. They were heroes, and they died because of it. And still Mr. Brinkley was not finished. Parisi walked over to the jury box, put his hands on the rail, looked at each of the jurors as he spoke. Mr. Brinkley was standing beside a woman this community holds in high regard, Dr. Claire Washburn, San Francisco's chief medical examiner. Dr. Washburn was terrified, but she had the presence of mind to say to Mr. Brinkley, "Okay, son, give me the gun." Instead, Mr. Brinkley gave her a bullet in the chest, and when Dr. Washburn's teenage son, Willie, went to her assistance, Mr. Brinkley shot at him too. Luckily, the boat bumped the pier at that moment, and Mr. Brinkley's 6th and final shot missed its mark. And because that shot went wild, 2 brave people, Claire and Willie Washburn, survived, and Dr. Washburn will be a witness in this trial. Parisi paused, letting the horror of the shooting imprint on the jurors' minds before he spoke again. "There's no question that everything I've told you actually happened. There's no question that without regard to sex, age, race, or reason, Alfred Brinkley shot and killed 4 people he didn't know and attempted to kill 2 others. Mr. Jack Rooney, who will also be a witness in this trial, videotaped the shootings, which we will show you, and Mr. Brinkley confessed to these brutal killings, and we'll show you his taped confession too. There is no DNA in this case, no blood spatter evidence, and no partial palm prints, or any of the kind of forensic evidence that you see every night on TV crime shows. That's because this case is not a whodunit. We know who did it. He's sitting right there." Parisi pointed to the man in the blue suit. Brinkley's head had sunk down on his shoulders so that his neck seemed to have retracted. His dulled eyes stared straight ahead. The man looked so medicated, Parisi wondered how much of this Brinkley even heard or understood. The defense is going to try to convince you that Mr. Brinkley is psychotic and therefore not responsible for his actions, Parisi said, walking back to the lectern. Defense medical experts may have the nerve to stand up here and tell you that the defendant needs treatment, not punishment. No problem. We have great doctors treating all our death row inmates. Acting insane does not exempt you from the rule of law, and it doesn't mean that you don't understand that killing people is wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfred Brinkley brought a loaded gun onto the ferry. He targeted his victims with intent and deadly aim. He murdered 4 of them, and then he ran from the scene of his crime. Because Alfred Brinkley knew that what he'd done was wrong. The people will prove to you that Mr. Brinkley was legally sane when he committed 4 acts of murder and 2 acts of attempted murder, and we will ask you to find him guilty on all counts. We thank you for your attention. I'm sorry I made some of you cry, but these murders are a tragedy. Chapter 65. Yuki watched Mickey Sherman stand up from the defense table and confidently cross the courtroom to the podium. Sherman introduced himself to the jury, his hands in pockets, demeanor, and easy charm captivating them with his first sentence. Folks, everything the prosecutor told you is true, he began. It was a daring declaration, Yuki thought. In fact, she'd never heard opposition counsel take that position before. You all know what happened on the Del Norte on November 1st, Sherman said. Mr. Brinkley did, in fact, bring a loaded gun onto the ferry. He shot those people without regard for the consequences to them or to himself. He was surrounded by 250 people, some of whom witnessed the shooting. Mr. Brinkley didn't throw his gun away after he fled the Del Norte. He didn't get rid of the evidence. This was not what you'd call a perfect crime. Only an insane person would do these acts and behave in this way. So what happened is no mystery. But why it happened is what this trial is about. Mr. Brinkley did not understand his actions because when he shot those unfortunate people, he was legally insane. Since the issue of legal insanity will be the basis of your judgment of Mr. Brinkley and his actions, this is a good time to define the term, Sherman said. The issue is this. Did Mr. Brinkley understand the wrongfulness of his acts when he committed the crimes? If he didn't understand that those acts were wrong because he suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time the crimes were committed, then he was legally insane. Mickey Sherman paused, shuffled his notes on the lectern, and began speaking again in a tone of voice that Yuki admired and feared. It was soft on the ear, personal, as if he trusted that the jurors wouldn't need theatrics, that his reasoning was not only credible but true. Mr. Brinkley has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, Sherman told the jury. He has an illness, like cancer or diabetes, a disabling disease that came to him genetically and also through childhood trauma. He didn't ask for this disease, but he got it. It could have happened to you or me or anyone in this room. And what disease could be worse than to have your own brain turn against you and cause you to have thoughts and take actions that were completely against your character and nature? I want to say right now that our hearts go out to all the victims of this tragedy. If there was some way we could turn back the clock, if Fred Brinkley could take a magic pill or an injection that would heal him on November 1st and restore those people's lives, he would do it in a second. If he had known that he was mentally ill, Mr. Brinkley would have gotten treatment, but he didn't know why he felt the way he did. Mr. Brinkley's life brings true meaning to the expression, living hell. Chapter 66. Mickey Sherman felt the nice, steady flow of adrenaline that came from knowing his stuff and from believing in his client. Brinkley, the poor schmuck, was just waking up to the real world after 15 years of slow decompensation as his illness had progressed. And what a sorry world it was, going on trial for his life under a thick blanket of antipsychotic medication. It was a damned tragedy all the way around. "Mr. Brinkley heard voices," Mickey Sherman said as he paced in front of the jury box. "I'm not talking about the little voice we all hear in our own heads, the interior monologue that helps us figure out problems or write a speech or find our car keys. The voices in Mr. Brinkley's head were directive, intrusive, overwhelming, and cruel. These voices taunted him unrelentingly, called him derogatory names, and they goaded him to kill. When he watched television, he believed that the characters and the news anchors were talking directly to him, that they were accusing him of crimes, and also they were telling him what to do. And after years of fighting these demons, Fred Brinkley finally obeyed the voices. Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of the shooting, Fred Brinkley was not in touch with reality. He didn't know that the people he shot on the ferry were made of flesh and blood. To him, they were part of the painful hallucinations in his own mind. Afterward, Mr. Brinkley saw the TV news report of himself shooting people on the ferry, and because the pictures were on TV, he realized what he had done. He was so overcome with remorse and guilt and self-hatred that he turned himself into the police of his own volition. He waived all his rights and confessed, because in the aftermath of his crimes, the healthy part of his brain allowed him to understand the horror of his actions. That should give you a window into this man's character. The prosecution would like you to believe that the hardest decision you'll have to make in this trial is picking your foreperson. But you haven't heard the full story yet. Witnesses who know Mr. Brinkley and psychiatric professionals who have examined him will attest to Mr. Brinkley's character and his past and present state of mind. When you've heard our case in its entirety, I am confident that you will find Fred Brinkley not guilty by reason of mental defect or disease, because the truth is, Fred Brinkley is a good man who is afflicted with a terrible, mind-altering disease. Chapter 67. At 6:30 that night, Yuki and Leonard Parisi were seated in the cavernous sunken dining room at Restaurant Lulu, an old warehouse turned popular eatery not far from the Hall of Justice. Yuki felt sharp, part of the A-team, the winning A-team. She carved into her rotisserie chicken, and Len tucked into his spicy prawn pizza, the two of them reviewing the day as they ate, trying on potential roadblocks, planning how to detonate those roadblocks in their next day's presentation of the people's case against Alfred Brinkley. Leonard refilled their wine glasses with a $60 Merlot, saying, "Rrrr, beware of Team Red Dog." Yuki laughed, sipped, put her papers into a large leather bag as the dinner plates were taken away. Working as a civil litigator had never felt as good as this. The large brick oven across the room perfumed the air with burning hickory wood, and as the restaurant and bar filled up, conversation and laughter caromed off the walls and high ceilings. "Coffee?" Len asked Yuki. "Sure," she said, "and I'm so stoked, I think I'm going to go for the profiteroles." "I'll second that," Leonard said, raising his hand to signal their waitress. And then, in mid-gesture, his face went slack. Len put his hand on his chest and half stood, leaning against the seat back, which caused the chair to topple over, throwing him onto the floor. Yuki heard a tray fall behind her, dishes broke, and someone screamed. She realized that the scream had come from her. She jumped from her seat, crouched beside the big man who was rolling from side to side and moaning. "Leonard! Len! Where does it hurt?" He mumbled, but she couldn't make out what he was saying over the roar of concern all around them. "Can you raise your arms, Len?" "My chest!" he groaned. "Call my wife!" I can drive him to the hospital, a man was saying over Yuki's shoulder. My car's right out front. Thanks, but that'll take too long. Look, the hospital is only 10 minutes. Please. No, thank you. EMS brings the hospital to him, okay? Yuki pulled her satchel toward her, emptied it onto the floor, and located her cell phone. She blocked out the well-meaning guy behind her, pictured the traffic jam, the 3 hours wait outside the emergency room, which is what would happen if anything but an ambulance took Len to the hospital. That was the mistake they'd made with her dad. Yuki gripped Len's hand as she listened intently to the ringtone. She hissed, "Come on, come on." And when the 911 operator answered, she spoke distinctly and urgently. "This is an emergency. Send an ambulance to Restaurant Lulu at 816 Folsom. My friend is having a heart attack." Chapter 68. Conklin and I were working phone leads on the Ricci Tyler case when Jacoby popped out of the squad room, said to us, "You two look like you need some air." 15 minutes later, just before 7 p.m., we pulled up to an apartment building near 3rd and Townsend. 3 patrol cars, 2 fire rigs, and the medical examiner's van had gotten there before us. "This is weird. I know this place," I told Conklin. "My friend Cindy lives here." I tried to reach Cindy but got a busy signal on her cell. No answer on her home phone either. I looked for but didn't see Cindy among the tenants standing in tight knots on the sidewalk, giving their statements to the uniforms walking among them, looking up at the brick face of the Blakely Arms and the pale curtains blowing out of windows on the 5th floor. Cindy lived on 3. My relief was sudden and short-lived. Someone had damn well died prematurely in Cindy's building. The doorman, a middle-aged man with a sloping forehead and frizzy gray hair springing out from his hat band, paced outside the main door. He had a fading flower power look, as if he'd been beached by the 60s revolution. He told us that his name was Joseph Pinky Boyd and that he'd been working at the Blakely Arms for 3 years. "Miss Portia Fox in 5K, he told us. "She's the one who smelled the gas. She called down to the desk a half-hour ago, yeah," he said, looking at his watch. "And you called the fire department?" "Right. They were here in about 5 minutes." "Where's the complainant, Miss Fox?" "She's probably outside here. We cleared the whole 5th floor." "I saw her. Mrs. Wolkowski. Terrible thing to see someone dead in real life. Someone you know." "Can you think of anyone who'd want to hurt Mrs. Wolkowski?" Conklin asked the doorman. "Nah. She was a bit of a crank, complained about getting the wrong mail in her box, scuff marks on the tile, stuff like that. But she was a pussycat for an old girl." "Mr. Boyd, were you here all day?" "Since 8 this morning." "You have surveillance cameras?" I asked. "The tenants have a picture phone for when someone buzzes the bell, and that's it." "What's downstairs?" "Laundry room, garbage, bathroom, and a door that leads out to the courtyard." "A locked door?" Conklin asked. "Is it alarmed?" "Used to be alarmed," Boyd told us. "But when they did the renovation, it was made into a common space, so the tenants got keys." "Right, so there's no real security from downstairs," I said. "Did you see anyone or anything suspicious in the building today?" Boyd's laugh was tinged with hysteria. "Did I see anyone suspicious in this building? This is the first day in a month that I didn't." Chapter 69. The uniformed officer standing at the door of apartment 5J was a rookie, Officer Matt Hartnett. Tall guy, looked a little like Jimmy Smits. Sweat beaded his upper lip, and his face was pallid under his dark eyes. "The Vic is Mrs. Irene Wolkowski," Hartnett said, handing the log to me. "Last seen alive this morning in the laundry room around 11. The husband isn't home from work, and we still haven't been able to reach him. My partner and another team are interviewing the tenants on the street." I nodded, signed my name and Conklin's into the log. We ducked under the tape that was stretched across the doorway, walked into a scene already crawling with the CSU and the current ME, who was snapping pictures of the victim. The room stunk of gas. Windows on two sides were wide open to vent the room, making it seem colder inside the apartment than it was on the street. The deceased was on her back in the middle of the floor, arms and legs akimbo, a pose that made her defenseless against both the original attack and now the poking and prodding of strangers. The woman appeared to be in her early 60s. There was blood coming from the back of her head. I saw that it had soaked into the pale gray carpet, the stain parting around a leg of the piano. And the piano was wrecked. What was left of the keyboard was blood-smeared and smashed. Keys were dislocated and broken, and many were scattered on the floor as though someone had hammered at the keys repeatedly. Dr. Germanic had set up portable lights to illuminate every corner of the room. It was both well lived in and recently furnished. I saw a scrap of plastic wrap still clinging to one of the sofa legs. Dr. G said hello to me, pushed his glasses up on his nose with the back of his hand, and put his camera away. "What have we got?" I asked him. "Very interesting," Germanic said. "Except for the piano and every gas jet on the stove being turned on, nothing else looks disturbed. The crime scene was organized, that is to say, neat, which nearly always meant that the crime was planned and the killer was smart. The victim suffered trauma to her head, front and back," said Dr. G. "Looks to me like two different implements were used. The piano was one of them. I'll give you more after I get Mrs. Wolkowski on my table, but I'll tell you this much right now. She's got no rigor. She's warm to the touch, and blanching lividity is just starting. This lady's been dead only a couple of hours, probably less. We just missed the killer." Chapter 70. I heard Cindy's voice at the doorway and broke away from the murder scene long enough to throw my arms around her in the hallway. I'm okay, she murmured. "I just got your messages." "Did you know the victim?" "I don't think so. Not by name, anyway. Let me see her." The crime scene was off limits, and she knew it, but it was a battle I'd fought and lost with Cindy before. She had that look in her eyes now, stubborn, intractable, canny. "Stand to the side. Don't touch." "I know. I won't." "If anyone objects, you have to leave, and I want your word you will not write anything about the cause of death." "My word," she said, giving me lip. I pointed to an empty corner of the room, and Cindy went there. She blanched at the sight of the dead woman on the floor, but as one of the swarm of people in 5J, she went unquestioned. "That's Cindy?" Conklin asked, tipping his chin toward where she stood on the fringes. "Yeah, she's trustworthy." "If you say so." I introduced Rich to Cindy as Irene Wolkowski's body was wrapped in sheets, zipped into a body bag. We talked over our theories of the crime as the cold wind blew through the apartment. I said to Conklin, "So let's say the killer is someone she knows. Guy who lives in the building. He rings the bell, says, 'Hi, Irene, don't let me interrupt you. That sounds really nice.'" "Okay. Or maybe it was her husband," Conklin said. "Came home early, killed her, and split. Or maybe a friend. Or a romantic interest. Or a stranger." "A stranger? I don't see that," Cindy said. "I wouldn't let a stranger into my apartment, would you?" "Okay, I get that," Conklin said. "But anyway, she's sitting at the piano, the music covers the sound of the door opening, and this nice thick carpet absorbs the sound of footsteps." "Right," I agreed. "Is that her handbag?" Cindy asked. A woman's shiny black purse rested on a slipper chair. I opened it, took out the wallet, showed Conklin the wad of 20s and a full deck of credit cards. "So there goes the robbery theory," I said. "I was there when one of those dogs was found," Cindy said, sketching in the story. Rich shook his head, hair swinging in front of his eyes. "Sign of a potential psycho killer escalating to this? Talk about overkill. So on the one hand, we have the beating and the trashing of the piano, but why bother with the gas?" "He either wanted to make sure she was discovered," I said, "or he wanted to make sure she was dead." I looked at Cindy. "Not one word of this in the Chronicle." Chapter 71. Yuki couldn't stop thinking about Len's face twisting with pain as his heart attack tried to kill him. She'd left him in the hospital last night, stabilized but incapacitated, and called David Hale's answering machine at home. "There's been an emergency. Meet me at the office at 6 a.m. and be ready to go to court." Now Yuki sat across from David in the grungy pine-paneled conference room, her notes and instant coffee in front of her, bringing her fellow ADA up to speed. "Why aren't we getting a continuance?" he asked her. David was presentable today, in a tan herringbone jacket, blue pants, striped tie. Needed a haircut, but that couldn't be helped. Of all the people available to her at short notice, she'd get the best work from Hale. 3 reasons, Yuki said, tapping the table with a plastic spoon. 1, Leonard doesn't want to lose Jack Rooney as a witness. Rooney is frail. He was on vacation when the shooting occurred. We might not be able to get him back when we need him, which means his tape might be excluded. Okay. 2, Len doesn't want the chance of losing Judge Moore. Yeah, I get that, too. Len says he'll be in court in time to do the summation. He said that? Yep. When they were prepping him for surgery, he was lucid and adamant. What did his doctor say? His doctor said, and I quote, "There's a reasonable possibility that the damage to Leonard's heart is reversible." Did they have to crack open his chest? Yes, I checked with Len's wife. He came through the surgery fine. And so he'll be doing a summation in a little more than a week? Probably not, and he won't be doing the tarantella either, Yuki said. So that brings me to number 3. Len said that I'm as prepared as he is, that he's confident in us, and we're not to let him down. David Hale stared at her, open-mouthed, before finally saying, "Yuki, I don't have any trial experience." "I do, several years. Your experience is in civil cases, not criminal." "Shut up, David. I was a litigator. That counts. So we're going to give Red Dog our best. We're going to spend the next 3 hours going over what we both already know. We've got credible eyewitnesses, the Rooney tape, and a jury that is going to be rolling its eyes at the insanity defense. It's what Len said at the prep meeting. The more random the crime, the less motive for the killings, the more afraid the jury is going to be that Brinkley will get 45 minutes in a nut house and then go free." Yuki stopped to take in the grin spreading across David Hale's face. "What are you thinking, David?" "No, I take it back. Please don't say it," Yuki said, trying not to laugh. "Open and shut case," said her new teammate. "Slam dunk." Chapter 72. Yuki stood in the well of the courtroom, feeling as green as if she were trying her first case. She clutched the edges of the lectern, thought how when Len stood behind this thing, it appeared to be the size of a music stand. She was peering over the top of it like a grade schooler. The jury looked at her expectantly. Could she actually convince them that Alfred Brinkley was guilty of capital murder? Yuki called her first witness, Officer Bobby Cohen, a 15-year veteran of the SFPD, his just the facts ma'am demeanor setting a good solid tone for the people's case. She took him through what he had seen when he arrived at the Del Norte, what he had done, and when she finished her direct, Mickey Sherman had only one question for Officer Cohen. "Did you witness the incident on the ferry?" "No, I did not." "Thank you. That's all I have." Yuki checked off Cohen in her mind, thinking that although Cohen didn't see the shootings, he'd set the stage for the jurors, putting the picture of human destruction in their minds, an image she would now build upon. She called Bernard Stringer, the fireman who'd seen Brinkley shoot Andrea and Tony Canello. Stringer lumbered to the stand and was sworn in before taking his seat. He was in his late 20s, with the open-faced, all-American looks of a baseball player. Yuki said, "Mr. Stringer, what kind of work do you do?" "I'm a firefighter out of Station 14 at 26th and Geary." "And why were you on the Del Norte on November 1st? "I'm a weekend dad," he said, smiling. "My kids just love the ferry." "And did anything unusual happen on the day in question?" "Yes. I saw the shooting on the top deck." "Is the shooter in court today?" Yuki asked. "Yes, he is." Can you point him out to us? He's sitting right there, the man in the blue suit. Will the court reporter please note that Mr. Stringer indicated the defendant, Alfred Brinkley. Mr. Stringer, how far were you standing from Andrea Canello and her son Anthony when Mr. Brinkley shot them? About as far as I am from you, 5 or 6 feet. Can you tell us what you saw? Stringer's face seemed to contract as he sent his mind back to that horrific and bloody day. Mrs. Canello was straightening the kid out, being kind of rough on him, I thought. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't abusive. It was just that the kid was taking it hard, and I was thinking about butting in, but I never said anything because the defendant shot her, and then he shot the little boy, and then everything on the boat went crazy. Did Mr. Brinkley say anything to either of those victims before firing his gun? Nope, he just lined up his shots. Bang, bang. Really cold. Yuki let Bernard Stringer's words hang for a moment in the courtroom, then said, to be clear, when you say it was really cold, you're not talking about the temperature. No, it was the way he killed those people. His face was like ice. Thank you, Mr. Stringer. Your witness, Yuki said to the defense counsel. Chapter 73. Yuki watched Mickey Sherman put his hands in his pockets, walk toward the witness in the reflected golden glow of the oak-paneled walls of the courtroom. His smile was real enough, but the amble, the common man language, the whole low-key act was also a cunning cover for Mickey's talent for launching surprise attacks. Yuki had worked with Sherman at close range before, and she'd learned to recognize his tell. Sherman would touch his right forefinger to the divot of his upper lip just before he sprang for the witness's throat. Mr. Stringer, did Mrs. Canello or Anthony Canello do anything to provoke my client? Sherman asked. No, as far as I could see, they were unaware of him. And you say my client looked calm when he shot them. He had a wild look about him generally, but when he pulled the trigger, his expression was like I said, cold, blank, and his hand was steady. When you look at him today, does Mr. Brinkley look the way he did on the Del Norte? Not really. In what way does he look different? Stringer sighed, gazed down at his hands before answering. He looked mangy. His hair was long, he had a messy beard, his clothes were dirty, and he smelled funky. So he looked mangy, his face was blank, and he stank to high heaven. And you saw him shoot 2 people who didn't provoke him. They didn't even know he was there. That's right. Forefinger to the upper lip. So what you're saying is Fred Brinkley looked and acted like a madman. Yuki shot to her feet. Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness. Sustained. Sherman's quiet charm returned. Mr. Stringer, did Mr. Brinkley look sane to you? No, he looked as crazy as hell. Thank you, Mr. Stringer, Sherman said. Yuki tried to summon up a question for redirect that could cancel out the words madman and crazy, but what came out of her mouth was, the people call Mr. Jack Rooney. Chapter 74. Jack Rooney made his way up the aisle, leaning on his 3-legged cane, putting his weight on his left leg, then swinging out his right hip, repeating the awkward yet mesmerizing gait all the way to the witness stand. Rooney accepted assistance from the bailiff, who put a hand under the man's elbow and helped him up into the chair. Yuki thought that this witness was surely Mickey-proof. Or was he? Thank you for coming all this way, Mr. Rooney, Yuki said when the elderly man was finally seated. Rooney was wearing a red cardigan over a white shirt, red bow tie. His glasses were big and square, perched on a knobby nose, white hair parted and slicked down like that of a little boy on the first day of school. My pleasure, Rooney beamed. Mr. Rooney, were you on the Del Norte ferry on November 1st? Yes, dear. I was with my wife, Betty, and our 2 friends, Leslie and Joe Waters. We all live near Albany, you know. This was our first trip to San Francisco. And did anything unusual happen on that ferry ride? Oh, I'll say, that fellow over there killed a lot of people, he said, pointing to Brinkley. I was so scared, I almost shit myself. Yuki allowed herself a smile as laughter rippled out over the gallery. She said, Will the court reporter please note that the witness has identified the defendant, Alfred Brinkley? Mr. Rooney, did you make a video recording of the shooting? Well, it was supposed to be a movie of the ferry ride, the Golden Gate Bridge and Alcatraz and so forth, but it turned out to be a movie of the shooting. Nice little camera my grandson gave me, he said, holding his thumb and forefinger about 3 inches apart. It's only the size of a Snickers bar, but it takes pictures and movies. I just take the pictures, and my grandson puts it on the computer for me. Oh, and I sold the movie to a TV station, and that pretty much paid for the whole darn San Francisco trip. Your Honor, Mickey Sherman said wearily from the counsel table. Judge Moore leaned across the bench and said, Mr. Rooney, please answer the questions yes or no, unless you're asked for a fuller explanation, all right? Certainly, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I've never done this before. That's okay. Yuki interlaced her fingers in front of her, asked, You gave me a copy of the video, didn't you, sir? Yep, I did. Judge, permission to show a copy of this video and enter it into evidence. Go right ahead, Miss Castellano. David Hale slipped a disc into a computer, and his faces turned toward 2 large TVs in the front of the courtroom. The amateur film began. The first of 2 segments showed a happy afternoon on the bay, the long pan of the landmarks, the camera eye coming to rest on a grinning Jack Rooney and his wife, just by happenstance catching an out-of-focus Alfred Brinkley sitting behind them, staring out over the water, plucking at the hairs on his arm. The second segment was a scene of bloody horror. Yuki watched the faces of the jurors as the gunshots and the terrified screams ricocheted around the small courtroom. The pictures on the 2 screens slewed sideways, catching the shock on the little boy's face at the moment he was shot, captured his small frame blowing back against the hull before falling across his mother's body. Yuki had seen the film many times, and still the shots were like punches to her own gut. Red Dog was wrong. The jurors were anything but bored as they witnessed the slaughter, because this viewing of the Rooney tape was different from seeing it at home. This time, the killer sat only yards away. Some jurors covered their mouths or averted their eyes, and over the course of the 2 segments, every one of them peered with dismay at Alfred Brinkley. Brinkley didn't look back. He sat motionless in his chair, watching himself mow all those innocent people down. I have no questions, said Mickey Sherman, turning to whisper into Alfred Brinkley's ear, the judge saying, Thank you, Mr. Rooney. You may step down. Yuki waited for Rooney to make his long, hip-swinging return trip up the aisle before saying, The people call Dr. Claire Washburn. Chapter 75. Claire felt all the eyes in the room following her as she made her way to the witness stand. Yesterday at this time, she'd been in bed, and she hoped to God that 2 hours from now, she'd be there again. Then she saw Yuki, cute little thing, all of 28 years old, all that passion in her face, scared half to death but not wanting to show it. So Claire smiled at her as she dragged her butt through the gate and walked to the witness stand. Claire put her hand on the Bible as the bailiff took her through the do you swears, and then she arranged the folds of her dress that now hung loosely around her from having lost 15 pounds in just under 3 weeks. The gunshot diet, she thought as she settled into the chair. Thank you for coming today, Dr. Washburn. You just got out of the hospital a couple of days ago. Yes, that's right. And can you tell the jury why you were in the hospital? I was shot in the chest. Is the person who shot you sitting in court today? Yes, that's the little shitbird, right there. Sherman didn't bother to get out of his seat, simply said, Your Honor, I object. I'm not really sure about the grounds, but I'm pretty sure the witness isn't allowed to call my client a shitbird. Dr. Washburn, he's probably right about that. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's just the pain talking. She looked down at Brinkley. I'm terribly sorry, she said. I shouldn't have called you a shitbird. The titters in the gallery flowed across the room and into the jury box until the judge patiently banged his gavel, saying, Everyone, and I do mean everyone, he peered over his glasses at Claire. There will be no more of this. This is not Comedy Central, and I will clear the courtroom if there are any more public outbursts. Miss Castellano, please control your witnesses. That's part of your job. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I understand. Yuki cleared her throat. Dr. Washburn, what was the nature of your injuries? I had a hole in my chest caused by a .38 caliber bullet that collapsed my left lung and nearly caused my death. That must have been very frightening and painful. Yes, more than I can say. The jury saw the film of the shooting, Yuki said, Claire reading her sympathetic look. Can you tell us what you said to the defendant before he shot you? I said, Okay, son, that's enough now. Give me the gun. And then what happened? He said something about this being my fault, that I should have stopped him. Next thing I knew, I was being carted off the ferry by paramedics. You tried to stop him from shooting anyone else? Yes. You saw other people try to stop him? Yes, but he took aim and shot us all. Shot Mr. Ng's brains right onto the deck. Thank you, Doctor. Your witness, Yuki said. Chapter 76. Mickey Sherman had known Claire Washburn for many years, liked her very much, and was glad she'd survived her ordeal on the Del Norte. But she was a dangerous threat to his client. Dr. Washburn, what's your profession? I'm the chief medical examiner of San Francisco. Unlike the coroner, you're a medical doctor, isn't that right? Yes. When you were doing your internship, did you do rotations at a teaching hospital? I did. And you rotated through the psychiatric ward? Yes. Ever see any patients walking around with a blank stare in the psych ward? Objection, relevance, Your Honor, Yuki said. Overruled. The witness may answer the question. I really don't remember any of my psych patients, Mr. Sherman. All the patients I have now have blank stares. All right, Sherman said, smiling, hands in pockets, pacing a little bit in front of the jury box, turning back to Claire, saying, Well, Doctor, you've had a chance to observe Mr. Brinkley, isn't that right? Big stretch of the word, observe. Yes or no, Dr. Washburn? Yes, I observed him on the ferry, and I see him right now. Let's just talk about what happened on the ferry. You just testified that my client said something like, This is your fault, and you should have stopped me. That's right. Were the shootings your fault? No. What did you think Fred Brinkley meant? I have no idea. Did Mr. Brinkley appear to be of sound mind at the time? Did he appear to know right from wrong? I really can't say. I'm not a psychiatrist. Well, did he deliberately try to kill you? I'd say yes. Did he know you? No siree. Did you provoke Mr. Brinkley into shooting you? Just the opposite. So you'd have to say that the shooting was basically a random act based upon no foundation whatsoever. I guess so. You guess so? You'd never met him before, and he was saying things to you that just didn't make sense. You saw him shoot 4 people before he aimed his gun at you, didn't you? Isn't there a simple word that describes someone who acts this way? Wouldn't that word be insane? Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, and that's a legal question for the jury. Sustained. Yuki sat down, slumped back in her seat. Mickey saw her eyes dart from him to the jury, to the witness, and back to him. Good. She was rattled. Did Mr. Brinkley seem sane to you, Dr. Washburn? No. Thank you. I have no further questions. Ms. Castellano? Redirect? The judge asked. Yes, Your Honor. Yuki got out of her chair and approached her witness. Mickey, noting Yuki's furrowed brow, her fingers knit together, he knew that Yuki was big with hand gestures and was probably training herself to keep her hands still. "Dr. Washburn," she said, "do you know what Alfred Brinkley was thinking when he shot you?" "No, I absolutely do not," Claire said emphatically. "In your opinion, Doctor, when Mr. Brinkley shot you, isn't it likely that he knew the wrongfulness of his acts, that he knew what he was doing was wrong?" "Yes." "Thank you, Dr. Washburn. I have nothing else for this witness, Your Honor." As the judge dismissed Claire Washburn, Mickey Sherman spoke softly to his client, using his hand as a shield, as though what he was saying was deeply private. "That went pretty well, Fred, don't you think?" Brinkley nodded like a bobblehead doll. Poor guy steeped in medication. Mickey, hearing Yuki Castellano say, "Please call Sergeant Lindsay Boxer to the stand." Chapter 77. I'd just spent a rocky night on Cindy's couch, waking up at odd hours to patrol the halls of the Blakely Arms. I'd checked the emergency exits, the stairwells, the roof, and the basement, finding no prowler, only a lone elderly woman doing her laundry at 2 a.m. When the sun came up, I made a quick pit stop at home to change my clothes, and now, sitting outside the courtroom, a trickle of adrenaline entered my bloodstream as the bailiff called my name. I walked inside through the double doors and the vestibule, and down the well-worn oak floorboards to the witness stand, where I was sworn in. Yuki greeted me formally and questioned me to establish my credentials. Then she said, "Do you recognize the man who confessed to the ferry shootings?" I said yes, and pointed out the cleaned-up sack of shit sitting next to Mickey Sherman. In truth, Alfred Brinkley looked very different than he had when I'd seen him last. His face had filled out, his darting eyes were still, shaved and sheared. He looked 6 years younger than when he'd confessed to the Del Norte killings. Scarily, he looked harmless now, like everyone's cousin Freddie, just an average Joe. Yuki spun toward me, pivoting on her pointy heels, asking, "Were you surprised when the defendant rang your doorbell?" I was kind of stunned, actually, but when he called up to my window and asked me to come downstairs and arrest him, I was ready to go. "And what did you do?" "I disarmed him, cuffed him, then called for backup. Lieutenant Warren Jacoby and I brought him to the police station where Mr. Brinkley was booked and interrogated." "Did you read Mr. Brinkley his rights?" "Yes, outside my doorway and again at the station." "Did he seem to comprehend what you were saying?" "Yes. I gave him a mental status test to make sure he knew his name, where he was, and what he had done. He waived his rights in writing and told me that he'd shot and killed those people on the Del Norte." "Did he seem sane to you, Sergeant?" "He did. He was agitated, he was unkempt, but Lieutenant Jacoby and I found him to be lucid and aware, which is what I call sane." "Thank you, Sergeant Boxer," Yuki said. "Your witness." The eyes of the jurors swung toward the dapper man sitting beside Alfred Brinkley. Mickey Sherman stood, fastened the middle button of his smart charcoal-gray suit jacket, gave me a dazzling smile. "Hi, Lindsay," he said. Chapter 78. I'd leaned on Mickey some months ago when I was accused of police brutality and wrongful death, took his advice on how to testify, even what to wear on the stand and what tone of voice to use, and he hadn't let me down. If it hadn't been for Mickey, I don't know what I'd be doing now, but it wouldn't be police work. Of that I was sure. I felt a wave of affection for the man who'd once been my champion, but I put up a mental shield against his wicked charm and focused on the pictures that had never left my mind, Alfred Brinkley's victims. The little boy who had died in the hospital, Claire gripping my hand, thinking she was dying as she asked after her son. And Sherman's client was guilty of all of it. "Sergeant Boxer," Sherman said, "it's rare for a killer to turn himself in to a police officer at home, isn't it?" "I'd say so." And Fred Brinkley specifically wanted to turn himself in to you. Isn't that true? That's what he told me. Did you know Mr. Brinkley? No, I did not. So why did Mr. Brinkley ask you to arrest him? He told me that he'd seen me on TV, asking for information about the ferry shooter. He said he took that to mean that he should come to my home. How did he find out where you live? He said that he'd gone to a library and used a computer, got my address off the internet. You've testified that you disarmed Mr. Brinkley. You took away his gun. Isn't that right? Yes. Same gun he used to do the shootings. Yes. And he brought a written confession with him to your doorstep, didn't he? Yes. So, to get this all perfectly straight, Mickey said, my client heard your appeal to the public on television and interpreted that as an appeal to him personally. He Googled your name in a library and went to your front door as if you'd ordered takeout. And he was still carrying the handgun he used to kill 4 people. Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, Yuki said. I'll allow it, but please get to the point, Mr. Sherman. Yes, Your Honor. Mickey walked over to me, gave me his full-bore, brown-eyed, you-can-trust-me look. Here's what I'm getting at, Sergeant. Wouldn't you agree that for a killer to keep the murder weapon and bring it to the home of a homicide inspector is not only unusual, but off the wall? It's unusual, I'll give you that. Sergeant, did you ask Mr. Brinkley why he shot those people? Yes. And what did he say? I wanted to dig in, refused to answer Mickey Sherman's question, but of course I didn't have that option. He said he did it because voices told him to do it. Voices in his head? That's how I interpreted his statement. Mickey smiled at me, as if to say, oh yes, the defense is having a very good day. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Chapter 79. Yuki sat across from me at a table by the door at McBain's. She looked more than just worried. She looked as if she were beating herself up horribly. I should have done a redirect, Yuki said to me after we'd ordered. The place was absolutely jammed with lawyers and their clients, cops, and Hall of Justice workers of all kinds. Yuki had to raise her voice to be heard over the din. I should have asked you what you thought when Brinkley told you about the voices. Who cares what I thought? It's no big deal. Oh, it's a big deal, all right. Yuki raked her hair back with her hands. Sergeant Boxer, what did you think when Mr. Brinkley said he was hearing voices directing him to kill? I shrugged. Come on, Lindsay. You would have said that you thought he was already staging his insanity defense. Yuki, you can't nail everything down. You're doing a first-class job. I mean, really. Yuki snorted. Mickey is successfully flipping every negative into a positive. My client killed people for no reason? That means he's insane, right? That's all he's got. Look, Brinkley seemed rational, and I said so. The jury's not going to take Brinkley's word that he was hearing voices. Yeah, Yuki shredded her paper napkin. I wonder what Marcia Clark's best friend said to her just before the jury found O.J. Simpson not guilty. Don't worry, Marcia. Nobody's going to care about that glove. I sat back in my seat as Sid brought our burgers and piles of fries. Hey, I said, I saw Mickey on the steps of the courthouse, mobbed by reporters. Funny how much we loved his magic act with the press last summer. Now I think, you media hog. Yuki didn't laugh. Yuki, I said, circling her wrist with my fingers, you're coming off smart, on top of your case, and most of all, you sound right. Okay, she said. I'm done whining. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for your support. Do something for me, girlfriend. Put some calories inside your body and have a little faith in yourself. Yuki lifted her hamburger, then put it back down on the plate without biting into it. You know what's going on with me, Linz? I made a mistake. In a case like this one, you don't make mistakes, not even one. And for the first time, I really see that I could lose. Chapter 80. Macklin just called, Jacoby said the minute I returned to the squad room after lunch. Conklin and I walked Jacoby to his office, Jacoby saying, "A kid was snatched off the street in Los Angeles 3 hours ago, a little boy, described as some kind of math genius." I didn't even sit down. I fired a flurry of questions at Jacoby. Had the child been abducted by someone in a black van? Was there any evidence at the scene? A tag number, a description, anything? Had the parents of the child been checked out? Had they heard from the kidnapper? In short, did this abduction resemble the kidnapping of Madison Tyler? "Boxer, curb your enthusiasm, will ya?" Jacoby said, chucking the remains of a cheeseburger into the trash can. "I'll give you everything I've got, every single detail." "Well, make it snappy," I laughed. I sat down and leaned forward, putting my elbows on the desk as Jacoby filled us in. The parents were inside their house, and the kid was playing in the backyard, Jacoby told us. Mother heard a squeal of brakes. She was on the phone, looked out the window onto the street, and saw a black van speeding around the corner. She didn't think too much about it. A couple of minutes later, she looked into the backyard, realized the boy was gone. "The kid wandered out to the front yard?" Conklin asked. "Possibly. The gate was open. Kid could have opened it. He's smart, right? Or maybe someone else did. The LAPD put out an Amber Alert, but the father, not taking any chances, called the feds." Jacoby pushed a fax toward me, headed with the logo of the FBI. The second page was a photocopy of an adorable little boy. Big, round eyes, dimples, looked to be a perfect little sweetheart. "The boy's name is Charles Ray, age 6. The LAPD did an analysis of the tire marks outside the Ray house, and they matched the type that comes standard with a late-model Honda minivan. That said, there's no proof that the vehicle was involved in the abduction. They haven't pulled any useful prints off the gate." "Did the child have a nanny?" I asked. "Yes, Brianna Kearney. She was at the dentist when Charlie was taken. Her alibi checks out. It's a long shot, Boxer. Maybe the same party who kidnapped Madison Tyler is involved, maybe not." "We should interview the parents," Conklin said. "Like I could stop the two of you if I wanted to," said Jacoby. "Pair of freaking attack dogs." Jacoby pushed 2 more sheets of paper over to our side of his desk. Electronic airline tickets in my name and Conklin's, San Francisco to LAX, round trip. "Listen," Jacoby said, "until we learn otherwise, we're treating this boy's abduction as part of the Tyler case, so report back to Lieutenant Macklin. And keep me in the loop." Jacoby looked at his watch. "It's 2:15. You could be in LA by 4 or so." Chapter 81. Squad cars were parked on the 1-lane street outside the Rays' wood frame cottage. It was one of several dozen similar houses butting up against one another, lining both sides of the street. Cops were talking on the sidewalk. They greeted us when we flashed our badges. "The mother's home," a uniform told us. Eileen Ray came to the door. She was white, early 30s, 5'9", looked to be about 8 months pregnant, and terribly, terribly vulnerable. Her dark hair was banded up in a ponytail, and her face was raw and red from crying. I introduced Conklin and myself, and Mrs. Ray invited us inside, where an FBI tech was wiring up the phone. "The police have been wonderful, and we're so grateful," Mrs. Ray said, indicating a sofa and chair for us to sit on. The living room was crammed with stenciled cabinets, baskets, birdhouses, and dried flowers, and folded-down cardboard boxes were stacked on the floor near the kitchen table. The pervasive fragrance of lavender added to the gift shop effect of the Ray abode. "We work at home," Mrs. Ray said, answering my unasked question. "eBay." "Where's your husband now?" Conklin asked. "Scotty and an FBI agent are driving around with Brianna," she told us. "My husband is hoping to God that he might see Charlie wandering out there, lost." "Charlie must be terrified," Eileen Ray cried out. "Oh, my God, what he must be going through. Who would take him?" she asked, her voice breaking. "And why?" Conklin and I had no answers, but we lobbed questions at Mrs. Ray about her movements, her relationship with her husband, and why the gate to the yard was open. And we asked if anyone, family, friend, or stranger, had shown excessive or inappropriate attention to Charlie. Nothing she told us lit up the board. Eileen Ray was twisting a handkerchief in her hands when Scott Ray came home with the FBI agent and the nanny, a baby-faced young woman who was still in her teens. Conklin and I split up, Conklin interviewing Scott in the child's bedroom while I talked to Brianna in the kitchen. Unlike the Westwood Registry's European imports, Brianna Kearney was a second-generation American, a local girl who lived 3 blocks away and looked after Charlie on a per-hour basis. In other words, Brianna was a babysitter. Brianna cried deep, heart-wrenching sobs as I pressed her, asking about her friendships, about her boyfriend, and if anyone had questioned her about the Rays and their habits. Conklin and I finally closed our notebooks and said our goodbyes, leaving the homey little cottage right as the electric candles in the windows came on. That girl had nothing to do with the child being snatched, I said. I didn't get anything bad off the husband either, my partner told me. This feels like a pedophile lures the kid into a van thing. Yeah, it's just too freaking easy to steal a child. Perv says, "Want to see my puppy?" Kid toddles over, Perv drags the kid inside and takes off. No witness, no evidence. And now, I said, the long wait for a phone call. That never comes. Chapter 82. 6-year-old Charlie Ray had been abducted more than 7 hours before, and the kidnappers had not called his parents. The Rays, unlike the Tylers, were in a socio-economic bracket that wouldn't normally indicate a kidnapping for ransom, and that was a bad thing. We sat in Captain Jimenez's office while FBI agent David Stanford briefed us. Stanford was a blue-eyed man with a graying ponytail who'd been working undercover on another case before being pulled into this one. I took a flyer from the stack on the captain's desk, studied Charlie Ray's perfectly round eyes, baby teeth, and short-cropped dark curls. Would his body be found weeks or months from now in a dump or in a shallow grave or washed up on the beach after a storm? When the meeting broke up, I called Macklin and filled him in, and then Agent Stamford gave me and Conklin a lift to the airport. As we took the freeway exit, Stamford suggested we stop for a drink at the Marriott LAX before our flight. He wanted to hear everything we knew about Madison Tyler and her abduction. Speaking for myself, I was ready for a drink, possibly 2. The Latitude 33 lounge had a full bar and restaurant. Over beer and peanuts, we discussed Madison, then Stanford told us about a hideous child abduction case he'd worked months before. A 10-year-old girl had been snatched off the street as she walked home from school. She'd been found 24 hours later, raped and strangled, left on the altar of a church, her hands folded as if in prayer. The killer still hadn't been found. How often do these kidnappings end in a rescue? I asked. The majority of the time, child abductions are done by family members. In those cases, the child is usually returned unharmed. When the kidnapper is a stranger, the recovery rate is about 50-50. Stanford's voice was strained as he said, "Call it passion or maybe obsession, but I believe that the more child predators I can take down, the safer the world is for my 3 kids." Chapter 83. How about keeping me company over dinner? Stanford suggested. Our waiter brought menus to the table, and as the 8 o'clock flight to SFO had just departed without us, we took Stanford up on his offer. The agent ordered a bottle of Pinot Grigio, and Conklin and I filled him in on what we knew about Paolo Ricci's abduction and murder. Honestly, we're stuck, I told Stanford. Our dead ends are turning up even more dead ends. We're in about the 5th generation of dead ends. Our steaks arrived, and Stanford ordered another bottle of wine, and for the first time that long day, I finally relaxed, glad for the company and the chance to brainstorm while listening to the country and western music floating in from the live band in the lounge. I was also becoming aware of Conklin's long legs next to mine under the table, his brown suede jacket brushing up against my arm, the now familiar cadence of his voice, and the wine slipping smoothly down my throat as the evening flowed into night. At around 9:15, Dave Stanford picked up the tab, told us that he'd keep us posted after the Rays' phone records were dumped, and that he'd alert us of anything that could help us with the Ricci Tyler case. We'd missed another flight back to San Francisco, and as Rich and I said goodbye to Stanford, we prepared ourselves for an hour's wait outside the United Airlines gate. We were almost out the door when the band kicked up something from the Kenny Chesney collection, and the girl singer began exhorting the patrons into a line dance. The bar crowd was made up of smashed young road warriors and airline personnel, and they started getting into the dance, a new spin on the electric slide. Rich smiled and said, "You want to get stupid out there?" And I grinned back, saying, "Sure, why the heck not?" I followed Rich's lead onto the dance floor and into a good time, hustling to the music, bumping into giddy strangers, and best of all, laughing. It'd been a while since I'd doubled over with belly laughs, and it felt great. When the song ended, the crooner unhooked the mic from the stand, licked her lips, and sang along with the guy at the electric piano as he played, "You Can't Hide Your Lying Eyes." Couples paired up. When Rich stretched out his arms, I stepped in close. My God, it felt so good to have Richie Conklin's arms around me. The room was spinning a little, so I closed my eyes and held on to him, the space between us closing, because there was just no room to move on that little dance floor. I even stretched up onto my toes to rest my head on his shoulder, and he gripped me more tightly. When the music stopped, Rich said, "Man, I really don't want to go to the airport. Do you?" I remember saying that a case could be made that at that late hour, after the long work day, and, by the way, having drunk a whole lot of wine, we had several bona fide expense-reportable reasons to spend the night in L.A. Still, I was torn as I handed my credit card to the desk clerk at the Marriott LAX, telling myself this didn't mean a thing. I wasn't going to do anything but go to my room and sleep. That was all. Rich and I stood at opposite sides of the elevator, a weary couple between us, as the mirrored car climbed 10 silent flights. I hated to admit it, but I missed being in his arms. When we stepped out of the elevator, I said, "Good night, Rich." Then I turned my back on him as I slipped the key card into the slot, aware that he was now doing the same in a door across the hall. "See you in the morning, Lindsay." "Sure thing. Sleep tight, Richie." The tiny green light went on, and the door handle opened under my hand. Chapter 84. I closed and bolted the door to my room, my mind reeling with longing and desire, relief and regret. I stripped off my clothes, and a minute later the blood was pounding in my temples as I stood under the hot spray of the shower. Clean and glowing pink, I buffed my body with warm terry cloth towels and blew my hair dry. I toweled the steam off the mirror over the sink and assessed my naked self. I still looked young and good and desirable. My breasts were firm, my tummy flat, and my sandy blonde hair cascaded in waves to below my shoulders. Why hadn't Joe called me? I wrapped myself in a white hotel robe, went to the bedroom, checked the empty voicemail on my cell phone, much like my stubborn answering machine at home. It had been 6 days since I'd seen Joe. Was it really, truly over between us? Would I never see him again? Why hadn't he come after me? I pulled the drapes shut, folded the gold-quilted spread, and fluffed the pillows. Dizzy from the wine and the heat of the shower, I lay down. Eyes closed, I found that the fading images of Joe were replaced by more urgent fantasies. I was drawn back to only a half-hour earlier, when Rich had held me. I relived the moment when dancing with him had gone from good to too good, when I'd felt him hard against me, when I'd put my arms around his neck and pressed my body against his. It was okay to have these feelings, I told myself. I was only human, and so was he, and both of us were having a completely natural response to being alone together. A tapping at the door startled me. My heart jumped as the knock came again. Chapter 85. I cinched the sash of my robe and padded barefoot to the door. I saw Rich Conklin through the peephole. He was wearing a flimsy, clear plastic shower cap on his head. I was laughing as I undid the bolt, my hand shaking as I pulled open the door. Conklin was wearing his trousers, his blue cotton shirt unbuttoned to about his third rib, and he was gripping a Marriott toothbrush with the stem in his fist, like it was a small white flag. "I was wondering if you have any mouthwash, Lindsay. I got a lot of moisturizer in the complimentary toiletry basket, but no mouthwash." His serious expression, combined with the wacky request and the shower cap, cracked me up. I swung the door open wide, said, "I didn't get mouthwash either, but I think I have something in my handbag." The door closed behind me, and as I stooped for the handbag I'd dropped on the floor, I stumbled over one of my shoes. Rich grabbed my elbow to steady me, and there we were, eye to eye, woozy, alone in L.A. in a hotel room. I reached up and pulled off the shower cap. His forelock of light brown hair fell across his gorgeous face, and he dropped the toothbrush onto the floor. Then Rich put both arms around my waist and pulled me to him. "I have only one problem with this working arrangement," he said, "and it's a big one." Rich bent to kiss me, and I wanted him to. My arms went around his neck again, and his mouth found mine. Our first kiss set off a chemical explosion. I clung to Rich as he lowered me to the bed in the dimly lit room. I remember lying beneath him, our fingers interlaced, his hands pressing my hands against the bed, saying my name softly, oh so gently. "I've wanted to be with you like this, Lindsay, before you even knew my name. I've always known your name." I ached for him, and I had a right to give myself over to this. But when my young, handsomer partner opened my robe and put his lips to my breast, a bolt of pure reasoned panic pulled the emergency brake in my brain. This had been a bad idea, really bad. I heard myself whisper, "Richie, no." I clasped the edges of my robe together as Rich rolled onto his side, panting and flushed, looking into my eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. "No, don't be." I took his hand and held it to my cheek, covered his hand with mine. "I want this as much as you do, but we're partners, Rich. We have to take care of each other, just not in this way." He groaned as I said, "We can never do this again." Chapter 86. I dropped the knocker on the door of the Westwood Registry that sunless morning after our return from L.A. Conklin stood beside me as a round-faced man cracked the door open. He was in his 50s, with blonde, going gray hair and clear gray eyes that peered at me through frameless lenses perched over a sharp beak of a nose. Did he have something to do with Madison Tyler's abduction? Did he know where she was? I showed him my badge, introduced my partner and myself. "Yes, I'm Paul Renfrew," said the man at the door. "You're the detectives who were here a few days ago." I told him that we were, that we had some questions about Paola Ricci. Renfrew invited us inside, and we followed the natty man down the narrow hallway, through the green door that had been padlocked when we'd last seen it. Please, sit," Renfrew said. So Conklin and I each sat on one of the small sofas at right angles in a corner of the cozy office as Renfrew pulled up a chair. "I suppose you want to know where I was when Paola was abducted," Renfrew said to us. "That'd be a start," Conklin said. He looked tired. I suppose we both did. Renfrew took a narrow notebook from his breast pocket, a thin date book of the type that preceded handheld computers. Without prompting, he gave us a short verbal report of his meetings north of San Francisco in the days before, during, and after Paola's death, along with the names of the potential clients he'd met with. "I can make you a photocopy of this," he offered. On a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being a 3-alarm fire, the gauge in my gut was calling out at 7. Renfrew seemed too prepared and well-rehearsed. I accepted Renfrew's photocopy of his schedule and asked him about his wife's whereabouts during the same period. "She's taking a slow tour through Germany and France," Renfrew told me. "I don't have a precise itinerary because she makes it up as she goes along, but I do expect her home next week." I asked, "Do you have any thoughts about anyone who would have wanted to hurt Paola or Madison?" "None at all," Renfrew told us. "Every time I turn on the television, I see another news story about a kidnapping. It's a virtual epidemic," he said. "Paola was a lovely girl, and I am deeply distressed that she's dead. Everyone loved her." "I met Madison only once," Renfrew continued. "Why would anyone do anything to such a precious child? I just don't know. Her death is a terrible, terrible tragedy." "What makes you think Madison is dead?" I snapped at Renfrew. "She's not. I just assumed. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I certainly hope you find her alive." We were leaving the Westwood Registry when Renfrew's administrator, Mary Jordan, left her desk and followed us to the door. Once outside, in the dank morning air that was saturated with the smell of fish coming from the nearby market, Jordan put her hand on my arm. "Please," she said urgently, "take me somewhere we can talk. I have something to tell you." Chapter 87. We were back at the hall 15 minutes later. Conklin and I sat with Mary Jordan in our cramped and grungy lunchroom. She clutched her container of coffee without sipping from it. "After you left a few days ago, before Mr. Renfrew got back from his trip, I decided to poke around, and I found this," she told us, taking a photocopy of a lined ledger sheet out of her handbag. "It's from the register. That's what they call it." "Where did you find this, Mary?" Conklin asked. "I found the key to the Renfrew's private office. They keep the register in there." I phoned the DA's office, got ADA Kathy Valoy on the phone. I filled her in, and she said she'd be down in a minute. Valoy was one of those people who actually meant it when she said a minute. She came into the lunchroom, and I introduced her to Mary Jordan. "Did Sergeant Boxer or Officer Conklin ask you to retrieve these materials?" "No, of course not." "If you were asked by anyone to provide these materials," Valoy said, "that makes you an agent of the police, and we have to exclude the book this came from as evidence if there is a trial in the future." "I did this all on my own," Jordan told the ADA. "So help me God." Valoy smiled, said, "Lindsay, we have to have lunch sometime." She waggled her fingers and left the lunchroom. story out of them. Their youngest daughter, Erica, was kidnapped along with her nanny, Helga Schmidt, 8 months ago. Was this it? Finally, a string that connected to the Ricci Tyler case. But if Erica had been kidnapped 8 months ago, why in hell hadn't the Whittons reported it to the police? No one saw the kidnapping, Stanford continued, but the Whittons found a note under their door about an hour after the time Erica and Helga were expected home from Erica's school. A half-dozen photos came along with the note. It was a ransom note, Macklin asked, his voice a muted explosion. Not exactly. You got a fax machine over there? Tracheo gave Stanford the fax number. Voices inside the Whitton house could be heard in the background, a man and a woman quarreling softly but urgently. The woman's voice said, "Go on, Bill. Tell them." Stanford said, "Everyone, this is Bill Whitton." Bill Whitton said hello, and Tracheo introduced himself and the rest of us in a general way. Whitton's fear and anger had tightened his throat so that his voice was a strangled croak. "You have to understand what you're doing to us," he said. "They said if we called the police, they'd kill our little girl. Our house could be bugged. They could be watching us now. Do you understand?" The fax machine behind Tracheo's desk burped, and a sheet of paper clattered into the tray. "Hang on a second," Tracheo said, lifting the fax out of the machine. He put the paper on his desk for us to read. "We have Erica. Call law enforcement and she dies. If we feel any heat, she dies. And then we'll take Ryan or Kayla or Patty. Keep quiet and Erica will stay healthy. You will receive a new picture of her every year. You may even get a phone call. She may even come home. Be smart, be quiet. All your children will live to thank you." The note was 8 months old, but the cruel language made the horror jump off the page. It felt as fresh as if the crime had just happened. All the faces around the desk registered shock, but it was Macklin who grabbed the paper, gripping it as if he could wring the kidnapper's throat by proxy. Tracheo retrieved a second page from the fax machine. "I can't make out the pictures," Tracheo said to Stanford. "Erica was photographed against a blank white background in the clothes she was wearing when she was taken. The other photos are snapshots of the Whittons' older kids at school. And there's one of Kayla shot through her bedroom window. We'll have the whole package analyzed." I was thinking, sure, they'll try to collect prints and traces from the envelope and its contents, but what Stanford isn't saying in front of the Whittons is that every dead Jane Doe in the country will be compared to the stats and DNA of both Helga Schmidt and Erica Whitton. There was no doubt in my mind that the letter and the photos were a ruse to buy time. Erica Whitton and Helga Schmidt were both dead. But what had the kidnappers gained? What did they want? I was reeling with violent images featuring small girls and their equally helpless nannies when my cell phone rang. It was Inspector Paul Chi saying, "An emergency call just came into the squad, Lindsay. Someone was attacked at the Blakely Arms." Chapter 89. Conklin and I stepped out of the Blakely Arms elevator onto a carpeted hallway on the 6th floor and saw 2 cops halfway down the hall outside the door to apartment 6G. I recognized Officer Patrick Noonan, who was bucking to move into homicide. "What happened here, Noonan?" "A bloody mess, that's what, Sergeant. The victim's name is Ben Wyatt. He's been living in the building for about a year." Conklin held up the police tape, and I ducked under it, Noonan still talking. "The assailant came through the door," Noonan told me. "Either the door was open, the Vic let him in, or the perp had a key." "Who called it in?" "Woman next door, GF, Virginia Howsam, HOWSAM. Conklin and I entered the victim's sparely furnished apartment. A halo of blood pooled around the man's head, a dark puddle on the polished oak floors. He was a black male, early 30s, fit, wearing shorts, a thin gray T-shirt, and running shoes. He was lying on his left side next to a treadmill. I bent to get a better look. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was labored, but he was still alive. Paramedics clattered through the door, crowded around the victim, and on the count of 3, lifted him into a stretcher. The paramedic standing closest to me said, "He's unconscious. We're taking him to San Francisco General. Could you step aside, Sergeant?" "Thanks." The sirens were wailing up Townsend as Charlie Clapper and a couple of his crime scene investigators entered Wyatt's living room, then crossed the floor to the treadmill. "The cord to this thing's been cut," Clapper said, showing me where the clean separation had been made, as if with a sharp knife. "You saw the victim?" he said to me. "Yes, he's alive, Charlie. At least he is now. Looks like he was really clobbered from behind." As with Irene Wilkowski, whatever instrument had been used to bash Ben Wyatt's skull had been removed from the apartment, and also similar to the Wilkowski crime scene, very little else had been disturbed. No doubt there was a connection between the attacks that were making terror an almost daily thing at the Blakely Arms. What was that connection? What the hell was going on? Chapter 90. Ben Wyatt's next-door neighbor, Virginia Howsam, was a woman in her late 20s who worked nights at a club downtown. She told us that Wyatt was a day trader and a really nice guy whom no one in his right mind would want to hurt. We thanked Miss Howsam for her help and took the fire stairs, thinking maybe the people under Wyatt's apartment might have heard sounds that could help us pinpoint the time of the attack. Conklin was right behind me on the stairs when the phone at my hip rang. I reached for it, saw Dave Stanford's name on the caller ID. "This is Boxer. I've got good news for you." I signaled to Conklin to put his ear next to the phone so we could both hear. "You've got news on Erica Whitten?" "No, but I thought you'd like to know that Charlie Ray has had his hot chocolate with extra whipped cream and is now sleeping in his own bed." Stanford chuckled. "Fantastic, Dave. What happened?" Stanford told me that the husband of a depressed woman had come forward. Their child had died of crib death weeks before. "This woman who took Charlie was strung out on grief," Stanford said. "She was driving down the street, saw Charlie peeking over the fence. She stopped and grabbed him." "She's in custody?" "Yeah, but she's not the person we're looking for, Lindsay. She has nothing to do with Erica Whitten or Madison Tyler. She's on antidepressants under a doctor's care, and yesterday was the first time she left home since her baby died." I thanked Stanford and closed the cell phone. Conklin was right there. I was looking into his eyes, feeling the heat. "So, we've got nothing," Rich said. "We've got something," I said, starting down the stairs again. "We've got a killer at large in this goddamned building. As for Madison Tyler, we've got another dead end." Chapter 91. Mickey Sherman sat beside Alfred Brinkley at the defense table, trying to get his client to understand him through the haze of whatever meds he was on. The poor sap had all the energy of a parsnip. Fred, Sherman shook his client's shoulder. "Fred, we start your defense today, you understand? So I'll be putting people on the stand to vouch for your character." Brinkley nodded his head. "You're putting my doctor on the stand." "Right. Dr. Friedman is going to talk about your mental condition, so don't get upset. He's on our side." "I want a chance to tell my side of the story." "We'll see. I don't know yet if we need to put you on the stand." Mickey's assistant passed him a note saying that his witnesses were all accounted for. Then the bailiff called out, "All rise," and the judge entered the courtroom through the door behind the bench. The jurors filed in and were seated. It was day 4 of Alfred Brinkley's trial, and court was in session. "Mr. Sherman," Judge Moore said, "are you ready with your first witness?" "The defense calls Mr. Isaac Quintana." Quintana was wearing several layers of odd clothing, but his eyes were clear, and he smiled as he took the stand. "Mr. Quintana," Sherman began. "Call me Ike," the witness said. "Everyone does." "I'll call you Ike, then," Mickey said good-naturedly. "How do you know Mr. Brinkley?" "We were at Napa State together." "That's not a college, is it?" Sherman said, smiling at his witness, jingling the coins in his pocket. "No, it's a nut house," Ike said, grinning. "It's a state mental institution, isn't that right?" "Sure." "Do you know why Fred was at Napa State?" "Sure. He was depressed, wouldn't eat, wouldn't get out of bed, had very bad dreams. His sister had died, you know, and when he checked into Napa, it was because he didn't want to live." "Ike, how did you know that Fred was depressed and suicidal?" "He told me, and I knew he was on antidepressants." "And how long did you know Fred?" "For about 2 years." "Did you get along with him pretty well?" "Oh, sure. He was a very sweet guy. That's why I know he didn't mean to kill those people on the ferry." "Objection, Your Honor, unresponsive," Yuki barked. "I move that the witness's last statement be stricken from the record." "Sustained, so ordered." "Ike," Sherman asked reassuringly, "was Fred Brinkley ever violent when you knew him?" "Gosh, no. Who told you that? He was very laid back. Drugs will do that to a person. Take a pill, and you're not really crazy anymore." Chapter 92. Yuki stood up from the prosecution table and smoothed out the creases in her pin-striped skirt, thinking that Quintana was like a muppet, with his wacky smile and outfit that made him appear to be wearing an entire tag sale. It all seemed to work for him. The jurors were smiling, loving him, loving Brinkley by association. She said, "Mr. Quintana, why were you at Napa State?" "I have OCD. It's not dangerous or anything. It just takes up all my time, 'cause I'm always collecting things and checking all the time." "Thank you, Mr. Quintana. And are you also a psychiatrist?" "No, but I know a few, that's for sure." Yuki smiled as the jury tittered. It would be tricky to dismantle Quintana's testimony without turning the jury against her. "What kind of work do you do, Mr. Quintana?" "I'm a dishwasher at the Jade Cafe on Bryant." "If you want clean, you can't do better than having someone with OCD doing the dishes." "I see your point," Yuki said as laughter rolled up from the gallery. "Do you have any medical training?" "No." "And apart from today, when did you last see Mr. Brinkley?" "About 15 years ago. He was checked out of Napa like in 1988 or so." "You've had no contact with him between now and then?" "No." "So you wouldn't know if he's had 2 lobotomies and a heart transplant since you saw him last." "Ha! That's funny. Is that true?" "My point, Mr. Quintana, is that the 16-year-old you called a very sweet guy may have changed. Are you the same person you were 15 years ago?" "Well, I have a lot more stuff." Guffaws sprang up from the gallery. Even the jurors were chortling. Yuki smiled to show she didn't, God forbid, lack a sense of humor. When quiet resumed, she said, "Ike, when you said that Mr. Brinkley was crazy, that was your opinion as a friend, wasn't it? You weren't trying to say that he met the legal definition of insanity, that he didn't know right from wrong." "No, I don't know anything about that." "Thank you, Mr. Quintana. I have no further questions." Chapter 93. Sherman's next witness, Dr. Sandy Friedman, walked up the aisle toward the witness stand. He was a good shrink, educated at Harvard, even looked the part of a psychiatrist, with his designer glasses and Brooks Brothers bow tie, a hint of Liam Neeson in his facial features. "Dr. Friedman," Sherman said after the witness was sworn in and had cited his credentials, "have you had a chance to interview Mr. Brinkley?" "Yes, 3 times since he's been incarcerated, pending trial." "Have you diagnosed his illness?" "Yes, in my opinion, Mr. Brinkley has schizoaffective disorder." "Could you tell us what that means?" Friedman leaned back in his chair as he organized his response. Then he said, "Schizoaffective disorder is a thought, mood, and behavioral disorder that involves elements of paranoid schizophrenia. One can think of it as a kind of bipolar disorder." "Bipolar meaning manic-depressive?" Sherman asked. Bipolar in the sense that people with schizoaffective disorder have ups and downs, despair and depression, and hyperactivity or mania, but they can often manage their illness for a long time and more or less fit in on the fringes of society. Would they hear voices, Dr. Friedman? Yes, many do. That would be one of the schizoid aspects of this disease. Threatening voices? Yes, Friedman smiled. That would be the paranoia. Did Mr. Brinkley tell you that he thought people on television were talking to him? Yes, that's also a fairly common symptom of schizoaffective disorder, an example of a break from reality, and the paranoia makes him think that the voices are aimed at him. Could you explain what you mean when you refer to a break from reality? Certainly. From the onset of Mr. Brinkley's disease in his teens, there has always been a distortion in the way he thinks and acts, in how he expresses his emotions. Most important, in how he perceives reality. That's the psychotic element, his inability to tell what is real from what is imagined. Thank you, Dr. Friedman, Sherman said. Now, bringing us up to the recent events that brought Mr. Brinkley to trial, what can you tell us about that? With schizoaffective disorder, there is generally a precipitate that causes an increase in crazy behavior. In my judgment, that precipitate for Mr. Brinkley would have been when he got fired from his job, the loss of his routine, the subsequent eviction from his apartment. All of that would have exacerbated his illness. I see, Dr. Friedman. Did Mr. Brinkley tell you about the ferry shooting? Yes. I learned in our sessions that Mr. Brinkley hadn't been on a boat since his sister died in a sailing accident when he was 16. On the day of the ferry accident, there was an additional precipitate. Mr. Brinkley saw a sailboat, and that triggered the event. In layman's terms, that sent him over the edge. He couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. Did Mr. Brinkley tell you that he was hearing voices on the ferry? Yes. He said that they were telling him to kill. You have to understand that Fred has a fierce underlying anger about his sister's death, and that manifested itself in this explosive rage. The people on the ferry weren't real to him. They were only a backdrop to his delusions. The voices were his reality, and the only way he could stop them was to obey. Dr. Friedman, Sherman said, touching his upper lip with the tip of his forefinger, can you state with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that when Mr. Brinkley obeyed those voices and shot the passengers on the ferry, he did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong? Yes, based on my interviews with Mr. Brinkley and my 20 years of experience working with the severely mentally impaired, it is my opinion that at the time of the shooting, Alfred Brinkley suffered from a mental disease or defect that prevented him from knowing right from wrong. I am absolutely convinced of it. Chapter 94. David Hale pushed a note over to Yuki, a cartoon drawing of a large bulldog with a spiked collar and drool dripping from its jowls. The voice balloon said, "Go get 'em." Yuki smiled, thought about Len Parisi taking a wide-legged stance in the middle of this oaken courtroom and shredding Mickey Sherman's hired shrink to ribbons. She drew a circle around the cartoon, underscored it. Then she stood, speaking before she reached the podium. Dr. Friedman, you're quite well known as an expert witness, isn't that right? Friedman said that he was, and that he'd testified for both prosecution and defense teams over the past 9 years. In this case, the defense hired you. Yes, that's right. And how much were you paid? Friedman looked up at Judge Moore, who peered down at him. Please answer the question, Dr. Friedman. I was paid about $8,000. $8,000, okay. And how long were you treating Mr. Brinkley? Mr. Brinkley wasn't technically my patient. Oh, said Yuki. Then let me ask you, can you diagnose someone that you've never treated? I've had 3 sessions with Mr. Brinkley, during which time I also gave him a battery of psychological tests. And yes, I can assess Mr. Brinkley without treating him. Friedman sniffed. So based on 3 interviews and these tests, You believe that the defendant was unable to understand right from wrong at the time of the killings. That's correct. You didn't give him an X-ray and find a tumor pressing against a lobe of his brain, did you? No, of course not. So how do we know that Mr. Brinkley wasn't lying and skewing the test results so he wouldn't be found guilty of murder? He couldn't do that, Friedman said. You see, the test questions are like a built-in lie detector. They're repeated in many different ways, and if the answers are consistent, then the patient is telling the truth. Doctor, you use those tests because you can't really know what's in the patient's mind, can you? Well, you also make a judgment based on behavior. I see. Dr. Friedman, are you aware of the legal term consciousness of guilt? Yes, it refers to actions a person may take that show the person is aware what he or she did was wrong. Well put, Doctor, Yuki said. Now, if someone shoots 5 people and then runs away, as Alfred Brinkley did, doesn't that show consciousness of guilt? Doesn't it show that Mr. Brinkley knew what he'd done was wrong? Look, Miss Castellano, not everything a person does when he's in a psychotic state is illogical. People on that ferry were screaming, coming at him with intent to harm him. He ran. Most people finding themselves in that situation would have run. Yuki stole a look at David, who gave her an encouraging nod. She wished he'd beamed her something to nail Friedman with, because she didn't have it. And then she did. Dr. Friedman, does gut instinct play any part in your assessment? Well, sure. Gut instinct, or intuition, is made up of many layers of experience. So yes, I used gut instinct as well as formal psychological protocol in my assessment. And did you determine whether or not Mr. Brinkley is dangerous? I interviewed Mr. Brinkley both before and after he was put on Risperdal, and it is my opinion that properly medicated, Mr. Brinkley is not dangerous. Yuki put both her hands on the witness box, looked Friedman in the eye, ignored everything and everyone in the courtroom, and spoke from the fear she felt every time she looked at that freak sitting next to Mickey Sherman. Dr. Friedman, you interviewed Mr. Brinkley behind bars. Check your gut instinct on this. Would you feel comfortable riding home in a cab with Mr. Brinkley? Would you feel safe having dinner with him in his home, riding alone with him in an elevator? Mickey Sherman leaped to his feet. Your Honor, I object. Those questions should be taken out and shot. Sustained, the judge grumbled. I'm done with this witness, Your Honor, Yuki said. Chapter 95. At 8:30 that Monday morning, Miriam Devine took the bundles of mail from the hallway console and brought them into the breakfast nook. She and her husband had just returned home to Pacific Heights last night after their cruise, 10 fabulous days in the Mediterranean, where they were mercifully cut off from phones and television and newspapers and bills. She wanted to keep the real world at bay for at least a couple of days, keep that vacation feeling a little longer. If only she could. Miriam made drip coffee, defrosted and toasted 2 cinnamon buns, and began her attack on the mail, stacking catalogs on the right side of the kitchen table, bills on the left, and miscellaneous items across from her coffee mug. When she found the plain white envelope addressed to the Tylers, she shuffled it to the bottom of the miscellaneous pile and continued working, writing checks and tossing junk mail until Jim came into the kitchen. Her husband drank his coffee standing up, said, Christ, I don't want to go to the office. It's going to be hell, even if no one knows I'm there. I'll make meatloaf for dinner, sweetie, your favorite. Okay, something to look forward to anyway. Jim Devine left the house and closed the front door behind him. Miriam finished dealing with mail, rinsed the dishes, and phoned her daughter before calling her next-door neighbor, Elizabeth Tyler. Liz, honey, Jim and I just got back last night. I have some mail for you that was delivered here by mistake. Why don't I drop over so we can catch each other up? Chapter 96. I stood with Conklin in the Tylers' living room. It was only 15 minutes since their neighbor Miriam Devine had dropped off the handwritten note from the kidnappers. It had had the effect of an emotional nuclear bomb on Elizabeth Tyler and was having a similar effect on me. I remembered canvassing the Divines' house the day of the abduction. It was a cream-colored, clapboard Victorian, almost identical to the Tylers' house, right next door. I'd spoken to the Divines' housekeeper, Guadalupe Perez. She'd told us in broken English that the Divines were away. 9 days ago, I couldn't have imagined that Guadalupe Perez would have picked up an envelope that had been slid under the door and that she would have stacked it with the rest of the Divines' mail. No one could have known, but I felt heartsick and responsible anyway. "How well do you know the Divines?" Conklin asked Henry Tyler, who was furiously pacing the perimeter of the room. There were pictures of Madison on every wall and surface, baby pictures, family portraits, holiday snapshots. "It's not them, okay? The Divines didn't do it," Tyler shouted. "Madison is gone," he yelled, holding his head with both hands as he paced. "It's too late." I dropped my eyes back to the sideboard and the block letters on the plain white bond that I could read from 5 feet away. "We have your daughter. If you call law enforcement, she dies. If we feel any heat, she dies. Right now, Madison is healthy and safe and will stay that way as long as you keep quiet. This photo is the first. You will receive a new picture of Madison every year. You may receive a phone call. She may even come home. Be smart. Be quiet. One day Madison will thank you." The photo of Madison that came with the note had been printed out on a home-style printer within an hour of the time she was abducted. The girl seemed clean and unharmed, wearing the blue coat, the red shoes. Could he know that we didn't get the note? Could he know that we didn't mean to defy him? "I just don't know, Mr. Tyler, and I can't really guess." Elizabeth Tyler interrupted me, the cords of her neck standing out as she strained to talk. "Madison is the brightest, happiest little girl you can imagine. She sings, she plays music, she has the most wonderful laugh. Has she been raped? Is she chained to a bed in a basement? Is she hungry and cold? Is she hurt? Is she terrified? Is she calling out for us? Does she wonder why we don't come for her? Or is she past all that now and is safe in God's hands? This is all we think about, inspectors. We have to know what has happened to our daughter. You have to do more than you ever thought you could do," Elizabeth Tyler told me. "You must bring Madison home." Chapter 97. A plastic bag with the kidnapper's note inside was positioned on my desk so that Conklin and I could both read it. "If you call law enforcement, she dies. If we feel any heat, she dies." We were still rocked by those words, unable to shake the sickening feeling that by actually working the Ricci Tyler case, we might have brought about Madison's death. When Dave Stamford arrived at noon, we turned the kidnapper's note over to the FBI. Jacoby ordered a pie from Presto Pizza. Conklin pulled up a chair to Stanford, and we opened our files to him. An hour later, it still all came down to one lead. The Wittens in Boston and the Tylers in Pacific Heights had the Westwood Registry in common. We divvied up the client names that Mary Jordan had copied from the register and started making phone calls. By the time the square box was in the round file, we were ready to go. Conklin and Macklin went in Stanford's car, and Jacoby and I paired up, partners again for the day. It was good seeing Jacoby's homely mug beside me, his expanding heft in the driver's seat. "Pardon me for noticing, but you look like you've been keel-hauled," he said. "This goddamn case is making me sick. But since you mention it, Jacoby, I'm wondering about something. Did it ever occur to you to lie to me when I look like hell?" "I don't think so. No. I guess that's one of the things I love about you." "Ah, don't get mushy on me now." He grinned, took a hard right onto Lombard, and parked the car. Over the next 5 hours, we tracked down and interviewed 4 Westwood Registry clients and their nannies. By the time the sun was lighting up a swath of pink cotton candy clouds across the western sky, we had joined Macklin and the others back at the hall. It was a short meeting because our combined 25 man-hours had yielded nothing but praise for the Westwood Registry and their imported 5-star nannies. At around 7 p.m., we told one another we'd pick it up again in the morning. I crossed Bryant, got my car out of the lot, and headed toward Potrero Hill. Streetlights were winking on all across the city as I parked outside my home sweet home. My hand was on the car door handle when something eclipsed the light coming in from the passenger side window, throwing me into shadow. My heart hammered as I swung my head around and a dark figure came into view. It took me a few seconds for my brain to put it all together. Even then, I doubted my eyes. It was Joe. Chapter 98. It was Joe. It was Joe. There was no one in the world I wanted to see more. "How many times have I told you?" I said, heart racing, getting out of my car on the street side, slamming the door. "Don't sneak up on an armed police officer?" "Right. You've got something against telephones? Some kind of phobia?" Joe grinned sheepishly at me from where he stood on the sidewalk. "Not even a hello? You're tough, Blondie. You think?" I didn't feel tough, though. I felt depleted, vulnerable, close to tears, but I was determined not to show any of that. I scowled as I drummed my fingers on the hood of my car, but I couldn't help noticing how great Joe looked. "I'm sorry. I took a chance," he said, his smile absolutely winning. "I just hoped to see you. So anyway, how have you been?" "Never better." I lied. "You know, busy." "Sure, I know. You're all over the newspapers, Wonder Woman." "More like, wonder if I'm ever going to solve a case," I said, laughing in spite of myself. "And you?" I said, warming up to Joe through and through. I stopped drumming my fingers and leaned a little bit toward him. "How's it going with you?" "I've been busy, too." "Well, I guess we're both keeping out of trouble." I locked the car, but I still didn't take a step toward him. I liked having that big hunk of metal between us, my explorer as chaperone, giving me a chance to think through what to do with Joe. Joe grinned, said, "Yeah, sure, but what I meant was I've been busy trying to get a new life." What was that? What had he just said? My heart lurched and my knees started to give. I had a flash of insight. Joe looked and sounded great because he'd fallen in love with someone else. He'd dropped by because he couldn't tell me the news on the phone. "I haven't wanted to call you until it was final," he said, his words dragging me back to the moment. "But I can't move the damned request through the system fast enough." "What are you talking about?" "I put in for a transfer to San Francisco, Lindsay." Relief overwhelmed me. Tears filled my eyes to the brim as I stared at Joe. Images flashed. Nothing I could help or stop, snatches of our months of high-flying romance. But it wasn't the romantic part that I remembered most. It was those homey moments, with Joe singing in the shower, me sneaking a peek in the mirror at his receding hairline when he didn't know I was looking, and the way he crouched over his cereal bowl as if someone might take it from him because he'd grown up in a house with 6 brothers and sisters and none of them had the exclusive rights to anything. I thought about how Joe was the only person in my life who would just let me talk myself out and didn't expect me to be the strong one all the time. And okay, yeah, I flashed on the way he handled my body when we made love, making me seem small and weightless, and how safe I used to feel when I fell asleep in his arms. "I've been given assurances, but nothing definite." His voice trailed off as he stared at me. "God, Lindsay," he said, "you have no idea how much I've missed you." The wind coming off the bay blew the tears off my cheeks, and I was filled with gratitude for the unexpected gift of his visit and the night ahead. I still had an unopened bottle of Courvoisier in the liquor cabinet and massage oil in the nightstand. I thought about the delicious coolness of the air and how much heat Joe and I could turn up just lying together before even reaching out our hands to touch. "Why don't you come upstairs?" I finally said. "We don't have to talk on the street." Something dark crossed his features as he came toward me and gently, deliberately, encircled my shoulders with his large hands. "I want to come in," he said, "but I'll miss my flight. I just had to tell you. Don't give up on me. Please." Joe put his arms around me and pulled me to him. Instinctively, I stiffened, folded my arms over my chest, dropped my chin. I didn't want to look up into his face, didn't want to be charmed or swayed, because inside of 3 minutes, I'd ridden the entire Joe Molinari roller coaster. Just over a week ago, I'd steeled myself to break away from him because of this damned magic trick of his. Now he's here, now he's not. Nothing had changed. I was furious, and I couldn't let Joe open me up only to let me down again. I looked at his face for the last time, and I pushed away from him. "I'm sorry, really. For a moment, I thought you were someone else. You'd better go now," I sputtered. "Have a safe flight." He was calling my name as I ran as fast as I could up the front steps of my building. I put my key in the lock and turned the knob in one movement. Then I slammed the door behind me and continued to run up the stairs. When I walked into my apartment, I had to go to the window, though. I parted the curtain just in time to see Joe's car drive away. Chapter 99. My phone started ringing before I dropped the curtain back across the glass. I knew Joe was calling from the car, and I had nothing to say to him. I showered for a good long time, 15 or 20 minutes under the spray. When I got out of the shower, the phone was still ringing. I ignored this call, too. Ditto the furiously blinking light on my answering machine and the tinny chime of my cell phone paging me from my jacket pocket. I tossed my dinner in the microwave. I opened the Courvoisier and had poured out a tumbler full when my cell phone started its damn ringing again. I grabbed it out of my jacket pocket, growled, "Boxer," fully prepared to say, "Joe, leave me alone, okay?" I felt an inexplicable letdown when the voice in my ear was my partner's. Rich said, "What's it take to get you to answer the phone, Lindsay?" He was annoyed with me, and I didn't care. "I was in the shower," I said. "As far as I know, that's still allowed." "What's up?" There was another attack at the Blakely Arms. The air went out of me. "A homicide?" "I'll let you know when I get there. I'm a couple of blocks away." "Lock down the building, every exit," I said. "No one leaves." "I'm on it, Sergeant." That's when I remembered the treadmill victim. How could I have forgotten about him? "Rich, we forgot to check on Ben Wyatt." "No, we didn't." "You called the hospital?" "Yeah." "Is Wyatt awake?" "He died 2 hours ago." I told Rich I'd see him shortly and called Cindy. No answer. I snapped my phone closed, slapped it down on the kitchen counter so that I wouldn't throw it through a window. The microwave binged 5 times, telling me that dinner was ready. "I'm going to lose my mind," I shouted at the timer. "Going to fricking lose it." Screw everything. I left the brandy untouched on the counter and my dinner in the microwave. I dressed quickly, buckled my shoulder holster, and threw on my blazer. I called Cindy and got her, told her what was happening. Then I headed out to Townsend and 3rd. By the time I strode into the lobby of the Blakely Arms, I was imagining my next conversation with Cindy. I wasn't going to take any guff from her either. She was going to move in with me until she had somewhere safe to live. Chapter 100. Cindy was waiting at the entrance to the Blakely Arms, her streaky blonde curls blown every which way. Her lipstick looked chewed off. "Jesus," she said. "Again? Is this really happening again?" "Cindy," I said as we entered the lobby, "has there been any talk in the building, any gossip, any fingers pointed toward anyone?" "Only thing I've heard is the nasty sound of people's nerves snapping." We took the elevator together, and once again I was standing outside an apartment in the freaky Arms that was bristling with uniformed cops. Conklin nodded to Cindy, then introduced me to Aiden Blaustein. He was a tall, white kid, about 22, wearing black on black on black, torn jeans, mist t-shirt, vest, a patched leather jacket, and choppy black hair that was shortened back, falling across panicky brown eyes. Conklin said, Mr. Blaustein is the victim." I heard Cindy say, "Cindy Thomas, the Chronicle, would you spell your name for me?" I exhaled. The kid was alive and unhurt, but obviously scared half out of his mind. "Can you tell me what happened?" I asked Blaustein. "Fuck if I know. I went out for a six-pack around 5, he said, ran into an old girlfriend, and we got a bite. When I came home, my place had been totally trashed." Conklin pushed open Blaustein's front door, and I walked inside the studio apartment, Cindy trailing behind me. "Stay close," I said, "and don't touch anything," she finished. The apartment looked like an electronics shop that had been trampled by a rhino on crack. I took a quick count of a desktop computer, 3 monitors, a stereo, and a 42-inch plasma screen television that had been reduced to shards. Not stolen, destroyed. The desk was banged up, probably collateral damage. Blaustein said, "It took me years to get all this together just the way I like it." "What kind of work do you do?" Cindy asked. "I design websites and games. This stuff costs probably $25. "Mr. Blaustein," I said, "when you went out, did you leave your door open?" "I never leave my door open." "Mr. Blaustein left the music on when he left the apartment," Rich said, his voice matter-of-fact, but he didn't look at me. "Did anyone complain to you about the music?" I asked. "Today?" "Ever," I said. "I've got nasty phone calls from one person," Blaustein said. "And who was that?" "You mean, did he tell me his name? He didn't even say hello. His opening line was, 'If you don't turn off that shit, I'm gonna kill you.' That was the first time. We've had these shouting matches a couple of times a week for a while now. All the time, cursing me, cursing my children." "You have kids?" I asked, unable to imagine it. "No, he cursed any future children I might have." "So, what did you do?" "Me? I know swear words this dude never heard before. Thing is, I would have recognized the guy's voice if I'd heard it before. My ears are like good enough to be insured by Lloyd's of London. But I don't know him, and I know everyone who lives here. I even know her," he said, pointing to Cindy. "3rd floor, right?" "And you're saying no one else in the building complained about your sound system?" "No, because A, I only work during the day, and B, we're allowed to play music until 11 p.m. Besides which, C, I don't play the music loud." I sighed, unclipped my cell phone, and called the crime lab. I got the night shift supervisor on the line and told him we needed him. "You have someone you can stay with tonight?" Rich was asking Blaustein. "Maybe." "Well, you can't stay here. Your apartment's a crime scene for a while." Blaustein looked around the wreck of his apartment, his young face sagging as he catalogued the destruction. "I wouldn't stay here tonight if you paid me." Chapter 101. Cindy, Rich, and I connected the dots during the elevator ride down to the lobby. "The dogs, the piano, the treadmill," Rich was saying. "The Webmeister's apartment," Cindy added. "It's all the same thing," I said. "It's the noise." "Yep," Rich agreed. "Whoever this maniac is, noise makes him a little bit violent." I said, "Rich, I'm sorry I snapped at you before. I had a bad day." "Forget it, Lindsay. We close this case, we'll both feel better." The elevator doors slid open, and we stepped out again into the lobby. At the moment, the space was packed with about 200 freaked-out tenants, standing room only. Cindy had her notepad out and moved toward the board president as Conklin used his body as a plow. I drafted behind him until we reached the reception desk. Someone yelled, "Quiet," and when the rumble died, I said, "I'm Sergeant Boxer. I don't have to tell you that there have been a series of disturbing incidents in this building." I waited out the heckling about the police not doing their jobs, then pushed on, saying that we were going to re-interview everyone and that no one was permitted to leave until we said it was okay. A gray-haired man in his late 60s raised his hand, introducing himself as Andy Durbridge. "Sergeant, I may have some useful information. I saw a man in the laundry room this afternoon whom I'd never seen before. He had what looked like a dog's bite marks on his arm." "Can you describe this man?" I asked. I felt a new kind of tension in my gut, the good kind. "He was about 5'6", muscular, brown hair, going bald, in his 30s, I think. I looked around already. I don't see him here." "Thanks, Mr. Durbridge," I said. "Can anyone here pin a name on that description?" A petite young woman with caramel-colored bed-spring curls waded through the crowd until she reached me. Her eyes were huge, and her skin was unnaturally pale. Something was frightening her half to death. "I'm Portia Fox," she said, her voice quavering. "Sergeant, may I speak with you privately?" Chapter 102. I stepped outside the Blakely Arms with Portia Fox. "I think I know that man that Mr. Durbridge was referring to," Ms. Fox told me. "He sounds like the guy who lives in my apartment during the daytime." "Your roommate?" "Not officially," the woman said, casting her eyes around. "He rents my dining room. I work during the day, he works at night. We're like ships crossing, you know." "It's your apartment and this man is a sublet, is that what you're saying?" She bobbed her head. "What's his name?" "Gary, 2 R's, Tenning. That's what's printed on his checks." "And where is Mr. Tenning now?" I asked. "He's at his job with a construction company." "He works in construction? At night?" I asked. "You have a cell phone number for him?" "No. I used to see him every day for about a year in the Starbucks across the street. Sometimes we'd say hello, share a newspaper. He seemed nice. And when he asked if I knew of a place he could rent cheap, well, I needed the money." This child had let a stranger move into her apartment. I wanted to shake her. I wanted to report her to her mother. Instead, I asked, "When do you expect Mr. Tenning home?" "Around 8:30 in the morning. Like I said, I've always left for work by the time he comes in, and now that I've got a coffee maker at work, I don't go to Starbucks anymore." "We're going to want to search your apartment." "Absolutely," she said, pulling her key out of her handbag and offering it to me. "I really want you to. My God, what if I'm sharing my place with a murderer?" Chapter 103. "Just like mine," Cindy said as we walked into Portia Fox's apartment. The front door opened into a large living room facing the street, roomy, sunny, furnished in office-girl modern. There was a galley-style kitchen off the living room, but where Cindy's dining room was open, Ms. Fox's had been boxed in with plasterboard walls and a hollow-core door. "He stays in there," Ms. Fox told me. "Any windows in his room?" I asked. "No, he likes that. That's what sealed the deal." It was too bad that the dining room had been walled off, because now we'd need either permission from Tenning to enter it or a search warrant. Even though Tenning wasn't on Fox's lease, he'd paid rent to her, and that gave him legal standing. I put my hand on the doorknob to Tenning's room on the off chance that it would turn, but no surprise, the door was locked. "You have a friend you can stay with tonight?" I asked Ms. Fox. I put a patrolman outside the apartment door while Portia gathered up some things. I gave Cindy my keys and told her to go to my place. She didn't even fight me. Then Rich and I spent another 2 hours questioning the tenants of the Blakely Arms. We returned to the hall at 10 p.m. As grim as the squad room was during the day, it was worse at night, the overhead lighting giving off a deadening white illumination. The place smelled of whatever food had been dumped into the trash cans during the day. I threw a container of cold coffee into the garbage and turned on my computer as Rich followed suit. I called up a database, and although I was prepared for a long search for Gary Tenning's life story, everything we needed flashed onto my computer screen in minutes. There was an outstanding warrant for Tenning's arrest. It was a small potatoes charge of failure to appear in court for a traffic violation, but any arrest warrant was good enough to bring him in. And there was more. "Gary Tenning is employed by Conco Construction," Rich said. "Tenning could be patrolling any of 100 job sites. We won't be able to locate him until Conco's office opens in the morning." "He have a license to carry?" I asked. Rich's fingers padded across his keyboard. Yep, current and up to date. Gary Tenning owned a gun. Chapter 104. The next morning, a heavy gray torrent came down on San Francisco, like one of the 40 days of the flood. Conklin parked our squad car in a vacant construction zone on Townsend in front of Tower 2 of the Beacon, a residential high-rise with retail shops on the ground floor, including the Starbucks where Tenning and Fox had met. On a clear day, we would have had a good view of both the front doors of the 6-story red brick Blakely Arms and the narrow footpath that ran from Townsend along the east side of the building, leading back to the courtyard and rear entrance. But today's rain nearly obliterated our view through the windshield. Inspectors Chi and McNeil were in the car behind us, also peering through the downpour. We were scanning the locale for a white man, 5'6", with thinning brown hair, possibly wearing a uniform and probably packing a Colt revolver. Unless he changed his pattern, Tenning would stop at the Starbucks, then cross Townsend, arriving home between 8:30 and 9. We were guessing that Tenning would take the footpath to the rear entrance of the building, use a key to the back door, and take the fire stairs, avoiding tenants. I watched through the blurred windows as pedestrians in trench coats, their faces shielded by black umbrellas, stopped at the Walgreens, dropped off laundry at Fanta dry cleaners, scurried for the Caltrain. Rich and I were both dangerously sleep-deprived, so when a man matching Tenning's description crossed Townsend, no coffee in hand, I couldn't be sure if he was our guy, or if I just wanted him to be our guy, really, really badly. In the gray windbreaker, black umbrella, I said. A light changed to green, and the stream of traffic obscured our view long enough for the suspect to disappear in the crush of pedestrians on the far side of the street. I thought maybe he'd slipped down the Blakely Arms back alley. Yeah, I think so, Conklin said. I called Chi, told him we were about to make our move. We let a couple of minutes pass, then Conklin and I put up our collars and made for the front entrance of the Blakely Arms. We rode an elevator to the 5th floor, then I used Portia Fox's key to unlock her front door without opening it. I drew my gun. When she and McNeil arrived, Conklin breached the door to Fox's apartment. The four of us stepped inside and checked each of the outer rooms before approaching Tenning's private space. I put my ear to the flimsy door, heard a drawer closing, shoes falling one after the other onto the uncarpeted floor. I nodded to Conklin, and he knocked on Tenning's door. SFPD, Mr. Tenning, we have a warrant for your arrest. Get the hell out of here, an angry voice called back. You don't have a warrant. I know my rights. Mr. Tenning, you parked your car in a fire zone, remember? August 15th of last year, you failed to appear in court. You want to arrest me for that? Open up, Mr. Tenning. The doorknob turned, and the door whined open. Tenning's look of annoyance changed to anger as he saw our guns pointed at his chest. He slammed the door in our faces. Kick it in, I said. Conklin kicked twice beside the knob assembly, and the door splintered, swung wide open. We took cover on both sides of the door frame, but not before I saw Tenning standing 10 feet away, bracing his back against the wall. He was holding his Colt .38 in both hands, pointing it at us. You're not taking me in, he said. I'm too tired, and I'm just not up for it. Chapter 105. My heart rate rocketed. Sweat ran down the inside of my shirt. I pivoted on my right foot so that I was standing square in the doorway. I held my stance, legs apart, my Glock trained on Tenning. Even though I was wearing a vest, he could cap me with a headshot, and the paper-thin plasterboard walls wouldn't protect my team. Drop your weapon, asshole, I shouted. I'm 1 second away from drilling a hole through your heart. 4 armed cops on a traffic warrant? That's a laugh. You think I'm stupid? You are stupid, Tenning, if you want to die over a $50 ticket. Tenning's eyes flicked from my weapon to the 3 other muzzles that were aimed at him. He muttered, "What a pain in the ass." Then his gun thudded to the floor. Instantly, we swarmed into the small room. A chair tipped over, and a desktop crashed to the ground. I kicked Tenning's gun toward the door as Conklin spun him around. He threw him against the wall and cuffed him. "You're under arrest for failure to appear," Conklin said, panting, "and for interfering with a police officer." I read Tenning his rights. My voice was hoarse from the stress and the realization of what I'd just done. "Good work, everyone," I said, feeling almost faint. "You okay, Lindsay?" McNeil asked, putting a beefy hand on my shoulder. "Yeah, thanks, Cappy," I said, thinking how this arrest could have turned into a bloodbath, and still all we had on Tenning was a traffic violation. I looked around his rented room, a 10 by 12 box with a single bed, small pine dresser, 2 file cabinets that had once formed the base of his desk. The wide plank that had served as the desktop was on the floor, along with a computer and sheaves of scattered paper. Something else had been dislodged during the fracas. A pipe had rolled out from under the bed. It was about 1.5 inches in diameter, 18 inches long, with a ball joint screwed onto one end, a 2-part construction that looked like a club. I stooped down to examine it closely. There was a fine brown stain in the threads where the ball joint screwed onto the pipe. I drew Conklin's attention, and he stooped down beside me. Our eyes met for a second. "Looks like this was used as a bludgeon," Conklin said. Chapter 106. We were in interview room number 2, the smaller of the interrogation rooms at the squad. Tenning sat at the table, facing a mirrored window. I sat across from him. He was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. He had his elbows on the table. His face was turned down so that the overhead light made a starburst pattern on his balding scalp. He wasn't talking because he'd asked for a lawyer. It would take about 15 minutes for his request to filter down to the public defender's office. Then another 15 minutes before some attorney would come up and find his or her client in our interrogation room. Meanwhile, nothing Tenning said could be used against him. "We got our warrant to search your premises," I told him. "That pipe contraption you used to kill Irene Wolkowski and Ben Wyatt, it's at the lab now. We'll have results before your PD shows up." Tenning smirked. "So leave me the hell alone until he gets here, okay? Leave me alone with my thoughts." "But I'm interested in your thoughts," I said to Tenning. "All those statistics on the papers I saw in your apartment, what's that about?" "I'm writing a book, and I'd like to get back to it, actually." Conklin came into the room carrying a battery-operated radio. Richie slammed the door hard, then turned on the radio. Loud static came through the speakers. He fiddled with the dials, turned the volume up. He said to Tenning, "It's tough getting reception in here. I'd really like to know when the rain's going to let up." I saw the alarm in Tenning's eyes as the static climbed to an electronic squeal. He watched Conklin thumb the radio dial, starting to sweat now. "Hey," Tenning finally said, "could you turn that thing off?" "In a minute," Conklin said. He dialed up the volume, set the radio down on the table. "Can I get you some coffee, Gary? It's not Starbucks, but it's got all the caffeine you could ask for." "Look," Tenning said, staring at the radio, his eyes jitterbugging inside his head. "You're not supposed to question me without my lawyer. You should put me in a holding cell." "We're not questioning you, buddy," Conklin said. He picked up a metal chair, set it down with a loud bang right next to Tenning, and sat beside him. "We're trying to help you. You want a lawyer? That's fine," Conklin said directly into Tenning's ear. "But you're giving up your opportunity to confess and cut yourself a deal. And that's okay with us, isn't it, Sergeant?" "Fine with me," I said over the radio static. I fiddled with the dial, found some 80s heavy metal, turned it up so that the discordant electronic twang almost vibrated the table. "We're going to exhume the dogs you killed, Gary," I said over the music. "Match the teeth up with those wounds in your arm. And we're going to match the DNA from the blood on your club to your victims. and then Inspector Conklin and I are going to sign up for front-row seats for your execution in 20 years or so. Unless, of course, you want to have me call the DA, see if we can get the death penalty off the table. I looked at my watch. I figure you've got about 10 minutes to decide. A band called Gross Receipts launched into its jarring rendition of Brain Buster. Tenning shrank into a ball, wrapped his arms over his ears. Stop! Stop! Call up the lawyer. I'll tell you what happened. Just please, shut that thing off. Chapter 107. It was still pouring when I parked behind Claire's SUV. I cut across the street in the lashing rain, ran 50 yards to the front door of Susie's. I opened it to the ringing beat of steel drums and the smell of curried chicken. I hung my coat on the rack inside the door, saw that Susie was coaxing her regulars into a limbo competition as the band tuned up. Susie called to me, "Lindsay, get out of your wet shoes. You can do this, girl." "No way, Suze," I laughed. "Don't forget, I've seen this before." I showed myself into the back room. I buttonholed Lorraine and ordered a Corona. Yuki waved to me from the back booth. Then Cindy looked up and grinned. I slid onto the banquette next to my best friend, Claire. It had been a while since we'd been out together as a group. Way too long. When my beer came, Cindy proposed a toast to me for the takedown of Gary Tenning. I laughed off the toast, saying, "I was extremely motivated, Cindy. I didn't want a roommate, and you were going to have to move in with me permanently if we didn't catch that bastard." Yuki and Claire hadn't heard the details, so I filled them in. "He's writing this book called The Accounting," I told them. "It's subtitled A Statistical Compendium of the 20th Century. "Come on. He's writing about everything that happened in the last 100 years? Yuki asked. "Yeah, if you can call page after page of statistics writing, like how much milk and grain were produced in each state in each year, how many kids went through grade school, the number of accidents involving kitchen appliances. Geez, you can Google that stuff," Yuki said. "But Gary Tenning thinks the accounting is his calling," I said as Lorraine dropped off beers and menus. His paycheck came from being a night watchman at a construction site. Gave him time to think big thoughts, he told us. "How'd he even hear all those people and their noises in his closed-off little room?" asked Claire. "Sound travels through the plumbing and the vents," Cindy said. "Comes out in weird places. Like, I can hear people singing through my bathroom air duct. Who are they? Where do they live? I don't know." "I'm wondering if he doesn't have hyperacusis," said Claire. "Come again?" I said. "It's when the auditory processing center of the brain has a problem with noise perception," Claire told us over the racket in the back room and the clanking of dishware from the kitchen. "Sounds that others can barely hear are intolerable to the person who has hyperacusis." "To what effect?" I asked. "It would make the person feel isolated. You stir all that up with explosive anger disorder and sociopathology? Well, you get Gary Tenning." "The Phantom of the Blakely Arms," Cindy said. "Just tell me there's no chance he's going to get out on bail." "None," I said. "He confessed. We have the murder weapon. He's in and he's done." "Well, if he really has this auditory disorder, Gary Tenning is going to go absolutely bug nuts in prison," Yuki said as Lorraine brought our dinners. "Hear, hear," said Cindy, pointing at her ears. We dug in, swapped stories and worries, Claire telling us that her workload had doubled and that we're having a farewell pour for Dr. G tonight. He got a job offer he couldn't refuse, somewhere in Ohio. We toasted Dr. Germanic, and then Claire asked Yuki how she was feeling these days. "I'm feeling a little bipolar," Yuki said, laughing. "Some days I think Fredolito Lindo is going to convince the jury he's a legitimate psycho. The next morning I wake up absolutely sure I'm going to beat Mickey Sherman's pants off." We got into a good-natured competition to name Claire's unborn baby, Cindy calling out, "Margarita if she's a girl," and winning the next round for free. Way too soon, dinner had been reduced to bones, coffee had been served, and hungry would-be diners were backed up in the doorway. We tossed money at the check on the table and dared one another to rush into the rain. I was last out the door. I drove toward Potrero Hill, absorbed by the rhythm of the wiper blades and the halos around oncoming headlights, finding that the vacuum of silence in the wake of the tumultuous day and the camaraderie with my friends was bringing me back down. Joe wouldn't be sitting on my front steps when I got home. Even Martha was still on vacation. Thunder rumbled as I ran up the steps to my apartment. It was still raining when I went to bed alone. Chapter 108. Rich and I fretted at our desks the next morning, waiting for Mary Jordan to come through the gate. She arrived 10 minutes late, looking rattled. I invited the Westwood Registry's office manager to join us in the windowless cell we called the lunchroom. Rich pulled out a chair, and I made coffee, black, 2 sugars, the way she'd taken it when we'd seen her last. "I've been praying for Madison," Jordan said, twisting her hands in her lap. There were prune-colored smudges under her eyes. "I feel in my heart that I've done what God would want me to do." Her words stirred up a little eddy of apprehension in the pit of my stomach. "What did you do, Mary?" "When Mr. Renfrew went out this morning, I opened the door to his office again. I did some more digging in there." She hefted a large, leather-like handbag onto the table and removed a slate-blue, cloth-bound, old-fashioned accountant's ledger. It was labeled Queensbury Register. "This is in Mr. Renfrew's handwriting," Jordan said, pointing out the neat block letters and numerals. "It's a record of a business the Renfrews had in Montreal 2 years ago." She opened the ledger to where a stiff rectangle of paper was wedged between 2 pages. Jordan took it out and flipped it over. It was a photograph of a blonde-haired boy of about 4 with incredible blue-green eyes. "Got a few minutes?" I asked Jordan. She nodded her head. I'd ridden up in the elevator with ADA Kathy Valois, so I knew she was at her desk. I called her and explained about the Queensbury Register and the photo of the boy. I said, "The Renfrews are hopscotching around the continent, opening and closing these registries. Kathy, I'm guessing we're looking at a picture of another victim." Kathy must have taken the stairs 2 at a time because she appeared in the lunchroom doorway almost before I'd hung up the phone. She asked Mary Jordan again if she'd dug up this information on her own, and again Jordan swore that she was not acting as our agent. "I'll put a call into Judge Murphy," Valois said, staring at the photo, running both hands through her short black hair. "Let's see what I can do." Minutes after we'd escorted Jordan out to the elevator, Kathy Valois was back on the line. "I'm faxing you the search warrant right now." Chapter 109. Paul Renfrew answered our knock and swung open the door to the Westwood Registry. He was looking smart in a gray herringbone suit, crisp shirt, bow tie, and well-cut wheat-colored hair. His flyaway eyebrows lifted over his frameless lenses, and his smile broadened. He seemed completely delighted to see us. "Is it good news? Have you found Madison?" he asked. Then the 4 uniformed officers climbing out of the property van caught his eye. "We have a search warrant, Mr. Renfrew," I said. Conklin signaled to the uniforms, and they clomped up the stairs with empty cartons in hand. They followed us down the long hallway to the Renfrews' office. The workplace was orderly. A mug of tea was on the desk, a plate of half-eaten muffins resting beside a sheaf of open files. "Why don't you tell us all about the Queensbury Register?" I asked Renfrew. Sit down," he said, indicating one of the 2 small sofas at right angles in the corner of the room. I took a seat, and Renfrew wheeled over his desk chair, all the while shooting concerned looks as Conklin directed the cops. They dropped file folders into boxes. "Queensbury isn't a secret," Renfrew said. "I surely would have told you, but we closed that business because it failed." He showed me his palms, as if to say there was nothing up his sleeves. "I'm just a terrible businessman in a lot of ways," Renfrew said. "We need to talk to your wife," I said. Of course, and she wants to talk to you. She's flying out from Zurich this evening." Renfrew's open manner was so winning, I let him think he'd won. I smiled, then asked, "Do you know this child?" Renfrew took the photo of the blonde-haired, blue-green-eyed boy and scrutinized it. "I don't recognize him. Should I?" Conklin came over with a cup in tow and several blue-covered ledgers under his arm. "Mr. Renfrew, you're prohibited from doing business for 72 hours, and that includes using your business phone. This is Officer Pat Noonan. His job is to make sure your business is closed until the warrant expires." "He's staying here?" "Until his relief comes in about 8 hours. You know anything about football? Pat is a big fan of the Fighting Irish. Can talk your ear off if you let him." Noonan smiled, but Renfrew's face went blank. "And, Mr. Renfrew, don't try to leave town. That would look really bad." Chapter 110. The tension in Tracheo's office was almost unbearable. The insatiable media beast had been roaring at us nonstop for more than a week, on air, in the legit papers, and in supermarket tabloids, and we had no rebuttal. A 19-year-old girl had been murdered. The child of a prominent family was missing and presumed dead. It was a horrible feeling, and everyone in Tracheo's office took it personally. "Boxer, lay it out for the chief," Jacoby instructed. I gave Jacoby a look that said, "I know what to do, Lieutenant." I described what I had as I slapped each of our exhibits down on the desk. First, the copies of the kidnapper's notes. Next, the photos of 3 children, Erica Witten, Madison Tyler, and the unknown boy with the blue-green eyes. I said, "We don't know the identity of this little boy. Renfrew says he doesn't know him, but the child's picture was inside this ledger of his." Rich placed the Queensbury register on the desk next to 2 of the Westwood registers. I said, "We know the Renfrews ran 3 consecutive nanny businesses, one in Boston, the one they're running here, and an earlier service, the Queensbury Registry in Montreal. The Montreal police have a cold case," I continued. "A little boy named Andre Devereaux was taken from a playground near his home 2 years ago. He had a nanny." "She came from the Queensbury Registry?" "Yes, sir," said Conklin. "I went over these ledgers. Between the rent, the cost of recruiting and importing girls from overseas, and the office and legal expenses, even with hefty placement fees, the Renfrews are hemorrhaging money." "And yet they keep working at it," I said, "and you have to wonder why. Where's the payoff?" Lieutenant Macklin slid a photo printout over to Tracheo. "This is Andre Devereaux," he said of the abducted Canadian child. "He looks to be the same boy as the one whose picture was found inside the Queensbury Register. Andre's nanny was Britt Osterman, a Swedish citizen. She was employed by the Queensbury Registry. A week after the abduction of Andre Devereaux, Britt Osterman was found dead in a ditch off a secondary road, bullet to the head. The Queensbury Registry was owned by 2 Americans, called themselves John and Tina Langer." Macklin continued, "The Langers disappeared after the Devereaux-Osterman abductions. The Canadian police emailed this photo of the Langers." Macklin put another laser print photo on Tracheo's desk. A man and a woman, white, late 40s. It was an informal snapshot taken at a holiday party. Beautiful room, carved paneling, men in dinner suits, women in cocktail dresses. Macklin's finger was pressed against the photo, nailing a brunette woman in her late 40s wearing a low-cut bronze-colored dress. She was leaning against a smiling man who had his arm around her. I could only guess at the woman's identity, but I knew the man. His hair was black, combed straight back. He had a goatee, and he didn't wear glasses. But I'd looked into that face only a short time ago, and I knew him. John Langer was Paul Renfrew. Chapter 111. At just after noon that day, Conklin and I were at Uncle's Cafe in Chinatown. We'd both ordered the Wednesday special, pot roast, mashed potatoes, and green beans. Conklin had made inroads into his potatoes, but I had no appetite for food. We had a straight-on view through the plate glass across the gloomy street to a row of brick houses and the Westwood Registry. A pregnant Chinese woman in pigtails refilled our cups of tea. When I looked through the window a nanosecond later, Paul Renfrew, as he was calling himself, was stepping out of his doorway and heading down the front steps. "Look it," I said, tapping Conklin's plate with my fork. My cell phone rang. It was Pat Noonan. "Mr. Renfrew said he's going out for lunch, coming back in an hour." I doubted it. Renfrew was going to run, and he had no idea how many eyes were watching him. Conklin paid the check, and I made calls to Stanford and Jacoby, zipped my jacket over my vest, and watched Renfrew's peppy march past herbal shops and souvenir stores as he headed toward the corner of Waverly and Clay. Conklin and I got into our Crown Vic just as Renfrew unlocked the door of his midnight blue BMW sedan. He looked over his shoulder, then entered his car and headed south. Dave Stanford and his partner, Heather Thompson, pulled in behind Renfrew when he reached Sacramento Street, while Jacoby and Macklin took a northern route toward Broadway. Our walkie-talkies bleeped and chattered as our team members called in their locations and that of the BMW, following, dropping back, weaving into place, and picking up the rail. My heart was thudding at a good, steady rate as we followed Paul Renfrew's run to wherever the hell he was taking us. We crossed the Bay Bridge and drove north on Highway 24, finally entering Contra Costa County. Conklin and I were in the lead car as Renfrew turned off Altarinda Road onto one of the smaller roadways in Orinda, a quiet, upscale town almost hidden within the folds of the surrounding hills. I heard Jacoby on the car radio telling the local police we were conducting a surveillance in an ongoing homicide investigation. Macklin requested backup from the state police and then called the Oakland PD and asked for chopper surveillance. The next voice I heard was Stanford's. He called for the big guns, an FBI response team. "The SFPD just lost control of the takedown," I said to Conklin as Renfrew's BMW slowed, then turned into the driveway of a white, multi-gabled house with blue shutters. Conklin drove past the house, casual-like. We made a U-turn at the junction at the end of the road, came back up the street, and nosed our car into a tree-shaded spot across from where Renfrew had parked his blue BMW next to a black Honda minivan. It couldn't be a coincidence. That had to be the van used to abduct Madison Tyler and Paola Ricci. Chapter 112. I ran the van's plates on the car computer. I was thinking ahead to a search warrant, impounding the van, fanning a flame of hope that a speck of Paola Ricci's blood could be found inside a seam in the van's upholstery, real evidence to link the Renfrews to the abduction of Paola Ricci and Madison Tyler. During the next hour, 2 perimeters were set up. The inner perimeter encircled the gabled house. The outer perimeter sealed off a 2-block area around it. There had been no activity from the house, making me wonder what was going on inside. Was Renfrew packing? Destroying records? It was almost 4 in the afternoon when 5 black SUVs rolled up the road. They parked on the sidewalk perpendicular to the front of the gabled house. Dave Stanford walked up to my car window. He handed me a bullhorn. His ponytail had been clipped to FBI standards, and the humor in his blue eyes was gone. Dave wasn't working undercover anymore. He said, "We're calling the shots, Lindsay, but since Renfrew knows you, try getting him to come out of the house." Conklin turned the key in the ignition, and we rolled out, crossing the street, coming to a stop in front of the Renfrew driveway. We were blocking in both the van and the BMW. I took the bullhorn and stood behind my open car door. I called out, "Paul Renfrew, this is Sergeant Boxer. We have a warrant for your arrest on suspicion of homicide. Please come out slowly with your hands in the air." My voice boomed out over the quiet suburban block. Birds took flight, drowning out the flutter of the chopper blades. Conklin said, "Movement on the second floor." Every muscle in my body tensed. My eyes flicked across the face of the house. I saw nothing, but my skin prickled. I could feel a gun pointed at me. I lifted the bullhorn again, pressed the button. "Mr. Renfrew, this is your last and best chance. There's enough artillery aimed at your house to reduce it to rubble. Don't make us use it." The front door cracked open. Renfrew appeared in the shadows. He called out, "I'm coming out! Don't shoot! Please don't shoot!" I cut a look to my left to see how the FBI response team was reacting. A dozen or more M16 rifles were still aimed at the front door. I knew that on a roof somewhere, maybe 100 feet away, a sniper had a Remington Model 700 with a high-powered scope trained on Renfrew's forehead. "Step outside where we can see you," I called to the man in the doorway. "Good decision, Mr. Renfrew," I said. "Now turn around and back up toward the sound of my voice." Renfrew was standing under the pediment that defined the entryway to the house. 30 feet of clipped green lawn stretched between us. "I can't do that," Renfrew said in a weak, almost pleading voice. "If I go out there, she'll shoot me." Chapter 113. Renfrew looked frightened, and he had reason to be. If he made a wrong move, his life expectancy was something under 2 seconds. But he wasn't afraid of us. "Who wants to shoot you?" I called out. "My wife, Laura. She's upstairs with a semi-automatic. I can't get her to come out. I think she's going to try to stop me from surrendering." This was a bad turn. If we wanted to learn what happened to Madison Tyler, we had to keep Paul Renfrew alive. "Do exactly what I tell you," I shouted. "Take off your jacket and toss it away from you." "Okay, good. Now, turn out your pants pockets." The mic on my radio was open so that everyone on our channel could hear me. "Unbuckle your belt, Mr. Renfrew, and drop your trousers." Renfrew shot me a look, but he obeyed. The pants went down, his shirt covering him to the top of his thighs. "Now turn around, slowly, 360 degrees. Hold up your shirt so we can see your waist," I said as he struggled to comply. "Okay, you can pull up your pants." He hurried to do so. "Now, I want you to hoist up your pants legs all the way to your knees." "Nice legs for a guy," Conklin said to me over the roof of the car. "Now let's get him out of here." I nodded, thinking that if the wife charged downstairs, she could blow Renfrew away through the open door. I told Renfrew to release his pant legs, come out, and hug the wall of the house. "If you do what I say, she can't get a bead on you," I said. "Keep both hands on the wall. Make your way around the south corner of the house, then lie down, interlace your hands behind your neck." When Renfrew was on the ground, a black Suburban rolled up onto the lawn. 2 FBI agents jumped out and cuffed him, patted him down. They were folding him into the back seat of their vehicle when I heard glass breaking from the second floor of the gabled house. Oh, shit! A woman's face appeared at the window. She had a gun in her hand, and it was pressed against the temple of a little girl whose expression was frozen into a slack-mouthed stare. The little girl was Madison Tyler. The woman who held her captive was Tina Langer, a.k.a. Laura Renfrew, and she looked like a killer. Her face was furrowed with anger, but I didn't see a trace of fear. She called out through the window, "The end of the game is the most interesting part, isn't it, Sergeant Boxer? I want safe passage. Oh, I mean safe passage for me and Madison. That helicopter's a good place to start. Someone better give the pilot a ring. Get him to land on the lawn. Do it now. Right now. Oh, by the way, if anyone makes a move toward me, I'll shoot this little—" I saw the black hole appear in her forehead before I heard the echoing crack of the Remington's report from the rooftop across the street. Madison screamed as the woman calling herself Laura Renfrew stood framed in the window. She released the little girl as she fell. Chapter 114. Was Madison Tyler all right? That's all I was thinking as Conklin and I burst into the front bedroom, second floor. We didn't see the girl anywhere, though. "Madison?" I called out, my voice high. A single unmade bed was against the wall adjacent to the door. An open suitcase was on the bed with girls' clothing tossed inside. "Where are you, honey?" Rich Conklin called out as we approached the closet. "We're the police." We reached the closet at the same time. "Madison, it's okay, sweetie," I said, turning the knob. "Nobody's going to hurt you." I opened the door, saw a pile of clothing on the floor of the closet, moving in time with someone's breathing. I stooped down, still afraid of what I might see. "Maddie?" I said. "My name is Lindsay, and I'm a policewoman. I'm here to take you home." I nudged aside the pile of clothing on the closet floor until I finally saw the little girl. She was whimpering softly, hugging herself, rocking with her eyes closed. "Oh, God, thank you." It was Madison. "It's okay, sweetheart," I said, my voice quavering. "Everything is going to be okay." Madison opened her eyes, and I reached out my arms to her. She flung herself against me, and I held her tightly, putting my cheek to her hair. I unclipped my cell phone and dialed a number I'd committed to memory. My hands were shaking so hard, I had to try the number again. My call was answered on the second ring. "Mrs. Tyler, this is Lindsay Boxer. I'm with Inspector Conklin, and we have Madison." I put the phone up to Madison's face, and I whispered, "Say something to your mom." Chapter 115. Early that evening, Conklin and I were at FBI headquarters on Golden Gate Avenue, 13th floor. We sat in a room with 15 other agents and cops, watching on video monitors as Dave Stanford and his partner, Heather Thompson, interviewed Renfrew. I sat beside Conklin, watching Stanford and Thompson dissecting the acts of terror committed by Paul Renfrew, a.k.a. John Langer, a.k.a. David Cornwall, a.k.a. Joseph Waller, the name he was given at birth. "He's lapping up the attention," I said to Conklin. "It's a good thing I'm not in the box with him," Conklin said. "I couldn't handle this." This was Waller's smugness and affability. Instead of smart-mouthing or showing defiance, Waller talked to Stanford and Thompson as if they were colleagues, as if he expected to have an ongoing relationship with them after he'd finished the clever telling of his story. Macklin, Conklin, and I sat riveted to our chairs as Waller caressed their names. Andre Devereaux, Erica Witten, Madison Tyler, and a little girl named Dorothea Alvarez from Mexico City, a child we hadn't known about. A child who might still be alive. While he sipped his coffee, Waller told Stanford and Thompson where the 3 missing children were living as sex toys in rich men's homes around the globe. Waller said, "It was my wife's idea to import pretty European girls, place them as nannies with good families, then find buyers for the children. I worked with the nannies. That was my job. My girls were proudest of the kids, who were the most beautiful, intelligent, and gifted, and I encouraged the girls to tell me about them." "So the nannies fingered the children, but they never knew what you planned to do with them," Thompson said. Renfrew smiled. "How did you find your buyers?" Stanford asked. "Word of mouth," Renfrew said. "Our clients were all men of wealth and quality, and I always felt the children were in good hands." I wanted to throw up, but I gripped the arms of my chair, kept my eyes on the screen in front of me. "You kept Madison for almost 2 weeks, Thompson said. "Seems kind of risky." "We were waiting for a money transfer," Waller said regretfully. $1.5 million had been pledged for Madison, but the deal stalled. We had another offer, not as good, and then the original buyer came back into play. Those few extra days cost us everything." "About the abduction of Madison and Paola," Stanford said. "So many people were in the park that day. It was broad daylight. A very impressive snatch, I have to say. I'd really like to know how you pulled that off." "Ah, yes, but I have to tell you, it almost went all to hell," Waller said, exhaling loudly at the memory, seeming to think through how he wanted to tell the story. "We drove the van to the Alta Plaza playground," said the psychopath in the gray herringbone suit. "I asked Paola and Madison to come with us. See, the children trusted the nannies, and the nannies trusted us." "Brilliant," said Stanford. Renfrew nodded, and having received so much encouragement, he wanted to go on. "We told Paola and Madison that there had been an emergency at the Tyler house, that Elizabeth Tyler had taken a fall. I knocked out Madison with chloroform in the back seat, the precise plan we'd used with 3 other abductions. But Paola tried to grab the steering wheel. We could have all been killed. I had to take her down fast. What would you have done?" Renfrew asked Dave Stanford. "I would have smothered you at birth," Stanford said. "I wish to God I could have done that." Part 5. Fredalito Lindo. Chapter 116. The gallery was jam-packed with law clerks, crime reporters, families of the victims, and dozens of people who were on the Del Norte when Alfred Brinkley had fired his fatal shots. Hushed voices rose to a rumble as 2 guards escorted Brinkley into the courtroom. There he was, the ferry shooter. Mickey Sherman stood as Brinkley's cuffs and waist chains were removed. He pulled out a chair for his client, who asked him, "Am I going to get my chance?" "I'm thinking about it," Sherman said to his client. "You sure about this, Fred?" Brinkley nodded. "Do I look okay?" "Yep, you look fine." Mickey sat back and took a good look at his pale, skin-and-bones client with the patchy haircut, razor rash, and shiny suit hanging from a scarecrow frame. General rule is that you don't put your client on the stand unless you're sucking swamp water, and even then, only when your client is credible and sympathetic enough to actually sway the jury. Fred Brinkley was nerdy and dull. On the other hand, what did he have to lose? The prosecution had eyewitness testimony, videotape, and a confession, so Sherman was kicking the idea around. Avoiding big risk versus a chance that Fredalito Lindo could convince the jurors that the noise in his head was so crushing he was out of his mind when he fired on those poor people. Fred had a right to testify in his own defense, but Sherman thought he could dissuade him. He was still undecided as the jurors settled into the jury box and the judge took the bench. The bailiff called the court into session, and a blanket of expectant silence fell over the wood-paneled courtroom. Judge Moore looked over the black rims of his thick glasses and asked, "Are you ready, Mr. Sherman?" "Yes, Your Honor," Sherman said, standing up, fastening the middle button of his suit jacket. He spoke to his client. "Fred." Chapter 117. "And so after your sister's accident, you went to Napa State Hospital?" Sherman asked, noting that Fred was very much at ease on the witness stand, better than he'd expected. "Yes, I had myself committed. I was cracking up." "I see. And were you medicated at Napa?" "Sure I was. Being 16 is bad enough without having your little sister die in front of your eyes." "So you were depressed because when your sister was hit by the boom and went overboard, you couldn't save her." "Your Honor," Yuki said, coming to her feet, "we have no objection to Mr. Sherman's testifying, but I think he should at least be sworn in." "I'll ask another question," Sherman said, smiling, cool, just talking to his client. "Fred, did you hear voices in your head before your sister's accident?" "No, I started hearing him after that." "Fred, can you tell the jury who you're talking about?" Brinkley clasped his hands across the top of his head, sighed deeply, as if describing the voice would bring it into being. "See, there's more than one voice," Brinkley explained. "There's a woman's voice, kind of sing-songy and whiny, but forget about her. There's this other voice, and he's really angry, out of control, screaming, reaming angry, and he runs me." "This is the voice that told you to shoot that day on the ferry." Brinkley nodded miserably. He was yelling, "Kill, kill, kill," and nothing else mattered. All I could hear was him. All I could do was what he told me. It was just him, and everything else was a horrible dream. Fred, would it be fair to say that you would never, ever have shot anyone if it were not for the voices that ran you for the 15 years following your sister's accident? Sherman asked. Sherman noticed that he'd lost his client's attention, that Fred was staring out over the gallery. "That's my mother," Brinkley said with wonder in his voice. "That's my mom!" Head swiveled toward an attractive, light-skinned African-American woman in her early 50s as she edged along a row of seats, smiled stiffly at her son, and sat down. "Fred," Sherman said. "Mom, I'm going to tell," Brinkley called out, his voice warbling with emotion, his expression twisted up in pain. "Are you listening, Mom? Get ready for the truth. Mr. Sherman, you've got it wrong. You keep calling it an accident. Lily's death was no accident." Sherman turned to the judge, said matter-of-factly, "Your Honor, this is probably a good time for a break." Brinkley interrupted his lawyer, saying sharply, "I don't need a break. And frankly, I don't need your help anymore, Mr. Sherman." Chapter 118. "Your Honor," Sherman said evenly, doing his best to act as though his client hadn't gone off the road and wasn't about to go airborne over a cliff. "I'd ask that Mr. Brinkley's testimony be stricken." "On what grounds, Mr. Sherman?" "I was having sex with her, Mom," Brinkley shouted across the room. "We'd done it before. She was taking off her top when the boom came around." Someone in the gallery moaned, "Oh, my God!" "Your Honor," Sherman said, "this testimony is unresponsive." Yuki jumped to her feet. "Your Honor, Mr. Sherman opened the door to his witness, who is also his client." Brinkley turned away from his mother, pinned the jurors to their seats with his intense, shifting stare. "I swore to tell the truth," he said as chaos swamped the courtroom. Even the judge's gavel, banging hard enough to split the striker plate, was drowned out by the commotion. "And the truth is that I didn't lift a finger to save my sister," Brinkley said, spittle flying from his lips, "and I killed those people on the ferry because he told me I'm a very dangerous man." Sherman sat down in his seat behind the defense table and calmly put folders into an accordion file. Brinkley shouted, "That day on the ferry, I lined those people up in my gun sight and I pulled the trigger. I could do it again." The jurors were wide-eyed as Alfred Brinkley wiped tears from his sunken cheeks with the palms of his hands. "That's enough, Mr. Brinkley," the judge barked. "You people took an oath to do justice," Brinkley trumpeted, rhythmically gripping and slapping at his knees. "You have to execute me for what I did to those people. That's the only way to make sure that I'll never do it again. And if you don't give me the death penalty, I promise I'll be back." Mickey Sherman put the accordion file into his shiny metal briefcase and snapped the locks, closing up shop. "Mr. Sherman," Judge Moore said, exasperation coloring his face a rich salmon pink, "do you have any more questions for your witness?" "None that I can think of, Your Honor." "Miss Castellano, do you wish to cross?" There was nothing Yuki could say that would top Brinkley's own words. "If you don't give me the death penalty, I promise I'll be back." "I have no further questions, Your Honor," Yuki said. But as the judge told Brinkley to stand down, a little red light started blinking in Yuki's mind. Had Brinkley really just nailed his own coffin shut? Or had he done more to convince the jury that he was insane than anything Mickey Sherman could have said or done? Chapter 119. Fred Brinkley sat on the hard bed in his 10-by-6-foot cell on the 10th floor of the Hall of Justice. There was noise all around him, the voices of the other prisoners, the squealing of the wheels on the meal cart, the clang of doors shutting, echoing along the row. Brinkley's dinner was on a tray on his lap, and he ate the dried chicken breast, and watery mashed potatoes and the hard roll, same as they gave him last night, chewing the food thoroughly but without pleasure. He wiped his mouth with the brown paper napkin, balled it up until it was as tight and as round as a marble, and then dropped it right in the center of the plate. Then he arranged the plastic utensils neatly to the side, got up from the bed, walked 2 paces, and slid the tray under the door. He returned to his bunk bed and leaned back against the wall, his legs hanging over the side. From this position, he could see the sink commode contraption to his left and the whole of the blank cinder-block wall across from him. The wall was painted gray, graffiti scratched into the concrete in places, phone numbers and slang and gang names, and symbols he didn't understand. He began to count the cinder blocks in the wall across from him, traced the grouting in his mind, as if the cement that glued the blocks together was a maze, and the solution lay in the lines between the blocks. Outside his cell, a guard took the tray. His badge read Ozzie Quinn. "Time for your pills, Fredo," Ozzie said. Brinkley walked to the barred door, reached out his hand, and took the small paper cup holding his pills. The guard watched as Brinkley upended the contents into his mouth. "Here you go," Ozzie said, handing another paper cup through the bars, this one filled with water. He watched as Brinkley swallowed the pills. 10 minutes until lights out," Ozzie said to Fred. "Don't let the bed bugs bite," Fred said. He returned to his mattress, leaned back against the wall again. He tried singing under his breath. "Ay, ay, 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 mamacita lindo." And then he gripped the edge of the bunk and launched himself, running head first into the cement block wall. Then he did it again. Chapter 120. When Yuki re-entered the courtroom, her boss, Leonard Parisi, was sitting beside David Hale at the defense table. Yuki had called Len as soon as she'd heard about Brinkley's suicide attempt, but she hadn't expected to see him in court. "Leonard, good to see you," she said, thinking, "Shit, is he going to take over the case? Can he do that to me?" "The jurors seem okay?" Parisi asked. "So they told the judge. No one wants a mistrial. Mickey didn't even ask for a continuance." "Good. I love that cocky bastard," Parisi muttered. Across the aisle, Sherman was talking to his client. Brinkley's eyes were black and blue. There was a large gauze bandage taped across his forehead, and he was wearing a pale blue cotton hospital gown over striped pajama bottoms. Brinkley stared down at the table, plucking at his arm hair as Sherman talked, not looking up when the bailiff called out, "All rise." The judge sat down, poured a glass of water, then asked Yuki if she was ready to close. Yuki said that she was. She advanced to the lectern, hearing the soft kadum, kadum of her pulse pounding in her ears. She cleared the slight croak in her throat, then greeted the jurors and launched into her summation. "We're not here to decide whether or not Mr. Brinkley has psychological problems," Yuki said. "We all have problems, and some of us handle them better than others. Mr. Brinkley said he heard an angry voice in his head, and maybe he did. We can't know, and it doesn't matter. Mental illness is not a license to kill, ladies and gentlemen, and hearing voices in his head doesn't change the fact that Alfred Brinkley knew what he was doing was wrong when he executed 4 innocent people, including the most innocent, a 9-year-old boy. How do we know that Mr. Brinkley knew what he was doing was wrong?" she asked the jury. "Because his behavior, his actions, gave him away." Yuki paused for effect, looked around the room. She noted Len Parisi's hulk and pinched expression, Brinkley's crazy glower, and she saw that the jurors were all tuned in, waiting for her to continue. "Let's look at Mr. Brinkley's behavior. First, he carried a loaded Smith & Wesson Model 10 handgun onto the ferry. Then he waited for the ferry to dock so he wouldn't be stuck in the middle of the bay with no way out. These acts show forethought. These acts show premeditation. While the Del Norte was docking, Yuki said, keeping her eyes on the jury, Alfred Brinkley took careful aim and unloaded his gun into 5 human beings. Then he fled. He ran like hell, Yuki said. That's consciousness of guilt. He knew what he did was wrong. Mr. Brinkley evaded capture for 2 days before he turned himself in and confessed to the crimes, because he knew what he'd done was wrong. We may never know precisely what was in Mr. Brinkley's head on November 1st, but we know what he did. And we know for certain what Mr. Brinkley told us in his own words yesterday afternoon. He lined up the gun sight on his victims, Yuki said, making her hand into a gun and slowly swinging it around in a semicircle, shoulder high, sweeping the gallery and the jury box. He pulled the trigger 6 times, and he warned us that he's a dangerous man. Frankly, the best evidence of Mr. Brinkley's sanity is that he agreed with us on both points. He's guilty, and he should be given the maximum punishment allowed by law. Please, give Mr. Brinkley what he asked for, so that we never have to worry about him carrying a loaded firearm ever again. Yuki felt flushed and excited when she sat down beside Len Parisi. He whispered, "Great clothes, Yuki. First class." Chapter 121. Mickey Sherman stood immediately. He faced the jury and told them a simple and tragic story, as if he were speaking to his mother or his girlfriend. "I've got to tell you, folks," he said, "Fred Brinkley meant to fire his gun on those people, and he did it. We never denied it, and we never will. So what was his motive? Did he have a gripe with any of the victims? Was this a stick-up or drug deal gone bad? Did he shoot people in self-defense? No, 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 and no. The police failed to find any rational reason why Fred Brinkley would have shot those people because there was no motive. And when there's zero motive for a crime, you're still left with the question, why? Fred Brinkley has schizoaffective disorder, which is an illness like leukemia or multiple sclerosis. He didn't do anything wrong in order to get this illness. He didn't even know he had it. When Fred shot those people, he didn't know that shooting them was wrong, or even that those people were real. He told you, all he knew was that a loud, punishing voice inside his head was telling him to kill, and the only way he could get the voice to stop was to obey. But you don't have to take our word for it that Fred Brinkley is legally insane. Fred Brinkley has a history of mental illness going back 15 years to when he was a patient in a mental institution. Dozens of witnesses have testified that they heard Mr. Brinkley talking to television sets and singing to himself and slapping his forehead so hard that his handprint remained visible long afterwards. That's how much he wanted to knock the voices out of his head. You've also heard from Dr. Sandy Friedman, a highly regarded clinical and forensic psychiatrist who examined Mr. Brinkley 3 times and diagnosed him with schizoaffective disorder. Sherman said, pacing now as he talked, Dr. Friedman told us that at the time of the crime, Fred Brinkley was in a psychotic, delusional state. He was suffering from a mental disease or defect that prevented him from conforming his conduct to the laws of society. That's the definition of legal insanity. This is not a lawyer-created illness, Sherman said. He walked 2 paces to the defense table and picked up a heavy, hardcover book. This is the DSM-4, the Diagnostic Bible of the psychiatric profession. You'll have it with you in the deliberation room so that you can read that schizoaffective disorder is a psychosis, a severe mental illness that drives the actions of the person who has it. My client is not admirable, he said. We're not trying to pin a medal on him, but Fred Brinkley is not a criminal, and nothing in his past suggests otherwise. His conduct yesterday demonstrated his illness. What sane man asks the jury to have him put to death? Sherman went back to the defense table, put down the book, and sipped from his water glass before returning to the lectern. The evidence of insanity is overwhelming in this case. Fred Brinkley did not kill for love or hate or money or thrills. He is not evil. He's sick, and I'm asking you today to do the only fair thing. Find Fred Brinkley not guilty by reason of insanity, and trust the system to keep the citizens safe from this man. Chapter 122. It's too bad you guys didn't catch Yuki's clothes, Cindy said, putting an affectionate arm around Yuki, beaming across the table at Claire and myself. It was killer. This would be your impartial journalistic point of view, Yuki asked, coloring a little but smiling as she tucked her hair behind her ears. Hell no, Cindy laughed. This is me speaking, off the record. We were at McBain's, across from the hall, all four of us with our cell phones on the table. Sydney McBain, our waitress and the owner's daughter, brought 4 glasses and 2 tall bottles of mineral water. Water, water everywhere, Sid said. What's up, ladies? This is a bar, you know what I mean? I answered by pointing at each of us. It's like this, Sid. Working, working, working. I pointed to Claire and said, pregnant and working. Sydney laughed, congratulated Claire, took our orders, and headed to the kitchen. So does he hear voices? I asked Yuki. Maybe, but a lot of people hear voices. 5 to 10,000 in San Francisco alone. Probably a couple of them here in this bar. Don't see any of them shooting the place up. Fred Brinkley might very well hear voices, but that day he knew what he was doing was wrong. That bastard, said Claire. That's me speaking on the record as a very biased eyewitness and victim. That day flooded back to me with sickening clarity. The blood-slicked deck and the screaming passengers, and how scared I was that Claire might die. I remember hugging Willie and thanking God that Brinkley's last shot had missed him. I asked Yuki, you think the jury will vote to convict? I don't know, they damn well should. If anyone deserves a needle, it's him. Yuki said as she vigorously salted her French fries, her hair swinging freely in front of her face so that none of us could read her eyes. Chapter 123. It was after 2 in the afternoon, 3 days since the jury had begun their deliberation, when Yuki got the call. A shock went through her. This was it. She sat rigid in her seat for a moment, just blinking. Then she snapped out of it. She paged Leonard and speed-dialed Claire, Cindy, and Lindsay, all of whom were within minutes of the courtroom. She got up from her desk, crossed the hall, and leaned into David's cubicle. They're back. David put down his tuna sandwich and followed Yuki to the elevator, which they rode to the ground floor. They crossed the main lobby, went through the leather-studded double doors to the second lobby, cleared security outside the courtroom, and after going through the glassed-in vestibule, took their places behind the table. The courtroom had filled up as word spread. Court TV set up their cameras. Reporters from the local papers and stringers from the tabloids, wire services, and national news filled the back row. Cindy was on the aisle. Yuki saw Claire and Lindsay sitting in the midsection, but she didn't see the defendant's mother, Elena Brinkley, anywhere. Mickey Sherman came through the gate wearing a flattering dark blue suit. He put his metallic briefcase down in front of him, nodded to Yuki, and made a phone call. Yuki's phone rang. "Len," she said, reading his name off the caller ID. "There's a verdict." "I'm at my fucking cardiologist," Len told her. "Keep me posted." The side door to the left of the bench opened, and the bailiff entered with Alfred Brinkley. Chapter 124. Brinkley's bandage had been removed, exposing a line of stitches running vertically from the middle of his forehead up through his hairline. The bruises around his eyes had faded to an overboiled egg yolk color, yellowish-green. The bailiff unlocked Brinkley's waist chains and handcuffs, and the defendant sat down beside his lawyer. The door to the right of the jury box opened, and the 12 jurors and 2 alternates walked into the courtroom, dressed up, hair sprayed and styled, a sprinkling of jewelry on the women's hands and around their necks. They didn't look at Yuki, and they didn't look at the defendant. In fact, they looked tense, as though they may have been fighting over the verdict until an hour ago. The door behind the bench opened, and Judge Moore entered his courtroom. He cleaned his glasses as court was called into session, then said, "Mr. Foreman, I understand that the jury has a verdict." "We do, Your Honor." "Would you please hand your verdict to the bailiff?" The foreman was a carpenter, with shoulder-length blonde hair and nicotine-stained fingers. He looked keyed up as he gave a folded form to the bailiff, who brought it to the bench. Judge Moore unfolded the form and looked at it. He asked the people in the gallery to please respect the protocol of the court and to not react outwardly when the verdict was read. Yuki clasped her hands on the table before her. She could hear David Hales breathing beside her, and for a fraction of a moment she loved him. Judge Moore began to read. "In the charge of murder in the first degree of Andrea Canello, the jury finds the defendant, Alfred Brinkley, not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect." A wave of nausea hit Yuki. She sat back hard in her chair, barely hearing the judge's voice as each name was read, each charge a finding of not guilty by reason of insanity. Yuki stood up as Claire and Lindsay came forward to be with her. They were standing around her as Brinkley was shackled, and they all saw how he looked at Yuki. It was an odd look, part stare, part secret smile. Yuki didn't know what Brinkley intended by it, but she felt a prickling of hairs rising at the nape of her neck. And then Brinkley spoke to her. "Good try, Miss Castellano. Very good try. But don't you know? Someone's gotta pay." One of the guards gave Brinkley a shove, and after a last look at Yuki, he shuffled up the aisle between his keepers. Sick or sane, Alfred Brinkley was going to be off the streets for a long time. Yuki knew that. And still, she felt afraid. Chapter 125. A month later, Conklin and I were back in Alta Plaza Park, where it all began. This time, we watched Henry Tyler come down the path toward us, his coat whipping around him in the wind. He reached out a hand to Conklin, gripping it hard, and then stretched his hand out to me. "You've given us back our lives. I can't find words to thank you enough." Tyler called out to his wife and to the little girl playing on a hexagonal construction, some new kind of jungle gym. Face brightening in surprise, Madison dropped down from the bars and ran toward us. Henry Tyler swung his daughter up into his arms. Madison leaned over her father's shoulder and put an arm around my neck and Rich's, gathering us into a three-way hug. "You're my favorite people," she said. I was still smiling when Henry Tyler put Madison down and said to us, his face radiant, "We're all so grateful. Me, Liz, Maddie, we're your friends for life." My eyes watered up a bit. It was an excellent day to be a cop. As Richie and I took the path back toward the car, we talked about the hell we have to go through to solve a case, the drudgery, the up-close contact with killers and druggies, the false leads. "And then," I said, "a case turns out like this, and it's such a high." Rich stopped walking, put his hand on my arm. "Let's stop here for a minute," he said. I sat on one of the broad steps that had been warmed by the sun, and Rich got down beside me. I could see that there was something on his mind. "Lindsay, I know you think I have a crush on you," he said, "but it's more than that. Believe me." For the first time, it hurt to look into Rich Conklin's handsome face. Thoughts of our grappling in a hotel in L.A. still made me squirm with embarrassment. "Will you give us a chance?" he said. "Let me take you out to dinner. I'm not going to put any moves on you, Lindsay. I just want us to—" Rich read the feelings on my face and stopped talking. He shook his head, finally saying, "I'm going to shut up now." I reached out and covered his hand with mine. "I'm sorry," I said. "Don't be." "Forget it, Lindsay. Forget I said anything, okay?" He tried to smile, almost pulled it off. "I'll deal with this in therapy for a few years." "You're in therapy?" Would that help? No. He laughed. Look, you know how I feel about you. That's almost enough. It was a tough ride back to the hall. Conversation was strained until we got a call to respond to a report of a dead body in the Tenderloin. We worked the case together past quitting time and into the next shift, and it was good, as if we'd been partners for years. At just after 9 p.m., I told Rich I'd see him in the morning. I'd just unlocked my car door when my cell phone rang. "What now?" I muttered. There was a crackle of static. Then a deep, resonant voice came out of that phone, turning night back into day. "I know not to surprise an armed police officer on her doorstep, Blondie. So, fair warning. I'm going to be in town this weekend. I have news. And I really want to see you." Chapter 126. My doorbell rang at home. I stabbed the intercom button, said, "I'm coming," and jogged down my stairs. Martha's dog-sitter, Karen Tribell, was outside the front door. I gave her a hug and bent to enfold sweet Martha in my arms. "She really missed you, Lindsay," Karen said. "You think?" I said, laughing as Martha whimpered and barked and knocked me completely off my feet. I just sat there on the threshold as Martha pinned down my shoulders and soaked my face with kisses. "I'll be going now. I see that you two need to be alone," Karen called out, walking down the steps toward her old Volvo. "Wait, Karen, come upstairs. I have a check for you." "It's okay. I'll catch you next time," she said, disappearing into her car, tying the door closed with a piece of clothesline, cranking up the engine. "Thank you," I called out as she drove past me and waved. I returned my attention to my best girl. "Do you know how much I love you?" I said into one of Martha's silky ears. Apparently, she did. I ran upstairs with her, put on my hat and coat, and changed into running shoes. We took to the streets we loved so much, running down 19th toward the rec center park, where I flopped onto a bench and watched Martha doing her border collie thing. She ran great, joyous circles, herding other dogs and having a heck of a good time. After a while, she came back to the bench and sat beside me, rested her head on my thigh, and looked up at me with her big brown eyes. "Glad to be home, Boo? All vacationed out?" We jogged at a slower pace back to my apartment, climbed the stairs. I fed Martha a big bowl of chow with gravy and got into the shower. By the time I'd toweled off and dried my hair, Martha was asleep on my bed. She was completely out, eyelids flickering, jowls fluttering, paws moving in some great doggy dream. She didn't even cock an eyelid open when I got all dressed up for my date with Joe. Chapter 127. The Big Four restaurant is at the top of Nob Hill, across from Grace Cathedral. It was named for the 4 Central Pacific Railroad barons, is elegantly paneled in dark wood, staged with sumptuous lighting and flowers. And according to a dozen of the glossiest upmarket magazines, the Big Four has one of the best chefs in town. Our starters had been served, Joe was having apple-glazed foie gras, and I'd been seduced by the French butter pears with prosciutto. But I wasn't so taken with the setting and the view that I didn't see the shyness in Joe's eyes, and also that he couldn't stop looking at me. "I had a bunch of corny ideas," he said, "and don't ask me what they were, okay, Linz?" "No, of course not," I grinned. "Not me." I pushed a morsel of hazelnut-encrusted goat cheese onto a forkful of pear, let it melt in my mouth. And after a lot of deep thought, no, really, Blondie, really deep thought, I figured something out, and I'm going to tell you about it. I put my fork down and let the waiter take my plate away. "I want to hear." "Okay," said Joe. "You know about my 6 sibs and all of us growing up in a row house in Queens, and how my dad was always away. Traveling salesman. Right, fabrics and notions. He traveled up and down the East Coast and was away 6 days out of 7, sometimes more. We all missed him a lot, but my mother missed him the most. He was her real happiness, And then, one time, he went missing, Joe told me. He always called at night before we went to bed, but this time he didn't. So my mother called the state troopers, who located him the next day, sleeping in his car up on a rack in an auto repair shop outside of some small town in Tennessee. His car had broken down? Yeah, and they didn't have cell phones back then, of course, and Christ, until we heard from him, you can't imagine what we went through, thinking that his car was in a ditch underwater, thinking he'd been shot in a gas station holdup, thinking that maybe he had another life. I nodded. Oh, Joe, I understand. Joe paused, fiddled with his silverware, then started again. My dad saw how much my mom was suffering, all of us, and he said he was going to quit his job. But he couldn't do that and still provide for us the way he wanted to. And then one day, when I was a sophomore in high school, he did quit. He was home for good. Joe refilled our wine glasses, and we each took a sip while the waiter placed our entrees in front of us. But from the catch in Joe's throat and a feeling that was growing in me, I'd lost all desire to eat. What happened, Joe? He stayed home. We left, one by one. My parents got by on less, and they were happier for it. They're still happy now. And I saw that, and I promised myself I would never do to my family what my dad had done to us by being away. And then I looked at your face when I showed up last time and told you that I had a plane to catch. And everything you've been saying finally got to me. I saw that without meaning to, I'd done just what my dad had done. And so, Lindsay, this is the news I wanted to tell you. I'm home for good. Chapter 128. I held Joe's hand as he told me that he'd relocated to San Francisco. I was listening, and I was watching Joe's face, full of love for me, but the wheels in my mind were spinning. Joe and I had talked about what it would be like to be in the same place at the same time, and I'd broken up with him because it seemed we'd fallen into a way of talking more than forming a plan to make that talk come true. Now, sitting so close to this man, I wondered if the problem had really been Joe's job, or if we had conspired together to keep a safe distance from a relationship that had all the potential to be lasting and real. Joe picked up his coffee spoon and put it in his handkerchief pocket. I'm pretty sure he thought that the spoon was his pair of reading glasses. Then he fumbled in his jacket pocket and took out a jeweler's box, black velvet, about 2 inches on all sides. Something I want you to have, Lindsay. He put aside the vase of sweetheart roses that was between us on the table and handed the box to me. Open it, please. I don't think I can, I said. Just lift up the lid. There's a hinge at the back. I laughed at his joke, but I'm pretty sure I stopped breathing as I did what he said. Inside, nestled on velvet, was a platinum ring with 3 large diamonds and a small one on each side, sparkling up at me. I finally sucked in my breath. I had to. The ring was a gasper, and then I looked across the table into Joe's eyes. It was almost like gazing into my own. That's how well I knew him. I love you, Lindsay. Will you marry me? Will you be my wife? The waiter came by and without saying a word, sailed off. I closed the box. It made a dull little click, and I could swear that the light in the room dimmed. I swallowed hard, because I didn't know what to say. The wheels inside my head were still spinning, and I was feeling the room spin, too. Joe and I had both been married, and we'd both been divorced. Was I ready to take a chance again? Linz. I finally choked out. I love you too, Joe, and I'm overwhelmed. My voice cracked as I struggled to speak. I need some time to do some deep thinking of my own. I need to be absolutely sure. Will you hold on to this, please? I said, pushing the small box back across the table. Let's see how we do for a while, just doing normal things, I said to Joe. The laundry, the movies, weekends that don't end with you getting into a car and heading to the airport. Disappointment was written all over Joe's face, and it hurt me terribly to see it. He seemed lost for a moment, then turned my hand over, put the box in my palm, and closed my fingers around it. "You keep this, Lindsay. I'm not changing my mind. I'm committed to you no matter how much laundry we have to do, no matter how many times we wash the car and take out the garbage and even fight about whose turn it is to do whatever. I'm really looking forward to all of that." He grinned. Unbelievable how the room brightened again. Joe was smiling, holding both my hands in his. He said, "When you're ready, let me know so I can put this ring on your finger and tell my folks that we're going to have a big Italian wedding." Chapter 129. It was June 6 when Jacoby called me and Rich into his office. He looked really pissed off, as bad as I'd ever seen him. "I got some bad news. Alfred Brinkley escaped," he said. My jaw dropped. Nobody got out of a Tescadero. It was a mental institution for the criminally insane, and that meant it was a maximum security prison more than a hospital. "How'd it happen?" Conklin asked. "Bashed his head against the wall of his cell. Wasn't he medicated and under a suicide watch?" Jacoby shrugged. "Dunno. Anyway, the doctor usually comes to the cell block, but this doc, named Carter, insists that the prisoner be brought to his office, under guard, in the minimum security wing." "Oh, no," I said, seeing it happen without being told. The guard had a gun. Jacoby explained to Conklin, "The guards wear their guns only when moving prisoners from one wing to another, so the doc says Brinkley has to be unshackled so he can give him the neuro test." Jacoby went on to say that Brinkley had grabbed a scalpel, disarmed the guard, snatched the gun, that he'd put on the doctor's clothes, used the guard's keys to get out, and took the doctor's car. "It happened 2 hours ago," said Jacoby. "There's an APB out for Dr. Carter's blue Subaru Outback, LL Bean edition." "Probably dumped the car by now," Conklin said. "Yeah," said Jacoby. "I don't know what this is worth," he added, "but according to the warden, Brinkley was all cranked up about this serial killer he read about, Edmund Kemper." Conklin nodded. "Killed about 6 young women, lived with his mother." "That's the guy," said Jacoby. "One night he comes home from a date, and his mother says something like, 'Now I suppose you're going to bore me with what you've been doing all night.'" "His mother knew about the killings?" I asked. "No, Boxer, she did not," Jacoby said. "She was just a ball breaker. Look, I was on the way to the can when the call came in, so may I finish the story, please?" I grinned at him. "Carry on, boss." "So anyway, Mother Kemper says, 'You're going to bore me, right?' So Edmund Kemper waits until she goes to bed, and then cuts off her head and puts it on the fireplace mantel. And then he tells his mother's head all about his night out. The long version, I'm sure." "That psycho turned himself in, I seem to remember," Conklin said. "He cracked his knuckles, which is what Rich does when he's agitated." I was rattled, too, at the idea of Brinkley at large, armed and seriously psychotic. I remembered the look on Brinkley's face when he'd stared Yuki down after his trial. He leered at her and said, "Someone's gotta pay." "Yeah, Kemper turned himself in. Thing is, when he confessed to the cops, he said that he'd actually killed those girls instead of his mother. Get it?" Jacoby was talking to me now. He'd finally killed the right person. "And the warden said that Kemper meant something to Alfred Brinkley?" "Right," Jacoby said, standing, hoisting up his pants by the belt, making his way around Conklin's long legs toward the door. "Brinkley was obsessed with Edmund Kemper." Chapter 130. Fred Brinkley walked along Scott Street, looking straight ahead under the brim of Dr. Carter's baseball cap. He was watching the small peaks of sails in the marina at the end of the street, smelling the air coming off the bay. His head still hurt, but the meds had quieted the voices so that he could think. He felt strong and kapow, powerful, the way he'd felt when he and Bucky had wasted those pitiful assholes on the ferry. As he walked, He replayed the scene in Dr. Carter's office, how he'd exploded into action when the cuffs came off, like he was some kind of superhero. Touch your nose, touch your toes, grab the scalpel. Put it to the doctor's jugular and ask the guard for his gun. Fred was laughing now, thinking about that stupid guard snarling at him as he taped the guard and the doctor naked together, shoved gauze into their mouths, and locked them inside the closet. "You'll be back, freak." Fred touched the gun inside the doctor's jacket pocket, thinking, "I'll be back, all right. I'm planning on it, but not just yet." The small stucco houses on Scott Street were set back 20 feet from the road, butted up close to one another like dairy cows at the trough. The house Fred was looking for was tan with dark brown shutters and a one-car garage under the second-floor living space. And there it was, with its crisp lawn and lemon tree, looking just like he remembered. The car was in the garage, and the garage door was open. This was excellent. Perfect timing, too. Fred Brinkley walked the 20 feet of asphalt driveway, then slipped inside the garage. He edged alongside the baby blue 95 BMW convertible and took the cordless nail gun off the tool bench. He slammed in a cartridge, fired into the wall to make sure the tool was working. Thwack! Then he walked up the short flight of stairs, turned the doorknob, and stepped into the hardwood floor of the living room. He stood for a moment in front of the shrine. Then he took the leather-bound photo albums off the highboy, grabbed the watercolor from the easel, and carried the load of stuff to the kitchen. She was at the table, paying the bills. A small, under-the-cabinet TV was on. Trial heat. The dark-haired woman turned her head as he entered the kitchen, her eyes going huge as she tried to comprehend. "Hola, mamacita," he said cheerfully. "It's me, and it's time for the Fred and Elena Brinkley Show." Chapter 131. "You shouldn't be here, Alfred," his mother said. Fred put the nail gun down on the counter, locked the kitchen door behind him. Then he flipped through the photo albums, showed his mother the pictures of Lily in her baby carriage, Lily with Mommy, Lily in her tiny bathing suit. Fred watched Elena's eyes widen as he took the watercolor portrait of Lily, broke the glass against the counter. "No!" "Yes, Mama. Yes, siree. These are dirty pictures, filthy dirty." He opened the dishwasher and stacked the albums on the lower rack, put the watercolor on the top rack, slammed the dishwasher door on the complete photographic collection of his sainted sister, and dialed the timer to 5 minutes. Heard the machine begin to tick. "Alfred," said his mother, starting to stand, "this isn't funny." Fred pushed her back down in her seat. "The water isn't going to come on for 5 minutes. All I want is your undivided attention for 4, and then I'll set your precious picture albums free." Fred pulled out a chair and sat down right next to his mother. She gave him her "you're revolting" look, showing him the disdain that had made him hate her for his entire life. "I didn't finish what I was telling you that day in court," he said. "That day when you lied, you mean?" she said, twisting her head toward the ticking dishwasher, shooting a look to the bolted kitchen door. Fred removed the guard's Beretta from his jacket pocket, took off the safety. "I want to talk to you, Mama." "That's not loaded." Fred smiled, then put a shot through the floor. His mother's face went gray. "Put your arms on the table. Do it, Mom. You want those pictures back, right?" Fred wrenched one of his mother's arms away from her side, put it on the table, put the head of the nail gun to her sleeve, and pulled the trigger. Thwack! Nailed the other side of the cuff. Thwack! Thwack! "See? What did you think, Mama? That I was going to hurt you? I'm not a mad man, you know." After he secured the first sleeve, he nailed down the second one, his mother flinching with each thwack, looking like she was going to cry. The knob on the dishwasher timer advanced a notch as a minute went by. Tick, tick, tick. "Give me my pictures, Fred. They're all I have." Fred put his mouth near his mother's ear. spoke in a loud stage whisper. "I did lie in court, Mom, because I wanted to hurt you. Let you know how I feel all the time." "I don't have time to listen to you," Elena Brinkley said, pulling her arms against the nails, fabric straining. "But you do have time. Today is all about me. See?" he said, shooting the 3/4-inch framing nails up the sides of her sleeve to her elbows. Thwack, thwack, thwack. "And the truth is that I wanted to do the dirty with Lily, and that was your fault, Mom, because you made Lily into a little fuck doll with her tiny skirts and painted nails and high heels on a 12-year-old. What were you thinking? That she could look like that and no one would want to do her?" The telephone rang, and Elena Brinkley turned her head longingly toward it. Fred got up from his seat and pulled the cord out of the wall. Then he lifted the knife block from the counter and put it down hard on the table. Blam! "Forget the phone. There's no one you need to talk to. I'm the most important person in the world." "What are you doing, Alfred? What do you think?" he said, taking out one of the long knives. "You think I'm going to cut your tongue out? What kind of psycho do you think I am?" He laughed at the horror on his mother's face. "So the thing is, Mommy, I saw Lily going down on this guy, Peter Ballantyne, who worked at the marina. She did no such thing." Brinkley began to swipe the 8-inch-long blade against the sharpener, a long carborundum rod. It made a satisfying wicking sound. "You should leave now. The police are looking." "I'm not finished yet. You're going to listen to me for the first time in your spiteful, miserable... ticketa, ticketa, ticketa." Inside his head, he was saying, "Kill her. Kill her." Fred put down the blade and wiped the sweat from his palms onto the sides of Dr. Carter's khakis, picked up the knife again. "As I was saying, Lily had been teasing me, Mom, flouncing around half naked, and then she puts her mouth on Ballantyne's dick. Forget the pictures and listen to me. Lily and I took the day sailor out, and we anchored far out where no one could see us, and Lily took off her top. Liar, coward, blaming her. And so I reached out to her, touched her little titties, and she looked at me like you're looking at me, like I was dog shit. "I don't want to hear this." "You will hear it," Brinkley said, touching the blade gently to the crepey skin on his mother's neck. So there she was in her little bitty half of a bathing suit, saying that I was the freak, saying, "I'm going to tell Mom." Those were her last words, Mama. "I'm going to tell Mom." When she turned away from me, I pulled back on the boom and gave it a shove. It smacked her across the back of the head, and there was the sound of breaking glass, followed by a deafening concussion and a blaze of light. Fred Brinkley thought that the world had blown apart. Chapter 132. I watched through the small kitchen window, horrified, as Brinkley held a sharpened knife to the side of his mother's neck. We were armed and ready, but what we needed was a clear line of fire, and Mrs. Brinkley was blocking our shot. Breaking in through either door would give him time enough to kill her. Fear for the woman climbed up my spine like a lit fuse. I wanted to scream. Instead, I turned toward Ray Cuevas, head of our SWAT team. He shook his head. No. Again telling me he couldn't take the shot. This situation could go south in an instant, no matter what we did. So when he asked for a green light on the flashbang, I said go ahead. We pulled on our masks and goggles, and Ray jabbed the window with the launcher barrel, breaking the glass, and then he fired. The grenade bounced off the far wall of the kitchen and exploded in an ear-shattering, blinding concussion. The SWAT team had the door down in a half-second, and we were inside the smoke-filled room, wanting only one thing, to incapacitate Brinkley before he could get his head together and grab his gun. I found Brinkley on the floor, face down, legs under the table. I straddled his back and bent his arms behind him. I had the cuffs nearly closed when he flipped over and shoved me off his body. He was as strong as a freaking bull. As I struggled to right myself, Brinkley grabbed his gun, which had fallen onto the floor. Conklin ripped off his mask and yelled, "Keep your hands where I can see them." It was a standoff. Chapter 133. Lasers were pointed at Brinkley's head, but he had two hands on his gun grip, prone position, his military training kicking in. His Beretta was aimed at Conklin, and Rich's gun was on Brinkley. I was right there. I screwed my Glock into Brinkley's first vertebra, hard enough so that he could really feel it, and I yelled through my mask, "Don't move! Don't you move an inch or you're dead!" Richie kicked out at Brinkley's gun, sending it skittering across the floor. 6 weapons were trained on Brinkley as I cuffed him, exhilaration flowing through me, even as Brinkley laughed at us. I pulled off my mask, gagging a little from the phosphorus still in the air. I didn't know what Brinkley found so funny. We had him. We had him alive. "He was going to kill me," Elena Brinkley shouted at Jacoby. "Can't you keep him locked up?" "What happened?" Brinkley said, looking over his shoulder into my face. "Remember me?" I said. "Oh, yeah," he said. "My friend, Lindsay Boxer." "Good. You're under arrest for your prison break," I said, "and I think you've got a reckless endangerment charge to go with it, maybe attempted murder, too." Behind me, Jacoby was telling Elena Brinkley to hold still, and he'd get her out of that chair. "You have the right to remain silent," I said to Brinkley. Elena freed herself, ripped the fabric loose on one sleeve, and tearing open her blouse, released the other arm. She walked over to her son. "I hate you," she said. "I wish they'd killed you." Then she struck him hard across the face. "Wow, what a shock," he said slyly to me. "Anything you say can and will be used against you," I continued. "Who are you kidding?" Brinkley shouted at me, seeming oblivious to the roomful of pumped-up law enforcement officers who'd love nothing more than to kick the crap out of him. "All you can do is take me back to Atascadero," Brinkley said. "Nothing you charged me with is going to stick." "Shut up, asshole," I said. "Be glad we aren't zipping you into a body bag." "No, you shut up," Brinkley said, shouting me down, spit flying, a hellish brightness lighting his face. "I'm not guilty of anything. You know that. I'm legally insane." And suddenly I heard Elena Brinkley scream, "No!" as the dishwasher started its run. Epilogue. The 6th Round. Chapter 134. I didn't know the poor man laid out in his birthday suit on Claire's table, only that his death might have been related to the Del Norte tragedy. Claire had peeled and folded the patient's scalp down over his face like the cuff of a sock, sawed off the top of his skull, and removed his brain. She now held a shard of a bullet in the grip of her thumb and forefinger. "It passed through something first, sugar," Claire told me. "Piece of wood, maybe. Whatever it was, it reduced the velocity and the impact, but finally killed this guy anyway." I called Jacoby, who said, "You know what to do, Boxer. Tell him your story, but keep it simple." Then he patched me through to the chief. I told Tracheo the cut-to-the-chase version, that Wei Fong, a 32-year-old construction worker, had just died that morning, that he'd been in a persistent vegetative state for months at Laguna Honda Hospital long-term care because of an inoperable gunshot wound to the head, that he'd taken that bullet the day Alfred Brinkley shot up the passengers on the Del Norte. "Brinkley's 6th round went wild," I said, "and it finally killed Wei Fong." "You've got my cell phone number?" Tracheo asked. Claire's normally steady hands shook as she put the fragment into a glassine envelope. Then we both signed the paperwork, and I called the crime lab. I heard Claire say to the dead man on her table, "Mr. Fong, honey, I know you can't hear me, but I want to say thank you." Claire's Pathfinder was just outside the ambulance bay. I moved her dry cleaning from the passenger seat and strapped myself in. Kind of like in the Manson killings, I said as we pulled out onto Harriet Street. 2 sets of murders, Tate and La Bianca. 2 sets of cops working side by side for weeks before they realized that the same perps did the killings. And now this, Macklin's crew working Wei Fong's case, coming up with nothing. Until he died. "You've got everything?" Claire asked. "Yep, I do." The bullet fragment was resting within my breast pocket. The gun was inside a sealed paper bag between my feet. We took the 280 to Cesar Chavez, and from there, next to Hunters Point Naval Shipyard, where the crime lab was housed inside a blue and gray concrete building. Claire parked in a spot under one of the 3 phoenix palms, standing sentry in the parking lot. I was out of the car an instant before Claire set the handbrake. Chapter 135. The crime lab's director, Jim Mudge, was waiting inside his office. He greeted us, took the paper bag from me, and then removed Alfred Brinkley's lethal friend, Bucky. We followed Mudge down the hall, second door to the right, and into the indoor range, where he handed the gun to the firearms inspector, who fired the Smith & Wesson Model 10 handgun into a long, water-filled chamber. He retrieved the .38 slug and handed it back to me. "Here you are, Sarge. Good luck with it. Bring that bastard down." Mudge escorted Claire and me down to a room at the end of the hallway. It had a horseshoe arrangement of tables and workstations and a long wall of comparison microscopes. A young woman greeted us, saying, "I'm Petra. Let's see what we've got." I handed her the .38 slug from Alfred Brinkley's gun and the fragment Claire had removed from Mr. Fong's brain. I sucked in my breath and mentally crossed my fingers. Claire and I crowded around the technician as she set each of the rounds in a stage under the microscope. Petra was smiling when she stepped back and said, "Take a look for yourselves." It was clear even to me as I peered through the double eyepieces and compared the 2 slugs. The striations, the lands, and grooves on the fragment were a match to the bullet just fired from Alfred Brinkley's gun. The fragment was from the 6th shot, which Alfred Brinkley had fired at Claire's son Willie and missed. That same bullet was going to put Alfred Brinkley on trial again. I turned to Claire, but didn't know whether to slap her a high five or hug her, so I did first one, then the other. "Got him," Claire said as we held each other. Chapter 136. An hour later, Rich Conklin and I stood in a gray room full of small tables and chairs at a Atascadero. Brinkley entered, looking rosy-cheeked and well-fed. I thought he might ask me to dance. He looked so glad to see me. "Do you miss me, Lindsay? Because I sure think about the last time I saw you." "Don't bother to sit down, Fred," I told him. "We're here to arrest you. We're charging you with homicide." "You're joking. Kidding me, right?" I gave him a smile I couldn't contain due to the fireworks display that was exploding inside my head. I was that happy. "Your big day on the Del Norte?" "What about it?" "That last shot you fired missed Willie Washburn, but it found another target. We're here to arrest you for killing Mr. Wei Fong, Fredo. Charge of murder, 2nd degree." "No way, Lindsay," Brinkley said and shrugged indifferently. "You're saying I shot someone I didn't even see?" "Yeah, you're a hell of a great shot." "You're dreaming, little lady. I've been cleared of the Del Norte shootings. I'm legally insane, remember? What you're talking about is double jeopardy." "You weren't charged for Mr. Fong's death in your trial, Fred. This is a new case, new evidence, new jury, and I'm guessing that your mother is going to be a witness for the prosecution this time." Brinkley's smile faded as I told him to turn around. I cuffed him, and Conklin read him his rights. Rich and I marched Alfred Brinkley out to our car. As soon as we arranged him in the back seat behind the mesh screen, his face changed, took on a pained expression that made me think perhaps he'd gone back to an earlier time, when he was a boy, and bad things started happening to him. But Fred was singing by the time we got back to the freeway. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo. Your mother teach you that, Fred? I asked him. I knew the words to the old song. Sing, don't cry, because by singing the sky lightens and becomes beautiful. I glanced into the rearview mirror and was startled to see that Brinkley was looking at the reflection of my eyes. He stopped singing and said in a loud stage whisper, "Hey, Lindsay, you really think you've got me?"